the center coordinate for. If
0,
Spell doesn't
0.
know what to do, yeet it to the mid lane. That's kind of the code for it.
Yeah, the backup. All right, let's get into it. Of course, we've got this middle lane. Very hype matchup. It is, of course, Nisha versus Sumail. And I'm excited for this one. But up in the top lane is where we have First Blood. Zai actually ends up going down. A little bit too aggressive, trying to get some damage out onto Monet and onto PQ.
Yep, so this is going to be the lane that is all about how can you survive for Liquid. Like, you pick the Keeper of Light, you have Blinding Light. You've got ways to deal with the Slark, but IO Slark, it's so potent. And it's already a good lane into Timbersaw. So this is Liquid sacrificing this top lane. So far, not going too well. Aster, they've got all the punch in the laning phase with this. You see it as well as we look bot. Like, Mickey's under tower, Iron Shell. Like, Insania's trying to do a little bit of bodying, but a lot of pressure being applied everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. And do they have timings to work towards on Liquid, or is this going to be for the first, like, kind of 3-4 levels where they have to just play survival?
I think for top lane at least, it's relatively level based, because when Kotl has more points in Illuminate, for example, you can now start like skipping the wave, double pushing out together, playing on like pull camps. But before then, it's all on Aster to try and find their window of opportunity, mainly around blinding like cooldown. Like if it's down, go. If it's up, just bait it out.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. CS wise, 9 and 0 to the start.
So
yeah.
We'll see if able to follow up on that.
Want to give it a go?
Yeah, pretty calm actually up in this top lane at the moment. Okay. They got their kill and they're happy about it, I suppose.
Yeah, the other option for Aster is to take that free kill, farm up, let's say, the boots on the Slark, and then you go again, right? So then rather than forcing your hand and going to half HP, just wait for the big timing, because you have that slight advantage. And they are getting brought quite low as well. Like, this isn't... They are... Oof. The shit. Oh god, Boxy's level 3. Okay, he's got 2-point chakra. Alright, that does... Boxy's crushing it, what am I saying?
Yeah, meanwhile in the bottom lane, they just get chased down. This is such a brutal combo. The Undying and the Muerta, you know, you throw down the Cooling, you throw down the Tombstone, you can't escape. At the moment, it looks like you're about to escape, you get shot back by the dead shot, so very easy way to set up for kills for them. And of course, no points in Surge just yet, so no way of escaping.
Yeah, no, yeah, Liquid finding the windows, right? Of course, you go for the 2-point chakra. So I was talking about Illuminate, and that's the worst logic to think, actually, in hindsight, because it's like you're going for the don't play the lane, but of course with Timbersaw, you can just go aggressive, right? So, sure, I like the fact he goes for the 2-point chakra, and you are just muscling up into them. It is going to be a high risk, high reward, because there's scenarios where, like this, where you try to be aggressive and maybe it doesn't work out.
Yep, Zai is getting low here, but Slark, he actually changed his target, looking over towards Boxy instead. I mean, doesn't have a leap available, so trying to chase down Zai there would have been very difficult indeed, and yeah, looks like that's going to be that for the time being. Well, this jump will be available in 5 seconds, and they'll have to keep their distance until then. And you can actually see Zai salving up. He's got this ring of health, but he's salving up anyway, because he knows that he just needs to be full health in order to survive the initial jump, and then get himself away after.
Yeah, and Pichu, he's got 13-1 charges, so the next time this scuffle comes up...
Oh, okay. There's no mana left on Nisha to keep on chasing him down. They got to get the water runes. He can't let himself get baited in by the water runes, but... Bottom lane. Once again, they're trying with the combo. Yep, Kaka, he's the one in trouble. Mickey's kind of low, but not really low enough. XXS trying to get himself away. Oh, still no points in Surge as well. Goes to the double handshell, of course, but will that get him the kill onto Insania here? He can't catch him. There's too many zombies. Day of the Dead down here as Insania is going to get the kill onto XXS instead. I gotta say, like, you need to have a point of Surge in this lane, man.
So, I mean, he's only level 3. If he was level 4, sure that will occur, but... Just look at the top bars. Everyone on Liquid is so low. Like, everyone is less than 50% HP, and that's exactly what Aster want to do. And of course, top Boxy overstepped his mark a little bit, got hit by the pounce, and then did go down.
Yeah.
At least for Liquid,
they're coming out mid as well. Like, Sumail is actually really buttering up Nisha here.
I mean, Sumail, of course, mid lane. You expect him to do so well, and in matchups like this, where he can play on stuns, just annoy the CS pattern, and he's often going to draw ahead against other mid laners, and yeah, so far he is doing that. It's a quite great success.
Indeed, putting on yet another showing. Just fun. So I think we need to take an eye on these cooldowns at bottom, because it does feel like every time they've got this tombstone cooling combo. Oh, never mind, top lane. Yeah, that's where the action's happening. Zai jumping through the both of them with the timber chain to try and get away. Illuminate's coming through as well, but it's not going to be enough to keep Zai alive. They tried to go for some sneaky double welling death stuff there with the chakra magic, but it wasn't quite enough. The sustain is too much from PQ and Monet. Meanwhile, over in the middle lane, oh, that's a haste rune. Yeah, Samael's just like, all right, peace, I'm out.
He wishes he was playing the Ember there so he could remnant back, but alas, you don't get the rune, and back you go. And that is going to be the downside of Aster's lineup, because your IO has to hug the Slark and the lane hasn't been the complete shutout. Again, you can't really expect that to occur at this level. You now don't see the IO rotate to mid, of course. It's not a natural move for him to make as cleanly as other supports, and in doing so, Ember with the remnant and the positioning of both runes, you're probably going to expect Sumail to be losing out on the rune game for now. And already a very aggressive ward placed by Insania deep into the dire jungle. So you're going to be scouting out all the farming patterns of Aster. When Slark hits 6 and goes to jungle, that probably will get found, but for now, is going to be quite good information for Liquid to use.
Monet stacking it up on Zai, but being a little bit careful as well, you know. If he pounces in on that one, he's going to do it, and yeah, that's going to be Zai going down.
Oh.
That feels like a tough one for Zai.
He's dead.
He is.
I mean, okay, I will say, fair play to Liquid. They made this lane look at least pretty playable up until the point where they died 2 times.
Yeah, they died minute 1 and then pretty good 5 minutes, and then
it crumbled.
Minute 6, yeah, it's gone downhill.
I mean, I expect it from the Slark, right? Like, no one goes, wow, I love playing Timber into Slark. You'd be delusional, but yeah, the Liquid did alright, but no. Yeah. Now, this is the point where Slark is completely independent. As I was mentioning in the draft, as soon as that happens, Io hugs the Leshrac, and now Sumail, sure he doesn't get the runes, but now he's got an Io who is basically a walk-in bottled rune for him, farming up all the stacks in the jungle. The efficiency from Aster right now, they have a 2k lead at the 8-minute mark. Slark has nearly 1,000 more gold than Murta, the opposing carry. Liquid need to be careful. One wrong move and Aster's lineup will just kick up the gear. Zai walks back to top lane again and already getting clicked down. You're not allowed up in this lane, mate. This is Slark's territory.
Yep, and if you're not careful, you're going to have Samael and PQ on you as well. They're hanging around nearby, so got to respect that one. Nisha's actually moving up here, and yeah, immediately sees here, like, oh, never mind. But Insania and Nisha are also looking at Kaka at mid, sending him back as well. A lot of posturing. Of course, the mobility from both these teams is kind of insane, so with the Ember Spirit and the Io, 2 heroes which can move around the map very quickly. Wow, a lot of damage coming out onto both PQ and Samael. Samael, I mean, he's not the target. They need to bring down the Io first, but of course he's got the Remnant, the Link to bring himself back. Meanwhile, Ember in the middle of everything. Nisha, oh, he gets caught by a stun. Samael catches him out, and that's going to be Nisha dead. Big kill, and now Slark jumps in on the sidelines, trying to find Boxy here. Boxy, I don't think he's got a way out of this one. Monet's going to bring him down. Oh dear, what a fight from Aster. Okay. Now they come in to steal his stacks as well.
3k lead, and Monet, he's scouting out the wards as well, so at this point in the game, you don't have a lot of control. Monet's already joining a lot of these early fights, so he's going to be able to just scout out the odd observer ward here and there, and this is what I was mentioning. Liquid, they need to be so careful. It's incredibly easy for Aster to crank up the pace of this game, and oh, was he going to deward that? I thought he just had like a sixth sense of like, oh, there's vision here.
I sense there's something.
Farewell, Kaka, but you shall die today.
Looks like it, although they're making him work for it. Nisha, ooh, nice dodge this time around. Doesn't get caught by that split up, but still pretty scary. Chains is out though, and that'll allow him to get away, but
another solo kill top. Oh, he has the Echo Saber pre-10 minutes.
Jesus.
But he's an absolute beast. Look at him. He's going to go for Diffuser Blade as well. Like, he is fully getting into the build of, I am fighting now, and if you see me, you're going to be dead. And that's why, like, in the draft, you were mentioning how, like, Aster, like, they don't care with their picks, right? And this is the reason why. If you pick Undying Kotl, control isn't your friend, so lock in that Slark. Give him the game he wants. Liquid, they need to try and... Right now, the main goal for them is just to create noise and hope that Mickey can farm up a storm behind them. Like, he is going to be their insurance policy right now. Because Zai, he just doesn't have a game. He's got Midas in his quick buy. I don't know if he's going to lock into that one on the Timbersaw, but this is when you know Liquid are playing for the ultra late game.
Yeah, they want to play some Liquid Dota this time around. Falling back to it. They're like, well, they can never break our high ground, so let's just play for the late game.
You can say European Dota, you know? Like Tundra, they installed it into us in the old previous TI, and then since then it's the plan B. Then again, also technically, the real innovator was Amar, because before that TI where Tundra won, he was the off-laner that would go Midas on like Razor and stuff, right? But did he not technically create the scaling meta?
But then if we go back to TI1, then Hemp was kind of greedy, playing off-lane wins, so...
Did he not create the greedy meta?
Yeah, but then we go back to Dota 1. Anyway, Mickey's being jumped. He doesn't actually connect with the pounce. Is that going to make a difference? Mickey, he's got no points in ultimate, so he can't avoid it, but he gets a dead shot off regardless, but it doesn't matter. Lasso is out. Mickey, can they finish the job? The heals are coming through, but it's not enough. They will bring him down. Mickey is gone, but Nisha trying to find some return kills here. He jumps in for the reload, but gets chained up, and that's going to bring them both down. And Sania gets both of these kills, and now they're looking in for more Monet. He doesn't have a Shadow Guards available. They don't have a cancel, but they do have the damage. Down goes Monet. Oh dear. I mean, sure, you get the carry, you get what you came for, but you lose so much immediately afterwards on the side of Aster.
Quite the blunder. Like, that is such a difficult spot to gank into, going from the high ground into that, like, low ground water spot, and then it's so close to the tier 2, so you got the bonus armor as well. Like, Aster, they're trying to force the moment. They have all the items to do it, but they're just not connecting on the spells, and in doing so, Liquid, you know, rainbow TP in and perfect turnaround. That is like the only way Liquid gets to take a fight right now. Like the counter play with Aster not hitting their mark, and they need to be careful for Aster. Like Muerta, she is the one that can get to the point where Leshrac runs in, boom, half HP already. Get out of here. So you need to be careful you don't feed away too many kills to this. Sure, Muerta did die, but execution wasn't the cleanest there from Aster. Will Zai go for this Midas? I mean, no, he's not. Okay, cool. Thank God.
He's changed it up. Just making everyone sweat a little bit, you know? Entertainment.
Just a little bit. Oh. And of course, yes. That's a good point. Zai did get the Slark kill. So that is his Midas. Because he got the Slark kill and he stole the gold from his team, he's like, you know what, boys? I don't need that anymore.
Maybe it was like a negotiation. He was like, give me the next kill, give me the Slark kill.
Or I did Midas. Yeah.
Okay, Zai, I'm sorry. Take it.
You can take it. Yeah. They do like slash roll mid-fight to see who gets the higher number to get the kill.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting from Mickey though. Like this build where you don't take Pierce the Veil, you know, it's very greedy. Could have helped them survive there, I'm not sure, but oh, top lane, that's a lasso coming out onto Zai, and yeah, good night, sweet prince.
Tapping the Midas again?
For you.
I'm not even gonna look about how many wards they expended for this by bottom. Oh, it's actually a smart strat. They're not expecting the Nisha.
No, I think they're just bringing down Savale here. Let's see, PQ, can he do anything about it? I mean, he's jumping in, he's throwing down a bit of heals, and Nisha, he's getting kind of low in the process here. In comes a wall, but Nisha, he's got the remnants, just get himself back, so they're gonna bring down the king and back themselves away. No casualties expended.
As well, you know, Sumo, he's going for quite a aggressive build in nature due to the fact he's going for the Yules, and that allows him to set up onto these heroes, but also he doesn't have, let's say, the Bloodstone at this point in the game, and yeah, Karkov's stealing away the 2 Wisdom Runes.
Double Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, it's going to be good there. Like, again, Aster, they are playing the wider map, right? They're looking for constant kills, Sumo does go down, and they're itemizing for the current moment. So that's what Liquid, their read on the game, when they start clicking on these heroes, it's like, Leshrac didn't go Bloodstone, Slark isn't buying super scaling items. Okay, if we just survive, then they should be able to, you know, play it out.
He's trying to turn it around to Monet here, but Monet's just popped the ultimate, keeps slapping away into Zai, but he's going to die for it. Oh dear. Not the play you really want to be making here. I mean, just not really respecting that there's still a tier 1 up, so they can still just TP heroes in, no problems.
Yeah, Aster just getting a bit carried away, right? The bottom tier 2 not hitting the spells, then Sumo dying mid, Monet making the solo play top. Like, yes, you've been aggressive this entire early game. Yes, you've been finding kills, but there'll be a point where your opponent will at least have a little bit more HP to then take the rebuttal, to have that TP in. And I don't think Aster are kind of calibrating their aggression as the game continues, right? They're just continuing to try and do the same thing. And Liquid, they're finding the punishment time and time again. and now smoke up as well. Like, I honestly didn't expect Liquid to be making a smoke play in the previous like 4 or 5 minutes of play, but Aster, they have given Liquid the confidence to do it with how they've
they really have. And
thrown
these
away
two
their
deaths in
lead
a
a
row
little
for
bit.
Slark put Mickey in front, and now he's looking to join some fights of his own. Nice dead shot jumping on through, cancelling out the Leshrac, and they are just both gone. The damage is not lacking from this team right now. They're going to take down everybody. 3 heroes dead in the blink of an eye on Team Aster. Liquid with a huge invasion into the triangle. Pays off massively.
Poor old Aster. They had everything in their own hand, in the palm of their hand this game. But Liquid, of course, so disciplined. Consistently second place. Maybe this is the time.
Well, now. Oh, in the groups,
We are
I
in
see.
the
Yeah,
play.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, there we go. They'll win the
in
group, they'll get it
groups,
first. There we go.
Top lane, though, Monet does find his kill onto Zai once again. It's been a bit of a trade now.
It's a true love story. This Monet and Zai. He solo kills, then he gets the return kill, then another kill. And you mentioned it earlier, the Murta build, but I actually really like the idea of this because I think level 1 Pierce the Veil is very underwhelming. Yes, it's defensive. You know, meanwhile I say that, it might be going down. It doesn't actually have mana to use Pierce the Veil.
Yeah, the defusal just took away the mana he needed to cast Pierce the Veil there, so it does end up going down. That's unlucky.
I do like
Pretty
the fact
big kill.
that it's a very farm style. It's like a skirmishy farm style build. It's really cool. And then obviously at 10 you just put 2 points, or at 12, sorry, you put 2 points into your ult. Nisha jumps back out again. No, either team right now, if they fill the window of opportunity, they can just be super aggressive and sweep through the map. But I still feel like I want Aster to be the ones dictating it as 5. Like, I've yet to see the Lesh be with the Slark, with the darksteel behind. Like, I've not seen the perfect synergy of all 5 heroes hitting that team timing. And they are going to get a glimpse of Timbersaw in the bot lane, so maybe they look to do something. But again, if you look at the minimap, they're spread so wide. The Io's playing with the Slark, not with the Leshrac, so there's no relocate play either.
Yeah, what's your take on this? Like, why have they decided to kind of switch this up for the time being?
So Leshrac doesn't really have kill threat with his current build. Like, if he has a Bloodstone, then it's pumping out a lot of damage over time, right? But because he went for this Yules, Simo's kind of playing the supporting cast member, where he'll be behind the Slark, throwing in the stun, throwing in that Yules control, right? So Slark is the one that needs to get amped up to get the killing blows. The issue is right now, just on the map, they're not really utilizing that go find and hunt, get the kill start play, because Slark is one of the best heroes at running into areas, throw the relocate on top of him, and now suddenly you're breaking the game with your ability to play the map. But now Aster are smoking up again. Leshrac not in the smoke, so maybe the Io goes towards the Leshrac to pick him up, but it's
Taxi
from Baron
has
as well.
arrived. Here we go. Jump onto Timbersaw. Once again, it's under a tier 1, so they can TP if they want to, but they don't want to. That's the lost cause. Once again, Zai going down. 7th death of the game, by the way. Leave people to make their own assumptions about what's going on there, but it's a tough Timbersaw game, as mentioned. He's kind of fallen on the sword for his team in this game, that's for sure. The Slark matchup is terrible. They continue to take the tower, and they've got the Yules out onto the Ember Spirit, but the stun won't quite be on the mark from Sumail. You need to get it perfect versus that hero. Meanwhile, they're just killing off the tombstone on the backlines. Insania tried to get a cheeky one down, but they find him. And now the leash onto Nisha. He's in trouble. He needs some help. And then comes the ultimate from Nick. They just blow up the Batrider. They'll be able to take him out, and they'll have to back away on the side of Aster. They don't want to take this fight no more, but the chains are out onto the Darkseer. Insania's on top of him as well. Dead shot to throw him back, and XXS gets his face blown off by Mickey. There's going to be 2 kills coming out from the side of Liquid, and yeah, surprisingly, they're doing pretty great in these long, drawn-out fights, which versus a Slark Leshrac draft is very surprising to me.
Yeah, but also Aster, they didn't hit the vacuum into Leshrac stun. The Darkseer also didn't have mana for the wall after, so in that key moment, it could have been a completely different story. If you stun up that Muerta, if you hit the wall, Aster could have crushed that fight, but it's a little bit of misexecution once again for Aster. Kind of the theme of the game right now. That's what's keeping Liquid in it, but also Liquid, they're doing a very good job at presenting themselves at each and every opportunity to allow for Aster to make the mistakes, to you know, just at least capitalize on it. And now because of that, they're gonna smoke up again. So I feel like it's Aster makes a move, doesn't perfectly connect, Liquid survives, they go get a kill, and that's how Liquid are just clawing themselves through this game to make sure that Muerta can keep scaling. And of course, she is about to overtake the Slark in net worth.
Yeah, they've been kind of
Mentioning
drag
she's the
racing it
big
out
hero.
a little bit recently. Like, each of them kind of edging over the other, and then back around again. And yeah, this time they're baiting Zai. They say, okay, we know what they want. Okay, Slarks want one thing, and it's disgusting.
What a boring hero Slark is. Like, he walks up. Oh no, I'm so slow. There has to be vision. Boring. I'm a +5 player, of
counter
course.
smoke though. Now this is exciting too.
This is.
They've
know
read
where
the bait, and now they're calling the bluff, I guess. And let's see what they can find. Jump in, Lasso comes out, they're throwing everything onto Zai once again here. They want to try and take him down. Monet committing the whole damn caboodle onto the guy, and they will take him down. Insane is going to be next, and he will also fall. Wall even committed for this one. I mean, it kind of feels like if you throw down Tombstone, I'm going to throw down Wall, and that's the trade they're going to make. But yeah, Aster will get themselves 2 more kills down here, and I mean, a tried and tested strategy. Go and kill Zai.
This is the rush. Yep.
Yeah. Ooh, that's true, actually.
I mean, your daytime, you've just killed 2 heroes. Mainly the Timbersaw, who's a kind of that initial... he's not the initiator, but he'll jump into the fight to give vision on everyone. So then Water and Ember know where to kind of place their heroes in the fight. And of course, if he dies, yeah, go to Roshan straight away. No, to be fair, Aster, it was a really nice read, right? You smoke up in, as soon as Slark knows his vision, you disengage, use that secondary smoke to wrap deeper around. It was a really well thought out scenario. And whoa! No! And then I was relocating to yoink it. Oh no!
There's more. It's getting worse. All right,
okay,
they got the Tormentor.
Did get the shot. They got it. They got it. That's so worth it. That is
3 heroes
so
dead.
worth.
It's fine. Oh my god. I've seen bad torments in my life, but
we didn't see it.
The worst. I was watching the whole thing. I'm not even joking. Muerta just popped ulti and just killed them both. It was kind of funny. Nisha's now dead as well. Wow. I mean, this is
what
just...
What the hell?
The spaghetti is out of the fanny pack. It's all over the floor. It's going very, very wrong very, very quickly.
This is great. I love... This is like the raw Dota, you know? This is the before the group stage Dota, where you can see that they've still got some, you know, screws to tighten a little bit before they get to
off.
the,
you
to
know,
the big
we're in
boys,
the back alley.
It's just Monet and Zai just doing a little slap competition against each other, you know, just 1 for 1.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, this is this is some dirty Dota at the moment. Mickey kind of baiting in Monet a little bit. I mean, he's got this 4-staff now, the Hurricane Pike, to back away from the guy, and yeah. You know, his ultimate's not one of these games where you can just ulti and do whatever you like. They got a lot of ground target damage, AoE. You've also got the dead shot, which works inside his ulti as well. So there's quite a few things they can throw at him to stop him just running around.
It feels like the game where BKB is pretty good.
True, yeah.
Just because, like, Blinding Light is so obnoxious for you. Of course, you can Dark Pact it off, but it's like, maybe you don't need it. Maybe you just need status resistance. He's currently thinking about going for the Sanj and Yasha, but we'll see where he does go with the build. I wouldn't be opposed to him just being so strong that he has a BKB and just clicks his way through the game. And Mickey.
Once again, smoking into the smoke. Samel has been seen though. This is a great first target, but they need the damage to bring him down. He's got the BKB, so Samel might just get himself away. Still some heavy clicks coming out, but not quite enough to finish it up. But now Lasso comes out. They managed to find Mickey. It's a big target, but they need to finish the job here, and they can't do it. Ultimate comes out from Mickey. Now he's able to turn around and start getting the damage off. But the Depth Shroud doing so much work in the middle of the fight, but they'll take down Kaka. Mickey's so low, though. His own illusion doing so much damage to him. He's trying to fight up into them, but it's not quite enough. He's going to fall. Monet still healthy and still looking for a target. The next one's going to be Ember Spirit. Ember trying to get away. Nisha on the escape. The Chakra's going to refresh his spells. Monet's so low, but he will claim the kill. Now moves on to Zai. Zai, he's got the Timber Chain, and he's got the Whirling Death available, so he will be able to take the first life away from the Slark, but he's coming back in just a second, and he's going to be looking for more.
Surge him up.
Boxy.
Oh, Boxy.
The tree lines. Oh, very cute, but not cute enough, unfortunately.
Oh, this is so wholesome. They're running around the tree together.
Yeah, but he's still dead. Cute players from Boxy, but unfortunately this Ags just means that, yeah, Monet, he gets as many leaps as he wants. And that was, unfortunately, another pretty bad fight for the side of Liquid, meaning that Aster can now look to pressure this tier 2 in the middle lane.
Yeah, you just saw from the fight breakdown there, Slark, big XP injection there, but Liquid actually getting, a bit late now, sorry I baited you there. Getting a little bit more gold actually from that engagement. The key thing here is, for Liquid,
nice try.
They just need that BKB on Mickey. Like, the amount of times that we've said this already for Muerta, she is the hero that she needs me on it. She needs this Hurricane Pike. then you get BKB, and then after that, any damage item you buy feels great. But until you get those 3 items, you're kind of like the awkward, squishy, drow-esque hero. Once you get the BKB, you're in the middle of the fight. You're just A-clicking, spinning around, killing everything, right?
Yeah.
And Aster, they have recalibrated themselves to be able to start punishing this.
Okay,
Then you're by yourself,
it's a dead
boss.
shot, but that calling does do a decent amount of damage and slowing down the attack speed. And yeah, PQ tried to join his Slark and just ended up getting cooked. So that's a nice little trade for Liquid as they strike back a bit. But Aster still looking so damn good, and Samael just full of
Samael,
confidence
what?
up here in the top lane. Is this too much confidence?
He doesn't have a TP. What's happening?
He does have a BKB, but he's holding off for the time being. He's trying to bait them in for something. I don't know what. Is he just saving his BKB because he knows he's dead?
Pretty much.
Into the tree line, and down he goes. Samael gets taken out.
That was wild. I mean, we already know that Monet's playing this game with one mindset, and that's go, go, go. And anyone who follows him is at the risk of death. Fair, we understand that. But unfortunately, yeah, Sumo, again, a little bit of a lapse of judgment, a rare kind of mistake from him where he just kind of throws his body, no TP. You could argue, of course, if he has the TP up, he'll just BKB TP out. Sure, life's good.
Yeah. So he didn't
Aster's
realize
like-
the Tormentor was down. If the Tormentor was up, then Liquid would have inevitably killed themselves on it, so he would have been fine. But
Ah, so true.
Yeah,
Mickey would have
unlucky.
just popped his ult and just killed Insania for the memes again.
no,
God,
Liquid,
Liquid
you
really
don't get
are
to live
just
that one
trying
down
to play
so
on
quickly. That one's not getting left under the rug.
Poor guys.
But yeah, I mean, also on the flip side, they are playing very well into a 7k gold deficit. They're picking up kills and they're making it look very competitive in a game which other teams would definitely just be crumbling at this point.
It's because they have ways to push up waves very cheaply, be it through Kotl. You have the recall as well, your Ember with the Remnants. So you've got a very like global team, and that just means you're defensively positioned. You can always have the numbers. Well, Aster, how many times have we mentioned Slark's by himself? Lestrax are farming. You know, like there's always this kind of disjoint a little bit with Aster. And even here, look,
Yeah.
Aster are initiating, but Liquid already 4 heroes ready to recall in the Timbersaw as well. Like, Liquid are always
Holding the high
poised for this fight.
ground,
So it's on Aster to take the fight construct correctly, and it's been honestly so 50-50. Like, half the time I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome, and the other time I'm like, what's happening?
yeah. Yep.
That volatility is quite interesting to see. And do they have any smokes
Very
available on
entertaining.
Aster? Oh, they do. Thank you for answering my question.
Yep, pop it and go. But one thing we were mentioning
have
earlier,
so
you
many
know,
wards.
Mickey really needs that BKB, so thankfully he is almost at his Silver Edge, which he decided to build instead, so...
Oh,
Unlucky
okay.
T.
That's alright.
No, I can't.
So they are wrapping around.
Good, but we'll talk about that in a minute as there is some action presumably taking place. Kaka doing a bit of scouting, but once again, Liquid, they're just holding under their ward here. The safety of the high ground, the safety of the ward, dangling Zai a little bit. He has been the sacrificial lamb this game and will continue to be so. Fear out. Forced him back. He did have the Dark Pack going, but in comes a lasso. That'll drag him out of position and make this a much safer kill away from that pesky high ground. He'll take him down. Zai's gone.
Interestingly.
Oh, Isha is in pretty deep here. Yeah, let's see if they can actually punish this. I mean, he's got no BKB. Great wall coming out from XXS on the sideline, so they'll take down Boxy. Mickey doing a decent amount of damage, though, forcing them back, but doesn't want to cross through in that wall. You see, he's just completely blocked off. He's going to have to deal with his own illusion now. Will kill that off. But yeah, again, you know, it's a lot of
Instant
spells
disengage.
committed, but yeah, 2 buybacks from Liquid, and Aster will respect that. Gem on the Slark, sees everything.
Yeah, this gem is just disgusting. Liquid, they put 3 observers in this triangle to try and make some defensive play, but Aster super slow in their engagement. They walk up, deward the first ward, get the timber kill, then they bait a little bit, double buyback, instant disengage. All 5 heroes, 180 spin, boom, straight back to the dire side of the map. And that's kind of what you want to do with this lineup, and it is beautifully executed. Kaka doesn't have the lasso for another 12 seconds, but if he did, whew, it'd be fishing right now.
They'll be looking for another one. This really has been Kaka setting up for, like, you know, when you have these big 5-on-5 stalemates, he's been the one to break it every time. He's that guy at Helm's Deep that fired the first arrow. Just scoop someone away, make it a nice safe kill, and then, yeah, it's a really nice way to take the fights. I'm wondering if there's anything Liquid can do to counter that, though. I mean, They don't have any Lotus Orbs, so that's not really an option.
Yeah, this is the
Not
awkward
much.
state of Liquid, because like their heroes have itemized for themselves, right? Boxy's got the 4-staff, so that's also the enabling items. Solar Crest doesn't help in this scenario. 4-staff, not really. There's no Lotus, there's no Lincolns. Zai bought the pipe. Like, there's nothing to really amp up the you stand here and we'll protect you from their single target spells. And there's also no BKBs, so it's not as if you're gonna prevent the VAC really repositioning you as well. So I think overall Liquid, they are in an awkward position of the game where if they play for themselves and they can make the fight very kind of dragged out, they should be fine. But if it's in the heat of the moment, like the lasso back into death, they're not ready. They're not prepared for that. And potentially, this is why Muerta did go for the Silver Edge over the BKB. She knows that the lasso is so, you know, prevalent. So rather than starting the fight going, I'm at the center of it, she'll play in the shadows, in the corner. Lasso's used, boom, now you kind of appear and go for the fight. So that maybe is the reasoning for the two.
Yeah. And also, BKB is false confidence as well. You know, you get that BKB, you're like, I am a god. And then you get Lasso and you're like, I'm not.
Exactly. So again, I'm not too opposed to it. It's just they need to execute on this kind of playstyle. Because the trade-off is, if you have Silver Edge get into the middle of the fight, go to click, but then suddenly now you're vac walled into Lesh stun, it's like, you know, there's always going to be the, I wish I had this next item, right? But that's always the case with these types of heroes. With Drow, with Muerta, with Medusa, you always are hoping for your next item to really enter the game with even more confidence. And this next Roshan could be the answer to giving either of these teams confidence. Liquid's ability to bounce back, or Aster to close it out. But Aster, they're the ones who are positioned right now to go for this Roshan. They have everything needed to sweep throughout this game and not care.
Yeah,
Will be an Aegis and a
going to be
cheese.
contesting this one. There's no high ground here they can hug. So
Be surprised.
this is what the lull in the action was about, though. Just waiting for a chance to spawn, not wanting to take any high-risk engagements before that point. And now you can get into the pit, get your Sark and Aegis, make it even more invincible, or maybe give it a Smail if they will fancy it.
I love the quick buys of Liquid. Like, Control's been a key theme of Liquid's ability to fight as well. You've got Hex on Timbersaw, Hex potentially on Ember Spirit. You've got an Ags on Keeper of the Light. Like, three of their heroes are desperately rushing to farm the jungle in the hope to get some type of control into like the decisive engagement. And round 2, Liquid.
Oh
can
god!
you do
Run!
it?
Run!
Oh,
Run! Mickey's trying to kill you all again. It nearly happened again. See?
I've never seen a pro team struggle to do Tormentor to this level. Alright.
Here we go. Here we go. Tormentor goes down. Nice big win for Liquid. I
Yeah.
mean, taking down
Big
the
win.
Tormentor there. You know, last time it took them so much, but this time they take it for free.
Can we
Huge.
artificially add another kill to their top score, please? And now on 20 kills, not 19.
Dude, add another player to the side of Aster. I want to see the Tormentor's health and mana next to Io.
Yeah, these 6-man rosters, I thought we'd get rid of them last year.
Nice.
Thanks.
So, what do Aster need to break the high ground right now? You know, they've got an Aegis. They've got a lot of items. They've got a bunch of BKBs. They've got a Blink Dagger on the Darkseer. Are they still looking for a
High
pickup
ground is-
outside the base, or...?
Yes, 100%. Their draft
Okay.
is not good at going to high ground cleanly. Like, your Slark doesn't really tickle the towers, or he does tickle the towers, he doesn't beat down the towers. And Leshrac, he can't rely on Edict, especially into Slight Spam plus this Muerta. So for Aster, they need to hope that Liquid leave their base to present the opportunity to get the pick off, and then it's always, we force buyback, and we're kind of that stage of the game. It's death by 1,000 cuts style for Aster, and you already see that now with the smoke up. They're looking to get that one kill, because Liquid, even though they're defensively positioned, they still need to send that one hero out to at least get a little bit of the wave. But just look at how Liquid are hugging the far left-hand side of the map. They don't want any of this, because of course the classic thing here is place the ward. Other teams would have fell victim to this. Blink Lasso, drag back death. Suddenly you've lost a Rax or two. But Liquid, very much aware of this potential play, and they are not even in their base. You know what, Aster? You can have it. It's
Yeah.
yours.
I mean,
We'll see you in game 2.
I think that's taking it a bit too far, perhaps, but...
I mean, you got to be careful though.
And here we go. Immediately jumping in. The Agnes is out as well. 2 heroes just dragged back. It's straight into the jaws of Monet, who is waiting to snap shut around Boxy. They'll take him out. Insanely getting low as well, trying to get himself up to the high ground, and does get himself away. Monet does commit the ultimate for this one, though. Muerta still not back in the base, by the way. She is just like, nah, that looked terrible. 2 heroes got lassoed. I'm out. See you later. And, well, another nice vacuum coming through onto the 2 of them. Follow up with the split earth as well. That'll take down Zai. And the Spirit in a spot of bother here, but he's still just pumping out these slides, doing a decent amount of damage to Aster, trying to force them out here, but they're showing no signs of leaving, and they can go for bottom if they want to. Monet jumping in again. They've got the silence out onto the Ember Spirit. He could be in trouble. Force Staff comes out from Mickey, but it's not enough to keep him alive. They'll get the kill onto Nisha and keep it going. And now they're looking for tier 4s. Aster are looking to slam the door shut, and I think they might just be able to. Mickey gonna see what he can do here, but there is absolutely nothing. The Hex is there. Buyback from the Ember Spirit. They'll try and keep Mickey alive, but there comes a BKB. There comes a Fist of Veil. There's nothing to really do damage to him through this right now, but unfortunately, they're just gonna wait it out and then immediately try and kill him when he comes back in, and that will be successful. Now, they'll just look to clean up the rest. No buyback available on the Muerta. GG is called, and game number 1 goes to Aster.
What a weird and wonderful game as well for Aster. They were dictating this entire game, be it through its ups and its downs. It was always Aster who were the kind of the culprit, and they finally are able to take the win. But for Liquid, it's they do all this farming, they're delaying, and then this one observer into Ag's backrider that I didn't catch until it happened. You execute 2 supports and game's over. So yeah, Aster showing us raw aggression this time around in their playstyle. Not the cleanest of aggression, but still, they kept to the script. They didn't stop doing that playstyle, and eventually it did beat down Liquid, which is a rare thing to say.
Absolutely, yeah. And, we've seen, we pick up the king as we have to. Samel, an excellent mid planer, did do very well in the middle lane, but honestly, this is the Monet show, and it was yesterday as well. He had some really great games yesterday. Today, proven to be on the same level of performance. 19-2 this game, right? 19-2. Nobody else on his team had more than 3 kills.
A couple of his deaths though were some of his deaths were kind of wild, but no, he was leading the entire game. Like, he was commanding his team to go for fights, and that was maybe where the ups and downs were occurring, because Monet had one mindset, which was I am the Slark, there is no control, follow me. And then of course they were causing some rifts, but it was refreshing to see this level of aggression coming from Aster. Of course, I think we're seeing here on our screen as well with Kaka, he was the sleeper MVP in this game. Like if you look at the scoreboard, you give it to Slark, right? But when you think about Batride and what he achieved, it was always isolate the Timbersaw, isolate this big core, get this quick kill. He picks up at the Ags at the final minute, throws down the Observer, and yeah, I just feel like the smoke movements and the little mini comebacks Aster had to make was always based around Batride's positioning, his like smoke, the ward, like everything was, I don't know. It was a really fun game to watch. He was
breaking the defense of Liquid, right? Like, I feel like
exactly,
that's the number one thing.
Yeah, 100%. But it again, it's just the graph is up, it's down. It was left, it was right. It found a new whole axes to go on, but we'll see if Liquid can to find some muscle up into this next game. Yeah. Also, it's like a rare game where you don't really see Mickey as well. Like, he finishes the game like 2-5 and 13. Like, often we're talking like his scorelines being double-digit kills, barely a couple deaths to his name. So they just were never really able to get this Muerta into a fighting position due to that Aster kind of beat down on the map.
Yeah, it always felt like the Muerta just needed one more item, just to be a little bit further ahead in this game, which he never was. Partly due to a couple of good ganks from Aster, and partly due to just kind of the way Meke chose to play it. He just needed to find one good fight to get himself into the game. If he did, who knows? It would have been a completely different game, I reckon. I think we would have seen an entirely different story coming out from Liquid. But as it stands, Aster didn't give them the chance. They played very, very cleanly, and now they stand a chance of topping out the groups here if they're able to get the 2-0 over Liquid. But of course, we'll have to wait until game number 2 to find out about that, and that'll be coming up after this short break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide.
Hello, you beautiful people, and welcome back. It is, of course, the Riyadh Masters 2023, where we are in the play-ins, but we're heading into the playoffs of the play-ins, but that's later on. Right now, we've got the last series of the groups, or second last series of the groups, and of course, this one is Team Aster versus Team Liquid. Both these teams are currently confirmed to be top 2 positions in this group, meaning they will qualify for the group stage. Okay, so there's no chance of them getting eliminated right now, but both these teams are playing pretty hard for the glory of first place, and Aster were the first ones to get a win under their belt in game number 1. They did so in a pretty tidy fashion, T.
Yeah, so what happens if they draw this? Because then technically they're on the exact same thing. Do they have it doesn't matter. It means
I
literally
imagine
nothing.
we start looking down the list at things like game time and such for
Alright.
what metrics we
Just
can
for
use.
the
It's
pride,
just for seeding, and it's seeding for a group stage, which is round robin anyway, so it literally just determines
Focus
game
on the
order.
important things. But imagine if you bomb out in the next stage, you can at least say that you came first in this stage, right?
Exactly. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I mean, one team drew against Entity, one team drew against TSM, so it's which one's got more weight to it? Again, it really doesn't matter. Of course, the winner of this, again, Leroy mentioned it, they're both through, right? So they are just kind of playing for public scrims, I guess is a nice way of wording it. Just showing us a little bit more information before they enter the next phase.
Yeah, and pride and glory of first place in the you get to tweet that. You get to put that little tweet going first place in play-ins, smile face, good start, something like that.
Sure, I mean,
that's the dream.
But it's a cheap tweet.
Yep, that's it. That's what everyone's here for.
Okay, what's the change-up going to be in this game at least? So Aster in the previous game was first pick, and this time around Liquid will be the first pick team. So we'll see the slight variations there. Liquid so far in this tournament have been first picking Io, Timbersaw,
Damn.
and that's
Entirely
about it.
different bands this time around, actually. Completely different. We got Snapfire and Timber banned out by Liquid. Meanwhile, Aster get rid of the Undying and the Io. So yeah, respect being shown from each team as well. Aster said, "Oh, your Undying is pretty nasty. We're gonna get rid of that dude." And yeah, actually, Liquid respecting
Not
nothing
opposed to
of
it.
Aster's. They just banned their own hero. Our Timber was so good. Damn, quick picks.
Brood, oh my god, what's this rapid Pudge?
What the hell?
All right. I'm
All right.
down.
We're getting spicy.
So my guess is Brood has now transitioned to being from the offlaner to the mid to the carry, right? And Pudge has always been the hero that's good against anyone that creates summons, be it illusions or kind of Zui-esque heroes because of the Ags. You naturally can get quite tanky. You can go and Ags and all this type of stuff. So I'll be excited to see where it goes. Also, this Enigma has been kind of the 5 position hero. We've been seeing it played by Solo, by even Seb's played it in the 4 position to some degree. So it's been kind of bouncing around the roles, but I could see this being a really janky lane, some Enigma Pudge potentially. Pudge just hits creeps, Enigma just farms the small camps behind him. Yeah, it could be a thing. I have no idea how good it is against Brood.
Yeah. But I kind of agree with what you said about the Pudge pick. Flesh Heap's also very cool.
So I'm checking the pro tracker stats of Pudge versus Broodmother, and it is very much Brood favored. The issue is that's probably an abundance of Pudge support, so it's actually kind of hard to factor in the Pudge carry game. So that's, you know what, that's a redundant stat. Okay. I retract what I've said.
You go and manually do the research on that one then, and I'll take.
I'm not going for 132 games now. I'm sorry. Actually, no, it's not. It's 312. But Christ.
You better get going then. You might be done. We're halfway through the game at this pace.
Just get a eureka moment. I'm like, I found it. It's good. But no, of course.
I mean, I imagine
again,
Flesh Heap
Pudge
against all those little spiderlings is going to be pretty cool. But then again, Brood doesn't really go for the carries anyway. Brood is a nasty little spider who tries to pick off the weak heroes on the side.
Yeah, again, so let's give context to Broodmother carry at least. Being the universal hero, you like to go for Manta, Harpoon, you go for Nullifier, and you're always playing on the run around the edge of the fight, grab a guy, kill them. You can easily jump into the middle of the fight if you have to, and you have that insatiable hunger to keep yourself, topped up. So the argument could be Broodmother who wants to be playing on her lifesteal and her right clicks. If you throw some big BKB piercing stuns, be it Dismember, even Black Hole, she isn't going to be as effective during that duration. Like when hunger is down, her effectiveness is like, you can clearly feel the lack of impact, right?
Yeah.
So that could be the argument, is just survive that timing, and then as long as you pick 3 heroes that have plenty of cheap damage, then the matchup would be good, right? And just trying to double check what happened to Pudge. He's not been touched since 7.33, and in 7.33 it was, if you want to really go back, it was like the rock got reduced by a little bit in regards to damage. His Dismember cast range did get increased, but channel time did go down. So it's like he wasn't too crazily nerfed or changed since the last time we saw him as a carry Pudge.
Yeah.
So yeah, nothing too crazy. I was just double checking to see if there was anything really left field, and yep, Liquid really are just going, let's just have fun with this next draft, because they are going Pudge, techies as well. We're gonna see the old hook into some mines, maybe, hopefully. That was the old days of
back
a combo.
in the day. It's very gross.
Yeah, I'm not analyzing this draft anymore. I'm just gonna say what the heroes do and see what happens.
Kind of, I mean, because Liquid can't get first place. They can only tie for first place now because it's best of 2. So do they just not care now?
Pride is gone. Yeah.
They're just like, we can't get first. There's no point. Let's go punch Techie's Meepo. Aster, you got to respond to this. You can't be the lame guys that go for like some super try hard sweaty brood draft into this. You gotta.
But you know the sad thing is, I look at these heroes, and it's like I'm not too put off by them, right? Just because of Aster. Like you got this brood, and it's like we already spoke about the Pudge being a pretty cool thing. The support's like I'm not. Even though Liquid are clearly a little bit more loose in their draft, it's not like the worst draft. It's not as if they're really random every pick, but I'm not going to sit here and try and entertain the niche values of each hero, because I don't think they're also applying the same amount of immense logic.
Oh my
so
god, Aster. they want their first place. They want their first place.
They do. I mean, it's a good Bloodseeker game. Like you've got AoE now in regards to the clock can be annoying. The Bloodseeker, of course, with Bloodright. Mjolnir picked up on the Bloodseeker, Ags as well. So this Bloodseeker will relatively have a very good time. Very high pace style hero. So yeah, Aster, boring. Liquid, fun.
Yeah,
Well,
Liquid.
maybe Sumel's the X
cool,
factor here.
Aster lame.
There we go. Maybe Sumel's got like the pocket pick to give this draft some, vibrant nature. But also the Bloodseeker pick does show that the Brood most likely is going to be offlane.
Yeah. I mean, it's XXS, right? Like, Broodmother and Legion Commander are the 2 heroes which he's probably played
Give
most.
me the
in
mid
total.
shaker. That's what I want.
Oh, yeah, that would be fun.
Give me a
That'd
mid
be
Earth
fun.
shaker for Aster. Like that'll give me some like levels to the enjoyment of this game.
Yeah,
like,
and it's still
Liquid-
sweaty enough. It's still a good pick,
Yeah,
but also fun. Yeah, I'm here for it.
exactly. Like some high range like whole councils as well, so Brood can like go tank them, you fissure them, then you have the Ags to get to the Meepo. Like that sounds fun. So Aster, have some fun.
No.
Because Liquid, they're having fun in spades right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the dream's no longer alive for Liquid. They can't take first place. They can only tie for first place, and they don't care about tying for first place. They can't tweet that. They can't play tied for first place in groups. That's just cope.
It's true.
Yeah. So.
Or
yeah,
maybe they're
Aster.
breaking the curse, because I believe at Bali they came first in the group, second in the tournament. Maybe if they come second in the group, they get first in the tournament. So maybe their psychologist has come to the room and said, guys, we're in this predicament where we can now actively get second without, repercussions. This is our moment. And he's now drafting, and Blitz got kicked out of the room. That could be the scenario that's unfolding right now here. Even the Warlock ban, like a
Why
casual Warlock.
Yeah.
Fatal bonds.
Damn. Someone's just like, my hero. They got it. God
Oh no, my mid Warlock was
damn it.
banned.
Warlock. To be fair, it'd be sick.
No,
You run in with like, you do. Here's a build. You do Fatal Bonds, then you get Radiance, you
Yep.
get Blink, and then you blink in Fatal Bonds, and then Upheaval, and then Radiance just kills everyone, and they can't get away from
Yeah,
it.
Bloodseeker plus Warlock does sound kind of fun. Like just the amount of just
Yeah.
stuff thrown around. I think for Aster though, they have 2 kind of big picks, which is like Pango or Earthshaker. They're the 2 that come to mind. Pre BKB, Shaker will do a lot of work against Enigma, but also you deal with the Meepo, or at least you control him. And then the Pangolier, of course, you can buy Basher, you can swash, annoy the Enigma, and then you buy Ags to constantly just AoE tick down the Meepo. So I think there's two kind of clear paths for Aster to close out their draft and be relatively, not boring, but at least drafting for the win, which again, I'm here for. I'm fine with that. But for Liquid, they got one more pick to make this even quirkier than possible. Also, it would have been impossible due to the height distribution. They went from Enigma, slightly shorter with Pudge, slightly shorter to Techies. Then they picked up around my height, which is the Meepo, and then they went back for another tool hero. So they are going for the Wi-Fi draft, but the final bar is in the wrong position. If Mars was in the first slot, that would have been beautiful. But they go for an OD, which, sure.
Disgusting.
Good save, single target save, but not the fun AoE control that we expected. But of course, the AoE damage that still exists, but not as fun as I was hoping for.
No, but you know, we'll take it. And oh, okay, it's actually going to be a Mickey Mars, by the way. So the carry Mars coming out for Team Liquid, and Boxy will be on the Pudge, Zai Enigma, and Nisha on the Meepo. So yeah, carry Mars. There's going to be some like some damage into an Ags with like these little soldiers, which kind of like stab around you in like kind of semicircles. Is that the idea here?
I think so. We carry Mars into Brood. Of course, with Rebuke, you go phase boots. You just always clear out the spiders, so it's a very good laning answer in that regard. I'd like to see him probably go for like, say, the Deso Satanic kind of realm, overwhelming blink, and it's just make your presence known with the fact that you will always arena contain people, plus kill them off with physical damage, rather than, of course, in other roles, you just set other people up to do the damage. I think the Ags is more of like a way down the line option. I wouldn't expect that to be in his primary toolkit, but yeah, Liquid, they've got quite a fun draft here. I think Zai, he had quite a rough game in the last one, and in this one at least, he's playing Enigma into a Rubik, into a hook shot, with some potential saves from OD as well. Like, it's not going to be the easiest game, but yeah, Liquid coming in with a fun draft. Can they execute on it? Who knows? And Aster, they really just want to get that clean 2-0 and move on to the next phase of the tournament.
Yeah, you know, they've got the king. They need to be at the top. That is the deal here. Let's see if they can pull it off as we get started with game number 2 of Aster versus Liquid here at the Riyadh Masters. I'm very excited for this one. I think this is going to be quite the romp. Or it might just be Aster smashing them because they've got the much sweatier draft. But we shall see.
I'm really impressed.
Yeah, I'm just going to triple check and make sure that we haven't seen any previous Liquid drafts where it's like they have done... Okay, they haven't. Just to really make sure that this isn't some S-tier Liquid strategy, but...
Zai said, I'm going mid on the Enigma. Samel said, no.
No.
Zai said, okay.
Imagine if it was that simple. You could just request and it's like, denied. It's like, we're going to tri lane. Wrong. It's like, oh, we're not going to tri lane anymore. Sorry.
The respect. And when Samel says no, you listen.
Yeah. I'm going to win TI.
Ooh,
Oh, sorry,
smoke
yes,
wrap around. They found Zai. Oh, but he dodges the blood grenade. Huge. He's in a bit of trouble here, though. They will connect with the blood. Right blood grenade comes down, but by Hughes holding really low as well. Oh, the right click. They're going to find him, but Zai gets first blooded. Pichu will be the first one to die in Aster, but not before getting first blood onto Zai in the process.
I mean, it's honestly Zai's fault. He all chatted it. Like, he literally said what he wants.
Oh, it's juicy from Boxy. Do they have to follow up damage, though, is a question. He's going to Astral try and get himself into the modicum of safety, but Nexe is just going to get in and take him down, and Samael, he's going to fall. A spear to the back of the head will do the job, and that'll be another kill going the way of Liquid.
Oh, there it is. All right.
Yeah,
Liquid
as
just
well.
cringe. Ooh.
He's accusing cringe. He's Twitch chat
This is
now.
on it. Alright, who's more cringe though, Sumo, huh? Your team for drafting like this, or Liquid for what, getting a kill or two?
That is...
Alright, you know. Get off your pedestal,
Those
mate.
in
Come on.
glass houses, Samael.
Yeah,
you're playing OD into this draft, and you're calling someone else cringe. I'm going for it. But it's going to be Mickey mid on the Mars.
Oh, interesting, yeah. So, I kind of expected just to put the Mars mid. I guess the issue here is if you put Meepo mid into the OD, OD will just punish you in regards to like early imprisons, the CS advantage. So you're never going to shut him down. With a Mars mid, maybe there's like some... I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I think I'd have preferred to see the Mars into the top lane. But if Nisha can find the farm, then equally can be as disruptive, right? Double poof, net, Plus it's Techie's quite a lot of kill combo. This is not fun for Boxy though.
Yeah,
get a
trading with the clockwork is it's pretty painful. Battery assault do be a spell.
Always the fun of clockwork against any hero that you can get on top of. As long as you've got the regen to keep yourself going there, it's super disruptive. And yeah, this top lane, I think you need to be slightly careful in the early levels for Aster, because if Liquid get level advantage, they throw a net plus double bomb blast off type of situation, then
Pichu being pretty aggressive
it's
here.
dangerous.
If they have the hook, oh my
The
goodness,
hook.
how does he land that? That was like round the
boxing, mate.
creeps. My
he's
goodness.
a good lad. He's gonna hit all the hooks.
All right, two for two, and some pretty impressive hooks coming out as well. These aren't easy. These aren't freebies. There's no stun setup. Just freeballing it. Beautiful. 2 hooks, 2 hits, 2 kills. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Mickey is enjoying his time being constantly sucked into an astral imprisonment. Very, very fun, but he's actually doing all right. In fact, he's doing better than all right. He's actually kind of outlaning Smell a little bit to the early stages here.
Yeah, he's doing really nicely on the CS, and they are trying to go aggressive on XSS top. He's getting relatively low. No points in the hunger right now, so he can't turn around and lifesteal. And yeah, this is where Liquid's laning setup is going to enable them to find more opportunities, right? The easy setup of the Meepo top, and then plus Nikke doing so well in mid lane with the early CSs and deny that, yeah, slowly pulling ahead. And another hook onto Pichu into the bot lane. No points in cogs yet, so he can't just push him back, but still able to run it off.
Yeah, when that Maledict runs out, they don't really have any ability to keep him in place. If Boxy tries to slow him down with the rot, he's just going to take a battery assault to the face. And with the rot damage as well, it's just going to be a lot of health wasted for no real gain.
I'm really intrigued to know like how the Liquid support staff right now are watching this game, because you know how after every draft they all go to the player room, they watch it very intensely. Like, are they watching this game like, oh
my goodness,
the timing's perfect.
Another one
Another hook.
onto Monet.
Of course.
Yeah, I think they're just watching Boxy and probably having a little cheer every time he lands one of these fat hooks.
Yeah, maybe we just keep the camera on Boxy for a little bit, just
Yeah, get a little
this man's popping off
ham on the bottom right.
in before he dies when we start looking.
He's okay. He's okay. In fact, they might even get the kill here. Yes, they will.
Another hook.
Down.
Another hook.
Here we go. Oh, Monet's got too much speed.
Oh,
They're too low. He's able to outmaneuver it with relative ease here. And yeah,
our fault for watching. That's the issue.
maybe he doesn't. He's not a performer. He doesn't like it when people watch.
I know. Okay, let's look away.
Unfortunate job.
He'll hit a hook when we go back. Yeah, it's all good.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, haven't really talked about this one so much, but Nisha and Insania chilling out against like Success and Kaka. Of course, we did see the death on the Brood, which is a little bit surprising to me, honestly, but that's the power of the techies. Very strong hero in lane. Oh, bottom lane again. The action does not stop down here, my god. I mean, they're just going to tank up that Blood Right together. It's a pretty annoying combo, the Blood Right plus the Rocket Flare. Now they've added that little slow onto the Rocket Flare. Quite obnoxious.
It's a really nice addition.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Hey, the hook landed.
Maybe he was going for the flag bearer.
Hook
I mean,
landed.
it technically landed, but Meepo in the top lane,
Ooh.
Insatiable Hunger is now available, and that's when Brood can really just take over some of these lanes.
Yeah, Insania
You
is
kinda
heading
go
to
on
the
him and he just
trees
turns it
against the
around.
Brood. That is unfortunate. He's probably just going to get run down here, trying to get a bit of damage out on Kaka in the process, but cannot do so. I mean, even if you don't head for the trees, you're dead regardless, so at least force him to use the web charge. All that matters. One of the annoying things about Brood is that she just never runs out of web charges anymore. With these two talents, it's actually ridiculous, like how many webs you get.
Yeah. A very global hero as well. Like the way that you can move around the map. Like before, it's like, oh, I've used my webs bottom, I can't now go top. But now you can relatively easily reposition around the map, and Meepo is going to go again, but can just poof out with ease.
Yes, sir. He's gone.
He just loses like a third of his HP in a matter of seconds if he overplays his hand.
Once again, another
Wrap
jump in the
around
bottom
Zai.
lane, and this time they are going to be able to bring down Zai. Pichu, once he gets on top of you, you're just in so much trouble. Blood Right. Plus
For Liquid
control.
though, their lanes kind of fall off when Aster get more levels, right? Like Bloodseeker, Clockwork, lane dominating heroes, same thing. Like Broodmother with more points in Hunger, or even just having just getting to her level 6 takes over games. And for Liquid, the heroes kind of play backwards, right? Meepo wants to go to jungle, Clockwork's now going to chase down this Meepo again. You can't puff when you're battery assaulted.
No, you cannot. He's in so much trouble. No one's coming to help him out either. He's got one more net on the main Meepo, but just kind of stops and dies. Wanting to get it with quickly, I guess.
The first vision as well is going to prevent him from juking, but
yeah,
this is the concern for Liquid. If they don't pull ahead in lanes, which their draft shouldn't really do, most of their heroes look to go to the jungle, or at least farm, whilst Mars is the only hero in the game that actually wants to do things. So for Liquid, Pudge, Techies, Mars, they need to control this exit of laning phase, otherwise Aster are going to
it's
potentially
a great
run
point,
away
but the
with it.
moment you go Pudge, Techies, Mars, I'm just like, you gotta remember the kind of game we're in here.
Yeah, I know.
All right, I want to see some big plays coming out from Mickey. You know, he's doing well in the
Wait,
middle
Wisdom
lane,
Rune.
holding his own. He's fallen like 1 CS behind when she's about to
Will
catch
Boxy
up.
hook it?
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, a little bit too late, but he's under the tower. If he gets a kill here, it's definitely worthwhile, but might be tricky to run him down, especially with these cogs available. PG's going to pull him off, TP out, and no hook available, so Boxy will be left with nothing.
double wisdom then, go in the way of Aster. I was about to hit extreme because I saw Kaka. I was like, oh, no, it's Aster.
Yeah, sometimes it catches
Kind
you
of
off
funny that
guard
he's still
with the,
tagged up as XG actually.
tag. Yeah. Guess because he's on loan or something. I just stuff works.
I mean, it's just because his official player name is still not updated, right? So. Oh, tried to hit an arena.
Oh. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Mark kind of just
And
chilling.
then we're all chat from Sumo though. He has just toned down the cringes per minute.
Yeah, he has, but they can easily get the hook out here. But actually, Zeni was thinking of going in. A bit of a symphony of spells there coming out from Liquid. The hook into spear into, blast off. Not quite working out. But hey ho. But looking at Monet here. Zai, he's got a black hole. He's going to throw it down. That's going to allow enough space for Mickey to come on over here. And with the damage from the techies, they will be able to get the kill. Very important pick off there. That was previously the richest hero in the game. And they've just killed him off.
Yeah, nice moves there from Liquid. I'm mentioning the fact that they need to play on the damage of Mars, techies, etc. And if you have a black hole available, go to his lane, get the kill, and make those wider moves. And unfortunately for Nisha, he tries to get a little bit of fun, but these supports, they are just hugging each other on the side of Aster. They are going from play to play, pressuring mid, moving top.
Yeah. And I
Getting
feel
as many
like
kills as they can.
if you're a carry player there, then maybe like you kind of read that one because when the supports aren't showing to help out the blood seeker at the bottom, the mirror movement is very likely. Or maybe just thought he was safe behind the tier 1, I don't really know, but either way.
I mean, playing Meepo in this current patch is even harder than ever, right? Because of the twin gates, not only do you need to think about the positioning of your enemy heroes whilst microing your Meepos, you also need to think about they can twin gate to me, make this quick move, and then go back bottom. So in the old days, you see one hero bottom, you've got like a 60-second window where they need to run across the map, right? So I'd say the difficulty Meepo has probably gone up a lot due to just the global presence on most heroes now.
Yeah,
Not giving any
when you have multiple
excuses,
units to
but
think of.
yeah.
Either
Just
way.
trying to maybe give an easy out here for Nisha.
Yeah, I mean it's also 6-6 in this game. They're considering the draft. They're doing pretty fine. I mean, maybe it's not as much of a meme draft as I was thinking. See funny heroes.
No, it is a meme draft.
Okay,
it's funny.
good.
It's a funny one.
Funny heroes.
I think
are enjoyable.
the reason why I'm going to happily say it's a meme draft is because they picked Meepo allowing for 2 counter picks, right? And most teams drafting Meepo pick it when they can only their response is 1. Because like if you only have 1 hero to deal with Meepo, you're good, right?
Yeah.
So the fact they picked it so openly, I'm gonna hit it with a side of they're having some fun.
Mickey's got the shield rune, so he doesn't give a damn right now, but in comes a save from Sumail. It's going to save him from the blast off, and Mina instead he's just going to die. Mickey taking so much damage here, trying to get the TP away. Will be able to do so. He is out of danger. And the arena goes towards nothing. They just get the 1 kill onto the techies, though, and Liquid make a full escape.
This is the power of the OD here. As long as you're in position, you throw out that Imprison, you're going to prevent the techies damage. Pudge can't do anything with his Dismember. Like, it's a really good counter-aggressive spell.
Oh, Zai trying to finish the job. He can't quite do it. That's so sad.
One more.
Oh, he can.
He did.
Where did that even come from?
One Eidolon. Just the Eidolon click. A single Eidolon at 47 damage was the killing blow. And another hook from Boxy. But he's not level 6. The double wisdom that he didn't get.
Oh, no.
Preventing his ability to get the kill.
Really missing that R button right now. That is unfortunate. And all that stems from those earlier movements being made by Pichu to steal the wisdom. Knowing how important it was for a Pudge as well. But now, on the smoke up, I'm just going to keep trying to play. Not going to sit around mid lane waiting for a level 6. No. We are action gamers
Get the
here.
kill. Yeah. Not really finding anything though. And like meanwhile, with all these like up and down movements from Liquid going from their own side of the map, not really going into Radiant's side, just going from top to bottom of dial. Sumo is now 6.2k net worth. Midas about to complete Blink Dagger. I think it's coming out in his career now.
Yeah.
So everything we've been mentioning about Liquid's aggression being so focused on a single hero, Sumo is just going to break that. As long as he's not the one getting jumped, I'd be surprised if anyone dies to the initiation of Liquid now. Of course, if Sumo's not in position, they can die, but he's itemized to deal with that. And XSS, he himself is like, I'm not going to die to this cheap damage. He's going for a straight BKB on this Broodmother.
Uh-oh. Insania thought he could get a couple of mines down, but instead, he's just going to get put down himself. They're claiming ownership of this jungle. Where there are webs, there shall be death. Insania finds out. Yeah.
Brood, of course, pretty good against techies, right? So you just send up the spiderlings, tank the mines for you, and
yeah. But I think it takes like a couple of mines them to die as well because of their magic resist, right?
Yeah, you can at least get through a couple.
Kind of crazy.
Just micro one either way. So send one. Oh, whoopsie.
Yeah.
You get so many, it's so easy to shift tab through them.
Yep.
Liquid, another smoke from them. They are trying to do something to get into this game, of course. Every move they make, it's in the hope that Nisha and his Meepo is farming behind. He has the Atos complete. Well, stats are the key for a Meepo.
Yep. If you haven't seen any Meepo players recently, then this is the normal build now. Good stats on that item.
23 HP, good
Nick
lad.
A, and they go. Beautiful arena coming down onto 2 here, catching out both the Rubik and the Broodmother. Kaka surviving for a surprisingly long time. He's actually stolen the Mars passive, and that's going to keep him alive for a bit, but does eventually go down. He's actually dying on the sidelines here. Mickey could be in some trouble as Mone's trying to chase him down. Atos out onto the Brood. Mickey left alone to fight up versus Monet, but Monet's got way too much damage to rip through that Mars and get that kill. And now with Samael blinking in from the sidelines as well. Going to eat up one of the Meepos, and Nisha has to do it with just the singular Meepo, and actually he's going to bail from this one. TP out on the main, Poof on the other, gets him to safety. Nice micro coming out from him. And, well, that's going to pull the plug on that operation, but Liquid do lose 3.
Also bot lane, Zai, he killed off the combo once, he respawns, comes back, and he's going to go for round 2.
Yep, alright. This is,
Is he going to get it?
Yep. Oh, the stolen back! Wait, it missed. Okay. It's fine, it's fine. You didn't steal anything. Don't worry about it. How did he even... it's fine. Patrick, stop.
Let's blame it on Quickcast. No. Cinematic again. Let's really look into the Rubik's eyes.
Yeah.
Kaka, you missed this black hole. You just joined the team, boss. If you miss another black hole, you're out. Okay, moving on. So yeah, unfortunate Rubik unable to hit the black hole there. Don't think it'd really net to much, but either way. Calibrating hole.
I think he was trying to big brain it, right? He
Drag him
really
into
didn't have the
tower
damage to kill
range,
Zai.
right?
Yeah, drag him under
yeah.
tower, and then that gives the tower. Uh-oh. Arena into a BKB. That's not ideal. Nikke will moonwalk away from this one, though.
So, Broodmother showing off the BKB, but also Zai in bot. So he killed the Clockwork. When the previous fight occurred, he Tumbler Toy to break the smoke, got the kill. Clock TP's back in, gets another kill, right? And now Zai gets to join the team, and I feel like every time we have a moment of breathing, Liquid's just smoking up again. And how many arenas have we seen? How many times have we seen them try and go for the fight? But they don't have arena. They don't have black hole. This is purely throwing bodies into the fact that Brood doesn't have BKB, and it's optimistic, and
Mickey.
It's not paying off.
Oh, Mickey. Ouch. That hurts. They have got a decent amount of damage coming through onto the Bloodseeker, but of course that Astral is going to be there. And that one will hurt. Nisha.
Where's the damage?
Into the fight. Oh, the stolen hook from Karkat drags back one of the Meepos. You got to get him to safety. The other two coming in, though, looking for the damage, and now the hook straight back from Boxy as well. Insania, he's taking some heavy hits. Mono's going to fly into the fight, and XXS will claim that kill. And now Mono looking for more. Boxy up on the high ground, though, goes in with the dismember, and with the Meepos there as well, they'll be able to take him down with a boost. Down goes Mono, takes a step too far. Liquid going for another hook, misses this one. Karkat, he's got his own available in 3 seconds. I'll be honest, this fight is all just a canvas for these hooks to be painted upon.
All right, we're playing Podge Wars right now. We've got a little mini game loaded into this
Hell
one. And Mikako, of course, he misses the black hole. It's like, no, I'm gonna hit the hook, so and he's gonna hit another one.
From downtown, catches out Mickey, going for the rune.
You're back on the squad,
redemption.
Kaka. Yeah,
Redemption. That's my boy. You're back in the team. Congratulations.
Dota truly is a volatile game. Thank God we don't have substitutes like other MOBA, where you can get, you know, the boot after one game. Either way.
Oh, quick shot in onto Zai. He's gone. My goodness. I mean, even a BKB committed for that one. Not sure that was necessary, but okay, they get the kill. Who knows who was behind it?
The thing in this game is, throughout all the rough and tumble, when you have one team who's got the quirkier heroes, they need it to be a more kind of constant game. Where Aster, they don't care, because they know they're going to scale to being a good lineup in the late game. Whilst Liquid, it's like, the time spent, like, is your Enigma scaling? He went for a Solar Crest and a Pipe. So he's not going for like a Blink BKB, because of course Rubik's in the game, Clock's in the game. And then, like, you look at your Mars, he's only got a Blink, so he's not even a Desolator physical damage style Mars. The Liquid aren't really scaling that well on their heroes, and Aster are currently crushing all the fights with Aegis, so the win rate probably is... It don't know, because Liquid are having fun, and I'm here for it.
And they've got Mega Meepo. That's
Soon.
right.
Once
Coming
the
out on
courier
the courier.
connects.
It's on the courier.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, right now he does.
Really
For all the Spotify radio listeners, all the pure fans out there, they're the ones who are unaware. You've misinformed them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's if it's on the courier, then it counts.
There we go, and thank you.
Hooray! Now
Shout
he
out
has Mega
Spotify.
Meepo. I'm
Minute
ready for this.
18. There we go.
What happens if you Mega Meepo whilst one of your Meepos is Astral?
I believe it drags them in.
Oh,
Because wasn't that the thing with Rupture? Again, my Meepo Ags interactions are not the strongest. I don't see the hero too often, but I believe that's the whole quirk of the Ags, is your ability to just drag your Meepos into away from kind of sticky situations.
Indeed, indeed. One interesting interaction is going to be when Monet picks up this shard, though. If he just runs into the fight and attacks the Mega Meepo, he's going to, like, heal to full every time he right-clicks him. Because he steals a percentage-based amount of HP, so...
Yeah,
It'll be like 1,000 HP per right-click. Nice. Yeah, a little bit of a lull in the action here is they're kind of just working towards a couple of defensive items on Aster, making the game a little easier. They have
by
this
himself.
Aegis. Oh, he's feeling it. But is he feeling it too much? That is a question.
Liquid aren't feeling like fighting because they're unaware of the position of Aster. Of course, no one's showing on lane, so
Yeah.
what could have potentially been a free kill, Sumo,
Aegis up on
Bloodseeker.
Sumo now.
Yeah, so they're farming so defensively and on the Radiant side that Liquid can't capitalize on that. Yeah, good communication there on Aster to at least understand where to go. Realistically, Brood shouldn't be there, but it doesn't matter. Pichu's now in.
Yeah, there it is. There come the cogs. Oh, the hook comes out though onto Pichu, bringing him back under the tower. They will probably finish the job here onto the techies, but can they get the return kill? Doesn't look like it. Full staff is there from Smell from the high ground. A rare situation where a carry, a mid laner user. Oh, how did that hook miss?
It's bug cosmetic. You got to look for the grey part of the hook, not the green part of the hook.
It's also up the high ground, which makes it weird as well. When it changes planes,
What else is weird is
that's a lot of
just
damage onto Mickey.
winning.
Rupture's out, and he's now in a bit of trouble. And with Samel committing the damage as well, they will get the kill. But Monet, can he fight up into Nisha here? Looks like he can. Mega Meepo is out, but again, it doesn't seem to be doing that much work as the Astrals there. Actually, just break the Mega
Breaks it.
Meepo? Oh, that's
Okay.
terrible.
Yeah,
Once
it's
he's dead,
horrendous.
that is a horrific interaction.
Oh.
Unlucky, I guess. Samale might be in a bit of trouble here as the bomb's about to explode. Oh, he's going to be able to heal up through it, though. And now a hook shot from downtown coming out from Pichu. Not enough to finish off Insania, but Samale runs on through and will be able to finish the job. It's an ultra kill for Samale. Survives through it all and does get the kill.
Oh. And the friendly tip as well. Sumo not opting to go for an aggressive tip against some of his former teammates. Doing plenty of damage there. 7,000, 1,500 gold as well to boot. This lad has crushed the game
Now,
with his farming
I'm
patterns.
going to watch
and,
the stream a second, which is on delay, and see how this... Yeah, oh my god, okay. So if
Just
you
impressive,
Astral
yeah.
the Mega Meepo, it just breaks.
Yeah, okay. I remember there were being interactions where you can break the Mega Meepo. I just couldn't remember which spells did it. And yeah, okay, this is it.
Well, that's awkward. He's just spent 4,200 gold on an item which is hard countered by one W
One
on a
spell,
12-second
yeah.
cooldown.
Well, I mean, Liquid, they are showing us one of the best drafts to bring into the Riyadh Masters, and unfortunately, it's not working out. Should we try and sell this as like Liquid's S tier strategy or what? Like if someone just tuned in, they're like,
let's just lie to people.
okay, sure, let's do that. So yeah, Liquid, they've been advertising that they're scrimming these heroes, this formation for so long, and this was
Yeah,
what
if
they
you
were
watch that
expecting to
HUD
win TI
games,
with. Yeah.
Nisha has just played Meepo pretty much 100 games straight. You know, Boxy's just played Pudge 100 games straight.
I'm gonna quickly
Together
check
as well
that.
in party ranks.
Yeah, they only
Unranked,
play party
actually.
queues. They actually 5-stack this exact strategy.
Yeah, they just 5-stack EU unranked games. It's very unfun. They just beat legends with this strat every day, so they're very well trained. Aster proven they are more than that. They are worthy competitors. 11k gold up. Oh, we got the nice front to back scoreline, 2-1-1-2.
I'm gonna join Twitch chat.
And 22-22 on the clock as well. It's all symmetrical. I love it. Nisha, oh, he's taking some heavy hits from Samael here. Mega Meepo once again. I think that was a bit of science being done by Liquid there. They weren't quite sure about the case. They just tested it onto Samael there, and they do indeed figure out that Astral just completely annihilates them. And Zai, he's gonna get 3 slapped by Samael. Samael's just kind of invincible at the moment. I think everybody on Aster's kind of invincible.
What's
at the
stopping
moment.
Aster? Like, they got nothing to their name. Like, look at the court, look at the net worth. It's just a healthy amount of Aster. They're even diving this tier 1. You know, let's go back, let's take it. Hex soon complete.
Okay, but maybe you get BKB on Meepo, and then you can Mega Meepo in peace. Then what? Huh?
All I'm saying is, I just taught Twitch chat that casters can alt tab during a cast. Players can't, but casters can. Congratulations. Quite the revelation, guys.
It's actually in our contract that we can't. You lose all your pay if you do that.
I'll do that for the love of Twitch chat.
That's how much it means.
Please
to talk to
don't.
them.
This is probably contractually binding somewhere. And when I try to put my invoice in, they'll be like, oh, well,
Oh, no,
you
don't
said
clip
that one
Be
line.
like, well,
Yeah.
you said.
Well, sorry. Your dollary dues are now gone. They're ours.
Nick's gay holding steady over the sun front side. Yeah, he
So I'm trying to
doesn't
think-
feel like a tanky guy though. You use his bulwark and then Odie just says nah and cuts through it regardless.
I feel like for Liquid at least, like the magical timing for them will be if they can isolate this OD. Sumo has done so much work. Even like Pichu on the clock has done so much work just disrupting the formation of Liquid. Like that might be the hopeful comeback. But as you see here, Liquid is throwing out right connection on anything, and Aster.
Boxy eats a Mars bar in the middle of that fight. Very nice. Now, jumping forward onto Kaka. Rubik's going to fall as well. There you go. A couple of kills going the way of Liquid. Do they have still a bit of life in them? I mean, maybe. Probably not enough to win the game, but they can at least get some kills and have some fun.
A couple of kills. Oh, the Hex. Oh, no.
Owie. Oh, no. Now the Hurricane Pike as well. One more click.
He's
will
not
do the
playing
job.
the game. No, man.
There you go.
He's the coach of Tundra. Don't know why you're bringing up Aoi.
Damn it. Blink in, blink out. Isha trying to catch some out. He got quick hands. X out. They're landing it, but once again, just eating him up. Boxy doing a pretty good job of saving his teammates, honestly.
Ooh, okay, so Sumo is going for a hyper-aggressive build, right? He's going for this Moonshard. Like, there is a world where you get, let's say... I mean, I'm trying to look for the aggressive item for Liquid to jump the OD, right? But there's no blinks on anyone. Meepo does, but there's no Hex after. Like, maybe if the Nisha gets Hex on the Meepo, you get a blink on the Pudge. Hope the Clockwork's not in position to turn around, like, all in the OD. The issue was there's so many layers, right? Now Brood right clicks. Bloodseeker's super OP in this type of long drawn out fight. So it's quite the comeback of a scenario. I think the win rate probably is like 95% to Aster. I'd be surprised if it was any less. We can load it up in a second. 73?
Yo.
Oh my.
Dude, Gaben's a pudge enjoyer.
He's either a
always
pudge
believing in this
enjoyer,
boy.
or black hole enjoyer, or something.
Yeah.
But
All of the above.
I wouldn't go with 73%. Like, this feels quite dire.
Well, they've got a Blink Dagger on Zai now. The big comeback starts here. We haven't really seen the Poggy Woggy Black Holes yet, but it's
No, we
coming
haven't.
now. There is a couple of cancels. You do have a hook shot, and you do have spell steal, and you also have like a lot of stuns and everyone else. But who cares about that? We've got something more important than that, and that is a dream, T-Governor.
Oh, we dream as well. We believe in the moment in Liquid. They've been dreaming to win a major, to win a tournament for nearly a year. Keep dreaming. They will.
I mean, again, this match means nothing, so... it's,
Yeah, to give context, again,
It's
if
all
you just
gravy.
tuned in, this is your first entry to the Riyadh Masters today. Both of these teams are locked in at top 2 of the group stage. Both of them just go straight to the next group stage where you play another round robin. So it doesn't matter if you're first or second. There's no seeding game, nothing. It simply is. Maybe you play up against... Maybe there is like a slight seeding, like you play against Tundra instead of Gaming or something along those lines, but...
yeah, but only as
In
like the
regards to
first
group
game,
stage,
so
it's like
round
so
robin
whimsical.
anyway, so...
Yeah, it's so whimsical, it doesn't mean
Also-
much to these teams, yeah.
Look at Pichu and look at... Oh, Samael. Is he actually going to commit to it? They've been baiting this... Yeah, they're baiting the twin gate whilst Insania is sitting on the other side with a bunch of bombs there. And they've just been doing this for like... about 2 minutes now. Just triggering the twin gate, untriggering the twin gate. Waiting for Roshan to spawn. But now he knows. Now Insania knows they're taking Roche because they've stopped using the twin gate. What can he do with this
Do you think
information?
someone's going to TP through and forget? I could see Pichu using the twin gate here, forgetting and just dying. That's a fun storyline. Oh! Oh!
Not gonna do it.
We're going to do it. So disciplined.
Yeah, that really is the height of discipline in Dota 2.
Okay, so of course Mars has the BKB. He's had that. Not used it yet, but had it for some time. Pudge soon to be Blink. Like, Liquid are getting to the point where they'll have multiple forms of initiation. The key thing is, can they survive this Aegis window and then take the fight after? If they fight into this Aegis, disaster will strike. But if they can somehow find a way to keep this game going for another 5 minutes, there will be one shot to get back into this game. And Aster, their job is to try and not give it to them. End the game in the next 5 minutes. Again, it's going to be a very marginal chance, but I'm here for that moment. I'm here for the super cool spells.
Yeah, no. That big moment could always happen, but again, Aster are just playing it so damn disciplined. Like, they're like, we don't need to go high ground. Let's get more money. Let's invest in ourselves, in our futures.
I think this is their last game of the day, right? Because once you win, you don't have to play the play-ins, and group stage, of course, starts tomorrow. Or not even tomorrow,
So
right?
it's not the play-ins. This is the play-ins. It's a play-in playoffs.
Yeah, I understand. So so they don't have to play the play-in playoffs, and the group stage is days after. So yeah, this is maybe they're just savoring the day of Dota. It's like, we played so much yesterday. We just want to enjoy this one, but
We just don't want it to end. We just want to keep playing this game forever.
of course, going high ground is always a bit awkward for Aster. You can send up your spiderlings, but any moment where you get a hook or a spear back, there's a lot of repositioning with Liquid's lineup, and
Whoa, Samel, very
Ooh.
aggressive. Just testing the waters a little bit, you know? And, yeah, there come those spiders to blow up some bombs.
this is
Not going to do a
like
whole lot.
Aster have
I'll be
all the
honest.
tools to deal with the defensive capabilities of Liquid. The rocket flare for vision, the spiders to eat through the mines, but they don't have the hero to just stand their ground and go, this tower is mine. You're so far behind, we take your base, right? And it will cause this awkward stalemate. And we'll see how long it lasts. Again, in the last game, one pick of Aster won the game, right? So at any minute, Liquid, if they lose that hero, the same could unfold in this game. I can't emphasize how important it is for Liquid to try and survive through this Aegis, and then hope to find opportunities thereafter. And look how defensive they're playing. Boxy, Mars, mate, you're a bit out of position. Boom, hook.
Yeah.
Remember, eat him up, get him out.
Get back in there. Get back into that fountain. I didn't give you permission to leave. Only Niche is able to leave the fountain. He's got
You
this
can also
like
see
nice
that-
little creep corridor he can farm down. It's not much,
look at-
but you know.
It's enough, honestly, at this stage. And look at the setup, though, in Liquid's base. They got the double sentry on both the spots. In the last game, the Observer for the Batrider jump was the reason why Aster broke the game and just finished it, right? This time around, Liquid, they are fully fortified, adjusted to how Aster closed out a game that they were leading. So Liquid, they're not backing down. It's been a quirky game. They've clearly had a little bit more of a relaxed thought process in both draft and initial play. But now when the game gets tough, they're closing it up again, and maybe they can find that Liquid magic to get that fight, but still it's... Aster just hitting all the creeps, hitting all the farms. Zai gets a Wisdom Rune, blinks out. Ooh, and dies.
Oh, no. That's worth it. Wisdom Rune obtained. Victory had. Jesus. Samel. He's not even... He's reaching maximum capacity. He's got the Swift Blink now, so... Yeah. He's got some attack speed going on, I'll say that much.
So aggressive. So aggressive, but also so fragile, right? Like, one silence, one stun, he can go down, and... Of course, his whole toolkit is based around Clockwork giving him the vision or Broom over Spiders. So when he Hurricane Pikes, he can then just disengage a little bit and just click from a distance, always having vision to get those secured hits in. But now Aster getting the confidence to go high ground, trying to close out this game.
Oh, wow.
Meepo has the Hex, though. Keep that into consideration. And Aegis is out in 36 seconds.
Oh, but guess who else has the Hex? Samel does. He tries to blow up Boxy straight off the bat, does do so. No buyback available on the Pudge either, but they'll come around the sidelines and kill off XXS. But Nisha, his Meepo's in trouble. Mega Meepo's out, immediately disassembled by the Astral, and down he goes. That is so unfortunate to watch time and time again. Zai getting run down by Monet. He's going to be the one taken down next. It doesn't look like Liquid really have much left in the tank. Buybacks are coming. Samel is low, but they can't seem to finish him off. And even if they can, he's got an Aegis for another 10 seconds. I mean, maybe there's a chance they can catch him with his pants down with his Aegis timing out, but I don't think so. Way too disciplined for that for Aster. They see the buybacks, they back themselves away, they'll wait for the next Aegis, I would imagine, or maybe they just jump in and try and finish the game when this Aegis regeneration kicks in. Either one works. 40 seconds on the Meepo. He's got no buyback either, T.
Yeah, a matter of seconds, honestly. What, it was like 35, 40 seconds, Aegis expiring when Aster jumped in. Liquid, of course, need to take the fight in that moment, but yeah, Aster playing around that timing quite nicely.
They tried to drag it out with the Meepo, but oh, here comes the slaps. But once again, Boxy is there to gobble people up, and we'll eat that Mars. Delicious. All right. One barrack
Rubik
taken.
got Dismember.
Just do that 6 more times, and the game will be over.
Rubik's got Dismember and about to complete BKB.
Oh no.
That is kind of filthy. Like, Kaka, he's had a pretty good series. This game won 220. The previous game, putting in an absolute, clinic on the Batrider. Liquid, they're smoked up. They're ready. They want to make the play. They got the Blink Daggers, the Hexes. They got everything.
Let's go.
This is the moment.
Let's see Monet BKB
Run away, run away, run away.
Quick on the fingers, and in comes the Rupture out onto Zai. Zai taking so much damage. No Black Hole today. Buyback immediately coming out from him, though. In comes the Arena. They're trying to focus everything they've got onto the Bloodseed, but he's taking no damage, and Mega Meepo is getting torn apart by XXS. Now inside the Mega Meepo will come out, but look at how much damage Monet does to it regardless, and the Astral's there to break it regardless. Down goes the Meepo. Down goes Boxy. Down goes Insania. Monet just playing whack-a-mole in this fight. Running around, slapping these heroes down, and the stolen Black Hole. This time it will land, and the GGs will come out, and there is your victor. Beautiful stuff from Patrick our Observer to end the game there as Aster take the victory. Liquid, yeah, they were having some fun with it there. They were throwing a bit of caution to the wind with this game, but still a very entertaining series nonetheless, and that puts Aster at the top.
Yeah, I think the main takeaway here is, at least from Aster, is they have a clear sense of what they want to achieve both in draft and play. They are, I think, moving in the right direction towards cleaning up their kind of ideas to be able to progress further in tournaments. Of course, at the Bali Major, did well in groups, but then kind of fell out of the playoffs. This time around, maybe the script can change for them. They are looking very polished, and of course, this second game, you can't really read too much into it, because I feel like Liquid, having a little bit of a relaxed nature in regards to draft, they understand the situation after the first game. So yeah, for Aster, every day, they're going to keep doing the same thing. They're not going to break and get relaxed. So yeah, we'll see how it goes for both teams. Again, they are both going towards the next stage. They are both entering the group stage, finishing top 2. Aster first, Liquid second.
Yep, absolutely. Neither of these teams will be getting eliminated. We'll be seeing them play through that entire group stage, which is very exciting to see, because I think both of these teams have proven that they can be big threats to any of the teams at this event. And we don't need to say that for Liquid, right? Like, they already proved that. They came second, yet another major. So we know they're a team to be reckoned with. Aster, not quite the same performance at Bar. You know, they did get knocked down twice, but they're ready to go. They're ready to make up for that. And they have been looking clean, to be fair. They've been looking very clean through these play-ins.
Yeah. And we'll see how it shapes up in the next phase, but that's it. The group's done, at least in that regard. Not much else to say, of course. Yeah. We obviously have TSM Entity, VP, and Execration, who are all the invites for the best of the rest that will be kind of fighting it out. They're also the teams that didn't attend the previous major. So in regards to this kind of trajectory for this group, the 2 teams that went to the previous major go through. The other teams who didn't get to major, they didn't go through, right? So I guess the natural shift or distribution of the teams wasn't anything too crazy. No major upsets. The real question will be who can win in that playoff phase later today and obviously tomorrow to get the next couple teams from Group A to go through. But yeah, Aster Liquid looking good, and I don't think if you're a Liquid fan you'll be seeing the Pudge, Techies, Enigma, Mars, and Meepo draft coming to your screens anytime soon, unless they're already in the same position they are in today in the next group stage. So you can be rest assured that they probably aren't whipping out this killer strategy again.
Yeah, I think this it's been tested. The testing has been done. Yeah. Also, if we ever see a Meepo again, please ban out the OD, because that was just a silly interaction. But yeah, that's gonna do it for Liquid versus Aster. Aster do take the win and take their spot in the top space of this group, which means we'll now move on to the other group, Group B, where things are a little bit closer, actually. This time, the teams are still undecided. Anybody can still land anywhere except Beastcoast, who are locked in down in the fortunate playoff position. So they're still going to be playing up against Quest as our next series of the day. Quest, if they take the win here, then they will be confirming themselves as the other team joining the groups. There's also a chance they could be joining the groups regardless if 9Pandas and Extreme don't get their wins, then they will be confirmed. If either of those teams lose their next series, then they'll be confirmed to the group stage anyway. So yeah, still plenty to play for Quest here. They just want to win this one and get it done and dusted, and not really worry about tiebreakers or play-ins or anything like that. So no, that's gonna do it. Any closing remarks to you, Governor?
No, Group A is done, mate. Just let's go to Group B. Closing remarks will be for after Group B concludes.
All right, sounds like a plan. All right, guys, stick with us over here if you want to catch Beast Coast versus Quest. Otherwise, head over to the other streams and check out all the other action going on here at the Riyadh Masters. But we're going to take a short break, after which we shall be back with some Group B action. We'll see you very soon.
Open your eyes. Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I need warriors.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Welcome back. It is time for the final series of the group stage of the Red Masters. Of course, before we get all into those important play-in playoffs, which I'm very excited for. But right now, we've got to finish off the group stage. And to do so, we're going to have Quest playing up versus Beastcoast. And Quest are in a pretty good situation, Tigov.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. They did lose to Extreme at the very end of a full best of 2 day yesterday. So if they maybe got 1 win there, 2 wins, different story today. But yes, they are currently in the driving seat, the only team to have 3 wins to their name. And that's after a roster swap, right? Of course, they're now playing with Malik instead of Omar. A lot of people expected them to maybe crash back down to earth after their kind of meteoric rise recently. But no, they're holding true to their form.
Yeah, not just that, but they've got a new coach coming in as well called Guess Who I haven't heard of before. So pretty apt name. But yeah, wild that they're still able to find this consistency. I mean, is more than just your offlaner and your coach, apparently. They're still able to hold that kind of core gameplay together and put in a really impressive performance here. So yeah, I think all eyes on Quest. And Beastcoast, unfortunately, not quite so good. They are locked in for the playoffs. So it doesn't matter what happens here. They will still be locked in for the playoffs, but they can get themselves a theoretically easier matchup if they win this series and drag themselves up the rankings a little bit.
Yeah, no, pretty much. And of course, they had their coach stand in. Now today they're playing again with Stinger, so they have their full roster back in force. And that is the beauty of the play-ins. It's like no one's getting punished for being in poor form today. The punishment comes when you get to the play-in playoffs, where that's when, if you can't win those series, that's when you get knocked out, right? So, yeah, again, not great for Beast Coast, but it's not as if they're already eliminated and they already know their ticket home is in 3 days' time, right? Like, they've got that one last chance to remedy the situation of a poor group stage.
Yeah, but it's time for action. It's time to make it happen. It's time to, again, give yourselves the best possible chance of putting in a good performance in those all-important play-in playoffs. So we'll see what they're able to do here in Quest, of course. Their situation's a little bit more complicated, so they're not entirely locked in for the groups. They still have to, they can either win this series, take 1 game or 2 games in the series, and they also have to, other teams, 9Pandas and Extreme have to win both their series, and then there'll be a 3-way tie for the top 2 places, which I believe I just checked was is settled through new staddles. So that's how they'll kind of figure out the ties.
This system would crumble if they had tiebreakers to be played. If they're literally playing the play-ins like we're playing the play-ins in like what, an hour or like maybe 2-3 hours. Sorry, like if they had to then guys, let's play another best of 1 real quick. We just got to redo this. We would never get to the main event, so yeah.
Luckily,
no
we're riding on new staddle, which is a very good system. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like a statistics-driven metric where you evaluate the power of the opponents which you have beaten. So you give the wins a weight based on the comparative strength of the team you beat, and that's not in regards to outside of this tournament performance. It's just in regards to how they've done within this tournament. So it's an entirely self-contained system which doesn't take outside biases into account. So it's pretty cool. We like new staddle, and you should too.
Yeah, it's all right. And also what these teams like in this draft is offlaners getting banned out. Unlike other series that we've seen today where supports are getting quite a nice showing in the first phase bans, in this game, Timber, Darksteel, Primal, Broodmother, Malik's only got 1 hero left after this first phase ban, and that's Mars. So in regards to that, it's pretty cool to see that different teams have different kind of priority in the opening phase, at least so far.
Yeah, definitely. And it'd be interesting to see if they do go for the Mars here. I mean, I definitely don't hate it. It gives you good catch for Silencer and Ember. Silencer, any hero which you can jump on in 100-0 to him is really good. So I could definitely see that happening. Alternatively, they can go for one of the other kind of strong picks. I mean, Undying's still in the pool, but opening with Undying Rubik seems kind of bad.
It has been done before, though. It's actually quite a popular combination, just because the Undying and Rubik both win their lanes. Rubik securing range creeps and being just a constant factor for the offlaner, and then Undying, everyone knows the K, the spam, the bodying. So I wouldn't like to see it, but it could be there. Often Quest likes to pick up noobs hero, like in this position, or at least they used to. Like this would be like the Pango pick or some Timber pick or something. Of course, they've been shifting away from that when Amar joined the team in that foundation, but in this scenario, they go for a Tiny, and that's a hero that Noob is one of the few players to play at mid. Of course, Beastcoast Dark Margo is also one of the few players that plays at mid, and a little bit of flexibility maybe for Quest, because Rubik can go 5, Tiny can 4 still in there as well, but I wouldn't be surprised. This is the mid laner for Quest, as the Tiny going into that mid lane Ember.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know what that matchup's like really. I don't know what many tiny matchups are like. To be fair, does he take off Flame Guard? I guess if he gets level 3, he does.
10 seconds remaining.
Not
You mean
sure.
for the Tiny combo?
Yeah, can Tiny Combo take off Flame Guard at level 3? It's a very technical
assume.
question, which only mid laners would know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't play mid.
I imagine so. I
It's a
imagine
weird
so. But
question.
I don't even know if you bother doing that. You might just put points.
I mean,
in
it's
tree
only
guard.
100. Yeah, it breaks it.
Yeah, we should do. Okay, so that's something to play around. Meepo banned out, because apparently Meepo bans are a thing now. People are actually playing that hero unironically, unlike Liquid, who
because
played it ironically.
Yeah, they played it bad, but the other teams, they've got like, it's like Kiritich, it's Jim Park. Like there's some Meepo players out there, so I can respect it. I think also Secret. I think did Armel play it yesterday as well? They lost with it, but I think they did try and play it. But no, yeah. In regards to the bans, Beast Coast, whenever you pick up this first phase silencer, it's all about counter aggression. You
Yeah.
don't want to get run over, so Visage ban, Lycan ban. I even think Beastmaster is probably just a nice ban to cover as well, because then it's like you ban the trinity of map-based aggression that Silencer hates playing into. Silencer likes playing games where you know your towers aren't going to fall, and you can just be like relentlessly aggressive, playing on global, playing on these timings, and if you waste it, you're not like, oh, we lose the entire map now. So I wouldn't be surprised if they 3 for 3 the Zoo bans here.
Yep. I'd like to see that. To be fair, I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm kind of looking around and seeing a lot of carries being banned out by the side of Quest. So yeah, firstly targeting those really strong offlaners, then getting rid of those big nasty carry heroes, which you can't really do a whole lot against, especially targeting illusions, which I find interesting. I wouldn't have thought Tiny struggles too much, but he is better at single target. Toss being a main
Tiny-
component of damage dealing for the first kind of 15-20 minutes of the game.
He loves playing against lineups that don't group up early enough and provide each other auras to then consistently find pickoffs, right? So you can feel like when Tiny jumps into the pipe buyer, Avalanche toss isn't good. When there's a Crimson, now his tree doesn't feel as good, right? Like, this is why you don't see Tiny too often, because it's so easy for teams to draft these kind of slightly grouping, healing / aura style lineups. And Beast Coast need to be mindful of that. They need to kind of have that one element in their lineup. And also Silencer, yes, it's very good at being that counter-aggressive hero, smack down that global, stop everything. But Tiny, it's about speed, right? Like, you're probably
Yeah.
not globaling in the Avatos combo, right? Like that, you'd have to be some goat Silencer to be able to break that one. So, of course, Tiny does have some avenues to play, and actually Beast Coast ban out Tide themselves. Of course, Tide Rubik is an infamous lane in itself, and that's what I mentioned about the Rubik being just a good, stable support for offlaners. It's always enabling the Mars, the Tide, the big tanky boys that just exist in the lane.
Yeah. The cheerleader, the number 1 fan. Back
Yeah,
him up.
you go.
You go empower.
That was my cheering, by the way. That's why I never was a cheerleader.
That wouldn't help anybody out.
You're great, Nomad.
Oh boy. I hope you're not. Well, I hope your partner's very good at cheering people on. 'Cause, if you ever have a kid, then that on sports day ain't going to be too empowering. They're not going to be winging any egg and spoon races with that behind them.
Radiant team pick.
But you'll
No,
have a
we're both
lovely
the
beard.
same. Our kid will be have to fend for themselves in the morale department.
Learn the hard way.
Yeah, exactly.
Admiration is earned, not given. Alrighty, we got a draft now. We got some heroes being picked up. Let's have a look. We got Beast Coast picking up the Keeper of the Light. So once again, Coddle making an appearance, and then TB Undying going to be the pickups for Quest. So we do
Beast
see
Coast-
Undying coming out in the end, but what do you think of this TB?
Yeah, I honestly don't mind it. I think East Coast show that they don't have that aggressive support duo that will sweep across the map. And as soon as you have supports that can't invade the jungle and it relies only on cores, these big illusion heroes will always be good. Terrorblades, Nagas, PLs, because like there isn't any map pressure for them. So I think Quest, of course, don't really mind too much. Yes, Ember can technically invade the jungle, but when Tiny can mirror those movements, when you have Undying and Rubik, those defensive supports in play, it's going to be a pretty good TB game in that sense. And you can already see from the bans earlier, the Naga, the PL, it was kind of an anticipated pick because these are the two big anti-TB heroes, and now Beastcoast, they got to scramble to find a new carry to deal with this Terrorblade. And
yeah, gotta dig deep into that box. I mean,
quite deep.
How unconventional can they be here, though? Because I can see something like, ooh, that's kind of cool. I'm not entirely convinced this is offlane. We shall see, but I have my suspicions. We'll see. I know, I'm being a little spicy today, Tigo, but
yeah, I see it. I don't, but
I'm going to 75-25. I think a 25% chance that it could be Carry Legion, but
this is probably just the offlane boss. You know, some Keeper of Light plus Legion Commander, Chakra spam. Legion naturally bodies quite well into melee carries, helps clear out the illusions in laning phase, goes aggressive. It's not that, like, of course, you're picking Legion into an Undying, so it's not as if you're going to be OP in the lane, but it just gives you presence and that constant fight. And I don't mind it. I think Quest is like the super stable draft where there's a lot of things that need to go right for Beastcoast. They need to dictate the pace, etc., etc. Like, they don't have that X Factor hero. I was thinking earlier Morphling could be the response here because it pairs well into Terrorblade. You steal the Undying Tombstone if you want to, pre-Aghanim, so then you go for Terrorblade, but it does get banned out, so not a lot of carries left in the pool that are the best
Neither
ones.
of
And
them
also
do,
Malik
actually.
as well.
Like, Quest have banned like every single carry, and Beastcoast have banned every single offlaner, so there are not many options left.
Surely Beastmaster gets banned. Like, surely that's the final ban. It's just like too easy to play around for Quest, no? It's like unless Beastcoast have some like anti-Beastmaster hero in play. Like, yes, you have Illuminate and an Ember and ways to be like quick on the map, but Terrorblade goes jungle, Beastmaster rallies the Tiny, Undying, and Rubik to his lane, and you just take the tower and play. It's like,
Yeah, I feel like it's a gimme, honestly. Like, I mean, partly there's no other options left, and partly it's actually not bad.
They're all gone.
And
what? I would have never. I'm down for this. I live in this timeline. Yeah, screw the normal offlaners. Let's go for the ogre. But that's the thing, though, right? When you lose a Mar, you've lost the anti-mage offlane, the Razor offlane, the Slark offlane. So Malik, when he had his like, when they're trying to sort out this loan contract again, it's like, do you play weird offlaners? If he said no, this loan ain't coming in. But if you say yes, sign the dotted line. We've got you for Riyadh. And yeah, clearly, either ogre or Undying is going to be the offlaner in this scenario here. Quite brutish of a lineup at least, but I still I like it. What's the carry? Go on, Beastcoast. What you got?
All right, it'll be the spend. Makes sense. Cut through those illusions. I mean, a lot of agi on the TB makes him not the easiest hero to bring down, but overall, it's a clean spend pick, I would say.
Yeah, I don't mind it, and it kind of amplifies the ogre pick though, because you're not playing into some illusion hero, which ogre offlane can't do. You're not playing into some ranged hero, so now you can't body them. You've kind of forced Beastcoast into a position of going for the melee carry, right? And at least for South American teams, when all the carries are banned, Sven's kind of like just go for the Sven. Get the farm. You're going to get to like 3 or 4 slotted. You're going to execute other heroes. And at least for Quest, we're now going to get to see into the minds of how good their laning is, where Malik and Omar, this is going to be one of the better lanes for them to play, right? Like, they're going to be able to ignite, Fade Bolt, fight into a Sven. So can they pull it off in the laning phase? Can they get it too? Because, of course, Ogre has an off lane. If you don't dominate your lane, you can kind of fall off and just be there. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it, though. I mean, you know, again, haven't seen so much from Malik other than inside Na'Vi, which hasn't been super successful, unfortunately. But now we get to see him playing in a big stage, pulling out some crazy picks, you know, like let's find out who this guy is. Let's see what Malik can do, you know, flex that Ogre Magi pick and pull out something special. I'm very excited for this one. Meanwhile, on the side of Beastcoast, you know, it's a very Beastcoast draft, right? Like, you know, it's the Dark Mago Ember Spirit. He's going to be flying around the place. He's probably going to be the main kind of linchpin off at least through the mid game. You know, Sacred Legion Commander as well, also a classic. So a lot of fun heroes to keep an eye on here, and yeah, I think a really tight draft from both teams. Overall, I think I'm leaning Quest Sport way a little bit, just because Quest Sports, yes. We're getting rid of the E now. We're mainstream.
I mean, it's actually a football game. We're about to go live into a sort of 5v5 match.
Yep. Kick around. But yeah, I think this TB is still pretty strong, right? Like, yeah, Legion can deal with his illusion somewhat, but overall, I don't really like the Sven matchup a lot. So yeah, I reckon this is just gonna be the TB show, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I think there's volatility in this game, and I'm all here for it. Because like with Beastcoast's lineup, if Legion can find like early duels before Undying Shard comes into play, where you start saving people in the duel, and then you're this like assassin who finds the tiny, boom, you get the kill. Like, I could see them dictating a lot, especially because TB will always be reserved in the jungle until you get to that kind of 2-item timing of crushing the map. So no, I'm here for Beastcoast to be the aggressors, but of course, any mistake and tier 2000 on its Terrorblade will just completely destroy the game. So all on Beastcoast to execute in this one, I feel.
And what kind of build are we expecting from this Ogre Magi then? You know, are we going to see any Midases or any crazy stuff coming out?
I'd like to see Midas, I feel. I don't mind him going for like the Vanguard for laning phase, so he's at least present. And then once he's secured his own lane and like maybe kicked out the Sven potentially, he can go back for the Midas to secure his game. Of course, if the game is absolutely goated easy, you know, easy clap, just go Midas Rush, why not? Go to some like Soul Ring into Midas, but I think due to the competitive nature of this one, Vanguard into some like pre-15-minute Midas sounds relatively logical. And then he can buy whatever auras or whatever he needs for the team at that stage of the game.
Well, first thing, Midas was going to go and take a couple of hits and do a bit of scouting on the Ogre Magi. Sees Mr. Jim Park and Mr. Stinger. And yeah, I'm going to throw down the double of the Ignite plus... she didn't throw out his blood grenade there. Would have been a bit much.
Would have been very excessive, yes.
Yes. Tier 2000 taking a bit of a rustling down on the bottom side as well. Has to get himself over towards the tree line there. A little bit surprising that he came forward for that. Usually you see the carries just bury themselves under towers, but felt like he had to try and secure a rune for his team there. And they did manage to get 3, so yeah, worth it, I guess. Didn't lose too much
lane is all on
really.
Coyote. How much can he do in this lane? Can he disrupt the aggressive nature of Legion and Kotal in conjunction with the overwhelming odds plus the chakra spam? Terrorblade could be in a difficult spot, so yeah, Coyote already early on, throwing his body in between the two and forcing Sacred to think about running away rather than...
miserable time.
Yeah, it's great.
I kind of wish we had a line being drawn from Sacred here just to see that path he's just taken around the creep wave, not seeing a single goddamn creep. He's just completely blocked out.
Yep. And you see the reaction. Schofield understands that the lane isn't really playable. Unfortunately, he runs through the tree, so loses vision and isn't going to get the perfect pull. So not the best start for Beastcoast here to try and salvage the anti-undying lane, and yeah, look, they're having to reconnect it. Yeah, tier 2000's like, boss, this is great. I'm loving all this farm.
yeah, like a double wave and a couple of range creeps to do a couple of creeps to tank it for me. That's amazing.
Level 2 power spike top as well from Ogre. Putting them down, throwing out the Ignite plus the Fire Blast. The fun thing with Ogre is your Ignite on level 1 will always hit 2 heroes or 2 units. So as long as the unit you cast it on is closer to the hero, it'll always cast on both of them. So it's one of the small things as well. A lot of Ogre players just throw it onto the hero and it auto hits the creep. But if you just position it and make sure when they touch each other, boom, you hit it, you're now double igniting the entire time. So Malik's doing a pretty good job making sure that both heroes are getting hit rather than hero and creep.
Yeah, absolutely. And Omar left the sentry ward up here as well, so they're going to be able to immediately get the deny on the attempted block from Stinger, which is going to, again, just mean that Jim Park continues to struggle. Yeah, really not a great start for Beastcoast. Now they're actually going on to Jim Park here. They managed to take him down. Yeah, Malik will get first blood. Down goes the Sven. A huge entry to the game for this Ogre Magi. Man, question marks were raised about this pick, and That's turning into an exclamation mark in my opinion.
He's a big boy, and already he's going for that ring of health, so he's clearly going for that Vanguard that we mentioned. Not going to try and be cheeky and Soul Ring Midas it up. It is going to be the Vanguard, probably then into Soul Ring, to then conclude with a Midas later down the line. But yeah, great start so far. You're looking at the CS across the board, double CS for all cores of Quest. Jim Park returns to top lane and already half HP. He cannot play into Ignite plus Fade Bolt.
Yeah, Stinger's taking so much damage here. He doesn't have anything to keep himself alive. He will fall. Another kill up in the top lane here for the side of Quest. As down at bottom, down goes Sacred as well. Quest are demolishing these side lanes right now. This is very, very concerning. And even mid, you know, it's looking pretty good for Noob. He's off to a great start.
I mean, yeah, they are crushing the lanes right now. I'd love to see them just make sure they keep up the resources on Quest, because you can continue applying even more pressure as long as you can get there. And you mentioned Noob. 7 CS advantage with a 4 deny advantage. Doing a great job against Dark Margot. But this mid lane matchup, it's all going to be about the 6-minute rune. Who gets the haste or the DD. Then they can play the wider map as well. So I think Quest also slightly in the advantage there due to the lanes going well. Probably will be able to rotate and help that matchup out as well. So Beastcoast already looking to be in mode recovery potentially as your level 2 Legion commander taunts his way through the lane. Of course, you can't aggro them there, mate. It's not 5 minutes, so not the best start for Beastcoast, unfortunately.
Yep, they're gonna just kind of keep it in recovery mode, and again, 4 minutes comes up, and Kaori's gonna grab himself a water rune. The other one, Noob should be able to grab. It's gotta be a little bit careful. Dharmago could try something fancy with a sleight of fist grab, but no, he's not gonna bother. That's pretty difficult stuff.
I like the fact that Noob was always considering, right? Just posturing, making sure he didn't rush to the rune.
Yes, yeah.
The regen game is so difficult for Dark
either.
Margot. And Malik, another kill?
It's too much in the top lane. It really is. Malik and Omar just putting on a showing here. On Beastcoast, they need to respect it. They need to find ways to survive through this right now, because it's just not cutting it at the moment.
It's pretty doom and gloom. Ogre also goes for mana boots. So I was mentioning maybe the Soul Ring, whatever. He just goes fully into, you know what, the lane's going so well. I'm just going to play for the team at this point. Gets the mana boots, throws it onto Amar, and they're going to have all the resources to spam onto them. He's even diving the tower by himself, forcing out the keeper like TP. Like, yeah, Quest. 2,000 gold lead at the 5-minute mark. They have broken these lanes.
And down in the bottom lane now, like, Kaori's just got a free pass. Just go on Sacred here, and he's just going to go for it. Drops a tombstone, throws down the decay. No way he goes on the tower for this, right?
And Jim Park in
right?
top lane
He's
also
going for it. Jim Park's dead up at top. Omar will die as well. Stinger getting very, very low to Malik at the same time, but Sacred has gone down. Kaori gets a solo kill under tower onto the Legion Commander. Malik is not giving up the chase here. Kaori does eventually fall to the tower, by the way, as Malik just running through the tree lines, but he can't escape forever, and it's another kill for the Ogre Magi. 4-0-1 on Malik right now.
Or he's owning. Like, oh, so good to see. Noob
where are the doubters at, man? Where are the doubters at? Over in the middle lane. Dark Mago on the run, up to the high ground, but the tree catches him out. Oh my goodness. 8-2 right now. The net worths are just looking absolutely abysmal. I mean, there's been so many kills that, yeah, like CS didn't look awful. Net worths, it's a horror show.
Trying to see, okay, there's a couple stacks on the dire side, but it doesn't matter.
They're
Schofield
not done at mid.
shows his face for a second. He's quite speedy. Boots and a windlace.
Yep. Windlace and a horse will get you away, at least for now. Omar is still chasing though. He's not giving up the chase.
Oh.
There's some some persistence from Omar here.
I mean, Schofield also is being rather cheeky and staying.
Yeah, yeah. You see it?
Oh, the juke. He used his own vision to do the okey kokey and ran around.
Alright, alright. Pretty tasty, pretty tasty.
Alright, wisdom runes though. If Quest get both wisdom runes, this game.
Call it.
I mean,
I'm joking.
maybe. But Schofield's got the blinding light, so should be able to secure the top one.
Yeah.
Unless he misclicks.
Karen might just get the kill.
Fine.
No. Doesn't want to drop tombstone on a.
No,
I mean, I just
he's
watched
not
him
getting
dive.
the kill.
Dude, I just watched him dive a tier 1 for a Legion Commander. I don't.
Oh, he'll get the kill though. Sacred maybe.
Yeah.
Psych.
Looking at him.
Oh god.
Kaori's defending his tombstone as well. I mean, look at this man. He's like He's keeping it alive. This is so ridiculous. How is he allowed to be here? All right. Yeah, he brings him down. He brings him down. No man's never wrong, T.
Yeah, I mean, it took some time, but yeah, 2-0 and 2. He's got 2 points to K. Of course, that will do the killing blow on like level 1. Quest, they are running away with it. 4.5k net worth on the Ogre. We mentioned this whole Midas situation. He's only 200 or 300 gold away from it in the top lane. And he's having a stellar game. Tier 2000 completely uncontested. Sure, Sting is tickling him a little bit here. It's the rune control from
5K
Quest.
gold. Yeah, Noob's able to grab that one up. Darkmago just takes a ton of harass for it as well, and with only one more bottle charge remaining, find it kind of hard to stay on map. Never mind, he gets the bounty. Allow him to survive through the continuous harass coming out from Quest. Malik, yeah, he's got that Midas on the way. Not quite on the way, but he's 130 gold off, so this creep wave should do the trick.
There it is. But where does he go with this? Like, after such a great game, does he go back to complete the Vanguard? Like, does he need to? Can he just go more independent and become like some super annoying hero? Oh,
Halberd would be so annoying.
True, would be. The smoke was caught by the Dire Vision, so should, in theory, be fine. Yep, Dire are using the scan as well.
Some nice artwork on the map. From
Goes
Quest.
red. Jim Park runs away.
How greedy is Jim Park going to be, though? He's hanging around for this camp. They see him. They lose the vision, though, and they cannot quite get the lift off in time. So I'll take his creeps to send a message at the very least, but that'll be that. And the Sven gets to keep on farming, which is a very, very small mercy. Darkmago, I mean, he sees this Undying at mid, but I'm not entirely sure how much he can even do against Kairi.
He only has 1,000 more net worth than the Undying, right? Like nearly 10 minutes into the game. Like, this isn't some phase boots corrosion ember that's slighting the Undying. Look at him. If that was in a better game, he's half HP there. He's like, oh no, why am I mid? But because of how shut down he's been, the rotations to mid lane from the supports, securing the water runes, preventing the active runes going the way of ember, the independence of TA 2000, sorry, and this Malik in the top lane.
Yep, and they're actually going to make a play down at bottom now.
Down.
Yeah, they're looking for Sacred, and they will get that with ease. Didn't even get a chance to throw out an overwhelming odds. Another day, another death. They were even able to take the regen rune of Darkmago. Darkmago's kind of pissed now. He's like, all right, you can stay in my lane, but you can't take my runes. But Noob's here. He's ready to back him up. In comes the Avalanche, in comes the toss, perfectly comboed by Noob, and they will take down the Ember Spirit. He had a remnant out the whole time, by the way. He could have gotten away, but he just didn't have a chance to. Noob comboed it too well.
You gotta give it a go, right? At that stage of the game, one kill could get you back into it. Sacred, ooh, is he gonna go for it? I don't think he should. Yeah, he does back down.
Yeah.
If that was Gabby, he'd have dueled, that's for sure. And that was a reference to yesterday.
Yeah, not just a random shot being thrown, just catching strays. Stinger go for the TP out, but knows he can't fight under the tombstone. Kaori, though, he's a beast right now, but is he killable? That is a question. And the answer is yes. At last, Darkmago finds something, but he might not be out free. Oh, yes, he is. He's got another remnant, playing it carefully, sees Malik just running at him, but actually just kind of turns around and face tanks it, and that'll be his death. I guess he didn't know they had a ward there, or...
Exactly that, yeah. He was hugging the tree line, thinking he was fine, but yeah, Ogre, before he even turned around the tree, boom, hits the stun. And you can just see this Undying. He's just playing in such a way where it's like, if you kill me, you're going to have to use so many resources whilst you're starved that my Tiny will be able to counter-initiate. My Ogre can waddle in with the unit that he is, so yeah, Quest making sure that this lead feels like it's double the lead it is. This entire time we didn't really cover it, but Sven, he did farm up several stacks in that dire triangle. He is not in a great spot, but he's in about 10 minutes time I'll be some form of hero. The issue is all 3 cores are scaling for Radiant, whilst Beastcoast are becoming a 4 protect 1 in a game where Sven isn't even the carry that should be the best carry in this game, so rather awkward. Corey instantly, he dies, respawns, I'm back again, boys.
Yep, in their faces, just playing up, playing aggressive, trying to make the most use out of his hero he can, and Stinger's going to go down yet again. It's just not playable for this guy. Too much damage, too much catch, too much harass. Noob with the blink dagger, just threatening anybody that dares show in this middle lane. Beastcoast, they're just trying their best to delay them. They're trying to kind of plateau, Quest a little bit in the mid. They do see Kaori here, and you know, the Ember Spirit, he does pack a punch when he gets on top of heroes, but of course has to be careful as Noob. Actually going for Stinger instead. Schofield, sorry, going for the easier kill, potentially, onto the Coddle. Tree Thrower is there. It's a lot of damage, but the neutral creeps will come in and get the deny. Very nicely done. Alex sees
Malik,
Jim
stun him. There we go.
Yeah, he's holding it. He's holding it. He's getting the value out of it. Ultimate popped by Jim Park. He's just going to have to use that to get away, though. A very, very sad use of the God Strength there from the Sven. He's just going to go hit some creeps with it. Malik's still hanging around. Has a hype. Yeah. Smoking. Oh, no. Darkmago caught out again. Noob. He gets a toss off. He's going to kill him. Oh, man. The Ember Spirit. Not another death.
Another one. You mentioned Halberd for Malik as well. Like, he's got the pipe going Halberd. They're just running around the map and just getting kill after kill. Like, there's nothing Beastcoast can do. Like, the sad thing for Beastcoast, even if they brought all their heroes together to go for a kill, they just don't have the damage. They have quite a greedy tri-core that all rely on, like, 2 cheap items to get into the game, with 2 supports that don't help execute on initiation. And Quest, it's the complete opposite. Every single hero, bar maybe Terrorblade, thrives in the early engagements, that kind of scuffling, and it helps that now they have the 8k lead, 12 kill lead as well. East Coast, they need to try and dodge this complete unit of a death pool that Quest have generated in the first 14 minutes of the game.
Tombstone is down, but the duel comes out immediately, and they are going to be winning this one. So Sacred gets something, and now looks to just annihilate the Tombstone. Global Silence comes down as they move forward here onto Omar. They want to just take out the supports, take what you can get, and be done with it. Omar surviving for a pretty long time here, though, and with the lift up, very back, they need to finish the job, and they will finally bring him down, but not before they bring down both Stinger and Schofield. Now they move across Noob, though. He's kind of surrounded by both Sacred and Darkmago, but Malik's on the front. He doesn't have the most amount of health or mana to work with either, though, so I think they might be running out of resources here on the side of Quest, and Mago comes across, finds this haste rune. This is bad. They can now start to chase down these Quest heroes. Jim Park comes through on the sideline, brings down Malik. That's a big kill streak going their way. Noob with the toss back, but the haste rune's there on Mago. But with the TPs coming in from Quest, it will chase back the side of Beastcoast. So they will be left wanting for now, but still a little bit of hope in this game for this team.
Well, I was about to say, as the fight broke out, it's like the only thing Beastcoast can play for is playing the wider map or getting that quick overextension, and it happened. Kaori, he's been playing so beautifully, but that one time he steps out, dies, and then Beastcoast flood through. Of course, the repercussions are after the fact. Quest just go again, right? Quest are just going to be relentless in this game. They're just going to keep throwing bodies at it. Maybe when Legion gets the Blink Dagger, you sync that up with a Sven, you know, BKB or Blink Dagger. That's going to be kind of Beastcoast's moment to be happy. I guess it gives them the silver lining of, well, we can kill them as long as they are a little bit spread. So Quest probably going to reform a little bit, make sure that they don't get too carried away with this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, they've got so many resources and basically no cooldown in any of them, which is what makes this team so strong. And again, jump in, toss back onto Sacred. Sacred immediately looking for a dual target. We can't find one, and will unfortunately just be run down here. So much damage available on the side of Quest. It's actually insane. You get these toss backs, you get these kills, no questions. And here's a pipe coming into play as well.
There we go.
Yeah.
Noob's always been a very fun mid laner to watch. No matter what hero he plays, he's always looking for that next kill, that next opportunity, and you're seeing it here. He's fishing quite beautifully on this tiny, always progressing the map through pickoff after pickoff. I'd be surprised if Quest presented that. My favorite noob hero? I mean, it'd have to be Snapfire.
Same. He was the GOAT. He was doing it before anybody else.
Yeah, he's been doing it for
day
years. Yeah, he's the day one Snap player. He's also held strong for like Pango and Tiny. Like when Pango would go down, Tiny goes down, he's still the player that does it. But all three of these heroes can kind of have the same playstyle. Snap with the boots of travel being aggressive, the Cookie, Tiny of course Blink, Pangolier being Pangolier. So yeah, he's always had a very specific style of play. Sacred shows up for a second and boom! Noob's there again.
Oh my god, it's so difficult. I mean, you kind of have to play in this dangerous areas if you're the offlaner of Beastcoast, but it feels so bad to be dying like this as a Legion commander. You're just not having a game, and you're not going to have a game at this rate.
What's the net worth saying? Yeah, still look, the Ember and the Legion, even after quite an okay scuffle previously, it didn't really catapult their game in, and yeah. it really feels like the game's going to get to the point where it's like, what can Sven do? When he hits this BKB, what's his entry to the fight? How is he going to make his statement?
And if you're a Beastcoast fan, I hope you have a shrine erected in Jim Park's honor in your house right now, preferably with some candles, maybe some hair. Blood of an innocent might help. I don't know. Anything you can get your hands on. Believe in Jim Park's supremacy, because he's the only one that can make this into a game for Beastcoast, that could drag them back from this terrible position they're in.
Yeah, I think it's the Sven entry to the game, and also how Sacred does fight selection. Because once he picks up this Blink Blade Mail, sure, Ogre's very strong, like kind of annoying, but if you Blink Duel him pre-Pipe, pre-Halberd, then Sven executes him, all the auras are gone, maybe the tanky aspect of Quest will go down a bit, right? So I think that it's Beastcoast, yes, they are down by 10k, but if they can get the vision, get the smoke, get that one entry, there's always that opportunity with the Sven Legion style of play. And unfortunately, Ember really isn't going to be a factor, I don't think. He might throw a Remnant out and jump in, but he's kind of going to be on the mode recovery for the next, 15 so minutes.
Or you just trying to stop Darkmako cutting waves.
I mean, I just love the fact he went 4-0-4. Like, this isn't a game where you need to heal anyone up or do anything. It's just all about, I will be as tanky as possible with Decay and throw down my Tombstone. Like, it's really fun to see Undying players not just default to go for, like, Soul Rip and, oh, let me help my team, all that stuff. No, it's very fun to see. And Beastcoast, they've got to make a move. They've got the Blink Dagger. Terrorblade is, well, only 1100 gold from Scardy. Like, this is the window to punch yourself into that 9k deficit. Try and get something, because if TB picks up Scardy,
yeah,
and Ogre completes his halberd. Oh, he's got the halberd, so
right.
Yeah, you're a Scardy away from the fight being very difficult.
Yeah, like a couple of minutes ago, like this 9k gold deficit was like invested in like Assange and 2 ultimate orbs and like, a lot of dead gold, but that gold has now come to life, and that's pretty scary. You still have a chance with no Scardy on TB, but yeah, Scardy TB versus Sven is a much harder fight to play for Jim Park. You all of a sudden go from being able to initiate on whoever you want to having to get the target you jump on, and if anybody kind of gets away from you, it's just so hard. That big sword is not quite long enough. It never is.
And he's trying to extend the sword because he's going for Crystallis. So he didn't go for the Blink Dagger. The argument with Blink is he blinks in, will he do the damage into this? So he's just really hoping for the, I get my Daedalus, I get the kill. So high risk play. Maybe he will never be in position to get the right clicks off because of the kiting potential of these heroes.
Yeah, I
completely
understand it though.
Yeah. Beastcoast, they're smoked up. They're going to go for the play. They're going to try and go for this fight. But we've mentioned already, TB's Scardy is on his courier.
Ooh, they don't know about Roshan. I thought they were heading towards Roche, but they're not.
No.
Oh, this just becomes sad now.
Yeah, I actually thought it was going to be the Roshan fight. And look at Noob, he's even TPing in.
Yo. What? Jim Park, they go. They find the duel. They manage to catch out the Ogre Magi, but they need to get the damage off. But Noob is there to just control them up right now. The global silence comes down. They need to finish the kill onto the Ogre Magi. Jim Park, he's getting the hits off, but he's not doing the damage. Wait, Sunder out from TA2000 to try and keep Malik alive, using the Aegis as they turn around on Jim Park, and they will take him out. Finally, the Ogre will fall, but it takes him such a long time that they are just losing everybody. Stinger is gone. Sacred on the run. Omar and Kaori chasing him down here. Sacred doesn't really have anywhere to go. Stormhammer out from Omar. That's going to allow him to get on top of him and take down yet another. Man, that Thunder from TA2000 he had, that was pretty wild.
I mean, he had the Aegis, so it wasn't at the expense of his life, realistically.
Yeah.
And you saw how tanky this Ogre was, even with the duel. The fact he has the Halberd plus the auras. Beastcoast, they didn't have the damage to eat through it. Sven, he tried his best, and yeah, you sundered, you turn around, you drag the fight out even longer. Just the decision making from Quest there is kind of cool to see, right? You're going for Roshan, you know it's about to die. Just go take the fight mid. What's the worst that happens? We lose the Aegis, but then we continue breaking down their economy. So, yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I think the winner probably still goes the way of, you know what? I actually think Beastcoast probably draw even. And in this state of the game, you take that as a mini win, right? Because the argument for Beastcoast is we now take the Aegis, so at least they're not hitting our tier 3s with Aegis. And maybe we can get a little bit more farm to get the Daedalus, get the MKB. Because for Sven, it's like he needs Daedalus, maybe a silver edge, maybe an MKB. Like he needs like 2 or 3 different items, right? And he does go for the silver edge in this scenario. But I'm already thinking like MKB is relatively needed just to
Dire's middle tower is
deal
under
with the
attack.
evasion, because Terrorblade could also go butterfly potentially down the line. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all these ifs
it's not
and
great for
buts, but
Beastcoast. I mean, yeah, I've had to really, circle around that one for sure. That was a very
You just gotta keep on trying on this and just stack up the damage and hope that you can find it. I mean, even that last fight as well, like he was hitting through the entire team and like, yeah, he was getting off the hits, but it wasn't doing enough. I think he was missing a bit on the halberd as well, so.
He was, yeah.
very
Oh,
unfortunate.
Coyori gets the shard. This is the one I've been waiting for. Of course, global will be very good here because you just blink dual global and Cory can't dispel it himself. But outside of global, he can save from the duel. He can save from the Sven initiation. Jim Park is
Alright, he's out of
mightily
here.
aggressive here. Yeah.
Well, it's first usage, or second usage of the BKB, sorry. It's not the most thrilling thing, but that's kind of why you buy it. Get some deep farm, force some heroes back, and they bring down Sacred instead. I'll take their consolation prize. Just Noob and Malik. The dream team, the combination, getting it done. Oh, Midas ready. Is he going to wait for the bigger camp? No, he's going to... he had it 3 times and he used it on a 2 creep camp. That's inefficient.
That is very inefficient.
Report.
But also, look at the quick buy of Malik. He's going for the shard against Sven, who's all about that physical damage. You take away 1, 2, a couple hits. That could really offset it, right? It absorbs 3 hits. So Sven,
Percentage,
he's all about
so-
the first couple
yeah.
hits, right? And sure, it's percentage, but 85%. It's like you can basically say that's removing it. So against Sven, that's going to save a lot of these heroes.
Dire's middle
Dispel might be needed now for the side of Beastcoast. You're just asking for so many things for Beastcoast, right? Like you want the MKB,
Yeah.
you want a nullifier, you want a swift blink. Like we need like a 30,000 gold Sven to play out this game right now for Beastcoast, I feel. So many small layers of defensive capabilities from Quest, enabling them to keep playing so aggressive.
Yeah, it's a tough time, and yes, Legion didn't really get going at all. Like, just kind of had to play a sacrificial lamb, Dart Mago. He's a Kaya Sanj Master. I'm like, sure, he'll still be able to do work. He'll still be able to throw outside of fists inside fights, but it's nothing thrilling. It's nothing game changing.
Farewell, Schofield.
He died doing what he loved. Warding.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Quest walking up to the high ground. Oh, Jim Park?
Yo. Alright, he's going in with the Silver Edge. Wants to try and find a target. Going on to TH2000 of all people with the BKB and the Global Signs coming down as well. They need to finish off the Terrorblade. They might just be able to do it. He's dead. Down goes the big man. And now look across to Malik as well. Jim Park getting it done right now. In
so.
comes Sarcophagus. Swallows up that Ogre Magi. And now they're looking for a bit of revenge. Noob, he's getting on top of that Sven right now. But Sven, he's going to fight back. He's going to throw some hits back the way. But now he's disarmed. Now he's stunned up. Now he's taking heavy hits from Noob. Noob does finish the job. Now it's all on Dart Mago. Can he finish it off? But he gets tossed up and comes back to earth with a slam as he goes down as well. Schofield trying to do something, but there is nothing left to be done. All 5 dead on the side of Beastcoast. Quest, they're playing it so damn tidy.
Again, just the layers of their team fight. Sure, they throw everything to kill off the Terrorblade, but Noob, he's having such a stellar game. Malik, constant halberds, constant just existent through the fights, just amping everyone up, and
Dire's bottom tower
it makes it so difficult for Beastcoast. Even the initiation, it was built around Quest not throwing down the early sentry to check for that Silver Edge. Of course, Sven just picked it up to reveal it in that engagement, and you'd have to question if Beastcoast was able to stabilize this game a little bit earlier. That would have been the comeback fight, the moment where they, punched their name into the game. But being so far behind, and it's to really no avail. Look at Sacred. He's hoping for at least something. Surely
Yep,
Ogre's
trying to
going to keep
find
him
it.
alive.
It's a duel onto a puny Rubik. It's only a tiny Rubik. And it's still not going to work out, unfortunately. That's rough for Sacred. He's not having a game.
Malik's got Hex. Oh my god. Pipe, Halberd, Hex. He's doing everything in his power to... I mean, it's on the courier. It's gonna... Soon TM, he's got Hex. Sorry for the audio listeners. He doesn't have Hex. It's coming out, but still.
It's on
I just have
the
to
way.
Spotify.
Yes. Can't accuse me of it last game and then do it this game.
Yeah, I know. Noob, though.
No.
Throw the tree.
Hey, smoke comes out. All right, a rare survival for the side of Beastcoast. And yeah, Quest with the 17k gold advantage. Is that enough to make them push high ground? I don't think so. I think they want an Aegis as well to handle that. Oh,
Look at Beastcoast.
Here
Like,
he
guys,
comes.
please, can we kill Noob? Please? Yes.
Yep,
Oh,
we'll cancel the
cancel.
blink. Yep, I feel like I had a chance there. The duel comes out. They need to get the damage in. Can we get the second duel of the game? Yes, we can. Hooray! 66 duel damage.
1100 gold.
Woo! Wow, that's a lot.
279 apiece going the way of Kotal, Legion, and Sven, and then 1,098 gold going the way of Ember. That is, for a single kill, you take those. You know, you take those. And for me, I feel like for Jim Park, like he is right now screaming to his team, boys, if I get MKB, I can do it. He is trying to instill hope and faith into the side of Beastcoast. And the way that they sweep across the map, if they find tier 2000 here and force Tiny to buy back, then this game could get quite dicey.
Could get spicy as Sacred blinks away.
Radiant's bottom tower
Damn,
is
playing it
under
tight.
attack.
Playing it very tight indeed. And I like the dust there, just to see if Jim Park was pulling any shenanigans again. The
He's pulling so many shenanigans.
Yeah, they're ready for it this time, but they don't catch him out. This is the thing about Beastcoast, is that like they never feel defeated. No matter how far behind they are, they never feel defeated. They're always pulling things out the bag.
I think Jim Park's done a very good job just itemizing this game to make sure he's relevant. I think Sven's a very volatile hero for buying the wrong items. It also helps that Schofield had the Philly Stone, so he's picking up the Pavis, the Solar Crest, the Jam, a lot of cheap items to amp up the likes of the Sven. And yeah, I think overall they've done a relatively... yeah, I guess they've done pretty well just making sure that they're keeping relevant even when behind. Like, I can see hope installed with how they play. Like, other teams in this position, there'd be that one item you look at it and go, yeah, you're not really playing for like that next comeback. It's more you're just buying items because you feel desperate, right? So
yeah. The only thing I'm raising eyebrows at really is Sacred and his plan this game. Like Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade, going for Daedalus next. I kind of feel like I just want to see maybe some auras or something.
Yeah, he's the one that I'm now going to say is like the X factor, you know, the one buying the random items. And Margot is going to get hexed up in the bot lane, and we'll be going down.
That's a yeah, that's a big reveal and a big kill. See you later, friend. And again, this might be an invitation to start. I mean, they want to go hit on the high ground just to make sure quest heroes come.
Forces buyback, yeah.
Yeah, maybe force the buyback. Maybe just force Beastcoast back to the bottom lane, get back into their base.
Key thing, Corey has the Lotus Orb now.
Poke.
He can always save through the Blink Dual Global because he'll be able to Lotus himself and then Tombstone save whoever gets jumped. But Corey, he's really the hero that's giving confidence to Quest to not care about anything. And of course, killing the Ember. Ember's not going to buy back in this situation. Like when you're this far down, like if you buy back, it needs to be because you've got the perfect fight. Otherwise, you're now delaying your comeback item, right? And
this push is...
you're going to lose a couple racks because of it, though.
Yep, you really are.
MKB now complete on Sven. 13 seconds though on Ember, so they've given up 2 lanes of racks in the hope to take a single fight.
Yeah.
See how it goes? Yeah, it's... Quest, they are just kind of on like autopilot, right, in this game. It's they know exactly what to buy, where to play, where to fight. They had that one slip-up that gave Beastcoast a little bit of hope, but now here it is. Here's the smoke up. You win this fight, Beastcoast, the game continues. You lose it, you're probably looking towards game 2.
And again, look at this. Quest so ready for this. They have the Observer, they have the Sentry. Place down the Hex up the Sven. That is exactly the right target. They want to jump on, toss back into the clutches of TA2000. And just like that, I think Beastcoast hopes and dreams may be quashed. A ambitious duel, to say the least, coming out from the Legion Commander. Oh my god, that was not a fight. That was an absolute slapping. Stinger somehow hiding behind a tree there. So pretty impressive.
Beautiful construct, right?
Yeah.
It's the way that they read the smoke.
And there you go. GG. Done.
GG is called.
That was beautiful. Back into that. Yeah, I mean, again, just placing down the Observer, placing down the Sentry, hiding behind the tree to break the smoke. The moment you see him, get the Hex off. Easy, simple, done, but so damn smart as well to read that play from Beastcoast. Like, Quest, they looked like they'd read them inside out. They had their playbook in their laps.
Yeah, there was only so many times I could say maybe Beastcoast find the opportunity. Like, you could see the trajectory of farm for Beastcoast was itemizing for that one moment. The moment never really came, and Quest, sure. I think this is the thing with the teams that can make deep runs in tournaments. You always know there's the next players to step up if the game gets difficult, right? And in this game, it's like, if Tier 2000 dies at high ground, Noob suddenly crushing the fight. And if Malik's dying, then Tier 2000 sundering him to keep the fight going in mid. So you just know that Quest is always going to step up in the team fights, and their team fight execution is so good that as soon as a team comes into a game slightly sloppy in laning phase or hesitant to execute in the fight, Quest and the other likes of these teams will just destroy you. And it took a bit of time, but Quest, they never really looked like they were losing this game.
No, they were in pretty steep control from the get-go. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to see Game 2 going any other way, but because that one just looks so convincing. But of course, it was all about the lanes. Beastcoast did pick themselves some kind of not great lanes into Rubik and Undying.
We can blame Silencer, it's fine. Not the player, the hero. I think that at least in our series that we've seen today, we've seen a lot of like no control support on 5, plus Keeper Light 4, and then suddenly like your opponent's picking Slark or some Terrorblade or something which is needing that punishment. So I feel maybe this draft style is not the best. It's going to get forced out as we move deeper into the tournament, but I prefer Silencer being a reactionary pick, or at least pick with purpose and you're covering its weaknesses. And at least today we've not really seen teams utilize that to its full extent, and they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, standout performances from Kaori, absolutely. Like this Undying did mountains of work in the early game, just controlling them up, and also I think Malik as well. Probably MVP this time for me. Malik was just sick. Like, it's really cool to see kind of a stand-in just doing this well, and yeah, making this kind of unconventional hero just look absolutely busted. He owned that top lane super hard in the combinations with Omar. So yeah, cool to see. And that'll put Quest one game ahead, meaning that one more game will get them a win and secure them the top place in this group. Can they pull it off? We'll be finding out after this short break.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطوا الباكت حطوا بزنجر حطوا بمايتي حطوا بتويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah
Hello friends and welcome back. It is time for game number 2 of Quest versus Beastcoast. These two teams are battling it out right now, but unfortunately due to the results of the last couple of series, Quest are now confirmed through. Well, not unfortunately. I mean, Quest will be very happy about that one, but it does mean that this game doesn't really mean a whole lot because Quest are now confirmed through to the group stage due to Secret being able to take a game off 9Pandas, which means 9Pandas can no longer get a win, which means they can no longer be 3-1-1, which is the only way they'll be able to threaten Quest for that top spot. Therefore, the Quest are now the top spot, and yeah, it'll be between them and Extreme or who gets the top spot. So yeah, that'll do it. But of course, if Quest win this game, then they're confirmed top of Group B, which is huge for them. They came in through the MENA qualifiers as well. So yeah, very, very cool win for this team if they can get it here.
Yeah, exactly. And also, Quest are the team that is in everyone's mind right now. They aren't even locked into TI, so potentially, if they weren't to get to TI, this is going to be the big showing before like the conclusion of the season, right? So no, I feel like this is. I would be surprised if this team didn't get through. Like they're doing well here. You got everything ahead of them, so no, I kind of want them to do well. It's always nice to see players who have been born through DPC and kind of the recent era of Dota to kind of come through. So yeah, I'd like to see them go far.
Absolutely. I mean, it was fun watching them at Bali, and I'm sure it will be fun watching them here as well, home turf as well. So yeah, it's very, very, very entertaining team, which I think have gathered a lot of support in a short space of time. And Malik absolutely impressing on his Ogre Magi performance last game as well. I mean, my goodness, what a start to the game! Just constantly throwing out those 2-man ignites, and well, I was worried because they banned like every single offlaner. All we had was like Beastmaster, Enigma, which you couldn't have picked because there was a silencer in the game. And apparently Ogre Magi. So yeah, they were confident in the Malik Ogre Magi. He said he could play it, and he wasn't lying. It looked great.
No, I think that's the cool thing as well with offlaners. When once they get comfortable in a team, they can start bridging out slightly. Because like you see when he enters the team, what he's playing Darksteel, Timbersaw, Primal, like the expected. And now they're getting a little bit deeper into the tournament. It's like, you know what, we're actually doing really well with the basic systems. Let's start branching out. And maybe there's more, Malik pocket picks to think about in the future. I'm looking at his Dota buff, and he's got some Brewmaster. He plays offlane Pangos, Slardar. Like, there's some variation in his pool. Do I expect it all to come in one tournament? Probably not, but there's room for depth here at least.
Definitely, yeah. And, behind all that, you've got the consistency of Noob in the mid lane, who just seems kind of unfallible at the moment. And TO2000, who just stick on a big old carry hero and sit in the jungle, and the team make space to him. It's looking very consistent. Beastcoast, meanwhile, I just want to see stronger supports, stronger lanes, Give yourselves a fighting chance in the early mid game, and yeah, I feel like the first phase is going to be critical for that. Get yourself some strong supports, and I think that's the ideal jumping off point for Beastcoast.
It's also like when you look at Beastcoast's previous drafts, I just can't draw a line of similarity between them, right? Like, if I look at the carries, Sven, SF, Naga, Terrorblade, CK. I look at the mid lanes, it's Ember, then a Tiny, then a Storm, then a Bat, then a Kunkka. Like, when a team's down, you can see them often scramble to go deeper into their playbook, and maybe this will work, maybe that will work. And at least against Extreme, 9Pandas, and now Quest, like, they are just changing up the draft so drastically each time they enter the game, and maybe that inconsistency is hurting them, because like when you look towards teams like Gaming or Quest or Tundra, even Liquid to some degree, when they're not picking Pudge techies, there's always a clear formula that they follow, and they just are so damn good at executing on that formula. And right now I'm not seeing that from Beastcoast. It's a bit more rough around the edges, and yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, they are confirmed now 6th place in the group. They can't get enough wins to get a higher seeding, which means they are going to have to play up against a 3rd place team in the play-in playoffs. So it's not going to be an easy road for them to claw themselves into the next group stage.
Yeah, that'll be TSM, right? They're the 3rd team over in Group A, so tied with Entity, but I think TSM might win out in Newcastle. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, it's either TSM or Entity based on scoring alone, so yeah, well, we'll see how they're able to do. But I am a little bit worried for Beastcoast and their chance of making it towards the main event. Like, it's tough. It's a sticky situation for them. So to start things off, we're going to see the Chen. Meanwhile, Quest Esports respond with the Doom and Lions. Let's start on the Chen, because we did mention how important the supports are going to be for the side of Beastcoast. So how does this Chen measure up? Is this the kind of hero you wanted to see from them?
I think Chen is a very good lane securing hero if the right player's on it. Of course, Beastcoast are going to be good on the hero. I'm expecting them to understand the motions of it. They are first picking it after all. The issue with Chen as well is if your opponent beats you in the lane and makes these quick plays like Quest are known to do, now your Chen is like, oh guys, I don't have the creeps, I don't have the map to play, right? So again, volatile hero, if you execute on it, you can crush a game. If you can't, then you're going to be always questioning, well, I wish we had that stun from this position, right? But if Beastcoast can just pick up the correct laning combo, then they'll be fine. I think like a Monkey King, for example, in the carry role would be pretty good to fight into the Doom, to give Chen purpose in lane and throughout the game. Yeah, that could be a cool option, but yeah, execution is key in this scenario.
It absolutely is. So first up, we're going to have the Clockwork coming up as well. So just, wow, laying down the supports. But yeah, they are strong. Clockwork's another strong one as well. Gives you kill potential in the laning phase as well, which I think is good for Beastcoast. Like a lot of times when they are winning lanes, it's often down to, you know, that killing mentality, that killing thirst, which Beastcoast often find in certain games, whether you can unlock that in Sacred or whether you can unlock that in Gym Park. In the lane.
It also boils down to the volatility of drafts, sorry. Because like I'm looking at their drafts as well, it's like, at what point in Riyadh have they picked Chen first pick? They haven't. How many times has Chen been through the ban phase? All of them, basically, other than when they banned it themselves. Like, no teams banned it against them. This isn't as if it's like, oh my god, Beastcoast are the Chen team. Like, it doesn't come to mind as being like the OP Chen team. Of course, they played it in the past, right? But again, it just boils down to that each game feels so different in regards to draft. Like, I'd love to know what their draft notes are. It's like, if lose game 1, flick to page, 69, and then just YOLO it. It's like there's some wild stuff happening in the prep stage. I feel like for Beastcoast, and yeah, of course, Clockwork. We haven't really mentioned it too much, but a very good hero against line. Any of these backline jumpers hate getting scouted out, so of course Rocket Flare plus the hookshot, like you can jump the line before he can make the jump. So yeah, not a terrible pick, but the fact that you're using your closing pick here to go for a support, the Clock needs to step up and perform.
Yeah, he does. Pressure's on, but no pressure. But yeah, again, it's not
pressure,
too much to play for here. It's more about the playoff games which is coming after this, which Beastcoast needs to start looking towards. But of course, you don't want to be going into that with a 2-0 against Quest. If you can 1-1 Quest, which would be pretty big. No one's done it yet. One team's beaten Quest, but no one's drawn against them. So you can take that accolade with you, and that'll give you the confidence you need to stand up against Entity or TSM, whoever they end up playing.
The thing is, Quest are going to close this phase with another 2 big core, not this phase, but the entire draft, right? Because their second pick, they're going to see everything when they pick their final core. So to open this next phase, I expect Quest to pick up the Koyori hero, just to make sure they have that core flex available. In this scenario, I could still see... I mean, the casual Undying is still perfectly fine, especially if you're laying into some like Pos 4 Clock. So I think Undying is a pretty good option for Quest. You don't really want to pick up Silencer too much because of the aggression, but I think Silencer or Undying are actually the 2 that I'd probably think to look towards. Because you already have enough control with line Doom, so Silencer doesn't get punished. But if you want to dominate your lane, of course, you just go for the casual Undying. And Tombstone, if on the high ground, can stop the Chen creeps from running through the fight. Gives you vision as well, which you're currently lacking against the Clock. So yeah, plenty of 5 picks for Quest to get into this next phase.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what they decide to angle towards. I mean, you can kind of predict what Quest are going for. You can always see what angles they go for. Oh, but that said, I didn't really see the IO coming.
No, I honestly didn't either, but sure, let's go for it. You've locked yourself into first place. Let's throw out an IO. And yeah, there's a lot of options here because now Beastcoast can't really threaten the enemy jungle too easily. So this IO +1, like, Beastcoast, are they block picking the Leshrac to prevent the IO Leshrac combo? Like, that's... You could go Slark here.
I mean, the important thing to mention for Beastcoast is that Sacred absolutely loves Leshrac, so it could well be an off-lane Lesh. It's very comfort for him.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Doing Void.
the Slash and this Pango are interchangeable through the mid lane and off lane. Meanwhile, Quest, they're going to go for the Faces Void, so IO Void, not exactly a combo I'm used to seeing.
No.
Yeah, come into the fight with me, buddy. Oh, sorry, I chronoed you. You're dead now. Unlucky.
Yeah, Noob doesn't really play the IO amp heroes either, right? So, no, I think this is going to be a very different style of IO game where it's not going to be the, oh wow, look at the amp, it's OP. It's more, IO will still provide the additional farm speed, the HP buffs, etc. But it's not going to be like the super insane combo. Of course, I mean, Void, he's not going to be opposed to getting some free attack speed inside a chrono, right? Like, you take it.
Yeah.
What is the noob hero here? He really needs to play the active. Like, I think Quap is still a good shout for them. They have last pick, so Beastcoast will have to reveal where things are going. You would expect the... You've already mentioned the Leshrac could be off lane.
Yes, it could.
Let's just see what they pick and where it all lands.
Yeah, it's time for the Gym Park hero. There is a Morphling in the pool, which I think they will be considering. I mean, it is against Lion, so it's against Lion Doom. I think it's okay. It's something which can survive through Doom. I mean, even Wraith King, potentially. I know they used to like playing this hero. I'm not too sure about recent times.
Yeah, true. Like, Wraith King would work for the whole cooldown aspect. I would be calling for Naga here, but because the Lion and sucking the illusions, a little bit awkward, but the disengage, the reset, Quest right now, until they get several items, they are built around, do I have Doom? Do I have Chrono? Can I fight? They have 15,000 net worth on cores, that logic disappears and they can just fight non-stop, right? But the question is for Beastcoast, do they want to try and exploit that and play for the early game? Or do they want to try and just outscale and get to the point where it's like, you throw your spells, but you're not doing anything. We have, etc. Let's see. They go for Medusa.
Okie dokie. Medusa comes out for the side of Beastcoast, thus rounding off their draft. And, you know, I'm always looking at diffusal builders. Like, yeah, you can probably build a diffusal on Faces Void if you want, but I feel like Quest are one of the teams isn't so likely to do that. They're kind of just like playing their own game. So we'll see.
I want to see
that's an
Tusk.
option.
That's what I want to see. I want mid-Tusk from Noob. We've seen it before, but against Pangolier, you then can shard block his role. It allows you to be disruptive enough in the early game to fight into Beastcoast, and you happily will take some like IO plus Lion to come gank with you, right? Again, the other option is still like the co-op, but maybe Tusk is more reliable throughout the game. And if the game does get difficult, you know they have the Ags to kick the Deucer away. So I think Tusk is a pretty cool option.
I can see it as a nice option, yeah. The Axe is very annoying against Medusa. You don't have much mobility. But, yeah. The hero doesn't see much at play in the middle lane anymore.
Yeah.
And they'll go for the Snapfire.
Oh,
Of
we're
course
so
they will.
silly. I'm so silly, of course, yes.
I just
Noob.
assumed it was banned, I'm not going to lie. I remember, I
Yeah,
must have
I
been thinking
agree.
of last game when it was banned first phase, because this time it's going to be picked last phase. And yeah, that's exactly the hero you want to see.
Alright, so Beastcoast opted to put the Pangolier in the off lane,
Wait, what?
which is naturally quite a weak laner, and how you get Pango off lane through the lane is by killing off the position 5, and then suddenly you get, let's say, Corrosion and looking good. But playing into an IO Void lane, you're not going to get killed. So I'm very skeptical if this Beastcoast off lane is going to ever threaten TA 2000. And if I'm saying that from now, that's often the recipe for Quest winning a game, right? So
Yeah.
let's see if they can remedy that through quick play or bringing heroes around. But I'm already scared for just the game because I see Void into Pangolier, like
Yeah.
Dilation as well. Like, oof.
Yeah, I feel like they block pick themselves more than they block pick the enemy on Beast Coast. It kind of feels like this IO is a bit of a bait. They're not even using the IO really. Like none of these heroes really care about having an IO with them. Gyro's just going to do his thing. Be there for saves, be there for map play, and yeah, it's not so much about overcharging someone and yeah, maybe even baiting Beast Coast into picking this Leshrac. They know they like to play it. They'll be comfortable to pick it because they can balance it between two roles. So does feel like a bait for me from Quest, honestly. Like this could have been the plan. We'll see. But nevertheless, maybe Beast Coast is going to pull something out here which we're not ready for. But offlane Pango just a big question mark in my mind. We will see if they're able to pull this one off. I mean, at least you're comboed with a Clockwork, who's a pretty good killing hero. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard to lock down both of these heroes, which both have an escape.
Exactly. It's the main thing is like IO plays the lane different to most supports because rather than playing on the pull camps, you're just hugging your core. So then Clockwork will never have those opportunities of battery assault. And then sure, if you are catching the eye, you can stop the tether, but yeah, I feel like Void and I will just play in tandem this entire time. And for me, it's how well can Chen and the Medusa do bot lane to free up the Chen to then make the moves on the map. Because sure, a Chen, Clock, Lesh plus Pango doing things, very, very strong, right? They can punish Chrono, they can punish Doom. Like, Quest, they have damage in Chrono if Snap's there or if Lion has Finger. If those heroes aren't present or having a good game, then you're basically playing the waiting game for the items to do the work for you, right? So I think there is a cool opportunity for Beastcoast to try and break this game, but if they go even or behind in lane, then yeah, it's disaster. And already a nice D ward from Quest. This is the spot basically. You walk down, you walk into the tree line. If you get hit by a tower, you know there's a high ground ward. So nice stuff there from Quest to check for the ward instantly.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was pretty good from Schofield to place the ward and dodge the gank, but yeah, they've kind of read them. Again, you can just see that Quest have done their homework. You know, they feel like
whatever that means. I'm gonna Google what that means. Jim
What did it
Park
say?
wrote it on the minimap. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna Google it first.
Okay. Good plan.
Playing safe.
Good plan. Yeah. There's lots being. I think Sacred just wrote his own name.
Supposedly, it means very good.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Either way, yeah, nice. Sure.
Schofield.
There was like 6 meanings, so I just picked one of them.
Sacred, Malik, Schofield, Jim Park, all down here in the bottom lane, fighting it up right now. They have got not enough damage to bring him down. Schofield with that blood grenade upon him needs to be careful and won't be careful enough. Omar will be the one getting first blood on the line.
Not the start you wanted, right? But oh, okay. So this is going to be the variation, right? They're going to put Stinger with Sacred in the top lane. And of course, we mentioned how Clock into Eye isn't going to feel too good. So you throw the Chen up here and play on the camps and stuff. But
maybe it helps.
That could be enough to offset it. Yeah, maybe.
Still feels tough. We'll see what they're able to do. I mean, my again, like, it's just now you have no killing potential basically with the Chen, right? Like, unless anybody really takes a step too far forward, and you can punish. But in terms of like stuns, control, it's not a whole lot.
Depends on the
from
creeps.
Chen. Yeah, I guess.
I think it entirely depends on creeps. Like, the fact that you have Penitence allows you to trade. Like, here he's done a very good job. Like, this is the kill threat you have if Kaori oversteps. And then if Stinger gets a good creep, let's say the Harpy with the damage, or some poison to reduce the healing, like, I could see it playing well for them, but it's very much creep dependent and Kaori overstepping. Like, tier 2000 will never die in this lane, unless he misplays or wastes time walk, right?
Yeah.
Volatile. Like, we'll look away and suddenly it's like, oh my god, Kaori's dead. Sacred's got a level advantage, you know, and lane's over potentially. But we'll see. This is the lane that everything can happen in. The other lanes, in theory, should be just static trades to farm.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, Noob can pull off some pretty crazy stuff with Stat 5, but you don't usually see it in the laning phase unless you're level 6 and you go for like the cookie into kisses. That old chestnut, but unlikely to see that. Yeah, they got some brutal late game tilings on Quest though, like looking at their draft and how it functions.
And now we're looking at one of the more boring lanes in this game. A Doom farming against a Medusa. Ooh, it's just the good old trader farm. Schofield doesn't really have too much kill threat. I think level 3, if they got 2-point Battery Assault with 2-point Mystic Snake, that could be a chance for them to cut off Malik. But
yeah, I'd almost like to see Schofield move down bottom perhaps and take the Twin Gate. Try and see if you can surprise someone who maybe use a time walk to get away on low HP or something, and then catching them out with the wraparound could be a good way to set up this top lane for some success, because, you know, you're with a Medusa. I think killing heroes is going to be kind of difficult.
Fortunately, Schofield, he can't really leave bot lane too easily, because Lion with the mana drain, you're never going to have a Medusa at full HP, full mana, right? It's always going to be this awkward dance between how much mana does she truly have, and that's also the confidence of picking Medusa into Lion as the game progresses. When Lion can stand his ground, 4 points in mana drain, it'll be quite devastating. Lotus going the way of Io. Like, this is of all the heroes that you want a Lotus to go to, and Noob actually dodges the stun. One more click, goes for the high five, dancing around the trees.
Can't find him. Taking a lot of damage from the tower as well. That was close. Jeez, I mean, there were many ways Noob could have died there, but he managed to sidestep it all, and now he's got Cookie and he's got Scatterblast, so Mago needs to be pretty damn cautious here. But yes, as does Noob. They both have enough damage for, actually not quite enough mana for Dark Mago to pull off the Lightning Storm Splitter. Ooh, bottom lane, yeah, that's going to be a kill going the way of Malik. Under the tower though, but they don't have enough damage. The creeps are there to tank it, and Malik will just be able to walk himself away. Medusa really can't assist much.
This death will now allow the TP to mid to help the Leshrac if he doesn't get the rune, but it's 4 minutes, so he should be able to go 1-for-1 on the water runes. And because of that, yep, he just TPs back to bot lane.
Up in top lane, could be in a bit of trouble here. Sacred with the swashbuckle will be able to finish the job under the tower. The constant harassment from Stinger and Sacred is just too much for Kaori to handle in the end. And they will get to bring him down.
The lightning creep has prophesized. He found it. I mentioned this was the creep they needed, and they got it. They found the key creep. And also they got the Vol Assassins. There were 2 creeps I mentioned. They got both of them. Alright, hype. Alright, good job, Stinger. Easy clap.
Yep. 75% regen reduction, anybody? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Kaori actually cannot
Go for it, buddy. You just came back to bot lane.
Oh, man. He's very, very low. Cogs are out, trying to make it down. Omar trying to chase Schofield, trying to make his way through the tree line, and does so pretty nicely. That was a cute gank, but now he's kind of in no man's land. Through the trees.
Oh, they meet.
He's going to walk up those steps. He walks up the steps. He gets a kill. He doesn't know. He's not aware.
Schofield's aware, though. What a juke.
Oh, he
what
gets
a
away.
Gamer. Oh, someone's twin gating.
Uh-oh. Jim Park doesn't have any mana left.
Oh, no, it's Roshan.
Very scary.
So I got baited. I was like, oh, what's happening? It was just Roshan, you know, repositioning.
Changing home. Going to his abode. Wow, Dark Mago forced out of the middle lane. Forced all the way back to base. Looks like he did push in the waves a bit before traveling out here, but yeah, still a great lane for Noob at the moment.
And he did the classic mid lane thing. It's go to base, TP in, insta-place ward, but there's already a dire sentry, so as soon as that wave pushes up, they'll be able to de-ward it. Sacred is getting jumped top lane, has the swash to be able to disengage if needed.
He's holding it. Slightly risky there. A bash would have been disastrous there, but TA doesn't find it, and now it goes on Stinger instead. Stinger, does he have it? He does have bash. You'd be surprised. Hey, there we go.
There we go.
Gets it off. No complaining about RNG now. Be the worst possible time for it though, but regardless, we won the middle lane. Schofield's gone, but they're going to be able to trade it for a kill onto Omar. So just a bit of a just supports agreeing to kill each other's supports. Mid laners agreeing to kill each other's supports. Yeah.
Just still gonna get over useless. This void was a bashing. It's like very unfortunate.
This goddamn Stormcrafter zapping away time and time again. So goddamn annoying.
I think honestly Beastcoast done a pretty good job in this lane. They've got the IO kills when needed. The Pango's farmed quite nicely. He went for the Vanguard, so he's respecting the fact that he is a squishy hero. Like they found a way to get him through the lane where some Pango players would have, it would have looked quite messy. So yeah, props to Beastcoast. I think they kind of overperformed based on what I expected the lane to be. Also helps that they put the Chen here as well.
I mean, that's my original expectation. But Noob comes in, looking for the rotation here onto Sacred. No cookie available from Noob. He's going to have to try and do it with the right clicks. There's the cookie, gets the mana, and gets the kill.
Ah, the classic Noob rotation.
Yep.
TP in.
TP in this room. He will die, though.
Neshrac's here instead.
Yeah. Gets a counter. Go on to T2000 as well. He doesn't have time walk for another 3 seconds. He's gone. Dark Mago says, you call that a rotation? This is a rotation. Watch and learn. Very nicely done. And he's going to get himself a bottle refill for his efforts as well.
Quite delightful.
Yeah, as you can see on Sacred, he is level 25 at least on this hero, so, plays a ton of it. He is definitely a specialist. Loves these kind of mid lane heroes in the off lane. Likes to find momentum and find kills. No, they're running to Dark Mago. There's 4 heroes here, though, so they should be able to bring him down. Leshrac taking a ton of damage. Noob finishing the job as Kaori will get the kill. Schofield, it's all they're going to come into this one, though. I mean, cogsing up Noob here, but I'm not too sure what this is going to achieve. Chen's here with the creeps as well. It's damage, but it's not going to be enough to get any kills, I don't think. Noob's going to focus on clearing out this annoying centaur. Gets rid of the crafter as well. Then meanwhile, Omar just chasing down Schofield with the help of Kaori, and the supports get it done. Bringing down Schofield, and Noob's also able to bring down Stinger with the kisses as well. So, yeah, pretty uncalculated play there from Beastcoast, I would say.
Yeah. You want to try and gank the snap. Oh, Doom thrown out onto Lesh, but he's just out. See ya.
All right. Doom the stun target. TP yourself to safety. Easy peasy.
I feel like for Beastcoast, you want to play away from this snapfire. You know, we're seeing it here time and time again. If you go towards Noob and the supports are amping him up, it is going to be just devastating to kill. Like, you don't really have great damage. It's a lot of damage over time, right? The spam of the Chen creeps, the Lesh, the clock.
Yeah.
Well, Quest is quite punchy. The build on who?
Noob.
Yeah, no boots into Atos. Yeah, he wants to kill and lock down some lads.
That's very
Boots are coming out now. Look at Schofield.
Ground boots, who needs them? I'm a turret.
Oh, the cookie though.
Unfortunately.
Come on.
Yeah. And Kaori is the one who's going to suffer for it as he's taking a ton of damage here. Raindrop keeping him alive for the time being. Schofield also being kept alive by the hand of God, but nice little swashbuckle through from Sacred there, landing into both supports. Kaori looking like his life may be limited. A nice tether across onto Noob, though that might get him out of dodge. Sacred still looking to chase this one. He's a hungry boy. He's a bull and he wants to eat another ball.
He's going to get him. No, he's not.
Won't be able to close the gap. Oh, he's got swash, but he can't. He can't overcommit to this one. If he swashes and misses, then he's just dead. Even if he gets it, he's probably dead. Here comes in here onto Dark Mago there, just using the Atos to get in range for the Scatter Blast. Now look at just run him down. TA 2000's in the area as well. Cookie in through, and they'll get the kill. Dark Mago goes down.
Quest is so good at continuing the fights and understanding when to actually go for it. And you feel Beastcoast, they have an opportunity to go and they overextend. It's unfortunate. Also, small thing in that play, Stinger, he mismicroed his Wild Ring Ripper. Rather than pushing the Leshrac closer to the IO, he pushed him away, and then obviously the fight extended to this Void TP in and whatnot. But yeah, Quest showing that they are ready to fight and playing beautifully around this Snapfire.
Yeah.
I say, really, and then they die.
Nope. Yep, okay, Kaori does take a step too far forward. Finally, Beastcoast bring enough heroes to the engagement. And looking to bring down Noob as well. Omar comes in, 3-man stun. That is nice, but it's not nice enough. Noob's still going to fall. Dharma goes in range for the Pulse Nova. That's going to be yet another kill going their way. My goodness, Beastcoast, they bring the numbers, and this time it pays off massively.
It was like, you know, Quest are vibing. They're doing all, and then suddenly it's like, uh-oh. Beastcoast just brought absolutely everybody to this fight, and now Clock hit 6, he's got the jump, so I mean, Quest, they've been playing beautifully, but they need to be careful, because I think the comparison is, Quest will bring 3 heroes to a fight with confidence, because Doom and Void naturally want to farm. Void's going Midas, Doom also goes Midas. But Beastcoast, they're going to be the most hungry group of 4 possible, doing everything they can to give Medusa time to farm. So there'll always be a slight numbers advantage to Beastcoast, and we're seeing it here. But it is just constant fighting in that regard.
3 protect 2 versus 4 protect 1. We'll see which one comes out on top in this series. I mean, so far, you know, look at the net worths. It's not obviously that crazy, but I'm sure we'll see Gym Park take over. Like, if Gym Park isn't bothered,
both Midases are coming out at the same time, Nomad. Like the northern courier, the southern courier, they're flying out at identical times.
They're gonna hit slightly off time, but still, it's gonna be within like a few seconds of each other.
Ready? 1 Midas. Used. Hold.
Hold.
2nd Midas.
2 Midas. No creeps. Oh no, Wiggly, find a creep.
Used.
There we go.
There we go.
Right,
oh,
easy.
Christ. That was quite poetic. It wasn't as... I was hoping it would be like, bop, you know, but whatever.
Point is, they've got 2 Midases. They're going to be scaling regardless into this game. They want to take it late. They've got the Snapfire. They know they've got these beastly late game timings. And yeah, Malik just not afraid to just drop these dooms on anyone that comes near him. His aim isn't to kill people. It's just to make himself really awkward to kill. And yeah, Quest are trying to make something happen with this one. They're actually just trying to deal with the creep army instead. Rolling Thunder being used by Sacred here. I mean, they have the vision thanks to the flare. And it looks like Omar is being left behind. And Omar will die for his sins.
Did he get the creeps though? Oh.
Bonk. Not quite. Malik's still in the neighborhood with Schofield. I mean, Schofield's just kind of holding him steady and allow his team to come in and try and finish the job. Malik, he'd like to try and TP out of this one, but there is no way out, and he's just going to get cooked up. And Dartmouth getting another kill here. This Leshrak kind of becoming the GOAT of this game.
He's doing so much work. Of course, it helps. I think Quest misexecuted there a little bit, right? You got such a defensive relocate, so you can't instantly punish the Clockwork who's doomed up. There's not the Atos range, and then in doing so, it's just this like awkward chase down. And yeah, Beastcoast, we mentioned it already. They are willing to bring numbers, and meanwhile, Jim Park, not the craziest amount of farm, but still doing a pretty good job on the way to Manta, which does have TP, so.
Ooh, blah, blah, blah. That was close.
He didn't have hookshot available. Oh, Leshrak, we've just been praising you, boss, and now you're.
Oh, we do a little feed in. He's in deep trying to get the Wisdom Rune, and we'll take one kill with him, but absolutely not worth it.
Okay, so let's cost this up, right? So Lion just got the kill, so now he's basically got Blink Dagger, but 2 Wisdom Runes go in the way of Medusa and Leshrak. Do you think that's a win or a lose? All right, Twitch chat, go. Do you think that's a win for Beastcoast or a lose? Giving the Lion Blink Dagger, but getting 2 Wisdom Runes.
Let's equate this up. It's about 3.5 levels between 2 Wisdom Runes. Okay, that's going to result in like, you know, a couple of spells. How much is a spell worth? About, I'd say about each point of spell is worth about 400 gold. And then
you meant to vote from the gut, man. What's happening?
Heroes. And divide that by 2. Work out a square root. And subtract it by pi, and you should have your answers. Just work that out, and then we'll know. But yeah, either way, game's pretty even. You know, one team is scaling with the Medusa, one team is scaling with the dual hand of Midases, which are completely out of sync now due to the deaths, which is terribly unsatisfying. Yeah, hanging around bottom side quest. Looking to maybe take a poke here, but Schofield, he's just kind of sitting under this ward, and in comes Omar. Reveals the ward vision, and they'll take down that observer from. Actually,
the best thing, Nomad, is I checked the win-loss, and literally the first 2 guys, one guy says win, one guy says loss. So, alright, yeah, of course. I know it's going to be the 50-50. I mean, I think that vote had as much meaning as this game, because, of course, Quest are locked in as first, and Beast Coast are locked in as 6th. So, yeah, this game is for team confidence over literally anything else.
Yeah, but I mean, Beast Coast need it much more than Quest do at the moment, I would say.
This is true. They are on a very downward spiral right now, so getting a win, especially against Quest, would give them a little bit more confidence going into the play-in playoffs. Don't know if that's the actual official phrase, but you keep saying it, so I'm kind of subscribed to the idea for now.
Yeah, I'm trying to sell it, you know. I don't think they have an official title, but yeah, they're the play-in playoffs.
Sure.
Just rolls off the tongue. Schofield, he's in no man's land once again. This is his home, though. This is where Schofield lives. He just built a Yules as well, the madman.
Yeah, they're actually itemized for a very cool window, because Medusa's shifted from the Manta, just going straight for Skadi. Oh,
There we go.
Another Doom.
The moment
Malik.
Malik's just like trigger happy with the Doom. Maybe it's an auto cast, because any hero that comes near him just immediately gets doomed. And in comes Dartmouth jumping in from the sidelines here. Omar does throw down the stun. Chronosphere comes out from TA2000. Kaori is positioned perfectly to keep him empowered. This is so nice from TA2000 and Kaori to bring down Dartmouth. And now looking for more, and they didn't even lose Omar during this as well. Malik will eventually fall. Sacred rolling around trying to find a target as Omar jumps in, trying to get the stun out onto Schofield. But meanwhile, TA2000 is kind of cut off, but he doesn't seem concerned in the slightest. Sacred trying to match his jump forward, but can't quite do so. But now, TA2000 in some trouble, out of mana, out of health, he is down. And that is the big kill of the fight. Sure, Dartmouth dies, but losing your carry like that for Quest feels pretty bad. Oob and Kaori around together. Look at Kaori. So faithless. The moment his carry's dead, he finds a new tether target. No loyalty on this man. Said he'd be in some trouble here if he's not careful. Utilizing the tether, get across the river. Pretty nicely done.
Just so we're no matter, we didn't clock it, but if we click on Snapfire for a second, it's a very important revelation.
The triple Midases. Oh my god, the dream.
Yeah, for some, but Quest clearly wanting to play this much later, and it's given Beastcoast so much confidence. Like, you've got a Skadi complete on Gym Park, you've got everyone, all the other players basically picking up just active items, right? Yours on Clock, yours on Lash, Blink, Solar Crest. Like, if you just look at the wider picture of Beastcoast, they are the stark opposite of what Quest is trying to do. And look, oh look, Nomad just appeared on screen. Don't know why he's in the game.
Are fortified.
Oh,
Well,
interesting.
That's a bit weird.
Yeah. Hello,
Yeah,
everyone.
you did.
Cool.
You just died as
Oh,
well.
you're welcome.
Sorry, mate.
Tower is under attack.
So, yeah,
So
I mean,
lifelike.
triple Midases, you know, my pub teammates, they were right all along. I kept telling them not to do it, but, well, inarguable now.
Bottom tower has fallen.
I think we're both in agreement that this Quest lineup will be so insane if they hit level 25, multiple items, refreshers, etc. Right? They're cool. It's gonna be so fun to watch.
Top tower.
Levels is to boot, but like
Yeah.
it gives Beastcoast a very nice opportunity. Like Stinger, he's done a very good job at progressing the game for his team. And just look what I mean. Like you've got wait, what's the Medusa buying?
She's going for
She's going Ags as well. Okay.
Sanjin Yasha.
She's gonna go
into
Sanjin Yasha
Academy.
Ag Shard. Yo, we don't see this build too often, but it's kind of cool, right? Just being able to, once you pick up the shard, you reflect the stone gaze or the snake to then do the stone form as well. Like, it's very cool with cold blooded, and of course with the Ags, then you turn people into stone. So like, it's a lot of control, but it will give everyone else some teams and purpose. And I'm not opposed to it, right? It's about survival. You just need to survive the Chrono, survive the Doom. And if you just get your spells off prior, then you'll be fine. I think Beastcoast, they're in a really good position after a very difficult start of the game. I feel like they're in the driving seat. Next Roshan's the key for me here. Like, who can really take the edge and get the Aegis?
Yeah, and it will be the first Roshan as well, so. No extra goodies, no cheeses or anything like that. They're just looking to control up this bottom area and maybe start to push for it. And yeah, I'm not sure I see Quest really intervening much. I think they just want to farm the map where they can. I don't know. Like, do you wait for Midas plus 1 item? Midas plus 2 items? Do you just wait until 25 on Snap and 25 plus Ags on Doom? You know? Like, what timings are we looking at here? If any.
The scaling timing, Nomad, please.
Yes.
the waited out, boss. Alright, so Aegis is just freely going towards the way of Beastcoast.
Middle tower.
Of course, Aegis against any of these big time-based heroes is going to feel very good. And yeah, Jim Park, he's always toying with his quick buy, you know? Like, he has the Manta, he goes Skadi. He has the Sanjin Kaya, Sanjin Yasha, sorry, not Kaya. Boom, he's going Ags, but yeah, we'll see if
Even
Beastcoast
guessing.
can execute on their timing, yeah. It's only us who are guessing at this point. Maybe his team are aware.
Dire are
But you'd like to think
Nah,
they'd be
it's when they
aware.
watch the replay and I'll be like, what was he building? Oh, he's misleading us again and again. Clearly. This is a, yeah, I mean, I guess the question isn't what timing's a Quest after. It's more like at what point will Quest actually come and fight Beastcoast? Because they let them have Roshan, okay, they let them have bottom tier 2, okay. I mean, they let them have mid tier 2, they let them have top tier 2, they let them have high ground? I don't think so, but what windows are they looking for? We shall see.
Dire's middle
I
tower
think you can
is
clearly
under
see that
attack.
Quest are getting the BKBs up online as well.
Fortified.
You got the Snapfire got the BKB, Voids, Oni and Ograx away. And that is going to be their tanky timing to deal with the nuisance of the Pangolier and the fight, the Leshrac chip damage. And it's going to get to a point where it will be Medusa versus the world.
Dire's middle
And
tower is under
are Beastcoast really doing enough to do that? They are taking away some of these tier 2s.
Wow, look at this reload in the middle lane. It's kind of
They're going
insane.
to get a kill. Schofield, if he gets seen by the creep, okay, Ferrari, farewell, boss.
Radiant's
Aw,
courier.
it was nice.
There goes my hero. Rest in peace. All to get Faces Void towards the middle lane to get some farm and get him out of danger. Mission accomplished. Some salutes for the IO. Yeah, map's starting to get a little bit small for Quest now, you know, giving up a lot, so it's time for a smoke. It's time to get things back
Here we
onto their
go, come on.
terms. All right.
Oh mate, it got so slow. Let's be honest, this game got to quite a lull. Not lull, but a lull. And here it is. Malik with a blink.
Dinger been found. Oh, okay.
Surprise!
Yep, they thought it was a high ground. At least I'll take down the army, or at least a couple of members of the army. And now comes a Chronosphere. A little bit of a runaround for TA2000, but nevertheless, they will be able to get on top of Schofield and bring him down. But now, who is in trouble in the backlines? It is Noob who's been caught out, but they've also got the Doom mount onto the Leshrac. Now, can they follow up with that is the question. Jim Park's coming into the fight, and he's trying to take down Noob. Noob going for the TP out. It's kind of tricky because he can't see which way he's facing, but the hookshot comes in and interrupts him, and he will end up going down. Meanwhile, Malik stuck on the high ground here inside the cogs, being beaten down by Schofield. He will die as well. And the Beastcoast do take that fight. I mean, it takes a little buyback from Schofield, but that's okay.
They farmed for that. That's all I'm saying. That was their big grand reveal. The blink daggers, the BKBs. They blinked to a high ground. They chrono a clock, and East Coast pulling ahead. And that was a little bit cheeky from Noob, right? He goes for the BKB TP whilst taunting, so he's spinning. So you don't really know, like you said, you don't know exactly where he's facing. That was pretty cool, pretty five-head. Cool. But Jim Park, of course, being on top of him, was able to just get around him quick enough to just check all angles and was cancelling that one out. But look at that tech in the future. That was enjoyable.
Another relocate into the middle lane, cut the wave. Thing is, I'd say this is like desperation, but it's really not, because they put themselves in this situation. Like they kind of asked for this, so
no, they 100% chose to do this. And Schofield, he's going for the straight Wind Waker. I'd love to see it against the Doom, the Chrono.
Yeah, it's sick.
If this clock can actually, whip out a Wind Waker at this point, at any point in this game, it'll really disjoint that aggression. So I think Beastcoast, they've been itemizing and playing quite nicely. Whilst Quest, it's like, they're playing just their own little mini game of how much farm can we get before it ends. And yet to see the team play that Quest have dominated with in this group stage.
Ooh, Noob trying to set up onto Sacred here, but yeah, he's kind of being held still. All right, BKB TP out, done. Knows that Beast Coast are making their way over. There's a tier 2 tower here for them to take, so they will take it. And just to be clear, they didn't take the middle lane of barracks, at least not the melee barracks, because of this reload play which they keep making on the IO and the Faceless Void. And now they're here and they're not even reloading for it, so they're just running here regardless. TA2000 and Kaori just running around the map doing whatever they want. Schofield trying to be annoying.
You can see just Quest.
Schofield's doing this, yeah.
Come on, Quest. You got all your spells, boys. There's a point where you can fight, right? Age is soon to expire.
Here we go. Jump in with the Doom and immediately just trying to get down that Leshrac, but they don't really have the follow-up. There's nothing to be done here. I mean, the Faceless Void, he's not in the mix just yet. They do have the reload, but they don't want to use it, and Schofield's just threatening them the whole time as well, so they can't actually reload in. Now, Jim Park, well, he is out of mana. How long is left on that Aegis? Chronosphere comes down, and they've timed it perfectly. Now they need to bring him down. They need the damage. They just can't find it. They go on the backlines here, controlling them up. They're keeping Jim Park alive. Can he get himself away, though? TA2000 desperately just trying to bring down the Medusa, and will be able to do so. Prokofiev Mjolnir gets it done. Now they can look towards Dark Mago as well. He does have enough mana for the split earth, but he needs to get himself away at the same time. TA2000, he's back into the mix. Kaori's here as well, and they're going to get another one. TA2000 on the Faceless Void, getting it done.
Just the fact that Void got the kill there, but just the fact that also Schofield, he completely destroyed the start of that fight, preventing the Iron the Void entering. Of course, the Medusa eventually went down, but she was so close to getting a Mystic Snake off, but just the raw damage Void was able to pump out with the Mjolnir, with, of course, the amount of attack speed he had. Like, it was one snake away from it potentially being over. Jim Park just not able to get it off. Yeah, Quest keeping themselves in the game for one fight more, but double buyback was the expense of that. Both Snapfire and Kaori had to throw away some gold to get back into that fight.
Yeah, it's the cost. That said, the Faceless Void, big win from him. 1,200 gold gained from that fight. What does he get with it?
Diffusal Blade as well.
Diffusal Blade comes out for him. Okay.
We saw how important taking away that mana was just through damage, and if you throw in the Diffusal Blade on top, it can fully prevent Medusa, especially with her build here, going for the Ags, the Sanj and Yash. Like, there's no Butterfly, there's no Manta to maybe force the Void to think about who he's really hitting. There's no survivability. It's just raw HP, raw tankability with the spells that she has in play.
TA2000 comes across Sacred here, and that's a lot of damage coming out from Sacred. Void actually, time walks away a little bit late, so he doesn't get the health regen from it, but in comes Kaori once again, healing him up. Jimpox use the ultimate now, and they'll take down Kaori with ease, and now Teo 2000 committing hard onto the juicer, everything once again being thrown towards Jimpox. Schofield tries to come in, uses the heals to just hold back TA 2000, but they've got the damage, they've got more than enough to bring down Chimpark, and once again, the Medusa is dead. Now the move across towards the sidelines, TA 2000 has been caught out a little bit here, time walk away, running through the trees, trying to get himself out of this one. Meanwhile, on the backlines, they've found Stinger, but Noob stunned up by Dart Mago. He's going to get another one, and now they move forwards onto Malik as well. The Doom's in some trouble as well. I don't think he's got a way out of this one. He'll move to the side, he'll move to the left, but he cannot get out, and the Doom will fall as well. 3 dead on the side of Quest. They do bring down the Medusa, but it costs a lot.
And can they get much from this? I mean, Jimpark, he started that fight kind of prematurely, throwing out the Stone Gaze. Because he didn't have that up, he then eventually is, you know, squishy enough to die because he doesn't have that defensive taunt. With Leshak on your team, Edict's going to do the work for you. There isn't a chrono in place. Darkmago needs to be relatively careful. Say relatively, but he's still incredibly tanky with Bloodstone.
Omar commits. Tier 2000, he's on it. Oh,
Oh,
the
the
hook
hook.
shot misses. Okay, well, that's going to get the kill. Honestly, looked like that should have been on point, but nevertheless, he'll go down. Sacred as well, also in trouble, and that will be a double kill for TA 2000. That is insane. And again, those steps on the hook shots just always make it look a little bit off when, yeah, off target. That's unfortunate, but 2 big kills as Quest once again holding this high ground, and the triple Midas lineup, it's showing signs of maybe paying off at this point. They've held the high ground for such a long time now.
I mean, Beastcoast are just throwing bodies in. I don't think they're showing much discipline in trying to close out this game.
Wait, Omar,
Okay.
they're coming in to help him. Okay, TA 2000's got to be a little bit careful, but Kaori, they're not really targeting him at this point. He's got the relocate in 2 seconds. He needs to reconnect with the Void. Oh, he double-clicked. Surely, right? There goes
Malik and the
just dropping
Doom.
it 2 onto Schofield. Why not? BKB out from TA 2000. He's committing hard. I mean, Jimpark doesn't have
And
that
there's
much
no
mana
team.
left. They might be able to kill him. The damage is there. The bashes are in. The man attacks so fast because Kaori's back from the dead and helps him out. He reload away, but comes sliding back in to help out. And now they'll move across towards Stinger. Oh my god, this is some messy but beautiful Dota. It's like a Picasso.
And I'm still trying to understand what it really means, because Beastcoast, they had the advantage, they had everything, and the top siege, Agent Expire, die, to then reset, take a fight top, but Jimpark's by himself, the team isn't there, he dies again, and then to try and fight again in your triangle with your team dead, it's like 3 key moments for Beastcoast whilst in the lead, just give away their entire lead, and you can just see from the graph it was heavily in their favor, 89% win rate at its peak, to now being 66, it's... Yeah,
Plummeting.
when you get triple Midas, if your team plays like, if your opponent plays like this, then of course you're going to be looking quite good. Snapfire, he's only a quarter of the way, of the level away from getting level 20.
Ooh,
So he's going to have Daedalus, the Lil Shredder attack damage. And Quest, they're going to be just slaughtering in the team fights now. Beastcoast, their entire draft of itemization was about controlling the mid game. Like when you look at Dusa, I praised her itemization for their playstyle. And then they kind of played completely opposite to this. Like, this is not a build that scales nicely into the late game. It's about controlling and dominating. And let's see how Beastcoast can recover, because Quest, there's nothing stopping them now.
Why does Jimpark have reserve mangoes ready?
I mean, why does... There's so many questions you can ask in this game, and I don't think I have enough time to truly answer. And hallelujah!
Thank you, Patrick.
Level 20
Yes,
talent is
indeed.
here.
Midas is
Imagine if he
used.
misclicked, yeah.
Yeah, that would be lit. Just instant
Whoopsie.
GG if you misclick. Into the pit we
Wasn't
go.
that- Yeah, we've had that before where people like bought the wrong items or did the wrong thing and asked for the remake, right? Back in the day. Either way, we have a Roshan contest.
We certainly do. They're coming in for this one. Kiss is coming over. Well, it feels like it's more for the vision than anything. Noob just going to stand his ground against Sacred and just try and take him out. At least over half health taken away. Then comes TA 2000 looking for Stinger. They've ignored the Roshan and they're going for the kills instead. They know they need to defend this as they don't want to steal to come in. Meanwhile, we've got 2 fights breaking out. TA 2000, he's interacting with the Medusa. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, they're trying to bring down Sacred and they are able to do so as Omar gets chased down by Dart Mago. Medusa in the middle of everything. She's doomed up. TA 2000 gets on top of him
damage.
but does get stunned immediately, but now starts dealing the real real damage to the Medusa. The Yules is out to buy him a bit of time. Dartmouth doesn't time it correctly, and now he's just sat inside the Chronosphere. The TA2000 with the BKB. Beautiful stun across from Omar as well. They do have the damage to bring them both down. New from the sideline. Pew, pew, pew. GG. What? I mean, no buyback, I guess, but...
Nah, that's a good GG. Nah. Trust that's where you GG. No, because like Beastcoast, they had this, not had this game, but it was their game to lose in their positioning, right, and how they chose to fight. They take the fight top tier 3, sorry, with Aegis, they lose the fight. They take a fight straight away after, Gym Park dies again. They take a fight in their triangle moments after respawn, they die again. They contest a Roshan, they die again. 4 big deaths on their carry in a row. Beastcoast, they went from punishing potentially a triple minus strategy into then getting carried away with that aggression and that kind of that raw nature of Dota against teams like Beastcoast, against Quest, sorry, will punish you. So yeah, unfortunate for Beastcoast, but just not disciplined enough to capitalize on this rare opportunity of a triple minus lineup.
Yep, and if you're watching this, then don't try this at home. Please, for the love of God, don't try this at home. But
like, okay, we're seeing here, right? This is the moment. You have the Aegis, the Chrono stops the Medusa, instant stop the region as well. And then at this point, yeah, you might have lost a couple heroes, use a couple buybacks, but this is the point in the game where you expect Beastcoast to take the top racks, reset, maybe farm for the next Roshan, go bottom, mega creeps on the card, and then we fast forward to the next one. Look, Medusa's already dead. Congratulations, Beastcoast, you still get the kills after, but imagine if Medusa was alive in this moment, or maybe joined the team or waited like 3 seconds. I think the first high ground siege, that doesn't matter. It's the fight after where they fumble, that's the real throw in this game. So yeah, decision making was the undoing for Beastcoast here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, I didn't like the Axe Shard thing which this Medusa was doing. Like, yeah, you've got damage in your Leshrac, but at the same time, like, you just need to finish the game, and I don't think Axe and Shard lets you do that. I think Axe and Shard actually stops you doing that, because it doesn't give you much sieging, you know, it doesn't give you much damage, and I don't know. It's easy to look back and like kind of blame things, but all in all, you know, yeah.
I'm down to do it. It's fine. We can do it. So at 25 minutes, Sanj and Yash gets complete with Aegis. 8 minutes later, 4 deaths have occurred on Medusa, and the game's over. So we can say it. It's fine. Like, they tried to do a cool strategy. They didn't execute on it. Whatever, right? Like, it happens, but they need to clean it up as they move into the next stage. They aren't eliminated. They do enter some playoffs to enter the next group stage, so they still have a chance to bounce back. But if that's their execution, then they will be the underdog for sure.
Yeah, they will. It's it's interesting, and yeah, I want to say one more thing before we throw it over. Is that this is the first time in a while I've seen a game end where a team has actually the favored win probability. They had about 10% win probability still on Beastcoast. Now, admittedly, Quest were yet to take the Aegis, were yet to kind of do any damage. They just won the fight, so it probably hadn't quite updated yet, but it's still kind of funny to see a team lose with a positive win probability. So that is going to do it. The Beastcoast versus Quest. Huge congratulations to Quest as they now take the top slot in this group. And you may be asking what's coming next. Well, my friends, I believe we've got a 1v1 tiebreaker coming up around the corner to sort out some... Yeah, that's what I've been told. So, yeah, pretty exciting stuff coming up. I can have Bod versus
Oh, there is? There is.
Yeah, them's the rules. Very excited for that. So, yeah, we're going to throw it over to a break. In fact, that's the end of our casting journey, at least for now. Might jump in a little bit later on, but at the moment, I don't think so. But it's been a pleasure if this is the last one. Been a pleasure casting Riyadh Masters. Been a pleasure to bring you guys the action. Hope we did the game some justice, and enjoy the rest of the tournament, and enjoy the 1v1 coming up with Gareth and Wagamama. We'll see you later.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would play, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters, and here we are, closing out the play-in stage with some playoffs. Getting through things here, as we've already got our guaranteed teams going through to the main group stage, and Waga, now it's elimination time.
Yeah, it is, and we have two teams here that are fighting. We've been watching as well. We've got Beastcoast and TSM here right now. We saw Jim Park and what he did yesterday. Some absolutely insane stuff. We had some really crazy Divine Rapier stuff going on. Aeon Disc on carry Gyro with Rapier. You can't really ask for more exciting Dota than that. It was a lot of fun. And seeing Beastcoast here go up against TSM. Do you have a favorite here that you think like they're going to take it easily, or do you think it's going to be a bloody battle?
I think it's going to be a bloody battle. I really do. I mean, I do have some bias. You know, I'm going to come out and say it. I covered South American Dota for a long time, and Beastcoast was absolutely one of my favorites for quite some time. But, you know, looking over the match history, they've played against each other 3 times, always in a best of 2, and TSM have taken 2 of those best of 2s 2-0. So TSM historically like have the upper hand over Beastcoast. But when it comes to big lands, I feel like Beastcoast are just better at taking these big victories, which matter a lot more.
Yeah, I think that Beastcoast have one advantage going for them, that they are the type of team that nobody wants to play when everything is on the line, because they are that scary team that they play sort of without fear, like we saw with the, you know, oh, they're supposed to lose this game. This is supposed to be over. Buys a Rapier. We're here. You know, this game ain't over. And they're the type of team that can also play very, very aggressively. So that can always be very intimidating, because if you make one little mistake, you can slip up and fall behind. So even though TSM have historically the advantage, I think they have to go in here very well prepared for Beastcoast to be able to upset this as well. I think it should be a really good series.
Yeah, should be. You're kind of walking on eggshells against Beastcoast, and you're very tentative. It's like I think you made the point there. One mistake, one move, one team fight. You know, Beastcoast have been known to be that kind of precision chaos team. They choose their moments very, very wisely. And there's our schedule for the remainder of the day, as we've already rounded out Group A and Group B with those 2 series there, Liquid against Aster and Beastcoast Quest, which I believe didn't matter too much. A bit of dead rubber, just a bit of pride to play for in those 2 previous series. But now we move on into the play-in playoffs, the deciding best of 3s. Don't forget, we move into best of 3s now to figure out who is going to be heading into that main group stage. TSM against Beastcoast, and later on, 9Pandas against VP.
Oh boy. Yeah, that matchup between 9Pandas and VP, we're going to have a lot of Eastern European and Russian viewers who's going to be interested in watching that. And everyone, of course, in other scenes as well, because these are, you know, rival teams who are very, very, very potent. And I've cast them in the DPC. It's always exciting. It's always a blast. So seeing them go against each other here, you know, you feel a little bit bad for them that they have to battle each other here, as they're in a very international setting. But at the same time, you know, whoever loses is going to give the power forward basically to the other.
Yeah, especially since 9Pandas, I kind of want to say they've slipped over the past month or so. They've kind of rose to prowess through seasons 1, 2, and 3. Looked very good, but at international events look decent. But recently they've slipped a little bit behind Spirit and BetBoom, who have picked things up. VP have been that team, though, that's like on the cusp. They're on that brink where, you know, one victory against one of these big teams could propel them, you know, towards TI, towards these bigger events and moments, especially with the roster they've got. Should be an exciting one later on down the line. But yeah, right in front of us, we've got 2 teams in the lobby. Beastcoast against TSM, looking like they're ready and raring to get the blinders off, get out of the gates, and start swinging. Because this is honestly this is real Dota now, right? Best of 3 is how Dota's meant to be played in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it is. I mean, nobody really wants to have a best of 2 where, you know, okay, you lose 2-0, it's whatever. But if it's a 1-1, it always feels like something is missing. You know, you move on and play the next game. Like, no, we could have had those guys, you know, or if you lost one game in the second game, then you're like, well, we want to get the payback here. So for the teams in particular, it doesn't really feel so conclusive when you just play a BO2. BO3, everything is on the line. First game matters a lot to set the pace. You can have, of course, the no-tail mentality as well, as, you know, you always got to win 2 games. So first game doesn't really matter. If you lose the first game, whatever, still got to win 2. But ultimately, Dota is also a lot about getting that right space and be able to flow from the energy that you get from getting good pace, getting some momentum in the first game. So I think we'll see here. Both teams not going to hold back anything here as we go into the draft.
Yeah, super curious to see what kind of priority we have in terms of picks, because we've seen a little bit of a shift. You know, Leshrac and Io starting to be picked up by like every team across the board now. Heroes, you know, like Sven are starting to appear for Beastcoast in particular when the carry pool is limited. But is there anything that like stands out for you between these two teams that's going to be super high priority that's maybe a bit weird?
No, I think, I mean, Beastcoast have a certain particular style to them. I think maybe you give extra priority, like they did here on TSM, to that Darkseer that they've been playing, and, you know, get rid of the ability for them to play around the Darkseer because he worked out really well yesterday. But overall, I think the most important thing is just getting the lanes going in a proper way and set yourself up in a good spot. So we're going to see a lot of focus on lane bullying heroes here in the first phase picks. That's also the type of heroes we see banned out here. The Broodmother, Timbersaw, Darkseer, all heroes who lane very well against many different things. And of course, Chen getting removed as well. This is a fantastic Chen and Enchantress patch, so any team capable of playing Chen and Enchantress or happy to do so will definitely bust that out.
Yeah, because TSM, they absolutely love the zoo. And if they get their hands on Chen, they feel pretty happy. I think it's like 50% of their games so far at the Riyadh Masters. They've picked Chen when it was available. Outside of that, you know, Brood, Lycan, grabbing up these annoying heroes like Visage, Enchantress. They do like that ability just to convert, you know, a single kill into towers and that map pressure a little better. Whereas Beastcoast primarily focus on these team fights and pick off into an objective. Clear out a Roshan here or there. But we start off and dying into the Rubik.
Yeah, you think we're going to see any mid Rubik here? Like Kiyotaka was playing mid Rubik, Phylactery Dagon today.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and oh my god, that game was crazy actually. Ramses was playing Juggernaut, and yeah, his jug, that lifesteal talent is not balanced. How is it not after damage reduction? Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here, viewers. I'm ranting, but yeah, it was to behold.
Just a mini rant.
Yep, I'm done. We can proceed into this game.
I just want to answer, if they still had Chris Luck on Beastcoast, I would say yes, absolutely. He was the kind of guy that would play mid Rubik, you know, mid Snapfire. He was one of those kind of pioneers out there. Yeah,
Chris Luck is an entertaining player to watch for sure.
Dark Margo, a little more limited, I want to say, in terms of signature hero pool. You know, he's very, very good on maybe 3-4 heroes, and outside of that, he looks, you know, solid, okay.
That's the type of player that you probably prefer to have, though, in general. Like someone who is an expert at sufficiently many heroes that you can build a lot of strategies around it. You can do a lot of things with it, and he's not going to get target banned everything, rather than just being decent at everything. Obviously, the best idea is just having, you know, TI Yatoro playing everything at top level. You know, that's great. If you can have that, perfect. But you still want to have a specialist more so.
So what's up with this? Drow Ranger first phase. Last pick of the first phase.
She's a good pick against Snapfire and Rubik, I want to say. Snapfire is a hero that struggles a bit against Drow because of the silence being so good. Snap relies very heavily on casting her 4 different abilities. In early game, you want to cast your ulti, just cancel that. You want to jump onto the Drow, you want to stun someone, you can get pushed back to stop it. You can also silence preemptively to stop her from casting it at all, but you know, if she uses it on someone else, you can just push them back and that's not going to hit anymore. So she's good for many different reasons, and both Rubik and Snap are heroes that sit back. What's Drow's weakness? Heroes that go on top of her. So she's already looking pretty solid here by the fact that she has Undying to tank and you're against a double ranged setup already.
Is this also kind of a direct response to the Morphling nerfs as well? Because, 2-3 weeks ago we would see Undying Morphling in that spot, right?
It is definitely. Yeah, when you see Snapfire, that would have been a Morphling pick and just nerf her stats with Aghanim Scepter and Morph. But Morph isn't as good anymore with the idea of countering universal heroes. So I think correctly teams are moving away a bit from that. We are still seeing a lot of success from certain other agi carries though. Drow, this is only the 5th game, I think, that Drow has picked in Riyadh Masters, so not too many games to go on, but so far won 3 games, lost 1, so doing decent. And in the previous games that it was played, let's see, it was actually Extreme Gaming playing it in 3 different games, and then Team Liquid ran it once. So first time TSM are pulling it out.
Yeah, was it a combo with some stuff? Because we've seen this Drow Visage quite a lot, and that's why Beastcoast are kind of banning out some of these Zoo heroes. But was it like Drow on her own being picked?
It was Drow Beastmaster in one of the games, and then Drow with ET 2 of the other games. So pairing up a bit minus armor with her strong auto attacks, but not really like full Drow strats the way we have seen.
Yeah, you go back several years, thinking like 4 or 5 years ago, got all these 5 range lineups with the Drow Ranger.
Yeah,
don't want to see that again.
As we go through the bans here, going back to exactly what we were discussing, the TSM lineup are, of course, banning out Bloodseeker, Clock, and TA. So Clock, Bloodseeker, TA, all these heroes get pretty close and personal, can be pretty problematic for Drow, and also would not be the easiest heroes for Undying to play into. So they are trying to shield their Drow pick now, since they revealed it early. Meanwhile, Beastcoast, they're banning out bit of Zoo and push. That's the concern they have against Tombstone plus Drow, because that's already a lot of push. So Lycan or Visage would be absolutely terrifying, but still respecting the Storm here, not wanting to deal with the pickoffs that Storm can provide, even though their heroes are really good against Storm. You have Insta Lift, you have Snap Stun, you have Mars Stun now as well.
I'm trying to figure out where this snap is going, because I'm pretty sure Dark Margo doesn't play it, and it might just be locked into the off lane. I'm looking back. Yeah, their last 10 games, Dark Margo has picked it up once or twice. But with this Mars pickup, they are flexible. Like, this is the thing, right? Sacred and Dark Margo share so many heroes. You don't know where these guys are going. But I'm kind of leaning towards Mars Rubik off lane and Snap Bin, because that just feels more natural.
Mars Rubik is a very classic lane, but somehow I feel like it might be Mars mid and put the Snap Rubik, also completely competent lane. I think I would go with the Mars core here, knowing Beastcoast and how they play. And yeah, I remember casting them a lot as well. Like, I think you and I cast them sometimes as well, where they just became this team that was so annoying to sort of predict, because they would always pick these flex heroes, like
3 offlaners.
Someone will play this, it's gonna be somewhere. Meanwhile, on the side of TSM though, they saw the Mars. They're gonna snag up a Bat Rider here to get some control. They're still only with Lasso as their only disable on TSM, so getting some more stuff to control the Snapfire when she casts the ulti, or just lock down targets in general for Drow is definitely necessary.
Yeah, and I do love Bat with Drow Ranger. Like, maybe not as strong as it used to be with that old kind of Bat Shard build, where you could build into Witchblade and right clicks. But just having more tankiness, like more armor on the Bat, feels really nice when you're getting into the thick of things. Fighting into the Snap and Mars.
It's decent, yeah. They did massively nerf the Drow aura, sadly. It gives so little agi now compared to before. But there we go. We still see aura combination here, the classic Beastmaster Drow. So same as Extreme Gaming ran their game against OG. They win that game. Let me bring that up. Let's see. Oh, they did win that game, so it's over. It was actually 32-6. Jesus.
Oh,
OG.
wow.
Yeah.
I just turned on the heat and brought the tempo. Yeah, I mean, this Beastmaster so good in so many ways with the Drow and the Bat, right? You've got the aura with the Drow Ranger, good at pushing towers. But having vision from Hawk, it gives you that safety net, gives you the coverage, knowing that Mars and Snap, they want to be starting these initiations and team fights, from Fog, as a surprise, as a snap action. You've got a Hawk over them. Drow has time to reposition. Undying can drop a Tombstone to save her. Lots of ways to outplay.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And honestly, they're running almost exactly the same strat as Extreme did, because they also ran the Undying. So 3 out of the 4 heroes so far are identical. But it's common. When you have the Tombstone, you want to play around it. This aura strategy facilitates that. and allows you to go and push. You now have Roche easily accessible. You can push towers easily. The only concern for TSM is that their team fights have to be centered around a certain area, and that has to be the tombstone. You need to fight in that area. If it's a crazy skirmish with people fighting all over the place, Beastcoast have the upper hand right now with the way the draft is going. And they add a Lich, so now have the Arena plus Lich ulti combination as well. Arena plus Snapfire ulti. They have really high damage, so if you do siege up, you get blinked on by Mars, and then the ultis come in, you could just get wiped very fast. You have to be careful here if you're TSM.
Yeah, like if Beastcoast can choose where they're taking these fights, like pick a bit of terrain, a choke point somewhere, that's some nasty, nasty combinations they've got. Throw them into the arena. Last round of bans, Slark out, so giving Bat a bit more coverage. It's going to be Bat mid, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Just like later on down the line, he's still decent with a Dark Pact.
Yeah, I think it has to be, because support Batrider, I'm not too big of a fan anymore of it. The support Bat was really nerfed, so you kind of need to go mid here and let the Beastmaster take off, unless for some reason you want to do mid Beastmaster to rush Aghanims faster, but we don't really see teams doing that. It's a little bit too risky and too farm dependent. It's a greedy build, and ultimately you want your mid hero to be the non-stop action hero. Is the way everyone is running, pretty much.
Oh, DP. Oh, we were talking about this hero. I mean, I was thinking during Eastern European DPC where the hell she's been. We've seen Team Secret pick her up a couple of times, I think, from the mid lane. Still pretty solid. You know, ulti gives you an identity, gives you a bit of tempo to push objectives. And you were saying, right, TSM want to be picking their spots on the map, kind of playing as 5 around this tombstone at some point when Drow Ranger gets her first item up. DP gives you that driving force, so a pretty sound ban from them.
Yeah, they just want to add something more to really run home those pushes, and they're gonna add a Pango as well, so that would be a more team fights approach type hero, but would be a great option to ignore Snapfire, ignore Mars, ignore Lich. None of them could really do anything if Pango comes in with the roll already going. At that point, your heroes are too late to react to it. So probably a very good target ban, I would say, by Beastcoast there. TSM now thinking about what they want to add as their final hero. The Lich was a good response, by the way, to the Drow and Beast, because the Frost Shield is incredibly strong here. Will block a lot of the damage output from the Drow.
Well, Ember Spirit, pretty solid pick, but it's the penultimate pick. Now Beastcoast, with the flexibility they've got, do they have an option to pick like a Huskar or a Necro or something?
It's a bit tricky to pick Huskar into both Lasso and Primal Roar with Drow Ranger to burst, so it's a bit risky just due to the kill potential, but they can definitely pick a favorable matchup still. They could go for something that lanes well, or they can just still throw, you know,
Mars mid.
Yeah, I would say Snapfire mid is probably more likely at this point, because Mars mid against Ember, I mean, it's decent, but at some point the Ember kind of just wins that lane, because you can Sleight of Fist dodge Mars very easily. Even if he could pump fake his spear, it's pretty tough matchup for Mars, especially once the Flame Guard gets going. You know, you just Flame Guard on Ember, and then you kind of have to spear him away, and then you Sleight of Fist dodge the spear. It gets tough.
I just remembered, I think it was Dream League Season 19. It was this situation where Stinger forgot to pick a hero and like accidentally randomed a Necro at the end, but it's a Meepo for Jim Park, the final pick for BC.
Okay, so Meepo is fantastic against Undying in many ways, because you can kill a Tombstone super fast, and you have a lot of lockdown now as well from this Meepo, which can be good against Ember. This is exciting, man. I'm hyped for this. This could work out really well, actually. I'm gonna be a believer in the Meepo pick here. The only downside is that Meepo still kind of dies if the Ember decides to actually get cleave and get with it. Like if you go down the route of having Battle Fury, but Meepo does have some counterplay now. The Aghanims exists, the Shard exists. That's two different tools to save Meepo. So I think Meepo, he can get on top of the Drow here. He can kill the Undying in the Tombstone really fast. The best thing they have against Meepo is honestly the Beastmaster with his Aghanim Scepter, and even then, I'm not sure it's gonna be enough here. So yeah, I'm gonna be a Beastcoast believer here for the draft. What about you?
Yeah, I said at the start, right? I'm a biased caster. I'm leaning Beastcoast. I see Meepo, I click like. It feels so good as well having so much overwhelming team fight behind you as a Meepo. And we were talking about how wide the map is, how many more camps there are to farm, and we've seen a lot of these Meepos with this just ability to accelerate farm rate by like 20%, get that Rod of Atos, get Blink, get Aghanim Scepter, jump and kill, and play actively. And if you can do that and play wide map with team fight, it can choke your opponents out really quickly. So I'm curious to see, how TSM kind of maybe mirror this with their mobility, with Ember Spirit, the vision from the Hawk, if they can get some fights going as well. It should be a tasty game for sure.
I think the important thing here is get the Aghanims as soon as possible in Beastmaster. Cut corners if you need to. If the Vanguard is going to slow down the Aghanims even, you can skip the Vanguard. Really identify how you can get the Beastmaster going as hard as possible in this game, because I think he's going to be the key to trying to shut down this Meepo. Aghanim Scepter Beast is very hard for Meepo to deal with due to all the healing he gets from it. But yeah, this should be a very spicy game. And I think the Rod of Atos Meepo against Ember Spirit, against the Batrider, it's going to be fantastic here.
Yeah, having all those roots is super nice. I mean, what's Drow's item build nowadays?
She's going to be Hurricane Piking this game. There's no way that you skip it. She's probably going to go for just a Dragonlance into maybe even Yasha or something there. Try to build towards Hurricane Pike and Manta style. Go, the minor components first and then upgrade both. But yeah, I can just see her going Dragonlance into Yasha, into possibly BKB, Hurricane Pike, Manta style, like that type of stuff. And then she really needs to get damage up after that. First survivability, then DPS.
Yeah, I was just asking, because we've seen a lot of these agi carries really prioritize Butterfly quite early on as maybe second or third item. And then Meepo has that cool talent at 15, Earthbind grants True Strike on targets, which I honestly didn't know about until yesterday. I was like, wait, what?
It's a weird one. Yeah, it's because he can't really buy MKB for his clones, so he needs to have some way, Bloodthorn being one way. But it's honestly an interesting talent. I don't think you can get away with a Butterfly here early for Drow because of all the spell damage that's also there. We talk a lot about Meepo, but there's still that Mars, Snapfire, Lich, and then even a Rubik as well. There's going to be tons of magic damage in this game. She's going to have to go BKB, I think, fairly early. So I think you just go, too many darn wizards. That's actually their draft. There is a lot of spell damage.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect time.
Talking about it. Buy a BKB. Good point.
Too many
Grandma.
darn wizards.
Good point, Grandma. No Butterfly.
What's her name again? It's Beatrix, right?
Yeah. Beatrix and Mortimer.
Yeah. Everyone knows Morty.
TA has a voice line that she gets mad at Snapfire. She gets mad at Snapfire because she forces her hand to kill Mortimer. And she doesn't want... Yeah, she didn't want to kill the two of them, but, because TA likes Mortimer. She likes pets. She's pet friendly.
Pet friendly. But they're a package deal. They go down with the ship together. Oh, what's that? Oh, there we go. Hello. Oh, look at that. Now, what is it? Is that a crocodile, an alligator, or a caiman, or?
I don't know what he is, but he's well fed. Have you seen the belly on that thing? Damn. Like
too many cookies, Morty. What have you been up to?
Can't have any more.
Oh, yep. I can see into his throat. Lovely.
Oh God.
I like the fact he's actually got a tongue in there. What a beautiful fella.
I see his eyeballs. That's disturbing.
Yeah, he's a chunky boy. Look at him waddling around. All right, get ourselves underway. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, this is the play-in, play-offs, deciding matches, best of threes. The winner of this does go through to the main event group stage, and the loser, unfortunately, is evicted from the tournament. Eliminated, that's the word I was looking for, not evicted.
Expelled.
Yes, removed with tremendous force and fury.
Yeah. Loser is exterminated, winner goes on.
LTSM, I'm going to grab up a couple of bounty runes. Got 2 for 2. A bit of balance. I'm going to take a look at our lanes here as White Mon Undying. Going to be paired up with a Tomato Drow. Up against a Rubik Snapfire lane, so it is Secret on the Snap. And we saw Jim Park head into mid on this Meepo, so that they actually put Dark Margo as the carry Mars.
Yeah, that's interesting how they switch things up a bit, but this is just, you know, probably Jim Park saying, okay, give me the lane against Ember. I'm happy with this. I want to play that lane instead of going up against the Batrider plus Beastmaster. And yeah, I think, honestly, that lane is very good for Meepo. It's not that easy for Ember once the Meepo gets level 4, gets that double Meepo, and you just power deny everything. Ember has to be very aggressive with how he plays, kind of push the lane with Flame Guard is probably the easiest way to do it. But even then, the lane gets kind of scary with the double Earthbind potential as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of a nice lane to rotate into. Might see some of these supports early days, 4 minutes in, 6 minutes in, come in to help out their mid laners, having these roots through chains and Earthbind. Could play into that mid lane a bit.
Can also keep trading a lot and bring the Ember low and set something up, and then you just send back the Meepo and stay with the other one. So a lot of nice things you can do with this, but definitely gonna be keeping an eye on mid lane, as it's pretty competitive so far in the last hits. 4-3 and 4-2.
Yeah, down at bottom, just trading blows, getting through this regen trade battle as always in the side lanes. Try and chip away at this Drow Ranger. Keep away from the Undying as well. Schofield keeping his distance from Sacred so we don't get those double decays landing.
How many games have we seen Rubik offlane supporting against Undying now? I feel like we cast like 4 games of that already. Yeah. This is very common matchup, but Undying, the only guy who doesn't have any range on this lane, he has to be a little bit sad getting harassed like this.
Up at top, Stinger having a crack at Ahri. Position for Batrider, Flame Break level 1. Getting some hits in on the Lich. But this is just Stinger making sure that Dark Margot has the straight 1v1. Already about a wave ahead of the Beastmaster in last hits and a couple of denies to his name. So Mars having a pretty good time so far.
Yeah, he's starting out very well. Interesting as well, he went for the Magic 1 start, no Quelling Blade build, so he has early Magic Stick charges building up as well, laning against the Beastmaster with the Wild Axis spam. Mid lane, we see them again here, just 11-4 and 14-4, so still very even. But Meepo is about to hit that crucial level 4. Next creep wave is going to secure it. He's actually going to go for the rune here. A little bit of Earthbind play.
Cheeky fella. And yeah, Meepo doesn't care bottle, just wants to get all the stats up.
Yes. Yeah, he's going to go for early power treads. You could go Wraith Bands, but you lose a lot of value for that. So rather, you just want the raw stats as early as possible, power treads, and then get some crowns going into that Rod of Atos. Bottom lane, we see a go on Schofield. Might go down. Actually, they committed Tombstone and Blood Grenade, and he's still fine.
And then he lifts White One up to take the Lotus as well.
Very nice. He's going to be happy with that and get himself to safety. And Drow, honestly, not having the easiest time bottom. Only sitting at 8 last hits and 2 denies against the Snapfire, who's dominating in lane quite a bit.
Oh man, this Meepo. You called it. Level 4, really sticking it to Bryle. Gets in quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tough, because now Meepo is sitting at 130 last hit damage top lane. Now we see a go on Beastmaster here, or possibly on Mars even, trying to turn it around with a...
Yeah, a bit of back and forth. It can be a bit challenging with a Lich behind. Doesn't have Frost Shield leveled up yet, but he has just cracked 3. Went for that Sinister Gaze to try and trade and annoy Ahri a little bit more earlier on to stop the wave dragging.
Oh, look at this, the water runes. And who's gonna be the hydrated man?
Oh,
Meepo is. Sorry, Ember, your bottle, not gonna do anything right now.
Meepo, part of the Hydro homies. They're sipping it up.
Yeah, gotta stay hydrated.
Does Meepo still have that additional magic reduction?
I forget. He doesn't.
Oh. Kill off Kasane. I mean, Ahri's trying to take down Stinger with a Firefly over the top. Stinger looks like he's going to die, but gets a good amount of damage on the bat before falling. And Dark Margot still can't stick around. He's already spent all his 1 charges, so 1 for 1 in the top lane.
Yeah, he's going to stick around for CSing, but he cannot really threaten the Batrider too much here, who gets away pretty healthy there. And yeah, Meepo no longer has the extra magic resistance, but keep in mind the int gives magic resistance, and a lot of the items Meepo buys give a lot of int. So in late game, you end up usually about 50-something% magic resistance, or 55% even, if you buy Eye of Skadi and so on. It's pretty interesting how int has become so useful just kind of quietly, you know?
Yeah. There's a little bit of a flashback to that older patch where Agi used to give move speed.
Oh god, yeah.
The status resistance on strength was pretty wild.
Yeah, those were the days, man. Bottom Schofield.
Zombies. Chasing the Rubik back, and Drow Ranger's going to clean up. The snap fire. Yeah, a couple of zombies on her as well, but does Cookie back to tower. Safety found by Snap, and that's TSM asserting their dominance around this tombstone in that bottom lane, keeping Drow happy.
Yeah, Drow has actually made a nice recovery here. She wasn't farming too much mid lane. Bit of a dive here.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, the roots and ensnares are there, and Jim Park looking for the solo kill. Ari's rotation is there over the top of one of the Meepos.
Oh,
Jim Park, pretty speedy. Firefly's not catching up to him. Juking through the trees. Off he goes to poof back into the mid lane. Whitemon, blood grenade. Jim Park still to the... Oh, the soul rip. There we go.
Whitemon, right place, right time. He was just camping on that Meepo, knew exactly what was going to happen, and ready to throw a grenade and a soul rip with the Observer Ward. That was an important takedown. If he got away with that on Meepo, that would have been terrible.
Yeah, the knock-on effect, they safeguard that arcane rune for Bryle now. So he can start thinking, you know, once he hits level 6, what he's going to be doing with it. And while that was all happening...
Yeah, you need to help Ember, because this lane is not favorable at all. Like, right now, Meepo can bully Ember so hard. Nice little one piece found there by Schofield. The bounty gold there.
Tasty bit of money. Trading with Whitemon in that jungle now. Yeah, Kasani was left alone up top. Did get run out a little bit, but he's got his Vanguard up. Kind of difficult to kill this Beastmaster now. And yeah, a lot of focus on this mid lane. Everyone's rotating in. Except for Meepo, who's already there and rotating out. 7 minutes coming up, and he's sending one of his Meepos to maybe think about stealing. There's scans there.
Yeah, he thought about it, scanned it. He checked that the enemy have stacks, though, so he knows about the big camp stack, he knows about the ancient stack, and then he just goes back, plays it kind of safely. Top lane, though, not safe enough. Kasane gets caught out.
Yeah, he tanks through a lot of it, but this Frost Blast from Stinger, now the spear back on Ari, who trying to get on top of Dark Margot. Getting turned on. Telekinesis back in towards Stinger, but there's no mana left for magic damage. They're relying on right clicks from these two supports, and Stinger's dying. Oh, melted down and thawed by this Firefly of Ari.
That was a great spear back by Mars as well, trying to set things up. Ooh, almost gets caught by the Observer Ward. He pings the Observer Ward immediately. He's like, that was not clean. There's no way that he spears like that. Indeed, Vision gets removed for the attempted spear kill there.
I knew something was up. Mid lane again, though. Ember Spirit going to get a Sleight of Fist out, and the Safety Remnant off near this 8-minute rune. Let's see if he gets lucky. Yeah, illusion for Bryle.
Gonna be very happy with that. Meepo already at double crown, by the way, and he has 800 gold, so he needs 1050 gold for the full Atos, and then it gets really annoying to play Ember. You'll have the triple route already, quadruple once the next Meepo comes out as well.
Oh, he is just heckin' annoying, isn't he? Sends a Meepo, nearly found the Ember in the jungle, gets a Courier Snipe, pops back into jungle to farm. Well, looks like Stinger here, under Radiant Vision. Trying to chase back Whitemon, who went through the Twin Gate and is aiming for top. It really is a very back and forth game. Like, we're looking at every lane having action, people moving around trying to find this little weakness in the armor of their opponents. Top lane looks like it's the target for TSM here around the Beastmaster to get a bit of a push going.
Oh, Schofield is in trouble. He gets caught by Ember here. There should be no way that he lives, but he jukes to the right direction. Still cooldown on Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, 2 seconds left, and Brawl gives up on it.
He actually missed his Fire Remnant really hard there. He tossed him to his side on Rubik and then juked the other way. Fire Remnant kind of didn't connect clean enough, and with only 2 points Sleight of Fist, he can't get that kill. I'm not saying the 2 point Sleight of Fist is wrong, though. The like I said, against Meepo and Link, you kind of have to skill Flame Guard a lot of points, else you just lose as Ember doesn't do enough damage through all the armor Meepo has.
And you got to have some way of like clearing the wave back against double poof.
True, yeah, definitely. Dark Mago sitting mid, looking for something, but Timado sees him as the Ember Illusion helps scout out there. Not gonna get caught by the Mars ulti.
Yeah, that's just a freebie tower top for Kasane. Sacred tries to get a bit of a shot going bottom lane. Cookie's away from the flame break. Ari's level 6, but he can't quite get in range for the lasso until he does. There we go. Long range drag back. Tombstone cleared out by the snap, but Bryle and Whitemon make short work of her. Beastcoast, they've rotated down here as well.
If they had Chain Frost, they could go for this. I don't know. They're thinking about it. Maybe they can get Batrider, but I don't think they go on Ember. There's no way. Just gonna farm it.
Dark Market goes up, hits him once.
Yeah, got him. Lich is leeching experience, trying to... he's leeching experience, getting his level 6 here. There we go. Sorry.
So he is. No phylactery on this Lich though, hey?
No, sadly not. That's the new stuff though, you know. Phylactery offlane Lich, man. I've been enjoying it lately. It's the teams should definitely do it. Ari defending here bottom with Bryle. Don't want to give up this tower, but there's a catapult wave.
They're just trying to clear out the normal creeps first. Beastcoast, what are they? 4 heroes strong down here. Yeah, force a reaction. TSM going to realize not a position they want to be in. They are backing up into dire vision though. This ward which we saw a little earlier on. He's going to keep tabs on Bryle and Ari. If Beastcoast want to fall back and smoke and make a play, they absolutely can.
Yeah, it's a good position to have some deep vision for a gank. They are smoking, but looks more like they want to find Timado, who's been finding space here on his Drow, getting back into the game, and that's what they don't want to have allow happen. If Drow gets farmed enough, she could threaten Meepo in the mid and late game. So they're smoking through mid here. You can walk through if you cut the tree. They're gonna do it. Eat the tree with a tangle.
That one tree. Oh, Timado. Hey,
Oh,
hello. The smoke broke.
He definitely sees them. He's drawing now. He's hiding in the trees, trying not to get detected.
Where are you? Where are you, Beast Coast? Well, yeah, I mean, super close in terms of farm between all these cores. Okay, Meepo is up at the top with about 800 lead, but Beastmaster, Drow, Ember, no one's slipping behind. They're all going to find these key items. Their timing's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's looking pretty fair and even, but we'll see how much Meepo can take over the match now that he has the full Rod of Atos, if he's going to start playing more aggressive. He also has level 2 on the ulti, so got that extra Meepo. This is where I'm really expecting him to try and ramp up the speed of this game, because I don't think he only wants to farm. I think they want to get more than just a farm game going. And the big part perhaps is the Blink Dagger for Mars when he gets it. He's 100 gold away now.
And TSM going to use this time to clear out the Ancient stacks. Schofield being very annoying. The Watcher, the High Ground Observer Ward. Giving a lot of vision here to try and soak up some of that golden experience. But Kasane takes the majority of it.
Yeah, he's gonna get a pretty nice timing here as well on Beastmaster. The Aghanims, I hyped up how important it is this game. He went for the Vanguard Mana Boots and has Ogre Club and 1,100 gold. So still needs 2 components, but he's halfway there to the Aghanims.
Beast Coast, halfway across the map, 4 heroes smoked up.
It's Drow again.
Yeah, where's Timado?
They're hunting.
Yet to see this big combo. Arena, Kisses, Chain Frost. They probably don't need every element of it. Gust attempted by Timado. Spear attempted by Dark Margot. Everything missing apart from the Kisses. They'll land on top of the Drow Ranger and the Chain Frost is in. Drow will fall and the bouncing back. Bryle and White One in trouble as well. This Lich Chain Frost causing some serious hurt for TSM. Kasane's here with a roar though. Aiming for Dark Margot. Cookie over the top of the Sleight of Fist dodges. Remnant safety there as Kasane should be able to bring down the Mars in the end. But Beast Coast, they've got the arrival of the Meepo now, and that's going to cut this one short.
Oh, we are getting close to Mega Meepo as well. Only 1,100 gold away, and the Mega Meepo is online. Gonna be a very annoying thing for him to deal with, but that was a good pickoff. They simply went by deduction of, we know where the Drow isn't. He's not farming bottom. We've got a nice lane ward on the bottom, below the bottom lane, sorry. And they have the Ancient Vision, so they went to the one place where Drow could be farming, found him, and even though the initiation wasn't super clean, they didn't get spear on him, didn't really matter. No way for Drow to run away.
Dark Margot. Yeah, gonna take up the rune, make sure Ari doesn't get it. But yeah, that process of elimination, such an underrated tool in the arsenal of Dota 2 players. Like, okay, you've got vision, you've got hawks and wards. Meepo is scouting around with all his little clones. You know where they're not, so you can, like you say, kind of deduce where they are.
Yeah, and I like the way Dark Margot is playing this carry Mars. I mean, he really isn't the carry. It's still the story that the Meepo is the carry, only from mid lane, but he's still playing the same active style of Mars that we would have seen if he was on the mid lane, even though he has a little bit less experience than if he was soloing mid. So, not changing his playstyle, going for different item build or anything, but looking for these kills, looking to be aggressive and have sort of the authority of what's going to happen this game, and that makes it hard for TSM to make their own moves. We haven't really seen TSM go for a big gank yet.
No, and looking at the items they're trying to pick up, I don't think they're planning to anytime soon. Drow Ranger is going for a hand of Midas.
Yeah. It's very greedy. But honestly, Midas isn't terrible when you have very little map control on mids.
Ember, the chain stuns. Is he going to get out of this with a slight and a remnant? He is. 300 health remaining. He's a tricky kill.
Yeah, not the easiest one to bring down. I think they were a little bit unclean in the full chain stun there. But of course, only level 1 on telekinesis still, only level 1 on sinister gaze. It's pretty hard to bring him down. The duration isn't the longest. They kind of need Meeple. Meeple looking at top right now. Beastmaster doesn't have Aghanims yet.
This could be a juicy pick-off for Jim Park.
He sends his courier at him.
Courier scouts.
The first attack.
My Little Pony flies over the Beastmaster. He'll control it up, and the kisses come and snared for days. And Jim Park with Sacred there to slay the Beastmaster up top.
Well, I mean, he got more than 400 gold for killing the courier there, and then he fed, 580 gold for dying, so almost an even trade.
Can they kill Bryle? Sinister Gaze, Spear, Chain Stuns. Have they got it with the Telekinesis? It's close again, but it's that 200 HP threshold. They're not able to break through. Now Arena onto Ari. He'll lasso up the Lich. Trying to drag Stinger into the Firefly, but this God's Rebuke from Dark Margo too much to handle as Whitemon gets ensnared and dived by Jim Park under the tier 2.
Yeah, he's going ham on Meepo right now. He's very confident. He has Mega Meepo available, so he can be really aggressive now with how deep he goes in. He's gonna start looking at these towers and secure themselves control on the map so that Dire can take Roche. And even right now, stealing the enemy Ancients while pushing mid tower as well. Things are crumbling for TSM. They need to do something. They need to go together and find a move here. Because right now, they're just in the backseat. They're just going wherever Beastcoast will take them.
Yeah, man, it's like TSM sitting on a beach, and you don't really notice when a big tidal wave is coming, just this swelling of water until it's right over the top of you. That's what Meepo feels like right now, a massive tsunami about to crash down on them.
Yeah, the fact that Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster is gonna hit after Aghanim Scepter is done on Meepo already means that Meepo has a counter. Not only one, he just picked up the Aghanim Shard. He has 2 counters now to getting bursted. If you roar one of the Meepos, they can always get saved by the Mega Meepo, pulling them out of the stun. And if you don't go with roar, then you can always burrow the top.
And just dig down. Well, see, they're trying to go on him, but exactly the counter you were talking about. Mega Meepo's there. He drags them, makes the totem pole, all standing on top of each other's shoulders, and a spear back on the Bat Rider is going to give the focus to Beastcoast to kill off Ari. Should be able to get the damage in. Dark Margo is being chased back, but a good cookie to save with the Greaves over the top. They've sustained through TSM's initiation, and now the kisses landing onto Whitemon, chasing TSM back. The Arena from Dark Margo traps in 3 of them. Beautifully done. Quite a lot of damage from Kasane and Whitemon, though, as they do try and turn. Ari has returned with a buyback from the Bat Rider. TP out, Sacred. Looks like he's going to be cancelling the TP, wanting to fight. Stinger falls, buys back himself. Jim Park's gone, and TSM, they mounted a defense of this tower up top. Yeah, Sacred.
They're gonna get him too. There's no way he can get away.
Yeah, he's got no escape. A triple kill for Tomato in a fight that looked like Beastcoast were dominating.
Full team wipe. Yeah, that looked really great, but they overcommitted a little bit too deep. Got punished by the multi-shot of Tomato. He came in at the right time there, gets a very nice turnaround on the fight, and Meepo, I said that he can work really well against Drow in general, but only if he can go on him in mid.
Oh, here's the chain stun. A 3rd time's the charm, Waga. They tried twice, failed, and now they succeed.
You know what? They have 1 more point in Sinister Gaze. That's the difference now. They have 1 more point. That's all they needed, baby. 0.3 more seconds to hit. And maybe the tower difference? Well, it could have been the tower DPS and the creeps and the fact that Ember wasn't full HP, but let's pretend it was all about that 1 more point.
Oh, yeah. Sweeping down bottom as well. They've just missed out on catching Tomato, gone through the Twin Gate, and Whitemon's going to TP up there as well. So TSM really following that game plan that you talked about during the draft. Playing very tight-knit, playing together. Now they've got a couple of items up. Drow Aghanims is here along with the Beastmasters. And they can start thinking about like a fight into Roche now, right?
Yeah, they can. Both teams are definitely considering Roche and how they're going to play around it. So we're going to see possibly the smoke get used by Beastcoast if they want to move over there. They were trying to go through... Actually, did they pick up on this? The portal. The portal was used with smoke. They didn't see it.
Oh, Dark Margo going to get dragged back. Flame break into lasso. Roar overlapping, but they've got sufficient damage to kill him before he can really have any answers. Stinger just bailing on it. Might get caught, though. Yeah, Bryle. He kept tabs on him. That Radiant Observer Board keeps the vision on the Lich. Allows Bryle there with Kasane to find another takedown.
Yeah. That was a nice play. It worked out really well for TSM. It's so annoying, but you kind of have to have people just constantly checking the Fog of War portal to see if someone is going. Like, just look at the portal, try and see if it's channeling or not. But the smoke through portal, it's a risky play since the opponent can detect your smoke that way. But it worked out really well for him this time.
Yeah, there's the fight victory into the Roshan. This is Drow Rangers Aegis, right?
They're coming though. The contest is coming to punish. It's not going to be in time, but maybe they fight anyway.
Well, they might do. That's what Beastcoast love to do. Disadvantageous potentially. Dark Margo with his BKB, Arenas, Kasane, and Bryle. Spears the Beastmaster up to the side, but the heals from White on the Mega, the Soul Rip. They're trying to kill this Beastmaster off. He was almost healing through it all, but now Jim Park, he's got to try and dig, tunnel down underground. And Sacred's been left all alone on an island. The Snapfire's caught up in all the roots. And look at this with a lasso on the Mega Meepo. They've dragged him back. Jim Park, the poof, off he goes, hopping away, can't catch him. Schofield will be left here to the Wolves, though, as TSM will turn on the Rubik.
He poofed to an illusion. I was like, wait, aren't all his meeples over here? But yeah, he had illusions over in the jungle. You can poof to illusions, so able to get out of that. Meepo now has Blink. I want to say Sacred was the only one who did the right thing in that fight for Beastcoast. Even though he died and was left alone, he went on the Drow, and they kind of need to. Even into Aegis, if you don't go on Drow, she has Aghanim Scepter as well. She's going to just shred you. She went with the Aghanim's build, which allows you to get the sort of the old shard, but better. You have the hypothermia and all that, which is insanely strong against Meepo, of course, and also insanely strong to just clear stuff if you stack up. They stacked up, they didn't go on Drow, they got punished hard by the multi-shot and Drow's DPS. Going on Beastmaster is probably not the ideal target when he has Pipe and Aghanim Scepter. I think that jump was sadly not going to work out.
Yeah, that's the kind of hero you either burst in like a second and a half or you just leave him alone.
And they can't. They just can't. They're never going to be able to burst Beastmaster super fast with this build. It's not going to happen with the heroes they have.
Oh, mid lane pressured in by TSM. Drow and a couple of boars. The other four smoking up top. Meepo, he is spotted. Lassoed up, and they've got stuns for days. He has tunneled down underground. Jim Park, Ward now, though. I don't think he's slipping out of this one. He brings all the other Meepos in, trying to play around with them, but he's surrounded. And Bryle's on the hunt looking for that additional target. Let's see if they can get the Schofield cherry on top. Now let's go back to pushing the tower instead.
Yep. Headed back towards mid, play objectives. This is what you want to do. You have the Aegis, and even without Drow joining in, I don't think you can fight this since you lost your Meepo, and you still have to respect the takeoff here. Drums come out.
God, it is spooky times for these Beast Coast supports. Like Lich and Rubik, they're playing in fog, trying to hide with his Pavis and Frost Shield. If they get scouted, they can die so quickly. Oh, Bryle TPing out. That spear nearly caught him.
He don't have Meepo. This is very early to fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Stolen Roar, the Chain Frost and the Kiss is in, but Ari has got tons of heals behind him thanks to Whitemon's undying, and now it's Stinger, who is dying. Cookie, back up towards the high ground, not able to finish him off. The spear on the Ember Spirit now. The damage and the control is lacking, though. Like you said, with no Meepo really involved, they're struggling to stick on people. Jim Park, he'll blink straight on in, though. Poof galore onto this Ember. Silenced up now, though, and turned around on. They've taken him down immediately. Beastcoast handing this team fight and potentially just the game on a silver platter to TSM as they get cleared out in that mid lane. Batrider towards Dark Margo. Hypothermia on him. Sticky Napalm, and Ari's blink forward will get the Firefly damage to stop him blinking away. And there it is. Sacred's going to get dived as well, I think. They don't land the slight chains. Bro, a little misplay, but
keep going,
they're going under tier 3s and tier 4s. Whitemon and Ari, they're desperate for this. Hungry for Sacred. Give me some grilled alligator. Nah.
Team is calling, no, play objectives, stop diving. Whitemon and Ari are like, no, but we can get him though, guys. And they're gonna get him.
Yeah, they are. Oh, yeah, there we go. Finally finishing him off. And then Bryle's like, yeah, I helped, guys. Remnant's there.
Whitemon and Ari can back off and see, like, see, team, we could kill him.
Oh, really? All right, yeah, it's well done by TSM, but it's got to be said, like, Beast Coast, a little sloppy coming into these team fights.
More than a little. The way they take these fights, it's not looking organized at all. It's falling apart right now, and they need to start structuring up the fight. They have to go in at the same time with Mars and Meepo. They have to go on the right targets. Otherwise, they just get picked off. Drow is having the easiest time ever when they come in like this.
Yeah, still has Aegis for 30 seconds, and I believe a BKB's coming out on the courier for her.
Yeah,
Pretty huge.
She's getting real strong right now, and picking off Lich.
Yeah, pretty simple one. And then it's all these auras as well. Pipe Crimson on Beastmaster. Undying nearly has Greaves, plus level 4 Soul Rip. If you go on one target, they're going to get healed up tremendously.
I'm not sure you can stop this push even. Like, what are you going to do here?
Try with the Arena Spear. Shard from Dark Margot connects on 2 of them. Kisses are just not enough damage though. Kasane and Brawl pretty happy to stand there and fight. Little Shredder will clear out the Tombstone at least, but TSM not going to be stopping this barracks push.
It's again a jump where they don't jump with Mars and Meepo at the same time though. It's always like one of the two of the pos 1 and pos 2. That's the difference. Drow and Ember been working together every single fight now, and you don't have the same thing happening for Beastcoast here. It's very half and half kind of play, you know. It's not working.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, I mean,
Now they can just back up. TSM can reset, take control. They're gonna ward up the ancient area, control it.
Jim Park, his Meepo is trying to split out the entire map, pushing top and bottom, farming ancients. If this Meepo gets caught, buyback is available for him, but it often feels like Meepo a hero that doesn't ever want to buy back. And Mars caught out. Brawl's BKB allows him to play with complete freedom. And Radiant Vision has spotted out Jim Park. Let's see if Kasane wants to go on him. Meepo gets the high ground.
This is what I like though. TSM, they realized that, okay, we used our jump mid. We can't really keep committing for this. We don't have the resources. Gonna back now, wait a little bit, you know, play around your cooldowns. Again, they have the lasso available, so they can start going for this tier 2 tower. And if anyone defends, that could be an easy pick-off. Also, Meepo's damage is gonna be nothing now with the Crimson Guard and the pipe. Like, the pipe doesn't do anything for Meepo really, but the Crimson Guard is terrifying for him.
Oh, Ari just finding jump after jump. And they do have this telekinesis to buy a bit of time for Sacred. Try and drag TSM to high ground where the Meepo is waiting. Goes back in with the Atos and the ensnare. No follow through there though for Jim Park. Has to mega Meepo up. And TSM just able to retreat back to a high ground. Hold this position. Nice little pincer movement into mid and bottom lane. Perfect place for Radiant to be playing from when they're ahead.
There's some risky stuff trying to defend this tier 2. They're 11,000 gold behind. Look at the positioning of TSM. They want to go behind on the supports.
Oh yeah, find the heroes lurking in the fog. Bryle straight onto Schofield and Stinger. The Pavis is there. The cookie misplaced. Schofield turned. And he'll meet his maker. Bryle dominating now. That's going to be a freebie tier 2.
Finally gonna go down. They know Meepo is still around. They scan him out, but just gonna shoo him away, it seems. Batrider chasing.
I wasn't far off. Bryle nearly had him. On Dark Margot, he's just straight in. Kisses on the arena. Whitemon getting healed up again, just sustaining through a lot of it. Now you've spent a couple of big teamfight ultis just for an Undying kill.
He died to a Tormentor, I think.
Oh yeah, Schofield died to the bought back and died to a Tormentor. Whitemon died to a neutral creep. And Parker getting changed up.
Yeah, I think the neutral creep is the Tormentor brought him down.
Lasso on the Rubik. Another cookie. Trying to get Schofield out of danger. He did just buy back, so dying here.
Yeah, he's out of position.
Pretty sad for Beastcoast. Now they're down a hero for 70 seconds.
Yeah, this is super rough. The siege can definitely continue here. They're missing their Undying, but they're gonna play disciplined, it seems. They know that Roshan shouldn't be too far off respawning, so backing up and going towards top as Meepo is trying to find enough farm to complete a hex, but he's still quite a while away from it. Needs to farm even more, 1600 gold more.
Well, yeah, Meepo's one of those heroes in my brain in a category of his own, along with, like, I don't know, Shadow Fiend and Anti-Mage, where buying back never feels good.
Yeah. I mean, he can be a good buyback hero once he has all the items that he wants, you know? Like, that's nice. He can easily farm that gold, but buying back and losing your timings feels awful, definitely.
Yeah.
You want to play around timings, and actually that's what TSM look like to be doing here. Even though Roche is spawning soon, they're just going. They know that they're stronger right now for fighting, and if anyone tries to defend, it could be an easy pick-off with Ember or Batrider. So they're gonna try and knock on the high ground, possibly?
Yeah, Drow has a bottled DD, so I guess they can pick their moment.
They don't see anyone really, and now they see the split push on the side lanes. They're gonna go up.
Oh, the stolen slide. That's not what Schofield was intending. Gave away his position and allowed Ari to jump him. So here goes the melee ranks, and likely the entirety of the mid lane as Tomato gets off his BKB in time to dodge Margot's Arena Spear. Kisses there onto Kasane, but look at how tanky he is. Beastmaster just stands his ground, bangs his drums, bongo, down you go. Beastcoast lose 4 heroes. A couple of that buybacks, but yeah, Sacred just says, screw it, GG, tap out, let's go game 2.
Yeah, this first game, it fell apart. It fell apart really hard. I think there were a lot of moments where it looked good in the start, but then the fights that they took on Beastcoast were not clean enough. They didn't play cohesive between the pos 1 and pos 2, and I think that could really be one of the big things that hurt them here. They needed to overwhelm TSM with all their resources at the same time instead of sending in one by one and just going down to Drow Ranger.
Yeah, and it felt like perfect itemization by TSM as well.
Look at Drow there. That multi-shot. Boom.
Oh. Your Arena, you thought I was going to save you? Nah, not happening.
Yeah, can actually shoot into the arena with that. Very useful for her.
Yeah, with this Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard, like nobody was dying on TSM's side against this now a potentially overwhelming team fight that Beastcoast was trying to bring to the fight. It's so important just to outstay it.
Yeah,
don't get overwhelmed.
I mean, there was definitely a point where the Beastmaster countered everything, I want to say as well, because it's simple to say that, oh my god, look at Drow, she's just killing everyone. Well, yeah, but look at Beast. They can't kill him. And he put himself always in a shielding position between the enemy team and his team. He walked first, knowing that you cannot burst me. The point he had Pipe and Aghanim Scepter, he is nearly already unkillable, with Vanguard as well, of course. And then he gets the Crimson Guard. At that point, I don't know, if you use all your resources, he might still live. Because if you have all the meeples surrounding him, he's going to get a ton of HP from that.
Yeah, and then when you have Beastmaster in that position, Drow Ranger behind, it gave so much freedom to, like, Ari to do whatever he wanted. He was finding the exact pickoffs they needed, catching Schofield, getting lassos on the meepo. He knew where he needed to be, just playing the outskirts of the fight, finding the picks. That really elevated TSM.
Great use of the Hawk with the Beastmaster combination with the Batrider. The fact that you can, set up for a Batrider, blink in, find the target, pull them back, and then you still have Roar as well after doing that. So if someone tries to help whoever you're pulling in, you just roar that person as well, and you get yourself a bonus kill. And we saw that many times in that game. So game number 1 here definitely didn't work out for Beastcoast, even though the laning stage looked pretty strong and they had a good start. I think it fell apart a lot on execution, to be honest, as the laning stage was really impressive. And I think there were moments when they could have taken this.
Yeah, and now we get to the situation where it's that, interesting age-old question. Game 1 victory, can they ride the momentum to get the 2-0? Will they take the series, get themselves to that main event? Or can Beastcoast do what you were talking about? 2 games, so let's do it now. Start with game 2. We'll have a quick break and return with the rest of the series.
Open your eyes. Tonight I'm going to show you the wonders of them all.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Welcome back, folks. Here we are with the Riyadh Masters continuing as it's into the deciding match portion of the play-ins, getting ourselves into this series between TSM and Beastcoast, and TSM looked very clean in game one, taking the victory there, Waga.
They did, very structured. Their team play was really really flawless. I want to say their positioning was good. Even though they had a tough early game there, Tomato found his way back into the game. They made some big efforts to try and shut down this Drow Ranger with a lot of big heroes, or big rotations from many heroes to try and shut him down. But at the end of the day, they found their structure in TSM. They put this Beastmaster to front line. They had the Batrider for pickoffs. The Undying was there to help whoever gets gone on. And honestly, Ember did whatever he wanted. He went on the backline supports usually, and nobody really stopped him from cutting people down. So well played by TSM, but Beast Coast, it just looked a little bit too disjointed. I think they need to find each other more in these initiations, have something perhaps that's a little bit easier to burst people with. Because as much as I enjoyed their draft, I think they didn't have the sense of security that, we can just go late game, everything is chill, because they know if they take it late against Drow, at some point it's going to be impossible, and that probably stressed them out a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a Beast Coast classic at this point. Lose game one and then win game 2 and 3. Need a bit of warm-up to get themselves up and running. And they did try something a little new and spicy there, right? Putting Jim Park mid with a Meepo. That Meepo last pick was meant to be a bit of a gotcha. Safe lane Mars for Dark Margot. They shifted things around. We'll see if they change things back or look forward to this game number 2 in terms of what they do in the draft, as it looks like that's ready and waiting for us. Game 2 of TSM against Beast Coast here for our viewing pleasure in the Riyadh Masters. And get ourselves through this play-in and find out who's going to that main event.
Yeah, and here we see quickly going through the first phase bans. We see Broodmother being banned out first, Timberstar in response, Undying get removed, and then Medusa as well being taken away by TSM here. And Beast Coast, they'll get their hands on Chen here. Always a nice opening. Is it going to be Leshrac as response?
Oh, yes.
That's
sure
a
is.
pretty common response to Chen. But then they pick TB into Leshrac. This hero, it's a complicated one. So this matchup is worth talking a little bit about, because TB, he gets bursted by all the magic damage pretty hard. But we also saw what happened when Jim Park himself played his Terrorblade against this particular combo yesterday. He played against the IO Leshrac. And if you get Skadi on Terrorblade, then the healing from IO is not going to be that strong. The Bloodstone heal for Leshrac is also not going to work. And you can actually lock down and kill the Lesh. The question is, though, do you get strong enough on the Terrorblade to be able to do this? Or does Leshrac run away with it? Because IO Lesh, it is very potent. And it does counter the Chen really hard.
Oh, yeah, they can play that wide map really nicely. Like you said, it's something they did up against OG. And that TB, Darkseer, Earth Spirit. I think Earth Spirit was one of the key factors there, right? Someone who can go in, get on top of people, and give TB a little freedom. A bit of free reign in these fights to pick his targets and pick when he wants to use the Metamorphosis. Because that's the main thing. IO Lesh don't care cooldowns. They can, at the drop of a hat, play on the map, start fighting wherever they want to. Terrorblade has, 150-second cooldown on his meta, so a little bit more limited on when and where he can fight.
Yeah, I mean, effectively it is a little bit lower cooldown than that, because you think about the duration adding in. So it's really just 100-second cooldown from when it runs out, at least. But yeah, it is very punishing. And if you can ever bait out the meta and then just relocate away or run away just by your high movement speed, then that could be a big win. But yeah, I think we're going to see Beast Coast get something like a Tusk or an Earth Spirit to try and be able to take control over the fights. I also like the idea of either of those heroes, because you can, both on Tusk or ES, kick the Wisp or the Leshrac away from the other and make sure that you disjoint them from each other and get a kill. It's honestly a really, really good counter to these type of shenanigans. Yeah. And even just having the Ice Shard from Tusk can very often help lock down the Leshrac as he's running people down.
Would you put Clockwork into that same conversation?
A little bit, but it's a little bit less potent in the separation necessarily. It can hold them still for a little while, but since, overcharge and they have super attack speed, they just auto attack through the cogs and kind of run through it fast. It doesn't work as well. But if you can, get Aghanims on a Tusk, then you completely solve it. You just kick the Wisp away and then snowball after him and punch him. Suddenly Lesh has to run after him, find his ball, while your other heroes might focus down on that Leshrac.
He gets kicked in the ball. He's gonna go and find it.
Yeah, the combo gets kicked in the ball.
Poor fella. Oh, Doom, Primal Beast, Darkseer, Ember, Rubik, and the Mars. All getting removed in that second phase. Batrider again for TSM. Still flexible. We did see Ari play it in game 1. And I guess with this Lash most likely heading into mid, this means a 3 or 4 bat.
Yeah, this probably will be pos 4, I would assume, just with limited information, but it could definitely still be pos 3. The question is just, do you want another real like non-stop pick-off hero as your pos 3 when you already have IO Leshrac possibly running around creating a ton of chaos? You usually enjoy having an offlaner who farms more, but Batrider can also fill that role. He can be greedier and then use the space that IO and Lesh create.
Yeah, and then probably, especially with Kasane, right? He's been well known since he joined the team as being that Zoo player. Loves his Beastmasters and Lycans. The Visage can come out as well. So I think you're probably right. Batrider as the 4, and then look for something more map pressure focused with a bit of Zoo for the offlaner of TSM.
Yeah. I mean, especially after last game with how well it worked to have that Batrider go for pickoffs and just play that drum boots blink dagger gameplay. It worked out super well. So we'll see what Beastcoast reaction is going to be here.
Right, is there a threat of Beastcoast going like all in Zoo themselves? Like they've got Chen TV. They could think about Lycan Beastmaster and stuff like this themselves, right? For that quick tempo.
They could. I like the idea of them getting some pickoff heroes for the IO or Batrider. I was gonna say Legion Commander or something like that could be nice because then you get press the attack for the lasso as well. But they're gonna go Storm here. Storm always thrives against the IO in general. Really great hero for jumping in and kill the IO, which is usually the important target in IO combinations. You hardly ever want to let him just run around and do what he wants. Now they can reach him no matter how far he is.
And you see 2 supports in a core, which have pretty limited stuns. Should be pretty easy for the Storm. They do have to double pick, though. So already 2 cores and a support. You might see the Schofield hero come out. It's going to be a Nyx Assassin. Okay, so no Tusk Spirit or Clockwork. The Nyx.
That is also a pretty good hero against the Leshrac, though, and Batrider as well. I mean, Spike Carapace looks amazing now with Underlord as well. Spike Carapace can set up stun on all these heroes in a very good way. If you use your ulti as Leshrac or W, you're just an easy target. Firefly, easy target. Or if you Firestorm as Underlord, that's also very easy for Nyx to set up. Also, you have the mana reduction on the Nyx hit, can be good against Lesh, but since IO gives so much mana back very rapidly, it might not be as important this game.
So what's left out here? Beastcoast need their offlaner for Sacred, most likely. And Nyx is probably a Schofield hero. He's loved these kind of guys that lurk in behind enemy lines, scouting people out.
I think so. And I would love for this Nyx to just go for a full pick-off build, get the Dagon. Dagon 1 and then go into Shard, honestly. I would have preferred to see that, because you have Storm as well. Your damage can be so massive here.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, I actually want him to, man. I actually think that against the IO Batrider and Leshrac, I think there's going to be a big map being played. I actually
Hell
think
yeah.
so.
Love a bit of Dagon play. PL and Naga gone. Now some focus onto Sacred. Yeah. There's Pango and Snapfire, 2 of his key heroes.
I will say this though, to go back to Dagon, if he goes Dagon 1, then Shard. Never Dagon 5 without Shard. Never on Nyx. It's not worth. That Shard is incredible, and it's very strong with Storm and team, because it increases the magic, or it gives magic resist reduction for everything.
The efficiency play.
Yes.
Get the Shard in there, slot it in.
I did some damage testing for that. Is very, very important.
Oh,
There's no way you skip it.
Is this just like a tied game?
I was thinking what they need. They need something that is definitely providing frontline. I don't know if you just go back for... I want to say Beastmaster still, actually, for them. It becomes a little bit awkward, perhaps, but you have Chen, you have Terrorblade. You benefit really well from the auras right now. The attack speed aura would be really strong for you. And having Roar as well would be one more good lockdown. They're gonna go Veno. Trying for the slow play. We saw this before, the Veno slow against IO Lesh. It's actually decent. That's what they had last time when they played against this. So they enjoy Veno as a response to IO Lesh twice that they have done it now.
Yeah, and Veno historically has been a hero that doesn't have any like key items he needs, so he often fills the holes in the draft in itemization. Spirit Vessel, auras, Force Staff, whatever. But I think primarily an urn and a vessel could be pretty handy for him here. And when you're against Bat and Underlord, who are like super sluggish, slow heroes, these slows, they stack up.
Yeah, Vessel is great here. He could go like Vessel, Drum Boots, and Force Staff, something like that would be a good utility build, just to keep your team alive. I think you would be very happy to have some form of save against the Underlord Pit of Malice into Leshrac Stun and stuff like this. So having later on a Force Staff, but early on, definitely a Vessel would be fantastic to get, or just earn for laning stage.
So usually with this IO, it gets to like 15 minutes in and his partner is a Leshrac, but in the laning stage, we're going to have like Bat Underlord lane, Lesh mid. Who's another partner with IO that you'd be happy laning into a Veno Nyx lane?
I mean, they banned out the obvious one that they were going to pick. The Naga Siren would have been a fantastic pick here for TSM, but then banning out Naga, you might go for some form of maybe Slark gameplay even, but then you really want the IO with you more. It's tough to say what they should go for here. Maybe it's just back towards Bloodseeker even.
Like, is Morphling okay here?
Morphling does well against Terrorblade here. The danger though is that you're playing Morph into Storm and Nyx. Like you can get picked off so fast. It's very, very dangerous. I wouldn't be confident going for Morphling pick. I'd probably go for some carry that's just more sustainable. They could even go for actually they can still go for something like a Lifestealer themselves and just do infest bombs with a Batrider later on,
or a carry DK.
Yeah, I mean they can. Okay, they go for the Slark. So my first instinct was still right then.
The gut read.
Yeah, but it's nice. The Slark makes sense here because you're playing against the Venomancer, but it's still a little bit tricky though to play Slark and not have the Wisp steroid you up. But the nice thing is you're gonna whenever you're under vision. So if you get jumped by Nyx or Storm, you will have info on that first. So as a carry, you can be very happy here, being Slark. And you can still also save people decently with the Shard later on if they get focused by Terrorblade right clicks. He provides a little bit of everything, and he enjoys playing a big map. And this is going to be a big map. So yeah, makes sense. The Slark is very logical pick here.
Yeah, because there is that kind of weird matchup with the TB, right? Like Slark is an anti-melee hero. TB with his Metamorphosis up can cause a lot of problems. Once he gets a shard, he's got two tools there to like sit on the TB, not get sundered, and maybe play around with this maneuverability of the Bat and the IO to get that damage in there. There's not that many saves from Beastcoast outside of potential itemization.
Yeah, no, they don't really save people. They want to kill people. They have the Chen for healing, and that's about it. And that's why I was saying get Drum Boots, upgrade the Bongo Boots for Venomancer. That little bit of speed can be very useful to disengage out of like Leshrac. You can, run even though you get lightning slowed or whatever, just reposition. And the Force Staff as well. Like build some utility that can save, but then like you called immediately, the Spirit Vessel. Recognize that you're against a team that relies on Wisp healing with Leshrac Bloodstone. You need to get the heal mitigations. Vessel, Skadi, ideally a Shivas later on as well on this Underlord, if you can get there.
I'm just sitting here grinning to myself like a fool because IO was at the front of the...
Oh, sorry, not Underlord, on the Venomancer.
On the Venomancer, yeah. This IO skin just brings a smile to my face every time I see it. His derpy little face is adorable. A little tongue sticking out. What a cutie pie.
Yeah, this is a great skin. Absolutely amazing. He looks like a fish. A little fish.
He's a little gremlin. Oh, come bottom. Get the Watcher. 4 heroes here smoked from TSM. Closing in on Stinger's Chen. Doesn't look like they'll connect on anything just yet.
Stinger just such a good read on this. Like he went there, tried to break the smoke, and then backed up just in time. Like, this is no coincidence that he walked there, stood there for as long as he did, and then started walking away again. It works out well for him. But they do get that ward.
Yeah, this is something that's been done when you've got a Doom on your team, and when you're against a Chen or Enchantress, right? We used to have the medium camp in the bottom jungle get warded. Now it's all about the double camp down near the outpost that gets warded up. Make sure you block the camp. Don't let Chen have easy access to creeps. And also an early ward up in that top lane. Watching out across towards the Watcher and the tier 1.
And we see Invasion here taking over the bottom rune. Not going to be easy for Terrorblade or Chen here. They're not going to get anything. But Chen going in for some right clicks, actually.
Yeah. Reflection and the Penitence. TB taking a bit of a beating. We've seen the situation before. You were talking about his kind of low HP pool, high effective HP. He's half health, but under a tower and with a tango, should be fine for the lane.
Yeah, should just regenerate one tango usage is gonna solve that entirely. It's gonna be fine. Chen has a sentry, but not gonna go immediately drop the sentry. He's thinking about it though. Yeah, he's pinging it. This camp is blocked. He got a read on it. Is he doing it? He's waiting. He's waiting to be sure that it's blocked. So, not gonna insta do it. He doesn't have a holy precision yet anyway, so it's not like he needs to unblock it yet.
He needs to come back and defend his TB a little bit. Kasane, Atrophy Aura level 1, and Ari with that flame break. Just a bit of prodding there on Jim Park. You see up in that top lane, Nyx Assassin Venomancer against an IO Slark. And TSM, a couple of squishies up here. If they get clipped by a stun, a level 2 for Beastcoast is pretty potent. Got to be very careful with your positioning.
Yeah, it's very strong. The Gale coming in and as well having the Mind Flare gonna hurt a lot. And Slark hates laning against Venomancer. This is just an awful lane for him. Getting repeatedly Poison Stinged is going to make it very tough for him. He'll be dreaming of his level 6 all laning stage here, hoping to get that region. You know, he's out of tangles already, but Wisp has more.
So what can you and can't you dispel from Venomancer nowadays?
You can dispel the Q and the W, but the ulti is not dispellable as far as I know.
So in lane should be you know, okay to get rid of that nasty poison.
Yeah, but at least he has the Wisp to provide this continuous regeneration, so he'll be fine. But once the second point comes in on the Poison Sting, he'll start hurting. So 11 and 5 on the Underlord, having a really clean time CSing here on bottom so far. The Underlord is usually a very happy hero against Terrorblade due to damage reduction with the E and just his massive damage last hits.
Yeah, that early harassment on TB. The fact Chen's been kind of walking around trying to find wards and D-wards. Trying to gain access to a small camp at the same time as top lane, Tomato. Dark Pact gets a little bit of poison off, but there we go. The first blood, and Whitemon will tether back under tower. But a kill on the Slark is going to be very nice there for Sacred and Schofield.
This is pretty problematic lane, actually. They die, and the lane is still in a bad spot for them, and they don't have the pull available yet. He gets the D-ward now on the Wisp, but that lane is looking pretty painful right now. They don't have a way to stop this, since they themselves blocked up the big camp as well. They're just going to have to accept that Venomancer is farming all this back under tower.
Yeah, Venomancer, one of these really oppressive position 3s. We've seen it go both ways. Veno and Visage, these slow, annoying laning heroes. If you kill them a couple of times, their lane's over. But if they get the upper hand, things can spiral quickly. Schofield there, going to grab the Lotus. Make sure Tomato and Whitemon don't get their hands on it. Keep playing out the lane as normally as possible.
And he goes for the right skill build on Venomancer. Man, sometimes I see people go for the 2-1-0 build on Venomancer, and I feel like it's so weird to witness on a post 3 at least. The W scales very awkwardly, but gets incredibly strong on level 2.
Especially when you're against a melee carry, just continually hitting him.
Yeah, for sure. Get that duration and damage increase.
Well, there's a little bit of quiet in the side lanes for now. Mid, we've not really looked too much into that. Storm against Lesh. How's that meant to go?
Yeah, it's a lightning showdown, you know. You got Lightning Storm versus Storm Spirit himself. So whoever can zap better wins. Usually, Leshrac is very strong in this lane. He's not really threatened by the Q of Storm at all. If you try to make any form of Vortex play, you might just die instead on Storm. So this is a pretty tough matchup, and so far we see him do pretty alright. He's 17-2 against 22-5, so pretty even. Bottom lane, Kasane.
This level 2 Atrophy Aura, it keeps him alive.
Yeah, TB not doing any real damage there. Mine's 14% already.
You hit him like 10 times. Underlord is like 300 HP. TB hits him like 10 times. There's nothing to him.
Yeah, and he's going to tango up with this ring as well. He's going to be fine. Now they have a lot of creeps as well, so he can play pretty aggressively.
Yeah, look to chase under that tower maybe. Jim Park, 11-1 charges. Can be handed a tango by the Chen as well. All going very nicely for TSM in that bottom lane. A nice contrast to the Slark's 14 last hits as he struggles to get anything under his own tier 1. Schofield just chucking stuns at him.
He's trying to fight back a little bit, you know, don't accept being bullied like this. He's standing up for himself against the Nyx, but ultimately the Venomancer is just enjoying this lane so much. And Slark, he is doing all right in terms of CS, but he's also not really being given solo experience. Usually with Slarks, you want to give him solo to get level 6 early. He's in trouble even.
Yeah, he's not comfortable at all.
He's fine.
And he's alive. I don't know about fine.
Yeah, no HP regen on him still, but here comes the Gale.
Yeah.
From the Wisp.
Round 2. Good 2-man stun. Schofield. Body block up Tomato and look for this additional kill. Sacred double kill for the Venomancer. Like, that lane's over for TSM now.
Yeah, you can come back there, but I mean, you have such a long way to level 6, and that's why I was talking about. He died twice already on Slark. He's only level 3.5. This is going to be very problematic because Veno is only 1 level away from having ulti, and at that point you can't even go close to him. So this Veno was a fantastic last pick here for them. Well, it wasn't even last pick. They picked Veno, and then Slark was picked into it.
Dark Margot getting dived under his tower. Flame Break comes. The stun from Schofield, buying a bit of time for the Storm, but he's still level 5 on Dark Margot, so chased down. As TSM bring 2 supports to rally around Brile's Lesh. Catapult Wave is there as well, but nicely done by Schofield to drag the creeps so the tower can focus the catapult down. And at the same time, bottom lane, Kasana yet again survives.
Yeah, he has the Vanguard. They tried to go on him, but he was completely fine. He just pulled the creeps on the tower, got the kill on the catapult, so doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Top lane though, this Venomancer now in trouble.
Yeah. Trying to get away from them, but Brile using this timing around level 6 very nicely, getting involved in as much action as he can, alleviate some of the pain and pressure that TSM have been suffering.
It's what we see with the 6-minute haste rune. It's, you know, a haste rune Lesh is fantastic. It's a really big power spike. They stack up jungle now, trying to set up for him a little bit here. But yeah, fantastic rune to have. He gets a really important kill on Venomancer there, generating some space for Slark to get his levels. He's caught up all the way to level 5 now. Veno? Oh no. Wait, don't die to just the Nyx. Oh, that was close.
Like 15 health. Sad times.
Almost had him.
Back to Fountain you go. Midas is queued. Tomato knows where he's heading.
Yeah. It's the spare time.
Dark Margot under a bit of dire vision all the way from bot lane through to mid. Does get scouted, but Brile doesn't care. Storm wants to clear out the stacks.
Yeah, just gonna get a lot of farm here going and using the Wisp. This is smart though by Wisp to leave his Slark early in this game and just let him solo. Because even if Wisp was top, it wouldn't really salvage that lane. And Slark would just get even less experience despite the Wisp's effort to help him. So instead he goes here and he's being very useful following the Lesh.
Yeah, it's like you're in a negative expected value lane. You're like, okay, you improve it by 10%, but you're still negative. You leave him alone, try and get to that 6. At least you got an advantage to play towards.
Now Arcane Rune for Storm, so that could set up his ganks. Lesh had his fun with the haste rune. Now Storm can always look to side lanes with a steepy scroll when he wants to. Top tower is being pressured quite a bit.
And Tomato, how far are you? 200 XP?
Yeah.
Got a wave away from 6.
He knows that the Nyx is sitting behind him, goes out with his night vision, pokes at him, sees him. Leshrac wants to come help, but he also just wants to farm with his Wisp.
And I so often get done in by night vision. Like I'll forget, like Slark and Sniper and whatever have less night vision than more night vision than usual. Like Batrider with
Stone. Yeah,
it's pretty nutty. There's Storm, Arcane Rune up, Brile getting focused. Schofield's gonna come in, but Whitemon keeping Brile reasonably topped up until the Venomancer arrives. Now the damage over time, the stuns, the damage. It'll all land onto Brile, and very well done by Beastcoast. Aggressive posturing, well, basically diving tier 2 to get that kill.
Yeah, they really did that quite nicely there, and coming in with Sacred as well. I think if he wasn't there, that would not have been a kill, just guaranteeing it with Benno coming over as well. So bringing down Lesh, a big takedown, and that was the power of the Arcane Rune as well. Storm couldn't have made this play, so see the importance of controlling runes when you have heroes like Lesh and Storm. Any form of spirit hero on mid, Ember, Storm, Void, these heroes want runes so badly.
Yeah. And Jim Park down bottom doing some cool little things, dragging waves with his illusions, trying to make sure Kasane doesn't have a free push on the tower, which Underlord is so adept at doing, and clearing a wave and just shoving in.
Yeah, he's also farming really nicely now though on Unlord, getting to farm jungle camp plus the lane creeps. So this is pretty efficient farm for him. They're ganking him up now.
Yeah, Meta. Jim Park gets the physical damage forward. Reflection and Vortex back. Kasane will die. A nice juicy wave there for the Terrorblade as well.
Yeah, coming back for the rune as well over here with Leshrac to gank a Chen.
Yeah, what's Stinger up to? Oh, Centaur Stomp. There's one of them. Let's see if we can get another. Well, Centaur just going to get killed off, and the Pulse Nova is enough damage to take out the Chen. All around the catapult wave. Storm, pretty long zip, doesn't catch up to Whitemon.
He's gonna be fine, unless they can do something here with Nyx, but no. Looked a bit like Miss Micro there by Chen, but it wasn't. He had cooldown on one of his stomps, so he actually couldn't have stunned with the other one. And both the Centaurs are solo HP. Couldn't really keep them around either next to the Leshrac.
And a little unfortunate for Sacred. He used his last urn charge. Gets the Spirit Vessel delivered now, fully completed, but it is empty.
Yeah. Looks like Timado has been huffing a bit of copium here and realized that it's fine. This game is fine. It's not as sad as Midas. We don't have to do it. He's going back for Diffusal, recognizing that he can play aggressive and gonna play to dominate the map. So the Blade of Blackbird coming out already. Leshrac farming up a Storm here. Wow. This ancient stack. Yeah. Even Kasane coming in like, hey, can I have some?
Please, sir, can I have some more? It's a little...
3 of the big creeps. Be happy with that.
A little sip of Ancients.
Ooh, yeah, it's probably danger. He's fine.
Yeah. Being hunted by Schofield. But yeah, I can imagine Kasane's telling Tomato his slog, like, come on, bro, it's not as bad as that. It's not all doom and gloom. I'm having a fine time. Lashrac's doing okay. He'll get you involved eventually.
Yeah, he can just tuck away into jungle and just farm, and he'll be completely fine.
Oh, quick go on the Batrider. Simply done there. Schofield was lurking. And Dark Margot has that initiation tool.
And my boy Schofield, he's queuing up the Dagon. I love it.
Oh, yes.
It's going. It's how you play Nyx now. With a new Mind Flayer, it's no longer the same as playing with the old mana burn. You know, we're used to the old, Yapsor Nyxes and whatnot, running around and, controlling the game with a Yule Scepter rush, usually. But that play isn't as effective anymore. Nowadays, it's just get Dagon and burst people with the W. You have to be very mindful about where the enemy has vision, though. And that's where that Slark pick was pretty intelligent for them. Getting Slark, having a bit of guarantee that there's no wards and so on.
Do you still want to aim towards Aghanims as the Nyx? Or is that a thing of the past now?
No, the Aghanims is just... Unless the game is coming to a point where you desperately need team fights, it's not really a play. You completely skip it. It's just Dagon, Shard, and then you can go for some survivability if you want to. You can go E-Blade and go full burst. I would say Dagon Shard, and then you can go either Force Staff or Blink or whatever.
Because it often felt like Nyx was kind of hoping for Philosopher's Stone and then hoping to get Ags,
Yeah. Well, that play was very clunky as well, though, in general, because you burrow down and then you want to play in that area. But it's a bit tough to use. It's mainly good when the enemy are guaranteed to be in a push strat, some all-in strat, then Aghanim's Nyx could be good. The downside is Aghanim's Nyx took too long to farm to defend against those usually as well.
And Dota is so free-flowing now with wider map, it's much harder to just bunker down somewhere. Beastcoast right now trying to utilize the Chen creeps, Plague Wards, create a bit of a zone in the mid lane. They can just push that tier 1 safely. Give Jim Park all the freedom that he needs to keep on farming. It looks like a similar story to the game we saw yesterday. The TB just going Dragonlance into Skadi. Get some of that heal reduction against the Lesh and the Io.
Yeah, he's rushing that Skadi. He's gonna get it at a pretty early timing if he does it like this. I like the item build. A lot of players on Terrorblade would not go for a second item Skadi, but he's recognizing, the reason he picked Terrorblade into Leshrac and Io is because he believes that he can counter them, and he does that by itemization. So it's smart. If you just went Manta here, it would be a losing play for sure. Then we would see Leshrac be very happy. But with that early Skadi, it really complicates things. And it's also good against heroes like Underlord, who don't really have an mobility tool. Then you can get stuck to that Skadi and just die, especially with Poison Sting as well available. You're just not going to be moving.
I just get bogged down, body blocked by Chen creeps and slowed to a crawl. What are these other big items? Chen still aiming for mech, I assume? He's got like 1,000 gold saved up.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe he's going to be the mech buyer. Obviously, we talked about the Dagon. He's queuing up the 4-staff now on Nyx as well. So he still has the Dagon there, but he put the 4-staff as well. I think they're discussing whether he needs the 4-staff first. But you can see, I always love looking at the quick buy of players because you can see sort of an insight into their intention, what they want. Nothing out of the ordinary otherwise for most of them. I mean, Storm is going for the Witchblade with Falcon Blade, gonna go for Kaya after that, almost guaranteed. And as the Spirit Vessel was completed on Venomancer, he's going for an Aghanim Scepter. That's the same thing he did last time. He went Aghanim Scepter on the Veno just to try and counter out the Leshrac and Wisp combo.
Yeah, and then there's Wisp, still thinking about mech into Lotus Orb. Underlord with all those tanky aura items. So it looks like TSM just looking to get the building blocks set in place, build up those foundations with all the auras to maybe give Slark and Lesher a bit of an easier time fighting into the TB.
Yeah, I just realized that if you have Nyx Shard and you have Aghanims on Venomancer, then you can have minus 37% magic resistance to the enemy from these two heroes. Don't really think about Veno and Nyx as a minus magic resistance combo, but that could be nasty with Storm, you know, like once these things get going. Just a minor thing. It's not really the major reason you buy the items here, but it could lead to heroes dying faster than you expect.
Where's the Veil then? Throw a Veil in there?
Dude, Veil is in another country, I think, another castle.
It's in another game.
Yeah.
Bloodstone done for Lash. First piece of the puzzle in place, clearing out even more stacks. I mean, Bryle getting pretty huge.
They got really ready now with Bryle getting his Bloodstone, like you said. Also, Mech completing in 50 gold here for Wisp. He's gonna get it very, very soon. If he gets one of these last hits, or if he just, you know, waits a few seconds, probably not gonna steal one. But he's gonna have his Mech completed. So now they both have a heal tool, and they can really start going at the enemy. They missed some pieces of the puzzle, though. They don't have Blink on their Batrider yet, and you could still argue that they want to wait for the first aura item to come in on Underlord, so wait for his pipe, but that's very far away. I think they just go on Lesh and Wisp.
Schofield having a bit of a funny moment there with the Batrider, lasso on the Nyx, the portal's coming, Dark Margot half health having to ball away. TSM bringing the cavalry to defend this 14-minute Wisdom Rune, making damn sure Beastcoast don't get a freebie.
No stealing here, and it's gonna be picked up by both Leshrac and the TB, getting one each. Top Timado is on the Veno in trouble.
Chasing on the Sacred with a relocate there, making short work of him.
These portals, the portals are really strong for them, having the Fiend's Gate to save your teammates and then relocate to kill an enemy. They're showing off their global map presence with these ultis.
Yeah, super wide map. It was just a funny moment where Ari placed that sentry on high ground. Schofield walked up and Ari immediately turned around to run away, and then Schofield still came back in to try it.
Yeah, that's a bit greedy for sure. Definitely a bit greedy, but you know, he tried it because there's a Wisdom Rune as well. So he went in there, he had a Storm with him. If they get the kill, they get the Wisdom Rune as well. It all sounds nice, but of course TSM, they were prepared. They were ready to react. And that's the nice thing they have against the Nyx. They have these relocates and portals. So say that someone is going on the Slark anywhere on the map, you can immediately bring over 3 extra heroes to try and bail them out.
Yeah, there's so many ways to buy time. And how much of a looming threat is this TB?
I would say...
Are you sweating as TSM?
No, I don't think TSM are sweating, but I think he's a bigger threat than they realize. You know, you normally feel really fine. You have Leshrac, you have Underlord as well. You have all the magic damage, right? But I'm not a doubter, man. I think Jim Park knows what he's doing. I think...
Ari dropped down the Seeds of Serenity. The Verdurous Dale nearly kept him alive, and it's actually allowed him to get his team involved on his Dark Margot Storm. Whitemon, Tomato, and Bryle, they're on his tail, and Dark Margot's dead here for sure. Maybe he can die to neutrals, but no, Bryle says absolutely not.
That's 800 gold for that kill. You know, they did get 1 kill over on the Batrider, but that was only a measly support kill. Meanwhile, they might even find Schofield as well.
Yeah, bonus one. It's another stun missed from Schofield. He whiffed the one on the bat. Ari had a nice sidestep, and now Tomato with Bryle straight back on top of him. Yeah, not sweating at all.
This is where their lineup is a bit awkward on Beastcoast as well, because they have no real team fight at this point. Unless they can play around Venomancer in some good way and group up, then I don't really see it, because you kind of need to go Chen creeps plus Veno and then play around this with a Metamorphosis, which they're going to try now. They're going mid and trying to set that up. If they split up, they're going to keep dying to this Leshrac.
Yeah, I mean, they're on Kasane with that Metamorphosis. He's popped his pipe, trying to survive, gets himself away with a nice relocate save. Beastcoast struggling to stick on a target. This maneuverability from TSM is just overwhelming them. Dark Margo spent all his mana pool. Trying to bottle up now as the relocate will bring Whitemon to his own death, and Tier 1 claimed by Beastcoast in the end.
That was a really nice split earth to try and stop the, well, successfully stopping the Storm from getting the kill on the Underlord. And he gets to TP out. That was really important that he didn't go down there. But still, tower went down. Jim Park pushing Tier 2. Meta is running out soon, though. I don't know if he can commit for this Tier 2. He wants to.
A little spooky. This is the Skadi timing of TV, but you're right. There's like 5 seconds left on the actual ulti of the Terrorblade. The primary spell that he's using.
He's gonna be
just
fine.
time to back up.
He's gonna be fine. Back out. So that's a double tower push that they got there. Really, really successful for them. And gets themselves a little bit of control on this map where they were bleeding a lot of kills. They need to start moving together more and not die to this this Leshrac or the Slark at this point.
Do you think Tomato's regretting not going Midas?
No, I don't think so. He's gotten value already from the Diffu in a good way, and he's farming very happily in the enemy territory now. So obviously you could have, you know, a bit of safer GPM and experience with a Midas, but the Diffu has already paid dividends, I would say.
He's having a pretty good time
lasso
down here.
whips.
Oh dear. That's not who you wanted to go on. Bryle getting hurricaned around into the Centaur Stomp. Beastcoast not intending to play here with that Metamorphosis.
Yeah, nice pull play, but the creeps still kind of just die to Leshrac, and Lesh way too tanky to bring down without a lot of heroes nearby.
Oh, we're getting these displacement tools up. Double Force Staff for Beastcoast. And Dark Margo pairing up with Sacred. Kasane still has that pipe to use. Vessels on him and a lot of poison. Very irritating, but they've got to relocate back to Fountain. No, not to Fountain. back to
Wisp is the Fountain. It's fine. He's going to be healing him. You know, it's a tiny relocate. Didn't want to bring him all the way to Fountain, because what if my Leshrac gets overrun? Wisp thinking about everyone, not just the Underlord. He's got many people to save.
He's thinking about the creep as well. Tethers to the melee creep, denies it, gets stunned by Schofield. And 3 of them caught up in that pit of malice, but Dark Margo zips over the top, still looking for this Underlord. Very tanky fella to try and bring down. Vessels on him, but a good split earth from Bryle. Chased down by these TB illusions, though, and with the chain creep surrounding, and Bryle is falling quickly. Kasane's gone, the Lash is dead, and Beastcoast overrun TSM.
Yeah, that's really big. They get 2 kills and 40 seconds dead. They have a creep wave as well, so they're just gonna go straight mid. I would say that, you know, there's no objective around here, but they just keep going up to the high ground, and we see the Skadi TB take part in early fights. This is so untraditional Terrorblade gameplay that he's doing, but it's working really well how he's playing it.
Yeah, no Yasha, no Manta, no straight Dragonlance Skadi into the crit. Tier 3 tower being pummeled, and no glyph here for TSM. 10 seconds left for Lesh and the Underlord to respawn. It looks like it's just going to be the tower and a run away from Beastcoast. Not
Here comes the
pushing
night
the issue.
vision, stalking them. Timaudo like a shark, kind of keeping his eye on them, but they're gonna be fine, I think. Just get out of here. TSM want to chase, the smoke up and hunt. Force staff available though.
Yeah, hello Sacred. Slow down a little bit. There's the first Force Staff. Schofield creating a bit of distance for the Veno, but the Fiend's Gate and the lasso in. Chen gonna get caught up in the lasso. Sacred trying to tank through the damage as TSM bring everybody and their mums to kill off the Venomancer.
Yeah, they get 2 kills here, I think, as the Nyx in trouble. He has Force staff though. Maybe he's gonna be fine, but looks tough.
Oh, it's real difficult. He's even there, just gonna turn around, see what he can do.
Yeah, well, immediately when they saw the fight was going to happen, Beastcoast just said, we are not fighting. You can literally see on the carry that Terrorblade is running away. He's like, I don't have meta, I'm not a hero, I'm a range creep, you guys are on your own. Good luck.
Yeah.
And they lose 2 heroes, but at the same time, look at TSM. They're not taking tower yet. They're not getting an objective for this fight immediately. They're getting an objective in the sense that they're pushing out lanes and getting map control. That's good. But that's just a secondary. That's like a consolation prize when you can't get a real objective.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the best at kind of going into Roche after a couple of kills. Tower's difficult to bring down.
Bat wants to steal Wisdom Rune. He's here for it. Let's see it. not gonna work, I think. Batrider is ready. Or
Look at
TB is
Jim Park. Oh, Bat, he gets it. He's gonna die for it though, it looks like.
At what cost, Gareth? At what cost?
Is that worth?
Not anymore, no. Feeding the Terrorblade? Definitely not.
You sure?
Well, if you're on TSM, they're currently saying it's worth, but from an analytical standpoint...
Nuh-uh.
Nah, man. I think the first bounty, the first Wisdom Rune can be okay to die for. The later Wisdom Runes, I think, is almost never okay to die for, really.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, 1200 XP.
Higher level heroes give a lot of experience as well, and also give a lot of gold. That's the big part. You're just a little support, but that's still 500 gold that you fed away.
You push TB over level 15, getting closer to 16.
It's about timing, so it's not necessarily so much about how much gold it is. It's just that means the BKB is coming out a little bit faster, and that little bit faster BKB, which is getting now in 100 gold, means that they can organize a push for the bottom tower, or even go Roche a little bit earlier. So everything comes back to bite you. Any mistake you make.
Man, this Chen is getting pretty stacked. Highest net worth of the supports.
What?
Marco? I saw him on the minimap zip across. He's trying to get a bit of distance from Tomato. He slips away.
Yeah, the Leshrac missed his stun on the lasso. The Batrider stopped pulling because he didn't want to ruin the stun, but Leshrac expected him to keep pulling, so they ruined the stun. He should have died there. That was very, very ballsy to just jump in across to that spot.
What was he?
I mean, I don't know. There was a haste rune in the river. He jumped across the river. He had vision on the haste rune. I'm not even sure what he was jumping for. I guess maybe he was jumping to try and check high ground vision, but he didn't have a sentry there either. So honestly, I'm out of explanations for that one.
There's some wild Dark Margo stuff.
I don't know. It worked, man. Space created. Lasso on cooldown. Easy Roche.
Dark Margo's playing hide and seek, right? He's just trying to find where TSM are lurking. Gives them a shot at Roshan now as well. Chen creeps, TB illusions. And Jim Parker's just going to walk out of the pit. The main TB says, screw it, I'm out of here. Let Storm have the Aegis, I don't need it.
Yeah, you need it on Storm. TB, if TB dies once and he used meta anyway, you don't really care about him reviving, and Storm is the best Aegis carrier in the entire game. There is no hero that you would rather have Aegis on than Storm generically, I would say, because he comes back at full power, always full power. No cooldowns on this bad boy, and full mana means very happy Storm.
It sure does. And Beastcoast with some options here now. There's Tormentor to steal, tier 2 to kill. Mid lane has already lost the tier 3. That's why we're seeing this kind of scramble from TSM to shove out the top and the mid lane with this Slark and the Batrider. Make sure that Beastcoast don't have unlimited options when pushing the base. Even clearing out the wave behind them. Yeah, Storm is zipped in. He knows that there are heroes lacking. Does get lassoed by Ari and dragged towards Fountain. Dark Margo has that Kaya Sand, so status resist helping him out quite a lot. Back onto Kasane with a bit of chip damage, and the glyph used up by TSM should delay this push from Beastcoast for now.
Yeah, they're just gonna chill, it looks like, pulling back. They could go in with a Sunder play on TB, but TB's HP dropping very low there from the Firestorm defense on the high ground. Pushing into a Crimson Guard as well is not the easiest to do so. They recognize we gotta just keep playing the map, probably structure up a push towards top instead. They have to fix their side lanes now. Mid and top lane are really bad shape for Radiant. So this gives space for TSM to get out on the field a little bit. They shouldn't feel too stuck in base.
Get out of the stranglehold a bit. So why has Chen not gone for Mech and Greaves this game? Pipe,
well, he went for the pipe because there's Leshrac and Underlord. It's really, really strong to get a pipe. And Venomancer going for the Vessel and Aghanims means he's not going pipe. So someone had to. It's just better. It's better than going up a Mech here by a massive margin. You already have some heal as well. So you'd rather get more effective HP with this. And Barrier is going to be great for protecting the illusions of TB as well as the main TB.
And then I guess Mech effectiveness, like as a rushed item, first item, so much better than 30 minutes in thinking about the Mech heal.
Yeah, so he's not going back for it. He actually just goes back for a Holy Lock instead. There we see a little pick off on the mid lane as Ari was trying to fix that mid lane, but gets punished. This is one of the things that Storm does really well. Whenever heroes split up on the map, easy just take down on that Batrider.
Yeah, completely isolated. Well, Slark, he has run himself up that net worth board. Third position now, 12,500. Got himself the Mage Slayer, the Aghanim Scepter. So looking decent. He's had a very quiet game, though, Tomato. 3 stacks of the permanent Agi is honestly pretty damn good, given the game state that he's been in.
Yeah, he's all right with this, though. He hasn't had too bad of a game. He's hunting now. Gonna bother his Storm a little bit here.
Dark Margo having to spend a bit of mana there as the push up top into the high ground. Kasane doesn't have any mana to play with, but a good relocate. We'll send him back to Fountain. Vortex on Bryle, but he got his Bloodstone and BKB off. A jump in from Tomato now, knowing Dark Margo doesn't have mana to play with. Storm honestly probably wants to kind of die to get his mana replenished. Aegis for 2 minutes still in hand, and a lasso from Ari, dragging Sacred back into nothing. Will get stunned up by the Nyx on his way through. Just back and forth, chipping and battling, and Jim Park makes that killer move. Goes for the jugular, dives in deep. Half HP, still has Thunder to play with, and his BKB. And again, Dark Margo, very low on resources, but still has that Aegis as Beastcoast will turn onto the barracks. TSM desperately trying to defend this top lane. Kasane slowed down by the Skadi slow. The Carapace stun, and Kasane is about to die, but Whitemon's there with the heals and saves again. Dark Margo finally loses that first life.
Anymore.
Meta is down, the leash on the Storm, the 4-step away, the second pass from Tomato, the second 4-step from Beastcoast. Gets Dark Margo out of the danger zone. No barracks have fallen yet. Catapult and TB Illusions trying their best. Schofield sprinting out and TSM giving chase. Let's see if they can find someone with that Fiend's Gate. Storm, he zipped into the back, looking for the Underlord, zips away, doesn't get the kill. Will TP out of there. As Schofield's chased down by Bryle. All over the place. My eyes. I don't know, cross-eyed, wall-eyed. I'm looking left and right and up and down, but nobody's dead.
Yeah, everybody's surviving. The 4-staffs are coming into play. The pipes are coming into play. A lot of saves coming in here. Even the Wisp coming in. And people ultimately pulling out of this successfully on the side of Beastcoast. Schofield still not completely safe, but he has 4-staff. He's baiting, actually.
Yeah, you're going to go on me with a lasso. Fine, I'll die for this, but... Oh, they just doesn't have the team to turn around. I don't know. The TB's in trouble. The TB, 4-staff. Can he get out of here? The Slog's on his tail. Another pounce, leashing him up. The heals on the Terrorblade might be enough to get him out of danger. He's stuck here with the pounces on him. He's dead. Pounced upon. Munched by the Tomato Slog. He senses blood in the water now. His sensors are going wild as a triple kill comes out of Tomato.
Oh, no,
just saying. He was having a quiet game and he's popped off completely. A triple might be an ultra in a second. A Stinger getting pounced under his own tier 3. Tomato stacking up 50 Agi, 7 permanent stacks, and Bryle with a well-worth tip onto Tomato.
Yeah, Tomato is definitely running it now, and he's even going on to this guy.
Is he alright here? I mean, Tomato's probably going to die, right? Might get the kill on. Oh, the Rampage, he gets it! 67 Agi. A wild performance from Tomato Slog.
That was really, really clean. I mean, I'm not sure about baiting there with Nyx. The bait when you don't have meta or BKB. I mean, it's like TB is behind him. I'm not sure what the turnaround is. They go on Nyx and then what? But Beastcoast, they got away scot-free and then they stepped back into this bear trap that was having the Nyx on mid. And Slark now, absolutely monstrous from that, getting a ton of gold. He has gem now as well. They send out a gem for him and he's queuing up an Orchid.
Oh, doesn't land the first pounce on the Veno. Does connect the second, but the 4 staffs are there. East Coast trying to get away from the Fiend's Gate now as the stun from Nyx connects on Slark. Underlord trying to play forward, but holding on to this high ground. Might relinquish control of it to get the Nyx kill. Who's got a 4-staff for me?
Yet. Still some cooldown. Yes.
Give me back up to high ground, boys.
Meta is available on TB now. They want to try and take fights.
Oh, they nearly had the connection from Schofield to that 4-staff forward, and Dark Margo with a long zip. The second one onto Bryle. Lotus Orb on him. The heal, the save, the relocate is out of there. Flash Rack kept nice and alive as Kasane. There's no stuns.
Oh boy. I can't believe the Wisp didn't get stunned there. Nyx was trying to go in and get a stun on him, but they're gonna get the Wisp possibly. He's gonna try and relocate or tether away as well. Doesn't get it.
Oh, what's the move for Beastcoast now? They've got meta. Do they go high ground straight?
I think they can't really go high ground straight, I don't think. But oh, DD Rune actually, that changes things. That changes things. They can take this DD Rune and go push. I think you even bottle it. They're trying to. Slark can maybe come in and steal it. But that could be dangerous. A lot of heroes around.
And Tomato opting to leap away instead. Still being tailed by Schofield. But he's got that gem.
Yeah, he has the gem. He was just waiting. If he did get hit, though, he would lose all his mana and he wouldn't be able to get away. So playing with fire a little bit there. If someone 4-staffed the Nyx, actually, that would have been sick. Burn all the mana of Slark, then he dies.
That would have been pretty cool. Beastcoast, yeah, they're on this high ground again. Lasso will catch up to Schofield, drag him into tier 4s. Force staff, this displacement, trying to give him some safety, but Slark is there again. Whacking down on the next assassin. Range
Next
creep.
down. That's half
next.
the stuns of the team gone immediately.
Not been able to hit any of these melee barracks either. 2 ranged barracks gone on TSM's side. They are defending very nicely.
They have this ward as well. No sentry for the Radiant here as well, so they're backing out. But again, Slark on the hunt. He's very fast in these chase situations. Venom covering the retreat though with some Venom wards, slowing him down.
And Roshan 2 minutes away. This is where we get into one of those standoff situations. We're like pushing out waves, getting ready for Roche, get some vision down.
Yeah, it's a late spawn. It's a late spawn, so that's actually very good for Radiant right now because they used meta and Roche could be spawning already. So they know that they have to be ready to contest the bottom Roche right now, but without meta they couldn't do it. So the fact that it's 2 minutes still, a little bit unlucky for TSM here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When was it? 3 minutes till night?
Yeah, 3 minutes and it will move.
Another full staff for Beastcoast coming soon as well, as Stinger has lined his up.
Yeah, you have to go mass 4 staff. The more 4 staffs, the more efficient every single 4 staff becomes because, you know, a single 4 staff will do nothing against an Aghanim Slark. But if you have 3 of them, suddenly Slark can be really bothered by people just continuously getting away.
Just drifting out there. Kasane sat in the pit. 1 minute
sit
to
there
go.
for a while, buddy.
Is under attack.
He's
60
gonna
seconds. Enough time to go wash your face.
clean all his armor, take off the Crimson Guard, clean out his pipe. Getting ready for the full brawl.
Looking at top, just hanging around that area right now. This is a worrisome part for Beastcoast. They're ready to any moment here. Roshan has fallen to the dire, and they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. But the moment this meta is ready, I mean, they could start thinking about going. They have 18-second cooldown. They could think about going over there and trying to contest this Roche, because they don't want to give away an Aegis for free. And they have everything they need. They're actually moving towards the portal, thinking about making a portal play. That could be risky, though.
Yeah, I think Schofield knows that someone just went through it. Slark popped through the twin gate. And TSM readying around that bottom one as well. And Roshan's about to make his reappearance. And TSM still have to deal with some of these waves, like pruning away with Kasane. He's got himself the Fiend's Gate to reposition back across the map, though, of course.
Yeah, the starting Roche. It's beginning. It's not the fastest Roche here for Dire, but they can definitely take it on their own. No problem there as they start hitting the Slark. Back in as well. And Radiant just in a waiting position right now. They're working on the Butterfly for Terrorblade. So looks like they have given up on the idea of contesting. They're close to power spikes. I can understand why they're not going for this. BKB is 200 gold away for the Storm. And in less than 1,000 gold, you have the Butterfly for TP as well. So they just want to hit power spikes. They don't want to take this fight. Actually, look at look at this play by TSM. They feel like this is very suspicious. We don't see anyone. So by the fact that everyone is jungling on Beastcoast, TSM are not worried. Wait, this Roche can't be this free. Can it?
So
is it?
This honestly might be one of these mental things. Because I remember during Dream League Season 19, they had 2 or maybe even 3 games where a single Roche fight lost them the match, lost them the series. So it might be one of these things where they're thinking, hey, we're so slow at taking Roshan, we've got to go and fight. They smoke out, they look for something, now they're back in there. A little bit of wasted time, but in the end, it doesn't look like it matters all that much. They will still kill it. They're still getting that Aegis and cheese.
Yeah, take it finally. Took a while for them to bring it down as they played it very, very safe. I mean, ultimately, they didn't lose anything for that other than the fact that Beastcoast got to farm more items. So Butterfly is complete, BKB is complete, and they hit a little bit of a harder timing here with that extra 4-staff as well on the Chen. They have everything they want.
They are barreling down that top lane. Yeah, TB Illusion's up there.
They will burst this Underlord if he shows. He will die fast.
Kasane shows with a Firestorm. Carapace stunned. All lining in. Lotus Orb is there. Dragging Dark Margo back, but you're right. Look at that damage. Overwhelms the Underlord. He's got buyback available, but Brile, my god, he has to use himself up. Aegis in hand, but still looks like he might fall. The lasso going to drag Dark Margo back into the fountain. He zips himself away, though. Brile survived. Buildings are falling, and Beastcoast, the ones to strike into the hearts of this TSM base.
As a baller move, I love this. I mean, this is the move of a team who doesn't want to lose. Look at that. it's not playing to lose, they're playing to win. They want to take this game, and I like that they take the initiative. Even when the enemy have Aegis, they read that, yeah, they might not go top. And if they don't go top, we can maybe get a Rax. And they wait long enough to even get a pick off as well as the Rax. With the buyback now used on the Underlord, that sets him back a little bit. So he did get a Lotus Orb before, but it's going to take a really long time before he gets another item.
Yeah, now we're looking at this Halberd on the Venomancer. Another way to try and deal with the Slark.
Yeah,
TSM, the onus is on them to get out on the map and get something done.
Yeah, Beastcoast are trying to dodge now because they don't have the meta, so they're just going straight for a Tormentor. They get that Tormentor, get a free shard for the Nyx. Of course, this game shifted away from being so much of a ganky game, more team fight oriented. Batrider,
Flying up. Schofield, a stun there from the Lesh this time. 4 staff, 1, 2, drifting the Nyx away. And they can't catch up to him. Broyle tried with that Ogre Seal Totem. Schofield's too quick on his feet. Timado, in the meantime, has killed off Dark Margos. They relocate down bottom to slay the Storm. And he's dead for 70 seconds. This is huge for TSM.
Oh boy, yeah, he's got buyback in a little bit though. He's at 55 gold needed for buyback. There is a bounty rune top. It's being pinged out right now. Jim Park, is he gonna go for it? I think he will. Maybe. He's not risking it. There is a bounty rune, but he doesn't want to go there on a carry.
He's busy looking in the shop for his tier 4 token item.
This ward is, yeah, this ward is what got Schofield kill. He will remove it. Yeah, also this Hurricane Pike on Terrorblade, meaning that they have 4 total 4 staffs, is really, really nice. With a Storm in the team, you know, 4 is all it's ever going to be. He's not going to buy a 5th. There won't be one more.
Oh, come on. Complete the collection.
Hurricane Pike Storm, the new meta.
Oh, hell yeah. We've seen some Blink Dagger Storms. Oh, hello. Venomancer caught up with a lasso, burst through Sacred. And here's another one with no buyback. Quite a distant from it.
That's why you want to try to have avoid heroes dying, you know, chain feeding into a Slark like this. First you have the Storm dying bottom, and then now losing another core hero. It kind of sets back Beastcoast. Even though they have meta ready, it's hard for them to structure a fight. And of course, they're against Aegis for 1.5 more minutes, so they would ideally want to avoid fighting anyway. TSM haven't really gotten more value though. No more buildings.
I don't know why it's just so funny to me watching these Chen creeps.
The army.
The army charging across the map.
Oh no, they've been spotted. Oh, watch out for the Watcher. I like the one literal troll in the army, you know, it's the end snare boy.
The hill troll, yeah. Oh, they backstabbed the creep wave.
Only the range
creep down.
Yeah, only that one range creep. No, that creep wave is completely without magical support.
Oh no. Oh, what in the world will we do now?
Take out the backliners first, even when you gank a creep wave. Okay, mid. This is a smoke gank coming in. They're waiting for smoke to cool down on the Chen. 2 seconds. Actually, using it instead on another hero.
Who's this coming behind? Timado? Hello?
He realizes. He sees the courier coming back. This is very obvious. This is not going to be as successful as last time. They might bait it this time with Unlord, but this time, surely they're going to react to it. They know what's happening. Yeah, relocates, saves, already TPing.
Already coming back. I mean, Broyle with his Bloodthorn being an absolute nuisance. Straight on top of the next assassin. Schofield, 4 staff the once, the twice now to get a bit of distance as the Terrorblade turns and fights into Broyle. Good damage on this. Lash Rax, Dark Margo zipped in on top of him, but Broyle has the BKB. Buys the time to get away from the grasp of Jim Park as he thinks about focusing the barracks, but now Beastcoast, they've spent a lot. Not getting too much, having to turn tail and run away. Timado.
Jim Park still looking for a pick.
Broyle and Whitemon, they've come in, swooping from behind, but the Batrider's cleared out by Jim Park. You're right, there's TB standing tall, aiming Kasane. Timado's in, though, looking for the backlines, leaping and pouncing over the top, but the poison's annoying. And the refresher there from Jim Park, allowing him to keep on going. Lasso will drag him back up towards high ground, but doesn't get him over the cliff. Still able to dish out the damage to the sun to your right. Into the Silver Edge, play the break, the damage. Oh, the Yule's buying time for Broyle to turn around. The disarm of the Slark keeping this Jim Park TB alive, but he cannot survive. Finally falling, and Beastcoast have spent everything they've got. TSM with another tremendous hold. Dark Margo even having to buy back now.
This is very painful for them. The problem is that they don't have great setup to try and lock down this Slark. Slark is just going in and out, weaving in and out of these fights, and everyone has to sort of rally around the Terrorblade as the only safe point is standing next to TB and hoping that Slark won't commit and try and kill you. But Slark has that Shard and Aghanims as well, so he's very mobile. He also has the extra ability to just go in and throw down the Shroud and then still kill you even if you're right next to TB. Very complicated fight for Beastcoast. I think they need Storm or Nyx to lock down this Slark, otherwise they will lose the fight.
Yeah, it's just like textbook kiting from TSM as well, right? With relocate saves, the jumping around, the Yule Scepter on Leshrac, everything is just built here to buy time.
Dinger.
Unlucky, mate. Lassoed back into the Lesh. He's going to try and pop a heal and stay alive, but in the end, he'll meet his demise, dead for 50 seconds. And TSM starting to knock on the door of Beastcoast base.
This Terrorblade is respawning soon. He does have BKB and he has his meta ready as well due to that refresher.
And now the spam begins. The split earths are landing, stacking up the circles. Schofield trying to close the gap in onto them, but TSM very disciplined with their positioning.
Yeah, they're just chilling on the side of TSM. They realize that they don't have to close out the game fast here. They just need to take control of the map, and they will get pickoffs when people come out. They have Batrider, they have a Slark. Up, Kasane. He ponks back to Nyx.
That noise is beautiful. They're still going to die here, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. He's tanky. TB comes in, 4-stab forward. Slark and Leshrac in the vicinity thinking about continuing this battle, but he's pot meta, so you know as TSM, we just let it go. We'll have a window.
Yeah, they'll sort of have a window. There's still that refresher coming off in 30 seconds, so it's not the worst thing ever for him here using it. Oh, they saw TB running down the gem. They're going on.
He's all alone. Oh boy, Jim Park thought he was safe under that silver edge. Oh, you better distance. Get back to high ground. The Sunder over to Sacred, but it's time for the TB to turn. But that's another poke there from TSM where they forced out some big spell and item usages from the Terrorblade.
So much agi too. The Slark is really strong now. He took 20 stacks from the TB, so minus 20 on the TB and plus on the Slark here. Could be a really good time to fight here if you're TSM.
Yeah,
even without your Underlord, I think if you have a strong Slark, you can still fight with this.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where Roshan's going to be back up soon as well.
Oh, Slark is alone though, spotted by the Nyx. He knows he's spotted. That's the problem.
Oh,
can't really set up on him.
Just jamming up the high grounds. And top lane, they're hunting Dark Margot. Oh, nearly.
That was one little lasso click away from death right there. Very close.
And what time is it? 1 minute till night, so Radiant Roche about to spawn. Beastcoast are going to be the ones that see it. If Schofield goes there, they're pinging it out. Go say hello.
Yeah. Autumn Roche. I mean, you definitely go for this. The question is, does Aegis on TP even do anything? It's just, you need it on Storm. You need probably Aegis on Storm and then Cheese on Benno or something. Like, you need your resources on the other heroes. But Terrorblade is not the hero that dies first. He's just left alone.
Hey, Roshan, he's about 60% health, but the Fiend's Gate, the Slark in the back. TSM seem pretty well prepared to kick this one off. They're TPing down south as well as they smoke up and look for the play. Roshan's been delayed. Beastcoast evacuating the area. Are you going to get tagged by the Carapace? Glimmercape will get him back away from Beastcoast initiation. Sting is even like popping dust. Like, where are they? They must be coming. Surely TSM are coming for us.
Eyes on Storm in this fight. He has to connect onto an important target that either bursts the IO immediately or get the Slark.
Uh-oh, Roche is moving.
Yeah, he knows this is a bad place to stay. Good call, Roche.
Guys, you're getting bumped around. Oh god, Tomato's in, the Vortex there, the Slark is on top of the Venoman, so Roshan's popped off through the Twin Gate. Let's see what happens next, because TB's used his Metamorphosis. Sacred with his ulti, Jim Park can't stick on a target, Slark pounces away, Storm trying to zip in, can't find Tomato. Now look at Kasane instead, eyes on him, but a relocate save drags him to safety. Now onto Ari, the Batrider. From target to target, they're trying to kill someone. Anybody, please, give your lives to Beastcoast, but TSM, they're outplaying and kiting. Ari might die eventually, but he's buying so much time here. Bryle and Whitemore, they can come in from the left side, and they've delayed this fight for long enough that Metamorphosis is starting to wear out. He does have refresher up though, like you said. That second round of fighting for Jim Park's available. He'll get on to this last track. Yule's in a glimmer, delaying the inevitable. Beastcoast holding the line, trying to stand tall and strong. In comes the slug. Jim Park with a BKB, and they've killed off Bryle. Tomato slipping away, the little fishy. He's out of there. And TSM have realized with 2 heroes down, this Jim Park TB is too much to handle. The break and the damage on Kasane might be enough to bring out this Underlord. Schofield's there with a finishing touch. Beastcoast with a fight victory. Buyback from Bryle. Underlord as well. TSM bringing everyone into the battlefield that they possibly can, and Tomato starting to stack up the agi. Jim Park, he's used his second meta and he's TPing out. Beastcoast, they've run out of gas. These buybacks too potent from TSM.
Costly buybacks though. Again, that buyback on Underlord, and now they're working on getting over to Roche here. TSM gonna start the Roche immediately, but I think they're contesting it. Look, immediate smoke here coming towards top, and the base is looking problematic. So Underlord is dealing with base. Meanwhile, the smoke towards top by Beastcoast, they wanna punish this. This is not a free Roche. The buyback on Venno kind of tells them this. This telegraphs that they want to contest.
This is a wild
this
game.
Is close, dude. This is close.
Roshan, 1,000 health. Beastcoast in the vicinity. Schofield's coming in. He's burrowing, but Roche is dead, and Bryle got the Aegis. Aghanim's on the floor. Whitemon will pick it up. The Fiend's Gate's coming, and Beastcoast looks like they're being forced to fight here. Tomato's going to leap back up to high ground. Bryle dropping low. In comes Dark Margot, though, with a Vortex, dragging a couple into the middle. Oh, they're just lacking the damage and the follow-through. Jim Park with no meta can't do anything. This allows Bryle to actually turn and stand, fighting the Sacred. Batrider's there, you're right. The lasso catches up to Schofield. This will get Tomato into the thick of things. Nyx Assassin gone for a minute, and Sacred about to join him in the grave. Beastcoast, what can you do? You're being pounced upon, demolished by this Tomato slug, and you've just got to turn and run.
Oh boy, yeah, they just gotta run away from this. At least they got a little consolation prize, but Jim Park is still in danger here.
Parker.
He doesn't have Basher. But he also doesn't have Nullifier on the Slark because they got the courier kill there. His relic was on it, so 3 minutes delayed Nullifier. That can have a really big impact. He did, of course, secure the Roche for his team there, though, and Aegis in the hands of Lesh. I think they're going to be very happy with that. And now 70 seconds. They know Venno doesn't have buyback. This is a big window here for TSM.
Remember 20 minutes ago when I asked if TSM is sweating? I can imagine they are now with the way these team fights are going. They're looking good, don't get me wrong, but it's not comfortable for any of these players. These fights are so chaotic.
Yeah, they're really complicated to play out. It's tough because for either team, you can't really just hard commit to one hero. I think it's easier for TSM because they can just try to lasso someone or jump someone with Slark. It's pretty low commitment. Whereas for Beastcoast, if they go on the wrong target with Nyx, that's terrible. And Storm, yeah, he can go, but he can also run out of mana that way.
It's bloody chaotic versus tricky shit, man. That's what this game's all about. Nyx Assassin burrowed down, but lassoed in. The force staff across. Dark Margot zips into the back. The Fiend's Gate's there to bring more heroes in and out if they need. Tier 3 being focused, and Nyx Assassin dead for 60 means TSM are in a 6v3 right now?
Yeah, this is really rough. He was burrowed a little bit too aggressively there on the Nyx, and once he gets hit by Bloodthorn, he can't actually unburrow. He's just stuck. He can't get up, so he was stuck underground there, murdered by a shark. That's probably the first time someone said that sentence, but yeah.
Step Slark, please. Help me out, stop.
That's not the first time someone said that sentence.
Oh man, well TSM just on the doorstep, ready for it. Nyx Assassin dead still for 20, and Bryle gonna start stacking up the split earths. Clear out the plague wards and prep for this barracks push. Creep wave coming in bottom, so they can keep this going. Tomato just going to keep dark pacting everything off. Except the halberd.
Yeah, can't really stop everything, but they are delaying long enough. Nyx is respawning everybody alive with the meta available on TV as well. Can't really keep going here. Have to respect it a little bit.
Hold the line.
Oh, they're going?
Hold the door, Bryle. Carapace. Spirit Vessel has Aegis, so first life going to get claimed. This is TB's first metamorphosis as well.
They don't have reload.
Pounce is in, you're right. Bryle could get focused here as the Dark Mago Storm with the AoE Vortex trying to drag them in to Jim Park, who runs forward and gets the tag onto Ari to slow him and kill it. And now the chase towards Kasane. Underlord drops down the Pit of Malice, slowing the advance of Beastcoast here. TSM, they extricate themselves from the situation quite nicely.
They thought that he was going to come through the portal there, the buyback from the Batrider, so they went back and camped the portal a little bit instead of chasing. Good call to not overcommit into a chase there. I think Beastcoast played that nicely. Buyback used by Batrider, and I have to say that's a little bit of an early buyback. You, of course, want to join the fight and take the fight if there is one, but now he ended up buying back, and Beastcoast just said, okay, chill, we back, we wait cooldowns, and a lot of buybacks are on cooldown here for the side of TSM. You used your buyback on the Underlord before, you used your buyback now on the Batrider as well, and Leshrac, of course, used this buyback as well. So you're in a spot where you can punish a lot of different heroes if you get any pickoffs on the side of the Beastcoast.
And 8 minutes until the next tier of neutral items. That's what we're all waiting for. The 60-minute tier 5 neutrals. Beastcoast gonna smoke up. They've got a lasso from Ari onto the Stinger. Chen, though, he was trying to reconnect with the rest of his squad. They've got Dark Margo chasing up into Bryle. 2 fights breaking out at the same time. Bryle, he's got himself a bit of distance now. Whitemon, he's got the heals, but Slark, being focused, gets off the Dark Pact and the jump away. Ari blinks as well.
Back on Chen coming back in here
so
with Alberts.
So hard to stick on a target. Like, Dark Margo's trying his damnedest to get on top of people, and Ari...
no buyback.
Catching the Batrider, Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape, trying everything he can to buy time and space in the middle of this chaotic fight. Can't see what the hell is happening, but Ari is going to die. Eventually falls. The Jim Park drops the half HP. Kasane looking to focus in, but the Dark Margo pull back. Sunder there from Jim Park. The Terrorblade doesn't have enough left, though. Refreshes up. Does have this Aghanim Scepter upgrade. The Fear going to push Bryle back. Jim Park, do you have the damage? No, the Nihilism.
He can't hit him.
He can't be touched. Whitemon getting zipped on. Schofield on the outskirts. Bryle dropping low. TV standing tall, but the damage is overwhelming, and there it is, the finish. But TSM are 3 heroes down with no buybacks on them. TB will buy back, and Beastcoast, they're in the driving seat now, maybe.
Oh, can they get the Wisp and then chase? He's glimmered. They don't have protection.
They're trying. Dark Margo will find him. Whitemon in the back. He's going to fall. Tomato's left stranded here. He's broken and killed.
He stopped him in the air.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, have they done it? I don't even know. There's a lot of heroes who cannot buy back here. The lanes are not fantastic for Radiant, but they can push. They don't have meta, but they can still go up high ground here. You don't have to be worried about just the Wisp and Slark, and none of the other heroes have buyback yet. 50 seconds until Leshrac has his, so we'll have it, but he won't want to use it that late. You have to go on lanes right now. Just push creeps. Autumn creep wave. Go, 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 go.
Witness the chaotic glory of Beastcoast. 53 minutes in.
This is some stuff, man. That is some hectic team fight right there. Absolutely amazing. Go over to the buyback tab right now on the spectator and look at that. That looks good, dude.
It's been up for the past 2 minutes.
That is how you know the game is looking dangerous. Anyone who dies now probably gonna get sidelined and
on the bench.
Be very problematic. When Lesh comes back, he can tank a death because he will have buyback then.
Jim Park, up we go with a mini meta. Gets out the Terror Wave. Glyph used up by TSM.
Glyphing, but the push is still on. Don't have meta yet, but little mini meta. Did enough damage there, going mids. Still no Underlord, still no Lesh though.
Looks like Mega Creeps on the menu.
I think they're accepting Mega Creeps and just trying to stay in the game here. If they can hold after Mega Creeps, looking with Batrider for a pick-off, possibly with the respawns.
Beastcoast, they had 1 foot in the grave. They're a game down. Game 2 looked like TSM was starting to weasel away with it. Some kind of necromancy magic has brought Beastcoast from the brink of death back into it.
Yeah, they really have. And Terrorblade is getting even more gear capped here as he goes full Moonshard as well now. So he's heading into that ultra farmed Moonshard, Aghanim Scepter, Aghanim Shard. Of course, the Refresher can still be backpacked here and get like a Swift Blink. But then the Refresher doesn't cool down. It feels bad to have it in backpack. Honestly, it might be better to just keep it in inventory as much as he can here. I mean, he still wants a Swift Blink if he could afford it, but...
So many items, so few slots.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes here for the Roche respawn, but it will be hard. TSM leaving your base at this point. Yeah, you have your portals, but you don't have great heroes against Megas. Lesh is going to be the one to defend, and the 4 of them smoke out. Yeah. They know Roche could be up, and they don't want to lose out on it. Again, it's a late Roche spawn, though. Same as before.
2 more minutes. The scan connects as well, so might give a A full sense of urgency here for TSM to sprint out towards the pit.
Yeah.
I've got to say, these fights, though, with this Dark Margot AoE Vortex, he's causing so many issues for them. At Sacred, he's going to be the one that gets grabbed up by the lasso. Half HP, pretty tanky guy. Ghost Scepter's ready as well to save him against the physical damage, but the magic will burn him.
Nyx is in?
Nyx Assassin trying to burrow now, but TSM latching onto a target. TB from the high ground. Ian just pops there on the IO. Nyx Assassin. He gets healed back up. The Sunder from Jim Park keeps Schofield alive. Full step up on the right-hand side. Trying to refresh up and keep them up, but Nyx Assassin's down. The Hex. Oh, Little Piggy, where are you running? He's running into the grave. Dead TB, and that might be it now. Lights out for Beastcoast as Tomato grabs a double kill. Venomancer falling. Bryle with a double of his own, and TSM looking hot at the end of game 2 as Dark Margot barely TP's home.
That is going to be it. It's only the Storm now. No way you can defend here. They have Mega Creeps against them, but they have so much time to finish this push-up. TB doesn't have buyback for another 4 minutes. They are going to be without him, and the push is coming. And Onboard can easily defend. I don't know, poor Storm, not much to do, but that was a very costly attempt to save the Venomancer. Veno had buyback, but Nyx tried to go the save a buddy syndrome, you know? It's like, oh, I can go in and help you somehow, and then TB tries to sunder the Nyx, who then got cut out, and it's sad to see them go out like this after all that hectic fighting. It falls on a sadly kind of basic thing compared to all the great things they did this game.
Yeah, they fall on their own sword, basically. Yeah. TSM onto the tier 4s. Nobody to defend this. 5 men strong, whacking away at buildings, and this might be it. GG called. Dark Margot with a constellation of AoE Vortex. But TSM will be the victors here in its best of 3. A 2-0 victory over Beastcoast, continuing that historical run against them and guaranteeing them that spot in the main event.
Yeah, that was well played by TSM. I mean, hard fought in game 2 here, definitely. Game 1 looked a lot quicker and cleaner for them, but they come out the stronger team here. Beastcoast put up one hell of a fight in this game, though, and I gotta say, that was some absolutely chaotic team fights. So many things going on, so few people dying in such a long duration, a lot of saves, a lot of efforts of keeping people alive. But ultimately, TSM, they managed to fight themselves back in the group situation.
Yeah, I mean, Beastcoast in all these fights, like they're playing at 110% every battle with the 4 staff saves, the Sunders, and keeping that TB up and running. TSM, the victors in the end, with, again, just some good overarching strategy and team play. Putting themselves in good spots, and good bit of terrain to fight into. And we're going to watch a couple of the highlights back as well. Schofield, the main aspect here for Beastcoast, causing a lot of issues.
Yeah, this was the dangerous bait. Like, you don't have meta or BKB. They baited with nothing really to punish. They don't have punishment heroes behind in that spot. But yeah, I will say this. If he got off the Sunder on the Nyx, BKB, refresh, and then Sunder Leshrac immediately meta and kill him, that would have been a sick play. But sadly, it didn't work out in the end there. Yeah, this is the situation. The Save a Buddy syndrome in high effect. Like right here, if he instantly thought of going for the refresh Sunder play and try to bring down someone, but it's so hard. I think Slark still may have had Shard as well.
Yeah, then you get scythed up and that's it. Yeah. Game over. That one Scythe of Ice, that one Hex on the TB, just closing things out for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a good position for him to be in there on Parker. Like, you can say that the Sunder was a misplay, but ultimately, the Veno should probably not have been caught. And if the Veno gets caught, you probably shouldn't get caught on more heroes and then more heroes. So it was a team mistake overall. They all kind of fell into the trap. So unfortunately, they lose to TSM here. But TSM, they were the stronger team. You can't really debate it. They definitely crushed this 2-0, playing really well.
Yeah, looked incredible. And yeah, props to them going up against this chaotic Beastcoast side. It's really got to test your limits as that rounds things out. A 2-0 victory for TSM. It guarantees them into the main event. Beastcoast sadly are out as a second series coming up in a short while. The Eastern European Derby game. Ooh. Yeah, 9Pandas going up against Virtus Pro. That should be a banger.
Yeah, I really look forward to that one. I can't wait. Honestly, that should be another really hectic game, I think.
Yeah, not sure how long you got to wait. Maybe 10 minutes, 15 or so. We'll find out in a little bit, though, how that goes.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Here we are in the deciding match stage of the play-ins, and we've got the Eastern European Derby coming up. 9Pandas against Virtus Pro to decide who goes on and who goes home, Wagga.
Yeah, and you and I, we have cast these together before. I mean, this is 9Pandas VP. It's an exciting showdown here. These guys know each other extremely well, you know, rivals from the same region. They fought in a DPC, and it can be tough to honestly say exactly what one would expect. If we go back a few months, people would probably easily say 9Pandas should take it easily. Then VP have had moments where they looked, you know, on par or even stronger. Now, though, in this tournament, I mean, 9Pandas have busted out some interesting stuff. They did the Kiyotaka mid Rubik, you know, they're coming in with some confidence here, playing some exciting stuff. So I wonder what they're going to bring to the table draft-wise and how they're going to prepare against VP, if they have any special tricks or tips, you know, for each other here, how to break them down.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of you know, footage to watch back on these two teams. I mean, VP have been one of these squads that's like taking games off of VP and Spirit and Bet Boom and kind of slowly improving and honing their trade, looking better and better with every season. And when you've got a captain like FNG backing up the boys and the star power of Squadix and Kiratit, you know, they're going to be able to pull something out of the bag. I still, you know, expect 9Pandas to win this, but I think there's always that off chance that, you know, a game one win for VP could snowball into a 2-0 or a 2-1.
Yeah, definitely could be. I mean, we did see that in the previous series somewhat, but still, I would say the danger here, you know, of going into game one and doing something risky like pulling out the meepo, maybe it's something that's ill-advised. You know, you could catch your opponent off guard, but maybe we're going to see the teams just stick to their guns a little bit, try to do what they're strong at in the game one. And then if you're one game up, that's when I think it's the time to bust out one of those tricky heroes and force the opponent to play against it when they could be eliminated if they lose. And if it doesn't work, you can still fall back, do some regular stuff in the final game, you know? I don't really know if I love the trick opening, let's say, in a best of three. I think I actually prefer teams to go somewhat safe in game one.
Okay. It's always that curious one. You know, do you want to throw the curveball game one? Do you want to just go standard? I guess we'll probably see the normal stuff. You know, Enigma being banned out, get rid of the Broodmother. You got, you know, a bit of fancy stuff with the Tinker potentially. Alchemist might come out as well.
Yeah, there's also big priority, I think, you know, at any game where Noticed is playing, like Beastmaster is going to be a high priority hero, I think, in this series as well. But yeah, we'll definitely have to see exactly what they prioritize with the first phase picks, because the bans, I probably agree with you there. We're probably going to see Broodmother removed. We're probably going to see, you know, fairly standard opening, unless the teams have something completely else prepared, because that can also be a thing. When you know the other team that well, you can sometimes just completely change the meta and go against the grain with some of the ideas and, you know, draft in a different way. You don't have to go for super strange heroes, like go for a Meepo or go for, you know, some unorthodox stuff, but you can just change a little bit what you let through and what you don't.
Yeah, because it was quite recently, maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago, that VP added G to their roster of, you know, coaching staff. Of course, we've had No Fear on 9Pandas for quite some time, so it's really one of those super interesting situations where we've got some real old school players and coaches. You know, No Fear and Solo going way back. The brain trust of VP with FNG and G. What have they cooked up? What have they got in store for us in terms of drafts? I think you're right. That could be one of these weird little, hey, if we get this lane matchup that's gonna give us the upper hand, give Squadix a good time against Kiyotaka, that could tip the scales a little bit. Honestly, I think, you know, Ember Spirit, if we're talking about heroes that are going to be contested, probably one of the big ones for the mid lane for me.
Yeah, we could definitely see that. I think Ember is one of the, like, sort of safer heroes on mid lane that people are still enjoying. Could also see them go for, you know, something that's been trending a lot lately, the Snapfire mid. You pick it in the first phase, you can throw it towards mid, or you can put it on towards the off lane if you want. Gives you a little bit of flex potential, which is valuable as well. But yeah, we're heading into the draft, and we'll see exactly what these two teams are going to be prioritizing here as the ban phase is going to begin.
Yeah, I mean, this FNG and Solo with the little crowns, this could be any time in the past 10 years. They've been around the block a long old while. But yeah, we'll see what's in store for us as we do get the first round of bans coming in and find out what this priority is, what we're going to get in the first pick. And we could just see the stock standards and Undyings and Rubik's getting picked up early. But we could see, you know, the Kotl Ember, TB flopping into that first phase of drafts.
Yeah, and I mean the Wisp Leshrac being the meta as well that's evolving here, but that's a possibility. Broodmother being banned out, Snapfire in return. Rubik gets banned out against 9Pandas, who did run that mid Rubik like I mentioned, so not letting that be in the pool. And now we'll see what they want to do as an opening here for VP. The thing is, if you pick IO here, then you just kind of get the IO and then you wait and you get a combo. It's a little bit awkward. Usually IO picked more as a second pick. So the IO Leshrac thing, more likely at 9Pandas or in a spot to take it here if they want.
Yeah, that Rubik's a funny one, right? It's like you hammer home this situation where, what, 5 out of the last 6 games, 9Pandas have played Rubik. 4 of them were support, 1 of them was core. It's like, oh, we don't want to give them this flexibility. Get rid of it. Storm Skywrath Mage for 9Pandas to start things off.
This is a very comfort zone for 9Pandas. Getting the Skywrath, they're one of the teams who just love playing Sky. You know, we might see some Basher Skywrath action. Some stuff like that. Always good, you know, very, very good on that hero, I hear. Or at least so I've seen.
We've seen, yeah. He won the game with those items in his inventory. That's what counts.
Professional Bash, you know, first hit he did after buying Basher. He bashed.
Yep, good stuff.
Didn't buy it not to bash 10% of the time.
Oh, that's interesting. Undying first. Quite often we see that ranged Angie carry to go into the lane with him, but it looks like Tiny here going to be the lane matchup against the Storm.
Yeah, probably. It's a good reaction to Skywrath and Storm, because even though the lane isn't fantastic against Storm, it's still fine for Tiny, and it's a good hero against Skywrath, since bursting Tiny is pretty difficult to do, and once you get a few items, Tiny's physical damage can destroy Sky, but even before then, if you just have Blink, jumping a Sky, usually an easy kill. So, I like this pickup here by VP, and it doesn't reveal too much what they're doing themselves, and kind of capitalizes on the fact that Storm was revealed. They can pick up the Tiny.
Or even banning out the Beastmaster themselves. Something you pointed out there, noticed was being pretty spectacular on.
Yeah, Mira as well. They both the offlaners here are very, very happy playing this hero, and we'll see what's going to be available on the offlane here as we see the combination, you know, Skywrath plus something. So Beastmaster being banned out is because he's a long-range nuky hero. Maybe they will ban more of those heroes on the offlane who could harass a lot with spell damage, because usually Sky on his own doing some damage is fine, but Sky combined with something else is when it really takes off.
Oh, you know who's another big boy that I've not seen in a couple of days? Spirit Breaker, a hero both of these teams were utilizing very well through the DPC tour. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, though.
He really has, yeah. Spirit Breaker, he isn't as popular anymore. We used to see him all the time, but now he's just not picked. He wasn't even banned in the E patch, but he was still played in D, and then he's just not touched that much anymore. A little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, felt so good. Getting on top of people, setting up for some chaotic team fights, but we'll see later down the line if he comes out.
Yeah, they ban out more of the Zoo here on the side of VP, so getting rid of the Lycan, similar role as the Beastmaster, very similar gameplay. Don't want to put up and deal with that. Getting overrun is one of the worst feelings when you're playing Undying. You don't want to have a big Zoo who can take down your Tombstone quickly and just push. So, yeah, just getting rid of some of that. Might even get rid of Visage next. Possibly a hero that could be problematic. Does the same thing as the 2 previous heroes they banned out.
Yeah, and Undying wants to kind of... He wants the lane, right? Undying's a laning hero. He doesn't want laning station to break down, doesn't want towers to fall. He wants to be ready to jump into action at any given moment. The Zoo heroes breaking down towers and opening up the map, cause him a few problems.
Yeah.
Drow Ranger, usually one of these partners with Undying as well. Ranged Andrew carry.
Okay, so they throw it the other way, though. They say, okay, you know what? Skywrath plus Void, very strong 1-2 combo. Let's respect that a little bit. Don't want to have the whole Chronosphere into Sky ulti bursting anyone all the time. So that leaves the Visage in, but maybe they're more fine playing up against that. If they go for some Illusion hero, that usually would pair pretty well against Sky and Sky Storm and a Visage, for instance. So maybe they have plans for going for something like a Naga.
Oh, Medusa out. Took a little bit of time there, 9Pandas, figuring out what they wanted to remove. There's so many options out there. Can be a little tricky. I'm a little upset we'll have no Ember Spirit this game, though. Unless this Tiny decides to change tact and goes like pos 4 or something.
Yeah, I don't think he will. Yeah, it's most likely not going to be an Ember. Tiny kind of locked in that position probably, unless you want to play the Undying and Tiny combination support, but it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But we'll see exactly what they want to grab up. They haven't really shown anything for the off lane yet on VP, and the same thing, 9Pandas, their safe lane. We still have no clue what they want to run there, other than Faceless Void being banned out and not being available. Same as, of course, Drow and Medusa not being heroes that they were interested in.
Yeah, and with the prevalence of this IO Lesh, I don't remember VP or 9Pandas during DPC play really grabbing or gravitating towards these heroes. Like, I know VP can play IO, as can 9Pandas, but that in particular combo of IO Lesh has kind of been untouched by Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but it hasn't been that popular, like, not massively popular until I feel here at Riyadh has sort of grown in popularity again. It seems the players are like really going for it first phase even, instead of picking it in, second phase of the pick bands. So maybe they're going to change their approach as the tournament evolves, who knows? But for now...
It's like Gaming Gladiators win 4 tournaments in a row, and oh wait, hang on a second, IO Lesh is pretty strong. Everyone catches onto it.
Yeah, back to the Chen, another hero that's been very, very dominant overall, had very good success, and gives them a little bit of beef to send in at the towers here, something to frontline, and also a way to try and save people when they get jumped by Tiny. Chen could be there with a heal, can suddenly save a Storm, keep him alive. Maybe a nice support to snag here.
Yeah, it gives you that kind of bit of ghost push, so you're not showing anyone to a Tiny. Pushing out waves always feels very good for your Storm Spirit, who then has more angles of attack and can pick his targets a little easier.
Yeah, it's
just so wild how like small things in Dota kind of compound. And it's like, oh, I pushed a wave. Congrats, you pushed a wave. But then you think about it, hang on a second, I pushed this wave, which means we've got more vision, we've got more map space. Now we can actually be aggressive.
Yeah, Dota is the game where every little advantage propagates. That's why you see, like a pro level carry is always going to be so much more efficient than lower level players. And it's not that they do like something extremely much better. It's that they do a lot of things all the time better, and it just pushes you forward. Same thing in the draft and in the grand scheme of things in these tournaments. Every little thing counts.
It's honestly insane. Like I remember playing like with Blitz and Cap. I played a couple of the Veggies esports games. And we had like I was playing gyro carry or something, and we had a team talk at the end, and Blitz just goes like you see now, right? How quick everything happens. I was like completely lost in the game. My BKB was delayed. I wasn't ready. It's just this understanding of everything is legitimately much faster. I think even the Jabs, the Liquid coach, when he had to stand in for their tournament at Lima, even he said, compared to 8K, 9K MMR pubs, playing on a pro level is legit 20 times faster.
Yeah, it's very tempo-based, yeah. I mean, that's the big difference between high-level pubs and competitive is just the tempo and timings get hit much harder. Pro players exaggerate the advantage they have. They exaggerate it even more. Like, if you have a 5% advantage over your opponent, then your opponent can't fight you right now because you are a little bit stronger, so they don't want to take that fight. So that means you just drive it home, keep going, force the issue. Anyway, they're going to go for the Caudle and Doom here. I like the combination of having Caudle together with Tiny. Tiny has a little bit of mana issues and gives them a little bit more burst, long range as well. And Doom being picked up. We haven't seen it too much, but Doom is a really nice hero still to have against the Storm. Even if you can't grab him immediately, it can be hard to get the Doom cast on him. Come late game, you get that Aghanims on Doom, and you got to be real careful in Storm not to jump in the wrong spot. You just get locked in place.
Yeah, munching on the chain creeps all the way home. Terrorblade for 9Pandas. That's going to be your Ramses hero. TB Chen lane should be pretty solid for them.
Yeah, it's the lane that we saw before as well. We see sort of a repeat here from what Beastcoast were doing, and it's a powerful lane, definitely very potent. You have the extra attack speed from the Chen Q, and then Metamorphosis hitting into it. It's been popular lately, and Terrorblade, definitely a hard carry that can be depended on, right? And right now, VP don't have the best tools against him. They have some stuff, of course, like dooming any hero is always a good solution, but they don't have the best magical burst. Tiny does a certain amount, but not enough to really kill. TB doesn't have the sustainable burst. So they need some form of magic damage, I feel still. Maybe a carry hero who can go for a Maelstrom Mjolnir type build.
Something to clear them out. 9Pandas still need their offlaner. We're still looking at this Tiny as a mid hero, right? We're not going to have some like Kotl mid or anything like that.
No, I mean, curveballs could be thrown, but I still really think it's Tiny mid. Yeah, definitely. I don't see a big reason to not put the Tiny mid. Let's say you don't want to have a Tiny Doom lane or something. It's going to be disgustingly bad against Chen and TB. It's going to be rough. So okay, then themselves ban out the Underlord. Don't want to have to put up with that. That kind of signals they want to pick some illusion hero. It's going to be a Naga last picking ban here. There's no way they don't ban Naga. This ban is Naga.
Guaranteed. The Waga guarantee right there.
Naga, I'm telling you, dude. Ban Naga, or it's going to be a pick coming out from VP for sure.
5 seconds.
I still keep going back to this, but like Morphling against TB is still pretty decent, right? Even with the nerfs to like Aghanim Scepter and stuff.
It's alright, but it's terrible against Storm and Sky. It's kind of the same thing again. Like burst heroes are so good against Morph. It's good against TB though. That part I agree.
There we go. The Waga guarantee in action.
That was the easiest call though ever. It is almost cheating. When they're picking TB and they're banning out PL, then you know the next ban is Naga. Honestly, I'm surprised that they banned PL first because Naga is honestly even worse.
But it's like you're dangling it in front of them, right? 9Pandas are like, we'll leave Naga till the end, give them a glimmer of hope. Maybe they'll forget to ban it, and then you slam the door shut on them.
Yeah, I mean, sort of. We'll see. Okay, so they go for the Morphling. It is, again, like we said here, we can expand on it a bit. It's going to be nice that you can turn into the TB, definitely. That's something that they have, but you now have to deal so much with the fact that you don't have vision advantage on VP. You don't have like some random hawks or whatever to keep your Morphling safe. You don't have a bounty hunter sneaking around protecting him from ganks. So this is very important how you play your positioning in this game. They get to pick a hero into it as well. Axe Sky lane against the Morphling.
Oh man. Yeah, I feel kind of bad for VP.
I mean, Kirtik has to pull out some big plays here, I gotta say. Noticed he has that guitar on Doom though. That might swing me over. Maybe VP got this.
Yeah, he's gonna shred. He's gonna shred the axe against Miro's axe.
Yeah, shred them to pieces here, and we'll see. 9Pandas, I think. I like their approach a little bit more in this game. Even though first pick Storm is something I always feel so awkward because it should be pretty hard countered all along the way. It actually isn't countered by too many other things here, right? Undying doesn't have any disable. Kotl doesn't have any real disable. So both the supports don't have a way to stop Storm. So if Storm jumps to backline, they just gotta run and bail or hope that a carry comes and like a core hero comes to save them.
Tiny, please.
Yeah, it's like please Doom him or please Tiny get him. A lot of pressure here on Noticed and how he performs on his Doom, if he can shut down Kiyotaka or not, because otherwise I can see the Storm Spirit just taking over the game, which I don't really want to say that after a first pick Storm, but matter of fact, he's not that hard countered by the picks here.
So is this then a situation where VP need to be victorious in like 2 of their 3 lanes? Because like looking at this, it feels like it's a kind of a straightforward draft. The identity of 9Pandas just feels like it's their signature draft and theirs to play.
They don't have to be victorious, like win 2 lanes big, but they need to get a lot of stuff done in the post-laning stage, right? In the immediate transition out of laning stage, they need to be the ones to make a lot of moves around Tiny. They need to find kills, get that Blink Dagger nice and early on Tiny so he can keep feeding on the enemy supports. Otherwise, if you lose control over the runes, basically, for not making effective ganks, Storm gets, you know, some DD rune, Regen rune, Arcane rune. The thing is, there are too many runes that make Storm strong. That's why he's so rune dependent. Oh, run into each other here. FNG breaks the smoke.
See Solo and Antares. Yeah. I'll walk back up into their northern jungle. A couple of wards placed down by VP mid lane and up towards their own Ancients area as well. And they're seeing the Scarth Mage come across.
Yeah. Oh. Checking for the ward with a tower hit, and they're gonna get the D ward. That's
very nice.
A cheeky one. You can do the same thing on the Radiant bottom part of the map, actually. You can check it as well. I feel like that's a bit of a dire advantage that you don't really see for Radiant as well. Because if Radiant try and D-ward, there's not really the similar spots check on the side lanes.
Yeah.
But both top and bottom, there are cliff wards that Radiant kind of might enjoy that can be D-warded by that.
That's a good point, yeah. Slight dire advantage in the warding game.
I mean, it's pretty high level to be checking that to begin with, but yeah. at least at that level. Oh, Ramses.
Oh man, surrounded. Blood grenade thrown on him,
dead.
and Ramses is dead. First blood for Squadix as well. Now that could be a game changer.
That really could. That's gonna ramp up his early game here, get him towards the earlier bottle here, because he was buying out a lot of items actually against the Storm, so wasn't gonna have a very easy bottle for 2 minutes. But now 360 gold after that first blood, gonna be very happy.
Right, going up against Kiyotaka in that mid lane.
Full magic stick as well already, so that's the comfort of the first blood. Otherwise, he would have to save for the bottle as well.
I'll see what he can get done, Squadix. For now, just trading hits, trading last hits. This side of things is probably going to be more enjoyable to watch. Noticed and Sayosh up top, this Doom and Kotl. And trying to battle back against this sustain lane. Sol and Ramses got plenty of regen. And of course, Chen, once he starts bringing his creeps, a bit of a barrier for the TB to protect him. Doom with his Scorched Earth builds, you know, we've talked about this before. The 0-2-1 build can put a lot of damage on people.
It really can, yeah. 0-2-1 is a good way to try and punish the Terrorblade as well, and not greed up too early. Bottom lane, I'm just enjoying watching how they're fighting here. Blood Grenade comes out by immediate slow from the Skywrath. Undying does not like going into Sky. It's a pretty rough matchup. That's why they counterpick this first pick Undying with the Skywrath as well. So it's tough for him to trade. He can't really close the distance and get as many auto attacks as he wants.
I mean, Notice and Sayosh up top getting bullied back, just a reflection and a penitence. Ramses with that Metamorphosis dishing out some serious damage. Looks like he should be able to deny back these creeps as well and hold that creep wave closer to his tier 1. And Torres going for a bit of a wander. 2 minutes about to hit, so he blocks up the small cap yet again. Make sure FNG doesn't have easy access to any pulls. And then that leaves Miero in a straight 1v1 against Kiratik.
Yeah, Notice gonna skill up his Q so he can eat the creep. Actually eats the little purge creep of Chen.
I guess that makes sense against the Chen. You want that Devour. Remove some of his efficacy in this lane. Solo will get the pull off though. There's a courier snipe down bottom. Takes out FNG's courier, but Ramses, while the pull is happening, dies.
Yeah, that's a big takedown actually. Managing to get the Terrorblade down and all these creeps on the tower as well here. Solo tries to pull the creeps down and connects, but still costly death.
Yeah, I mean, 2 deaths for Ramses already. But we've honestly, any other player, I would say that's like pretty disastrous. It's going to be bad for their mental game. But Ramses is like the one player where he'll go 0-4. Like we've legit seen this in Tour 3 DPC. He went 0-4 in lane, I think as a TB, and then came back and just went like 15-4, like crushed the game.
Yeah,
He gets activated by rage.
He definitely, you know, can activate, but it can also backfire the other way around. It's very volatile, that, Gareth. The rage is a fickle mistress. You can't
control
work.
it.
Yeah, it can work. It can also backfire. You know, you might see him running in some aggressive positions, but he'll definitely try and make up the difference here for dying twice. Miero going low here, but trying to sustain, but he's just gonna go down to auto attacks. 20 strength stolen on this Undying. Punches him to death, and he has no item in his inventory on Undying. Going back to base, he ate everything.
Consuming the world, consuming the axe. I mean, Axe did get a courier snipe, which took out the gloves of haste of the Morphling, and I think a wand recipe, but and that glyph on the creep wave made sure he couldn't clear the entire thing out.
Yeah. And just looking at the Undying, like you killed the axe. What did it cost you? Everything.
And Ramses buys up some boots so he can try and slip away from Noticed. Does turn with a Metamorphosis. We'll chip away at them. At least give him some breathing room here as the TB.
Yeah, big denies as well immediately after here, getting a lot, and the heal spam is really big. Look at TB getting these heals from the Heal Turbo Priest. Very effective since TB has super good armor. So that heal creep has to go. He takes it for himself instead.
Which heal creep?
Yeah, it's gone now.
It's gone. Oh, poor Chen. Having his little buddies devoured. Notice gonna run at Ramses a little bit with this level 2 Scorched Earth, purging away. Getting the Chakra Magic placed on him as well. Blinding Light gonna push Ramses around. No real, absolute kill threat. It's just irritating the TB at this moment.
Very interesting to go for 0 points in the queue by level 3 on say in this lane, but yeah, it's you know, gonna give a lot of mana here to the Doom. Give yourself the chain purge, but they are missing Illuminate damage.
Oh, no, bottom Miero again getting gone on. Tries to turn and fight, but that Morphling just waveformed over the top of him. FNG wanted the high five, but he'll get nothing.
Not safely getting to the Vanguard here feels really bad. This is the last pick into the Morphling. You wanted to play this lane, and now you are being punished for it. Morphling 32 and 15. I was thinking how this lane goes. They picked it, so I was like, okay, they have to be confident. It's gonna be great after the laning stage is over, but during the lane, with the Undying being there, this Axe is not having a great time.
The creeps playing against the Morphling, tornadoing and hurricaning him. Yeah, there's the Vanguard for the Doom. Miero's Axe still a couple of 100 gold away from it. We can keep our eyes on that mid lane now as we do get a move in from SquadX and Seosh. Kiyotaka is still level 5, getting blocked by his own creeps, and the Blinding Light will push him down away from the Tiny. But in comes FNG. The captain is here to secure it up, and a haste rune for SquadX's efforts.
Oh, that's the perfect rune for Tiny. A 6-minute haste rune, someone will die to this. There's no way. And Axe is a perfect target. If they get Axe again, he would be so sad. Maybe he sticks around mid with SquadX though, but delaying that Vanguard even further would absolutely destroy Axe.
Well, it goes on Antares, tossing back into Seosh and FNG. All gathering their forces in the mid lane here, VP. Blood grenade thrown, the tree thrown. What else? Throw some horses at him as well, yeah! Take him down.
Some kitchen sinks, yeah.
Oh, this is the big combo, right? Shaka into Tiny.
Yeah, very nice. And get that mana back, you know, get the cooldowns low. He's gonna go in and steal here. Oh, a little bit of theft. Okay.
Some pilfering.
Yeah, definitely. Ransacking, you might even say.
Highway robbery.
I like it, man. And Undying is going to be the one to collect all the money for it as well. He's going to make up for the gold he spent on the consumables.
SquadX going under tower.
SquadX. That's not your base, man.
Interesting position. We'll toss back the Axe and try the TP out. Should be successful.
Okay. I mean, he created space so FNG may farm. This is selfless play by a mid player, honestly. Underappreciated how selfless mid players are. He definitely didn't just want the Wisdom Rune.
Well, for top lane, what's going on there? Noticed. And chased down by another Metamorphosis. A solo with a Hill Troll Berserker now. Bit of break there.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about how this Morphling is farming so much. They do have a lot of farm in the TB as well, though, and he's going for a Midas Terrorblade. Ramsey's greed. If we saw Jim Park go for the rushed Scotty's, you know, less greedy play, going for game specific, this is the opposite approach. This is the I want all the money in the world build.
Guys, I died twice in lane, please.
Yeah,
let me get the Midas. Sayers picked off. Kiyotaka, which is lurking in that ancient spot. Running a little low on mana here. The Storm could get caught out by the Tiny. Oh, he's already spent his Avalanche, though. We'll toss the Storm across into FNG under the Tombstone, and noticed. And he's going to slow him down with a Purge. Just need to follow through with a bit more damage. The Avalanche will secure it. Nothing 9Pandas could do there to save the Storm. Trading him for the Kotl.
A bit of a bad trade, but at the same time, they're gonna be able to control the bottom rune here. So Dita rune at least won't go the way of Tiny. But losing your Storm, painful death for sure there. And that puts Tiny halfway to the blink, a little bit more. Sees 1200 gold.
Miero trying to farm some ancient stacks, but struggling a little bit. There's some big ones hitting him hard.
I mean, he's been struggling all game, dude. It's having Vanguard only. Like, if you had Face Boots or something, it doesn't hurt that bad. But he dies here, dude.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
So does the Kotl. Ancients are killers.
Neutrals are winning this game. Wow. It's going great.
Kiyotaka's coming to try and steal the large camp, but SquadX and FNG, they're both here around him, ball lining back down to low ground, gets him away.
Yeah, he had vision, so looked like he was really close to dying, but he did know what he was doing somewhat there. At least with the Kotl dead, you know, there's not too many surprises as well. Could come his way. He's gonna back out, be completely fine.
It's definitely a very scrappy game. Like, Kiyotaka is just like looking around. What's going on, guys? There's people dying to neutrals. I'm just down here farming. I'll go on then, FNG. Blood Grenade and Tombstone. I'm not going to waveform over, just making sure Miero doesn't have a comfortable time in that lane anymore.
Miero is having absolutely no space here. He's trying to get some experience on lane, gets Blood Grenaded and Tombstone for it. Top lane noticed is gonna be unnoticed. I was about to say he's gonna be undone here possibly. They're
Acorn
chasing
shots.
him down.
Acorn shots, here we go. Blah, blah, blah. Throw it at him.
The Midas Terrorblade still strong in the fighting, of course, that attack speed. But bottom tower, meanwhile, going down to Morphling. Opening up the map a little bit for him.
Yeah, a bit of easier access into that Wisdom Rune area. Into
All
the
of
Ancients
stacking
as well.
this game, all over the place. Stacking for Tiny, stacking for the Storm, stacking for the Axe, which then got stolen for the Undying. And sometimes you just stack to have the neutrals kill you.
Yeah, just build up an army of enemies. What could possibly go wrong? Noticed. They're working on his own hand of Midas. Clear through some of these stacks himself on that left side of the map. And Tiny, this is the big ticket item. Blink Dagger purchased on the way. I'd love to see him go for a smoke play, maybe gather up with someone. But who's his partner this game? Usually we see Tiny kind of go with a buddy.
Yeah, I mean, he can still gank decently with just Caudal and Undying. It's not insane like some chain stun combo, but just having more heroes there when Tiny jumps someone, it's usually gonna be guaranteeing at least the one kill, and then possibly you can push a tower under a tombstone or something. So he's just gonna move with both the supports, and that's what we see. Immediate smoke up with the double support. They scan out the smoke coming in from 9Pandas.
Ooh.
They're going into it.
Hello, Solo. Avalanche toss doesn't connect properly. Solo still half HP. Hand of God is there as Storm zips in. The Chen is going to fall eventually to Squad X Tiny. And Antares, the squishy Scarab Mage, left all alone. A double kill for the Tiny in the end. And this, safeguards their Ancients at the same time.
This is exactly what I said they needed in this game. They needed to get immediate payout for the Blink for Tiny and get some gameplay around him. Bottom lane, dangerous call here. Going in on the Morphling. Is he going to try and turn? Not gonna try to go for the kill over on the Axe. He is going to go and steal his Ancients, though.
That's a level 10 Morphling with Morbid Mask. Yasha. He's stacked.
Here takes place with such confidence on his Morphling after his laning stage. He goes up and farms the enemy Ancients. This is a very active way of playing. He hasn't left. He hasn't gone top. He's just absolutely controlling the bottom part of the map, saying, if you want to kill me, you need to bring more heroes. You need Skywrath, you need Storm rotations. And if you do that, then you're going to lose mid or top.
Yeah, you need to bring your Blink Dagger Axe. Where is it, buddy? Hey? Miero?
It's coming. Lost in the mail, yeah.
I'll get another couple of Ancients and stuff like that, and we'll get closer and closer to it. And then we can start to see these plays with the calls and domestic flares. Right now, 9Pandas just trying to spread out across the map, but this Invis Rune from Squadix catches a glimpse of Solo, who's waiting atop the high ground. When he was in a position to break smokes here, right? His goal was to spot aggressive moves coming, and he accomplished it.
Yeah, he did, position to do that. Sadly, his sentry ward that he had behind him was not in front of him. If that sentry ward was over in front, he could have seen, but of course, not going to be able to spot that rotation. Still, though, better him than TB dying, right?
Yeah.
You're there to shield the area so that Terrorblade can farm. That's why I was saying you're playing these heroes like Morphling or something against ganking heroes. Same with TB against the early ganks here. You want to have someone tank it.
Well, here is a potential gank. Morphling by the Twin Gate. Smoke breaks. They zip up and the waveform over. Bit of space here as he gets off the strength shift. And there's no touching him now, and the reinforcement's starting to arrive. Kiyotaka goes through the Twin Gate just before Squadix can get up to high ground. Hunteress not going to be so lucky, though.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't have the luxury of survival. Will get taken out.
I thought he was going to be able to hide in the hiding spot. Top
Storm,
yeah. The Doom.
He's still doomed up and caught. You're right.
He
noticed.
Portaled through and got doomed.
He was ready and waiting. Now Miero slowed down. Purged up. The zombies are chasing him. Ramses with his TB coming in to try and fight, but he's low mana with no metamorphosis. Tries to reflect them back. Miero looks like with his Vanguard, he's tanking through the majority of that brunt of physical damage. But in the end, he'll get chased down by the Doom. And Solo's arriving. Ramsey's dead to Squadix with a tiny combo. Miero, he just can't move. He's a slug. Slowed down, salt poured on him. And Virtus Pro 14-2 with a 5k lead in the driving seat.
Yeah, definitely in tough position here. They're going in and trying to fight here on 9Pandas though.
Yeah, catching out noticed. That's a decent juicy kill there. Solo, the one to grab it. Would have loved to have that on Kiyotaka, who does go back in again. Sayush, FNG, sticking around, trying to play with Squadix alongside his Tiny. Invis Mystic Flare there, I think. Trying to bring down the Kotl, who gets tossed across. The Arcane Bolt following, but the raindrops pop. He's still alive. And now Squadix and FG, the two-man avalanche, three men, all caught up in it. The toss across, and godlike Tiny kills Kiyotaka. Squadix having a cracker of a game.
Yeah, he's absolutely dominating.
Aggressively moving onto this Skywrath Mage again. The toss on the FNG Undying sends him forward. He's going to need another hit and a decay, but Miero's here to hold him back. He'll get called up, and Ramses comes in.
Thank you for flying Tiny Airlines. It was a nice attempt. The silence into the call there. Seeing the axe waddling in was the last thing that he wanted to see on Undying. No play that he can make anymore there, and he goes down. So a little bit of a nice recovery kill there for the axe, as he's having a still very terrible game. But he does have Blink Vanguard and working on a Blade Mail next, because otherwise he can't really do anything to Morphling.
Man, it's been a while since I've seen this kind of difference between cores and net worth. Axe and Storm sitting around 5 or 6k, and you've got this 9k tiny Morphling, and the Doom as well.
Squadix is just popping off this game. He's absolutely just crushing it. 10-0-1 at 15 minutes, 16 minutes now. Chasing after TB now. It's slowed.
Come here, buddy. Solar Bind on him, and there's the Avalanche Toss. This Kotl Tiny combo, not just the Chakra magic, but this ability to slow down and amp up the magic damage, burst through TB with no difficulties.
Clutch decay by FNG coming in and taking that kill as he was in the air. Oh, save on Morphling. Tombstone save.
Yeah, about this 9Pandas. Honestly, 16.5 minutes in, do you think about calling it?
That's a debated. Yeah, this is gonna go very, very quick downhill here. This guy's also not gonna get away, I think. Blink, toss back.
In comes Squadix. Oh, guesses incorrectly.
The pig pole saved his life there. This is looking very rough. You don't think about calling it, perhaps, but yeah, we got the 420 reverse here. It's rough, man.
I got a pipe on the Doom. Oh, that was just a lot of rest.
Nice
on this
transition.
TV shoulders. Goodness gracious me. I mean, there's no inch, centimeter, millimeter, nanometer. There's not a single atom of space for 9Pandas to come out on this map.
Yeah, it's super rough, and it's tough when you're playing Chen and you start dying and losing all your creeps. It takes so long to get your creeps back to get out on the field and be able to make plays. Now with that early shard as well and the Undying, the fact that he rushed it so hard there, making that debate play on Morphling mid, you're gonna start second guessing yourself. Can we actually blink call this guy? Can we jump this guy with Storm? The Undying is always gonna be there in the back of your mind. Like maybe he can save. It's gonna make it rough here.
Especially when your Storm is so far behind and TB is jungling and Axe is jungling. The Chen is like stealing farm away from his cores, basically. But he needs to. He needs this army to function. Does get a D-ward up in that top jungle, but he's already been spotted by Squadix, who comes in. Miero with a call on the Tiny now. The damage overwhelming from the Radiant. Tiny still standing. The TB with the Meta, though, bursting through, and they get the kill on Squadix. Ramses finally comes in to get the job done. A double kill for your TB. Sayosh on the run. Doom out of there as well, but 9Pandas a big hold.
Look at the amount of money Ramses just got. Look at those kills. So much gold. That Beyond Godlike's cashing in. The important part there, he blinked pretty deep for a Chen on Tiny, and he did think that, okay, I can always get saved by my Undying with the Tombstone. And it's true, but TB stood in between and immediately slammed down on that Undying. He did so much damage so quickly. Undying just got demolished by a Metamorphosis. Doom on Storm.
Good save out from Miero.
It's gonna be fine.
Kiyotaka alive for now. There's so much slow here from Noticed. Yeah, cracks the whip, puts the purge on them. He's going to get turned around by these Chen creeps. And Morphling from the high ground gets stuck up on top of the cliff, so Chen survives and pig poles away.
Yeah, what are you doing up there? Manta style down, maybe? He's staying and keeping the Manta ready. Gonna wait from down. Squadix looking for a pick here. Ramses is kind of low, but he can't really burst it alone, I think. Can he?
Ooh,
oh, maybe he can.
Skadoosh.
Yeah, actually
takes him down.
It was close. His damage is actually so high. He has Shadow Blade as well as Echo Saber. Yeah, this Tiny is massive, and that kill puts TB back in a little bit of despair, even though he's leading the net worth. It's not by much, and look at all three cores being so strong.
Right. And Squadix just keeps on going. Does get tagged by the silence, and I think no Mystic Flare this time.
Their wards are, yeah, absurd.
Difficult to keep tabs on his Mystic Flare when it's invisible half the time.
Yeah, Valve. Maybe it's time to fix it. It's been a while.
It's just a hidden buff to the hero, you know?
You see this ward above the tier 2 tower mid? It's just barely outside of the sentry range on the cliff there. So this ward is giving absolutely crucial information, and that's why he keeps playing like this. These plays from Tiny.
I mean, has he overstepped here with a storm and then... No, never mind. Tiny, he's got 2,700 health with a glimmer on him. Can't be touched.
Yeah. 20 armor, glimmer magic resistance, and you're not bursting that. He's gonna be fine. That was without Undying even being there. If Undying is there, he has extra save. But Undying is finishing his 4-staff now, so working a little bit on getting more save than if he could actually have saved the Tiny. So realizing positioning is very crucial here. And it's going to be Roche, it looks like. Morph and Undying heading over. Tombstone and ulti from Undying. It'll be an easy Roche.
Straight in there. I'm just watching 9Pandas, and it's got to feel so rough when you have this Axe and Scarth Mage, and they're just sitting, babysitting the Terrorblade. I bet it was sitting next to Ramses, not making aggressive moves, not really being able to do much.
You know what could be big? If they manage to go top and check the Wisdom Rune here on 9Panda. I think 9Panda might realize that Roche is happening. If they go and check top Wisdom Rune, there are 2 runes there. Fermented runes. I mean, they need something, dude. They need something to come back into this, but it's gonna go to Undying. Double Wisdom Rune, level 11, level 13.
Oh yeah.
2 level ups, baby.
That's what we love to see. I mean, while Roshan is happening, Tiny gets a solo kill on solo, of course. And Effigy grabs the double Wisdom Rune. It's just a one-way street right now. 9Pandas have still got a decent way of holding high ground, though.
They do, but it's looking kind of grim, and they need that Eye of Skadi on Terrorblade before they can really take fights in a convincing way. We've seen the difference that Eye of Skadi makes for Terrorblade, whether you can latch onto targets or not, how good it is against Morphling as well, so he can't heal up. Morphling, though, already has everything he needs. Aegis in hand, Aghanims in inventory. He's just prepared to take the fights.
Already, any given moment, and with Miero missing out on his initiation, the 2-man avalanche toss, the Hand of God keeps Miero at least alive for now. Kiritich chases him down. That final adaptive strike, more than enough.
Turned into Storm there for a second as well to get the overload bonus on his attack.
Oh, cool.
And, get some extra damage in there.
I would never notice that. If you not said it, I'll just...
Yeah, he did it so he got extra attack range as well, actually, I think.
That's pretty smart.
And he has Aghanims pull. Oh boy, I didn't think about that. Yeah, the Aghanims pull is very strong. Wait for him.
Yeah, just jumping into base, killing off solo again. 9Pandas scrambling to clear out some of these waves and cut in behind them. Kiyotaka, what's he got? A couple hundred mana to ball and TP. Squad X, good guess, but off the mark.
Kiyotaka, nice play to cut that creep wave and get out, and that buys a little bit of time as Terrorblade is farming on the other side of the map with a DD rune. They're gonna go look at the Tormentor here, and it goes down very, very quickly. Actually, they can't really tank it well enough here, though. This is turning a bit awkward. They can fight this.
Getting a bit weird. Kiyotaka in and out.
Okay, they weren't close enough with the axe, but that was a little bit of an awkward spot for them.
We got an Urn to top up this Morphling as he heads high ground again. Still has to Aegis for quite some time, and the Tombstone is there as a defensive tool if need be.
It's not the greatest like that anymore, though, because if it's already down, he can't hop in if he's stunned.
Oh, Solo just gets tossed back into his death. 30 seconds without him. Alright, because yeah, the Undying and the Tombstone can't grab people, right?
It doesn't have grab ally anymore. Yeah, you gotta hop in yourself or get put in when he casts it. So when Tombstone's on the ground, they could actually go with the Axe and the Skywrath combo. Problem is, Aegis on Morphling. So even if you get him once, what's the follow-up play? You just used everything to kill him once and then you lose anyway.
Ramsey just has absolutely no purpose here. Miero jumped in and died. Kiyotaka trying to get on top of Squad X, but they are lacking a certain element of damage and prowess, which is Ramses, who now arrives with his Metamorphosis. Trying to catch up to Noticed, but this Morphling doing an awful amount of damage. The buildings are falling. Sunder is there. Ramses trying to stand his ground and fight, but Reverse Pro are toying with 9Pandas right now.
He still didn't use his meta as well, so he has, well, on the Morphling. The TB used his meta, but the Morphling still has meta available if he wants to stick around and take a fight here. He's gonna leave, though. Very, very safe and controlled play here. Great push. Lost the Aegis, but back out, reset. Fantastic fight again for them.
Potentially just go down another lane. There's tier 2s mid and top to go and gather up. Quite a bit of space in that top left corner, which Kiyotaka's trying to move towards. The maneuvering on this map is impossible, though, as Squadix shows Miero what he's made of.
Chasing down, gonna back out. Anyone who steps too close to this Tiny is just going down so fast. He's going for a BKB now as well with the Silver Edge. This Tiny is looking absolutely monstrous, and you better hope that in 2 minutes he doesn't fight Titan's Liver.
Oh my god, yeah, that'd be disgusting. Squadix, maybe a little bit too far, but a good force staff there. FNG creating space for the Tiny, and Solo slowed down by the Solar Bind. Chased out by the Morphling with a couple of hits. It's a simple takedown.
This is looking so grim. They keep bleeding kills here, and now they're just gonna walk up high ground. Terrorblade, still 50 seconds on this Metamorphosis. He doesn't have it yet, so this could be a nice high ground push if they want to commit. They can also just go top. Looks like VP want to take the little bit safer route. VP just coming in absolutely dominant here in game 1 in the series.
Looking absolutely incredible. I'm not showing like they're slowing down either. Squadix is always in the positions where, you know, someone edges out of the base, he's there ready and waiting, and now he has BKB as another little safety net to make sure that when he does jump in hyper aggressively, he's not in too much danger.
Yeah, this Tiny finishes his BKB by disassembling Echo Saber, so he has it now, and not even committing all the heroes on the tower here. Someone should probably go and finish it up, but they're so aggressive on VP, always looking for where the heroes of 9Panda are. And over on the side of Ramses, who is the sort of only hope here to turn the game around, is the Terrorblade. He has finished up a Crystallis, he's hoping for a Daedalus, and they're bottling up Illusion Rune. Actually gave him a Kaya instead, like, here you go. You're a spellcaster now.
I was wondering what was going on there. Something TV has a Kaya. What's happening?
Kaya and Yasha, it's good, it can work.
That's not what he needs.
Yeah.
He needs to come back and defend. VP are on your high ground, and they don't have Aegis Morphling this time.
He has to come back now. They gotta fight, but against this Aghanims that Morphling has available can just turn into Terrorblade, and TB's DPS is gone. Skipping Lincolns against Morphus, very tough.
And this Invis Tiny is always lurking, like trying to find where is the arrow, the jump in, the Doom. Squadix thinking about his entry to this fight. The Doom is dead though as TB stands up. Metamorphosis going. This could be 9Pandas hold and turn of the fight. They kill the Doom. They hold the remnants of their base, but the majority of the buildings have already crumbled.
Yeah, they did lose melee racks again. Very painful. Doom failing a little bit with his blink initiation there. Tough for him to go first when he doesn't have BKB, but saw a chance to maybe go on the Terrorblade. If he got that Doom out, it would have been great. Of course, didn't really connect. Again, going up the high ground, they know Terrorblade now doesn't have meta anymore. It's timing out, and that's that painful timing to be on as a carry. Are we gonna see them go up and just punish this, or are they gonna wait for more item timings? They don't have Doom here, but Squadix is not too scared. He just goes up and whacks it a little bit.
I'm gonna double tap the buildings.
And then Illusion finishes it off. Very clean.
I mean, 9Pandas are trying to funnel down in this bottom lane any bit of room they can find there. They're snatching at it.
Smoke right outside the enemy base right now. VP are sticking around here. Morphling is showing his intentions.
Yeah, they've got a full-on siege going. Surrounded their opponents, cut off all the supply lines. This is where VP trying to get involved. Squadix defending with a nice tombstone grab. They keep the Morphling alive. Miero dropping low, but gets a bit of distance. TB Metamorphosis not available for 60 seconds. So dangerous times here for 9Pandas, but for now, they keep their base and their third lane alive.
Still a good hold. Definitely played that really well considering without meta it's so hard for them to defend, but they managed to do it in a good way. Good catch. But that also means VP can just back up. They don't have to end the game immediately here. Like, I think it would almost be easier to sit back and let 9Pandas come out on the map, and that's what's going to happen. They're going to smoke out on the map and look for a rotation. Problem is, these smoke rotations, when you have stuff hitting your towers, they're too obvious. They're just going to go back and clear this again, realizing this smoke is not connecting on anyone.
Yeah, just give 9Pandas a whole pass. Yeah, come out. We've got 3 corridors. You can go down one of them.
Yeah, I mean, if they step out of base, I think they're gonna get punished so hard. The moment they cross the river is when it gets dangerous.
I gotta start thinking about Titan Sliver. Hello.
Oh no, did he get it?
He got it.
Okay, you got a tier 5 item, you know, it's fine. No big deal.
So did the Morphling.
Okay, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see.
Anything else? Anything else? Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, the neutral item's so much more powerful now that you can pick between 5 individually, and you don't have to fight someone else for it. Because if they drop Titan Sliver, it would be a fight between them. Like, oh, I want it. No, I want it. You know. But now everyone can have their pick, get the best option out of the 5 available.
Well, a regen in for Squad X allows them to take Tormentor, get back to full, and come out onto this map. As Roshan has just respawned. It is daytime for 4.5 minutes, so he'll be down here for quite some time. VP can set up base, get some wards down, prepare themselves. But honestly, the 9Pandas, even if they know it's happening, do they feel comfortable coming to fight it?
I think you farm. I honestly think you farm. We're working on items right now. You need the Lincoln Sphere on Terrorblade, like, desperately. If he doesn't have Aghanims, or Lincolns, then he gets Aghanims by Morphling and gets destroyed. They also need to farm more items on other heroes. Yeah, Storm isn't really close to his Aghanim Scepter that he's working on, but you only have so many chances to farm anything in this game. So right now, they're trying to build BKB on the Axe, trying to build Aghanims on Storm. None of them are going to have it for the next fight, unless for some reason VP just slowed down now. But Lincoln's at least is completed on Terrorblade, so that's the little sliver of hope for them.
Something to play off.
Yeah, this is gonna be very, very tough though next team fights.
Radiant's middle tower is
I mean, this Kotl might have his number. Yules and Force Staff.
Yules, Force Staff, Glimmer, Force Staff, Glimmer on the Undying too, so they have the double Glimmer. You gotta be so diligent about carrying detection in these fights. And right now, I don't see detection. Okay, they have 1 dust on Skywrath, but no detection on the Chen. He has it backpacked.
Yeah. So many ways to pop the Lincolns. You've got the Purge creep on the Doom as well. Still there, ready to go. And here comes 9Pandas.
Here's the fight.
Who are they going to find? Sayosh Force Staffs immediately on breaking that smoke. Kiritich, he's got himself out of there. Manta's away, doesn't get called up. The Mystic Flare misses, and now they kill Kiyotaka with the Avalanche Toss. Ramsey's metted up with his illusions, trying to move forward, but the Morphling becomes a TB himself. In we go, over the top. Ramsey's tossed. He's sent skywards, comes down with a thud, still with Sunder available as they do get in there with a Mero call, aiming for the Morphling, noticed falls. Now Kiritich, he's still got an Aegis, so has a second life to play with us. FNG Undying was backstabbing, but Ramsey has come out of this with a double kill and still looking pretty strong. Trouble being Squadix and Kiritich are both
Squadix in trouble.
There's a call. Miero finds the Tiny and 9Pandas. They've rallied around Ramsey's.
The buybacks are working out for him. They're winning that fight. And even though that was a good start to the fight, Kiritich with a really nice Manta dodge on the call, kind of breaking the entire initiation there. Storm jumping after the Caudal, but not having any backup, so didn't have detection to kill the Glimmer-caped Caudal. Everything started horribly for 9Pandas, but they managed to turn it out around in a very good way around this Terrorblade.
He's very, very patient. This TB with his hand to Midas. We're getting to a point where he's feeling strong enough to fight around his squad. It really is just all in on TB. Everyone to defend him.
F to pay respects for the Midas that has fallen. No longer with us, but its glory will live on forever in the form of his Daedalus. You know, he's here. Still with us.
In memory. Wonder if he cremated him or buried him.
It's probably a saddest thing for a carry player when you have to sell your Midas. Definitely sadder than when my support dies, at least, that's for sure.
It's like a little child. You bought it, you brought it up. You know,
it was with you from the start.
Midas learned things.
Yeah.
Went on some journeys together.
Yeah. Okay, so they go back on the high ground here on VP, trying to control the area that they just fought, trying to clear some vision. They do have the gem, so checking and dewarding. There is a ward a little bit to the north. If they manage to get rid of that ward, it would be useful. That ward actually doesn't see high ground, by the way. That ward is it's a low ground ward. On the high ground, it's a stair ward.
It's a step too short.
Yeah, it's
one step short of high ground vision.
It's skipping down the stairs. You know, like when you were a kid, before you could walk the stairs, you can sit down and go down the stairs. That's what the ward is doing. It's heading down.
It's one of those slinkies.
Yes, exactly.
Flopping down.
So key timings right now that they have on Radiant. What do they have coming out from Tiny? Tiny has the full Aghanims. Okay, nice. So he purchased the Aghanims, and he has a Rapier queued up. He has a game plan. He knows what he wants. And they also have 9-second BKB on Doom, completely fresh here, so they are really hitting their timings. Meanwhile, still no BKB on the Miero Axis. He had to buy back last fight. He doesn't have that ready. Storm 600 gold away from having his Aghanim Scepter. They're just slightly short of their timings.
Yeah, they're already 2 lanes of barracks down. And Kiyotaka just trying to clear out some of these waves, keep VP at bay for as long as they possibly can.
The thing is, it's unlikely that VP are going to go high ground before getting another Roche here. So
Right.
you probably will hit your timings, but the downside is VP will add even more to their own timings. They're going to get that late BKB 9 seconds for Morphling here as he's queuing it up. He was considering going as Satanic before, but against this Eye of Scotty, deciding to go BKB probably better.
And I mean, Squadix, he's had a spectacular game. Goes in onto solo. Tree volley, avalanche, tree toss,
He's
solo,
alive!
somehow still alive. Drums popped, mech used, off he runs. Noticed, he's giving chase here, but Blink is on cooldown and solo's fine.
Wow, he just waddles out of there. The little Chen feels safe. Axe looking for initiation.
Ramsey just walked straight back into them. Doomed up, solo binds on him. Ramsey's been controlled and killed. Your main carry, all of your net worth is gone down the drain, spiraling down. Oh, that's a travesty. I mean, 9Pandas have done so much to fight back into this game, and one move, Ramsey just throws it all away.
I'm not sure why he went up that ramp, why he stayed there, but yeah, there was vision, there was a ward on the high ground. They ping it out now, but it's a little bit too late as they call GG. Yeah, he just walked under a ward and got punished.
Anticlimactic ending. I mean, I felt like this was VP's
I feel like
game
they knew about that observer ward when Chen got jumped in Fog War. Chen already got jumped, but maybe he thought that he was just in the Shadow Blade. Either way, unfortunate end for 9Pandas. They tried until the very end, but this was a very dominant performance from the start here. I mean, Squadix, man of the hour, 23, 2, and 5.
Spectacular.
Yeah, just very, very, very clean game from Squadix. Absolute showing of how to play tiny mids. You say that I would have
I mean, Ramsey's in the end. He finished up where his Midas did. No longer in the game.
Yeah, this was like a one fight where he overcommitted a little bit and his Undying died because he couldn't walk through the Terrorblade. But overall, the game was just so good for both the POS 1 and the POS 2 of VP this game.
Yeah, and even going back further, like just thinking about how this draft developed, right? It was first phase. What was it? First into the Storm
first pick
plus
Storms,
Chen,
yeah.
And then the Tiny response. Like Storm and Tiny first phased, and a Tiny pick was just really, really solid.
Yeah, you can see why he wanted to play this for sure. Getting that first blood, though, how much of it comes back to that, right? He got first blood on Tiny. Tiny is probably one of the biggest tempo mid heroes that you can ask for in terms of ganks. And if he gets that Magic Stick plus bottle earlier against Storm, it makes his life so much easier. And once he got Blink Dagger, he immediately got a double kill as well. Everything just turned out perfectly for him.
Yeah, it's like we were saying, that's a game changer at the beginning of the game. It's no joke. You know, it's these little things really do add up and compound over time and build up the advantage. As VP take game 1 up against 9Pandas, and we'll find out after a quick break how this all develops. See you then.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Hopefully that break allowed you to get hydrated and stuffed to food and snacks as we get ourselves into game 2 between 9Pandas and Virtus Pro. And interestingly enough, it is kind of what we were talking about. VP still very good at taking these individual games, getting a good draft against some of these top Eastern European teams and taking game 1.
Yeah, they took game 1 in a very convincing fashion. I mean, this was the most dominant individual performance that I've seen so far, actually. It was probably Squadix in this game. I mean, we saw Jim Park as well have clean games, and we've seen some good games, but 23 kills, 2 deaths on Tiny? Absolutely astonishing. And yeah, they just had on top of that, also a free start on Morphling, crushing it. So VP looked super good in game 1 here. 9Pandas, they need to change something. Getting a bad laning stage can ruin the entire game, and that's what happened there. You need to get lanes that work. They opted to pick this Axe. They thought the Axe would work into this lane. Turned out to be pretty rough there. You get punished pretty hard, I want to say. And you can argue that it comes down to the supports that, Undying just wins lanes. He's just that strong. But in that case, Axe is not a playable pick. So we'll see if they adapt, change things around a little bit here, or if it's going to be VP again taking another game.
Yeah, very well. Could be. Yeah, I mean, that Axe's Vanguard getting delayed, once, then twice, then a third time.
Oh, yeah.
And really put him in a bad spot. Then he died to Ancients.
Big Camp stolen by Undying Tombstone too, and then he got distracted by a Tiny coming in and stunning him, making him waste some time as well. Like, there was a lot of things, man. It was all despair. It was a horrible time. I think he will never want to watch this replay. This is not even a study replay moment. This is just like, no, let's move forward.
Under the carpet.
Yeah, absolutely. Forget about it.
Well, let's see if 9Pandas, can turn the frown upside down, get themselves into game 2, and maybe an advantageous draft. We'll find out what exactly they're going to be unfolding for us here, as we, still potentially could be dipping back into what you were talking about, the mid-Rubik, Kiyotaka's Tinker. There's some cheesy little things that they could grab for themselves, but it's about laying the foundations first before you get to those cheesy picks that can be the difficult part.
It is, but at the same time, certain heroes can be busted out pretty early, like we saw the early Storm pick there, and it could have worked, but fortunately for VP in last game, they had a great reaction to it with the Tiny, countering some of the abusable heroes in the early game. And that's what we sometimes don't really see too much. If a hero gets picked early on and you don't have a good response to it, even if it's a hero that can be countered, sometimes they just don't. And Tiny did a great job just shutting down things.
Well, that's a Clinks ban straight up in the first phase.
Yeah, that is definitely an early removal of that. Interesting to see. It's I haven't actually been following 9Pandas too closely lately here, so I've seen Clinks be experimented with a lot before, but I haven't seen it be a first phase ban. That's
yeah, it's not like a completely wild pick. Like we've seen it in that position 4 role. I think a couple of the Chinese teams have played it carry as well, and LGD has for sure. But yeah, maybe this is something that's gone on, behind closed doors in scrims or something, where VP have figured out maybe a pattern where 9Pandas lose game 1, they're dire side, they bring out the Clinks, something like that. Second pick Clinks +1.
Yeah, that's I mean, definitely an early time to pick it up at least. It's interesting.
Well, a bit of swapping of the guards now. Doom for 9Pandas, Chen for VP, swapping hands.
Yeah, switching it up a little bit. See what you're gonna play. So again, you have the consume against the Chen creeps. Doom's still a very good hero in general as well, not just specifically for this matchup, but you're happy to take it.
Is it just Rubik time?
They might take it here actually, but you don't want to pick it into Chen. I mean, you might risk going Rubik into a game where you don't have anything exciting to play it. By the way, they did play, Antares did play his Clinks in their game yesterday, it seems, or was it even today? It was earlier today, yeah.
5 hours ago, yeah.
Yeah, they played earlier today against Secret, and they did win that game. So they've played it, but they haven't been spamming it. They definitely haven't been doing it that much. It just goes back to, old style. The Visage pick with the Doom. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. Well, yeah, that Clinks pick was like a 24 pick. It was, position 4. That's the same game that had that mid-Rubik. But yeah, Visage Doom, what does this indicate?
Well,
a support Visage?
To me, it looks more like support Doom, usually.
Oh, Ramsey's Doom, potentially.
Yeah, he also has played carry Doom a lot in the past, but I would expect that this is just gonna be Miero on his Doom, and that you just sorry, Miero on the Visage here, and you put support Doom. It's okay. The pairing is pretty strong. Either way, I suspect it's going to be off lane, but you can run it as a hard carry if it looks like a good game for it. I don't think it looks like a good game for it when you play against Medusa, because normally the thing about Doom carry is you get really big, and then you use Doom and just go on the enemy carry and you destroy them. If you Doom yourself with Aghanims or whatever and jump in on a Medusa, she doesn't care. She keeps hitting. There's no difference. So I think you run it off lane for sure.
Yeah, I'll do a bit of Googling. I'm just wondering, it's like Visage mid was like a Stormstormer special. I'm trying to think if Kiyotaka ever played it, because it's one of those weird heroes that can like pop up in the playbook of some of these midders.
I
think you're probably right with your gut read.
I haven't seen Kiyotaka run the Visage much.
No, I don't think so. I mean, in fact, 9Pandas haven't played Visage since they were still called Hellraisers.
Oh, wow.
6 months ago.
It's quite a while.
And that was a Miero pick, yeah. So your gut read probably right.
Yeah, I don't think that they're doing anything crazy here. And if your mid is a Visage picker, you're going to know that it's a Visage picker because they will have spammed it, before. And I just can't remember Kiyotaka really spamming that. It's not really his type hero, I think. He's usually more a flashy hero type player, whereas Visage is more the,
nerd hero.
Yeah, it's nerdy. It's more positional. It's how a chess player would call it.
Nerd hero. Is it?
Yeah, definitely nerdy.
Oh, and goes the Wind Ranger. Okay, so protecting this Medusa a little bit along with the anti-mage bands.
Yeah, as they would say, probably Sadrot hero. I'm a TA Sadrot.
I see. I'll add that to the vocab.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean banning now as 9Pandas? More steroid stuff for the Dusa?
I mean, you could. I don't really like the all eggs in one basket. I think it's okay to go for just the Chen, Penitence an enemy, and then Solar Crest to Medusa, try and buff up that way. Maybe Greaves for some mana as well. You probably want to run one more mana boot hero. It's like a thing that is underappreciated when you pick Medusa in your team. Just having heroes that it's natural to have mana boots on gives you a lot of value. But I don't really love the, everything to enable Medusa strat, because it can really fall apart quickly. Rather, I would like to see them just focus on getting lanes that make a lot of sense and are good. Right now, we basically know the 9Pandas off lane versus the Virtus Pro safe lane. It's pretty much all out there. I suspect that that's going to be the 5, the 1, and the 3 and the 4.
Okay, I'm calling it now. We're going to see an Ember Spirit against Huskar this game.
Yeah?
It's happening. Wind Ranger's gone. Tinker's gone. Someone's going to pick Ember. Kiyotaka's going to want it. And Skodek's going to whack out the old Huskar.
I'm with you on the Ember call, but a lot of teams, they don't go full commit for the Huskar counter, sadly. But it's I'm not really a proponent of Huskar picks. I think he's disgusting, but he gets banned. So
upsetty.
If he wasn't, your prediction would have been correct, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably. No, yeah, I think you're right though. This Huskar, like Ember Spirits, the players have not necessarily figured a way out how to lane against him. But they kind of have by not laning against him, just sitting back and spamming Slight and waiting till level 6.
It's not. You don't really lane against him. You just lose lane and then you hope that you can recover the mid game. That's basically the play. The only play you have, unless a teammate can come and help you. There's no outplaying Huskar as an Ember in laning stage. It's just a loss, unless the Huskar makes mistakes. It's one of those. Unless he fucks up, I just lose this kind of lanes.
Yeah.
So Keeper of Light and Tiny come in here, so they get that little bit of extra mana giving. I'm not a big fan of Coddle and Chen together, personally, but they do have Coddle Tiny, which we saw can be very strong in last game as well. So
you're not a fan of men on horses?
I'm a fan of limited men of horses, Gareth.
The cavalry's here.
Yeah, it is. But the cavalry won't do so well when they get swashbuckled to death in one click.
Squashed by a swashbuckle.
Yeah. Cavalry not notably used against Pangoliers.
He could swap out his rapier for a lance, start bringing them down. Yeah, they still go for this tiny Cottle though, and that's strength coming out the laning stage. We saw Scordex pop off pretty hard in game, well, pretty exceptionally hard in game 1.
Oh yeah, he showed what he can do, and the Tiny versus Pango matchup is also pretty damn good. It's, you know, not worse than the Storm matchup for sure, and it serves a similar role. You lock down the Pango, you have 2 spells that can stop his role. It was similar how they picked the Tiny to counter out the Storm, because again, you have 2 different spells that can stop you from jumping away. You can kind of burst him as well. Pango is susceptible to all the same things. SD gets snagged up, so that's going to give them the ability to get some Medusa illusions for themselves. Also be able to save against that Tiny jump.
Yeah, because Tiny is the be-all and end-all of teamfight control right now. Like, keep it like maybe can get Aghanim Scepter later on down the line, but no real stuns outside of this Avalanche.
Yeah, definitely looks like outside of Tiny, there's not too much reliable control. You never know what creeps Chen is gonna. And in teamfights, of course, you have the Stone Gaze, but 9Pandas, I like their fighting draft a little bit more right now, but like I said earlier, it's all about getting a good start to the lanes, and I think 9Pandas did a good job getting an off lane that should be, you know, able to farm no matter what. It shouldn't be a shutdown like we had last game where Miro just can't play the game. Doom kind of guarantees you're going to get some farm, and Doom Visage versus Chen Medusa, it's not going to be that rough at all.
Because it often feels like against a Medusa, you don't necessarily want to be like continually hunting her or playing hyper aggressive, but you want this kind of pressing formation, right? You want this ebb and flow of the game where you're pushing her back, giving her a little bit of space, and then pushing her back again. And you're getting like 70% of the map while she's getting maybe 30, trying to limit how much farm that the rest of her team can actually gather up on the map, which this Doom Visage Pango should be able to do pretty nicely.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what they're going to add as the final component to the mix. But first, what do they not want to play against? So TB getting banned out by VP. They don't want to have 9Pandas have their own illusion hero, of course, when they pick the ST, so they could get more value out of that pick. And they ban out the Timbersaw, fearing some AoE damage here and pure damage.
Shadow Demon's also a pretty good block pick against some of noticed heroes that are left out there, like with no Beastmaster, with no Timbersaw, he probably would be looking at like a Primal Beast or something like that. Shadow Demon can stop him in his tracks. It'd be pretty annoying.
The Dispel, again, like I said, the Q won't work. Dispel the Onslaught. If you get ST ulted, can charge away. And also the slow movements, but of course against the Trample, the more primary counter. A lot of things are good about that matchup.
I mean, what can he even go for? There's no Doom. After seeing Axe in the previous game, probably thinking, nah, not all about that. Magnus, not great.
Wind Ranger banned as well. Yeah, a lot of interesting options being removed here.
Is it like Darkseer for VP?
Yeah, Darkseer would work. Darkseer would actually work really well. Surge is good here for Medusa and for Tiny as well. Could be one, but it's a bit awkward. Darkseer Coddle lane.
Yeah, and you're playing into Doom as well. Like, I was thinking Darkseer and then maybe a Tide. Tide is always that, like, you're at the end of the draft. What do we need? Okay, I should pick the watermelon kind of situation.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough to say exactly what hero fits the best for them here. A lot of options have been removed. See what they end up with. They go for the Tide, like you suggested. Yeah, I mean, this is we can't really get anything better, so let's go Tide kind of
exactly.
Feel. And Juggernaut.
You know what's funny? I was just about to say, Tidehunter is in that category with Juggernaut for me. Like a couple of years ago, Juggernaut was that hero that's just like, he doesn't do anything particularly well. He's just a solid all-around hero. We don't know what else to pick. Let's pick it. Tide and then Jug. Bang. There you go.
Yeah. Jug is nice here, though. Definitely strong. And Jug is a very, very strong hero with his lifesteal talent, of course. And we'll see how well he can do here. It's a nice lane that he's going to be having. Jug against Tidehunter is not the worst. You can always do a lot of magic damage to him as well with the spin. And SD combining up into this as well. I want to say that VP's draft is solid, but I think 9Pandas have much better cards this time than last game.
Yeah, it feels much better. And I don't know about the stats about this. This is just my like gut read from games I've cast and watched, but I felt and I've seen Juggernaut like demolish Medusa drafts. Like his timing, if they can get past that like 25-30 minute window and he scales that little bit more, it often feels like Juggernaut can just win the game and Medusa doesn't stand a chance.
Jug is very good against Medusa, I would say. It's a very good matchup because Medusa has very bad single target damage versus a carry, and she relies a bit on her Stone Gaze triggering, and Jug can even cheat that by using his Swift Slash and Omni Slash to kind of reset it. You know, you go in, it starts to trigger, then you use Swift Slash, it triggers, like you avoid it basically.
Yeah.
So for a lot of reasons, it's hard for Medusa. Not enough single target damage, but it's going to come down to more than just a Juggernaut matchup. It's going to come down to how much can they get out of the Tidehunter plus Medusa Hagger and push, timing push with the chain creeps, who's going to control Roche. A lot of things will come into play.
Yeah, it's been a while since Medusa's the hyper late game carry. Much more of a timing based hero now. 20-25 minutes around a couple of key early items. Butterfly very often a big choice for them to go for. We'll find out how it goes though. Here we are, game 2. VP head in this best of 3. Of course, we've moved on from the group stage in the play-ins to the play-in playoffs, or the deciding best of 3s. The winner of this does go through to the main event, and the loser, unfortunately, is eliminated. 9Pandas one loss away from that situation themselves, so all to play for here for 9Pandas. And VP, chip on their shoulder after all these DPC tours. A victory against the big boys would be huge for them.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of good luck, have fun, and good luck to each other here. The two teams, of course, competing out of the same region. Didn't really have a choice in matching up against each other here, but they're gonna, fight it out. 1 game up for VP, 9Pandas. Can they bring it back? Looks like they are a little bit more aggressive here, contesting runes, as they have pretty strong level 1 with the Juggernaut spin. You're always very capable of finding first blood, especially with Visage in your team.
And blood grenades.
Yeah. Oh, that ward was spotted. So that one is going to get dewarded for sure here immediately by FNG.
Very nice.
The battle begins.
Get rid of that. It's been a little rarer seeing those deeper wards. When you got the Chen on the Radiant, usually we see that sort of far southeast ward get placed down near the double camp. Hunter S actually being burnt down pretty heavily just by right clicks from FNG and Kiritich there.
A lot of damage from the slow of a Blood Grenade, Penitent, and Mystic Snake, and then just auto attack as much as they can. Of course, he's just a support Doom, though. The Visage is the real core on the lane that you want to do the most damage to. But that does mean Doom is going to struggle to shield his carry a little bit, or offlane a little bit.
Early battles on both of the side lanes. Sayer's taking a beating from Solo and his early disruption. He does lose a lot of his HP. Ramses trying to get his early last hits in as well. First wave's already meeting near that tier 1.
Love to see all these Blood Grenade pops immediately when lane starts. It's like people just run at each other, throw them out.
Yeah. You start using your tangos, will you? Go on. That regen trade battle.
Close eye on this mid lane, and already 4 denies for the Tiny here. Of course, has that big damage and score some good denies before Pango starts to spell farm everything.
Was it us casting together? There was a game where I'm pretty sure it was Kiyotaka didn't go for shield crash. He just like went 2-0-2 build or something. Do you remember what that lane matchup was?
I can't remember that, but maybe it was with me. We cast a lot of games of them.
Yeah, the past couple of months has been a wild ride of Dota 2. But yeah, it looks like this time around Kiyotaka going reasonably standard. 1-1-0 so far, trying to secure up his last hits early on. Spam out the waves, clear them quickly. And bottom lane, a bit of dragging going on.
Yeah, pulling creeps back, getting them all the way back. It's hard for him to be aggressive here against the double range. Visage has a very weak timing early on. He does need a few levels. Like level 3, he has a power spike, and level 6, he has a power spike. Other than that, level 1, he's actually not the strongest hero on the lane. It's good for first blooding, but Chen is sort of the bully on this lane. We see him going on Antares.
Oh yeah, Penitence. Little purge creep slowing him down, and the kill is there. Medusa gets the first blood. A little soul assumption, a big soul assumption thrown back his way though. Does get a trade at least.
Yeah, he walked back in, was microing his Satyr there, and walked a little bit too close to the Visage. That soul assumption has so long range. It's easy to underestimate it like that.
I like these Batties being picked up by the safe lane carries. We've seen a bit from Drow, Medusa. Not only keeping yourself topped up, but yeah, partner as well.
Yeah, for Medusa, it's really just you don't buy any tangles anyway, so this is your tangle.
Yeah. Just keep your mana pool high as possible, but he's dead to the Soul Assumption Scorched Earth. Another Soul Assumption towards FNG, but Can't keep chasing him, as we see Medusa's shield sink down into the earth after her death.
She tried to mango there, but was not able to stay alive. Not quite enough regen out of that Bassi. Top lane, a lot more quiet of a lane right now, but they're attempting to go for a kill with the spin here. Grenade, nice body blocks by Tide. Tide walks between the Juggernauts and the Coddle there as he got disrupted. Saves the life of his buddy.
Hey up, solo kill mid. Squad X takes down Kiyotaka. I've been keeping my eyes on that, and Kiyotaka's been quite aggressive, even going under tower and taking some tower hits. But top lane, hang on a second. Ping back up to there. Ramses getting smashed around by Notice, but no kill.
Squad X is just on one today. He's absolutely owning. Getting a solo kill on Kiyotaka here is absolutely massive. Putting his Tiny back in a good start. He didn't get the first blood this time, you know, so he had to get a solo kill to make up for it.
Of course he did, yeah. Oh, he's a full level ahead of this Pango now. 4 minutes coming up. No supports rotating at all. Everyone is heads down, making sure they're buried in their work in these side lanes. Getting very involved.
Water runes are usually pretty hard to rotate for, but Solo is going to rotate bottom, going behind the enemy team here, trying to set up something. But he's going to walk under detection. Or actually, yeah, they have it. Why is it red for me? Am I on Dire Spectator or something?
No, this has been a bug for a while.
Is it just a spectator bug? I thought it was Dire.
Yeah, I think it was red for me as well. I was a bit confused about what was going on.
I was like, he's going to walk under detection, because on the minimap it was green. So I was like, oh.
Odd. There's even a rain observer on the Twin Gate as well, right? So I saw him come across no matter what. There's a few interesting things going on with the Watchers. Antares Miero back onto FNG. Chen is throwing a blood grenade at them and trying to get this Medusa another kill, but it doesn't look like they'll be successful. Mud Golem's chasing, but the pebble throw. Oh, the snake. South cancelled. Go on, little Mud Golem.
Get him.
Throw your pebbles at them. The punches from the Mud Golem. Oh, yeah.
So strong. That extra
Golem,
damage.
get you gone.
The 10 extra bonus damage from being persuaded by Chen. If it had not joined the Omniscience, it would not have been strong enough. Wait, is it the Omniscience? It's not Omniscience.
That's Omni?
I don't know. No, Chen also is Omniscience, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, some Omniscience. He speaks about something, then I don't know.
Some holy healing stuff.
Listen, Look at Kiyotaka.
Very sneaky. So yeah, doesn't have. Oh, he's got a sentry down pre-placed already, so Kiyotaka pops out of the invis. They're still trying to lurk around.
I mean, they can't really steal that, sadly. They would love to steal the Ancients, but they don't have the Battle Fury yet on Juggernaut. If they get the Battle Fury before the Ancients get cleared, though, that could be a potential steal at some point.
That would be a big move for Ramses.
Just chasing Kiyotaka here into land of nowhere. What are you going to do here? Toss? Spam toss?
He gets him.
Oh, the chakra.
The chakra magic brings the avalanche back. Kiyotaka going to try and roll, but he's got no TP anymore, does he? Going to try and get out of here the good old-fashioned way. Beep, beep, I'm a Jeep. Please, let me escape.
He is rolling out of here. Autobots roll out, gets a little delivery, gets a neutral item. It's going to save his life here as he has magic resistance from that 10%.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be fine. Be fine no matter what. They can't really keep up with his speed. But yeah, game is settling down into a pretty farmy game right now. I think it favors 9Pandas though, as they have this Visage happily growing, and at the same time got Juggernaut about to finish his Battle Fury not too far from now.
All right, looks like we're back, Wagga. We're back into things. Back on live stream. 5-6 VP against 9Pandas. If you're just joining us, if you've been sticking around for a while, we are in game 2 of this best of 3. Welcome, welcome, one and all. And 9Pandas really looking for this victory on the back of the Ramses Juggernaut after dropping game 1. It's been pretty tight. Squadix has just got his Blink Dagger as well, so looking to have a beautiful debut of this jump.
Yeah, with the smoke, same as they did last time. When you get this Blink Dagger complete on Tiny, immediately smoke up and then go for not just any kill, go for some priority kill. They're looking for the Visage. This is a big pick if they can get it.
Well, Miera's been sat down here for a good 3-4 minutes just doing whatever he wanted to. But he's going to be found out by Tiny. Antares there, ready with a Doom. Notice trying to gush down the Doom as well. Push him around with the Blinding Light into the Centaur Stomp. They keep Miero alive, and that's the big thing there for 9Pandas.
Yeah, he survives on Visage, and he doesn't even really need to leave here. He can keep farming in the areas. He kind of ran out of resources, but still not the best thing to lose your Doom cooldown and not really get something actively for it.
Solo. The raindrops paying off. It's a level 1 Illuminate. Seos going for the same kind of build with a maxed out Chakra, playing alongside Tiny. Doesn't offer that much damage, just a bit of annoyance. Notice it's getting chipped away out here. Even with that level 2 Kraken Shell, taking a lot of damage from the birds and the Soul Assumption, but he's tanky enough with a triple gauntlet chainmail build. Gets out of danger now. Turns onto Antares. And slowed him down in the Illuminate. The Gush, the slows, the Avalanche Toss. There it is. A second jump in, and Squadix claims his dominating streak, but they've got a Shadow Demon and a Visage still trying to play towards him. They've slowed this Tiny down quite a bit. There's no real follow-through, though. 9Pandas not bringing the numbers. They're feeling still comfortable just to play wide out on the map.
Kiyotaka is still playing top. He's trying to go on Kiratik here. He's going aggressive. Double TP immediately.
Get straight on him. Toss back into the Stone Gaze. Can they clip it? Kiyotaka, gets the roll off. The physical damage not enough. And he'll TP out of there.
He's going to be fine. Midas used by Kiratik here, trying to farm as fast as he can. But this is going to slow down his Manta timing, though, that he went for this this Midas. But we'll see if it pays off in the end. All they need to do is hold on and not get overrun. But this Juggernaut's going to hit a much faster timing as he has the Battle Fury already. Once he goes for that Yasha probably next. He could also go Diffu if you wanted to. Diffu is not uncommon against Medusa on Juggernaut. Diffu upgrade even is pretty normal.
So is this Sanjin Yasha kind of game? Because we've seen that kind of switch up between Manta and S and Y.
I would say Manta is fine here. I think Manta is fine. Usually S and Y is better when there's like a lot of stuff that status resistance is good against, and right now there's like Tiny Stun. It's not actually that good against it. Ravage, it's okay against, but other than that, you kind of want Manta because of the Solar Bind from Caudal. The Blinding, it's good against that too. The Manta is just your preferred item.
Yeah. Well, wrapping around on top. Squadix going to try and escape. Seosh left all alone up here. Kiyotaka secures himself a kill in that northern jungle.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Diffu, it looks like, first here. So, he changed his mind again. Ramses, he had his Diffu queued up. He changed to Yasha again, so... Okay, Yasha, but definitely considering the Diffu.
But top of the net worth. We're good. 600 ahead of the Medusa right now. Feeling pretty hot on this jug. Radiant scan into their own entrance area, knowing that someone's around. Kiyotaka, Solo, and Miero all here.
Yeah, Visage is so ready to go fight now. I mean, he has Vladimir's and he has Solar Crest. Visage is really strong.
He's going to get... Oh, disruption to stop the toss. Nicely done. Quick reactions from Solo, but the Ravage on 3. Noticed. Looking to turn this back onto them.
Pango, though.
Kiyotaka with a roll. Pango rolling Thunder in with a Doom on Tiny. They're focusing towards Squadix. The kill is there. They get the takedown as Kirjic, he does arrive with a Stone Gaze and the damage onto the Doom. They find the kill as Kiyotaka jumps out of the Meteor Hammer landing. Miero, he's burnt through a lot of this Medusa's mana. VP looking to just disengage and run away, but the turnaround play, 9Pandas, they don't even need their Juggernaut. They're 4v5 crushing VP here in game 2, diving tier 1 top, killing Dusharov, Kiyotaka with a double kill.
It's looking so dominant. Meanwhile, Juggernaut is just smiling, he's pushing mid. Ramsey's not even joining. Notice gonna go down here as well, no way out. And you gotta be careful and say if you stay around, you might get diffused and brought down as well. And yeah, that absolutely spells doom here and disaster for them. Early game was so rough already here. Now losing this massive fight without even Juggernaut joining.
Yeah, Ramsey just grinning, farming creeps. Oh, AFK in the jungle, boys. You're 4v5ing, no big deal.
Yeah.
Big victory for 9Pandas. Now taking out enemy ancients as well.
Exactly, stealing the resources now, taking enemy ancients is going to cripple the Medusa even further, make it very hard for her to come back into the game. This is where you really wish you had Manta though. You start pushing out lanes with it, you know. 16 minutes, you would have Manta for sure by now. Like 17 minutes at least, you would have it.
Double dipping. Going back into these blades of alacrity. Kotl dead to Kiyotaka, just a straight up jump in, pick off.
This is a Kiyotaka who got solo killed mid lane. He didn't have a good start at all. He was one level behind the Tiny, and now he's completely recovered. Gonna go top and get healed up a little bit as well as he joined in for this Roche. Bring in the Lucky Strike as well for a bit of extra procs. Lucky shot.
Man, nothing VP can do to get up there, even if they wanted to. Not really in fighting shape. Still waiting a couple of 100 gold for this Echo Saber on Tiny. And Medusa with the Hand of Midas. I don't know the last time I saw Hand of Midas win a game, honestly.
I'm not convinced. We saw the Void lose a game with Midas. We saw other games with triple Midas where it also lost. I don't know. The Ogre Midas.
Yeah. It's like every game we've cast with Hands of Midas, the Midas has lost.
Losing item. Yeah.
There was a game where Quest bought triple Midas and they won. Oh, Medusa. The Midas, not going to help you. Mana burnt. Medusa looking like she's down and out. Maybe with a TP and the Chakra Magic, but the disruption's there from Solo to save. Not even save, but to cancel a TP to stop Medusa from TPing out.
Yeah. Not going to be able to leave there, and that just keeps her well down below the Juggernaut in net worth. And again, immediately when they take away the enemy's control, they go in and steal the Ancients and just go for these big resources. Ramses, he's the target now, but how do you kill him? I don't know. Between these heroes, you just don't kill Juggernaut, I think. They will try.
Oh, okay. Squadix having a go at it.
Blind jump into Fog War. Have to respect the attempt, but yeah, I don't think they have the resources to kill him.
Level 15 Jug.
He's getting absolutely massive now. He's got the full Diffu. Landed. 19 minutes. Diffu, Yasha, Battle Fury, Power Treads. That's a lot.
BKB on the Pos 4 Doom.
Yeah, he's also farmed a lot now. And, you know, didn't go Midas on the Pos 4 Doom. Skipping the Midas. That's the winning play.
A lot of pings here from VP around this bottom tier 1.
Oh boy, Medusa again has been caught out.
Oh no. Doomed up. No escape.
Dead.
She is dead.
It's not fun being Medusa against two Diff Blades, you know. Not that she has ever encountered one of them. Bottom, Ramses. Can they burst him? Nope.
He gets off his spin. That's it. That's fight over for VP. They've got to run. Turn tail, bail away. Omni Slash not unnoticed. Demonic Purge and the Rolling Thunder with the Aghanim Scepter. Kiyotaka arrives with a crash and a bang. Looking to wall up any more heroes left standing by.
Hunter is almost connecting there to the Squadix. Just walked around the trees in the wrong way. Otherwise would have run into Tiny. Possibly could have caught more.
Well, yeah, 20 minutes in. This feels like a foregone conclusion at this point.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely terrible. I mean, you don't even have better late game. VP's lineup, I don't know, these early Medusa picks, they get counterpicked by Pangos and Jugs with Diff Blades and Shadow Demons. It's just nearly impossible to play. I don't think Medusa is as strong anymore after the E patch that you can pick her this early.
Hey, this is meant to be the start of her timing, right? 20, 25, 30 minutes. That 10-minute period is meant to be where she's like super strong.
Yeah, but she's also supposed to have like Manta, Butterfly, and Knife Scotty by this time, you know?
Yeah.
She doesn't have Manta style yet, dude. It's 20 minutes. This is absolute despair game. I think this Midas has to be the worst Midas I've seen all tournament, though. I don't agree with this one. Kiratik is an amazing player. I respect him a lot, but I think this Midas is absolute terrible.
Yeah, it's definitely not paid off for him. I mean, just looking at the net worth board. Red, Medusa. Yeah, okay, that's a green hero there. But Doom, the position 4, is like on her tail, 100 net worth behind. Tiny and Tide also having some struggles of their own.
Look at Kiyotaka just going in again.
I look at the mini-map and I just see the Pangolier just going into tier 3s. Crimson and Solar Crest there for the Chen. A little tankier than Kiyotaka maybe had expected.
The Crimson Chen, yeah. Providing some damage block at least for himself. It's also a bit weird game when your Tide ends up being the mech Meteor Hammer and then your Chen is the Crimson Guard carrier. No, Chen is actually tankier than Tide in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty. This is that kind of pressing gameplay, right? You're pushing forward on some lanes, letting the Medusa come out into a pocket where she's feeling safe to farm. You go back in to kill her. Then you look at the Tide, get the takedown unnoticed. He'll pop his mech, run around in circles. The Rolling Thunder and the Swashbuckles are there from Kiyotaka. And look at this, Ramses is joining. He's ready. 15k net worth. It's time to fight, boys. Let's put this one to bed.
Yeah, Healing Ward coming in as well, fixing up Kiyotaka and Solo, getting their HP topped off here as they, you know, had a little skirmish. But this is looking all but over right now.
Yeah, 22 minutes. They're on tier 3, forcing glyphs. Not even too bothered about the multi-shot. Usually everyone, runs away from it. Ramses and Kiyotaka stay there for a little bit. Smoking up as they see Squadix on the right-hand side of the map, clearing waves and killing towers. Ooh. Blinks away from the Doom, who've lifted his hands. Wisdom Rune going to get grabbed by the Tiny as well. The stuns, the disruption, is there to stop the TP.
And so you die.
Die.
Look at that. Did some damage, but then Aegis pop immediately after. Oh, I didn't know that the Tormentor doesn't count for canceling Aegis regeneration.
Yeah,
I guess it's just a neutral.
Yeah, I noticed that last game, Tiny had a regen rune running. It didn't cancel his regen either.
Oh, that's cool, actually. Should I abuse that?
I didn't know until literally 30 minutes ago. I forgot to mention it. Ramses with a spin TP. Nothing to stop him. He's out of there. Doom and gloom for VP in this game too.
They will get their own Tormentor at least. And Crimson Guard is still absolutely busted against Tormentor, blocking all the damage. Very big. So they get the Caudal Shard. Is that going to be what saves them here? The recall? You can farm more aggressively with Medusa. Send her to the mines. North. He yearns for the mines, Gareth. They do. Yeah. Medusa's yearn for the mines. It's true.
We need to send a canary in there first to make sure she's safe, right?
No, at this point, dude, you crawl in there. It's safer there than in your base.
Just go as deep as possible, become a dungeon dweller. A spelunker. That's where Tide wishes he was right now, instead of flopping dead on the floor. So at this point, you don't want to be 6 feet under. You don't want to be in a grave. You want to be 500 fathoms under the sea. That is where Medusa's heading. Far, far up north. Past the wall. Into where the wildlings live.
I am back. My means of communication died.
Oh no. You've not missed much. He's TPing out. He's alright. But look at where 9Pandas are. They are on the doorstep of this Radiant base.
Yeah, doesn't really look like there's anything you can do to stop it here. And sadly, Medusa didn't get to stay in the mines too long. Only her illusion. She got to see the mines. Backdoor protection, they don't care.
It's like one of those tourist day trips. They ship you out on a bus, you get to see it for 5 minutes, and
the
ship you back to your hotel. Yeah.
Is that England or what?
yeah, it is. I mean, okay, noticed. He's walked in and died. Yeah, no buyback. This is going to be it, right?
I think this. They're gonna try, but meanwhile, mid lane, the Caudal is currently being massacred by a Pango.
Yeah, dead. It's I don't know, not popular, but it's a reasonably common thing where some of these old, like, repurposed mines, you go down on the old mine carts and the lift, the elevator to go deep down underground. A toss back from Squadix, sends Solo back in towards the Medusa, but you just look at that Ramsey's damage, slices into him. A double buyback from VP, looking to hold on to this game with everything they've got. The trouble is, it's not much. They've not got much to play with.
They're so endurable. Like, they have so much sustainability here. They got the Salt Cuirass, the Solar Crest, flicking in and out. How do you pick off anyone with your heroes as well?
I mean, Squadix, he'll pick off one. Ravage into Meteor Hammer is going to land in on top of them as well. Ramsey spinning onto Notice. The Medusa getting a little bit of damage out. But Antares with his BKB. Oh, 9Pandas, they're on the run. They're all dropped pretty low. Stonegate's not going to connect, and now the trouble with lacking in stuns and disabled. Squadix is there with the Avalanche toss. Gets a double kill. Picks off Miero, and Ramsey's falls as well. Ooh.
They have done it. Actually, a good defense.
Pro, the Polar Bear against the Panda, showing who's the real Apex Predator.
Yeah, they can blink, toss in the Tide possibly here if he gets the Avalanche first. He blinks out. So they hold. I feel like 9Pandas just kind of wanted to try and end this game early and got a little bit undisciplined there. But it's a strong hold for VP. They managed to get a lot of resources from this, getting the kill on Ramses, 1,500 gold, getting the kill over on Miero. That's like 1,400 gold. Getting so rich. And they didn't lose their racks even.
Oh, like a 4K swing. Yeah, I mean, Ramses was like dropping items on the floor and swapping stuff in his inventory and things. He felt like this was completely out of the hands of VP.
On the Coddle.
Yeah, trying to get a pick off on Seush. Rolling Thunder. Trying to bounce back into him. Dodging away from some of those sideways swashbuckles, though. And quick on his feet, little ballerina keeper of the light dancing around the Pango.
He also has that plate mill. Does like a lot of work here against the swashbuckle procs to keep you alive. Meanwhile, top TP out by Squadix, who goes into a tree line and high fives. Roshan is coming out to give one smack to Solo, and then he's gonna go back to his home and get absolutely attacked here by the Juggernaut.
Get back over here. Aegis for Ramses. And cheese potentially for that Pango. We'll see who it goes to. Maybe Miero grabs it. It's just on the floor. No one's taken a Solo. That's a good captain. That's the position 5. Guys, there's a cheese on the floor.
Yeah, take it. Leave nothing behind.
Antares leaves a Lotus behind. Grabs up his
pass
great.
it over to Kiyotaka here. He backpacks his Orb of Corrosion. Happy to have a cheese. And Push is now going to come top instead. They needed to take this last tier 2 anyway. Wisdom Rune is about to spawn in a few seconds.
And they're just having a bit of a tasting menu here. Took tier 3 mid to half HP. Took the tier 3 bottom completely. Now back up to top. Going from side to side. Oh, Notice disappears. No longer exists on my screen. He does have buyback and Blink Ravage available. A toss back there, sending Ramses into the Medusa. Kiyotaka going to roll and cause a bit of havoc, though, as they finish off the ranged barracks up top. And Kiyotaka pretty safe just to get himself out of there now.
That's a Doom expended at least, and, you know, they did use a buyback there on Tide, but they didn't lose more than a range racks. They only have so many structures left. Any building hurts a lot to lose at this point.
It's just a matter of getting out of your base and getting on the map still feels pretty difficult for VP.
Yeah,
no vision out there. It's all complete darkness.
This Visage has so much minus armor. Got the armor corruption on the Visage and familiars. He's got the Orb of Destruction. He's got the Solar Crest. He's got the Assault Cuirass. He just made the tower melt and made the heroes melt there as Tidehunter got a little bit too close.
Yeah, you pair that up with his goddamn Juggernaut Omni Slash.
Yep. I think he's minus 16 armor from Visage alone.
Whew. That's some spicy stuff.
Yeah, and then Jug with only DPS build going Butterfly next, of course.
As you do.
Well, at least Medusa has identified, you know, what she needs this game. She went for Abscadi, has her Mantis, of course, and going for Rapier next. It's probably a correct call. Like, you don't have time to farm your way back into this game. You need Rapier. You need the most powerful item you can get.
We need something to swing this, tip the scales in your favor. Ramsey's back up on the high ground. Another range barracks. Not going to be able to take down the melee. Backdoor regen kicks in for a second there, but creep waves are arriving.
He does have Aegis still. He can siege.
There's a ranged creep wave mid that, I guess it was from top that they dragged mid that ignored the die creeps and ran back out top again. And Ramses, he's spinning on the Deucer. Disruption from Solo, create a couple of illusions. This is just the chipping and poking and prodding, which is so annoying for the Deucer to deal with.
Yeah, this is more than annoying. She's in danger if she stays there.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder comes in, crashing on towards her. Notice, trying to be that barrier. Bulky boy standing in front of them as Kirchich gets off the Stone Gaze. Half HP, the mana's all gone, the Ravage is required. A clip onto Kiyotaka here, but he's still holding cheese. Doesn't even feel the need to use it right now as they've got that shard from the SD to cleanse. Purge up Kiyotaka's Pango, who stands and fights. They doom up Tiny. Chen will buy back, but at what cost here as Ramses goes for a bit of fountain diving. In we go with a massive damage out of this Juggernaut. They've killed off Tide and Kotl. And now it's all down to Deucer and Tiny. Some tossback plays, get them in fountain, anything you can to delay 9Pandas from finishing this game.
I don't think you can delay it by that much. They're going to keep going here straight towards top. They even gained mega creeps. They're like, okay, if you don't call it, we're going to just do it the disciplined way. You get every single building, and the call is going to come out any moment now.
Yeah, tier 4s. Nice glyphed up. I mean, VP know they are one victory away from securing that main stage spot. 9Pandas not going to be giving it to them, no, it looks like here. In game 2, this Medusa hasn't stood a chance. GG called. Game 2 over. And 9Pandas tie things up 1 apiece as we head into game 3.
Yeah, game 3 is going to be, and I don't know, man. I think when 9Pandas got a better spot from a drafting perspective, then it works out way better for them. And VP, I have to say it again, man. This Chen Caudle thing, it's a little bit too passive from the support roles. If your overall laning stage doesn't go fantastic, then it can be very hard to come back when you have 2 supports there.
It kind of felt like, you know, Squadix was saying, hey, I can pop off again. I can carry us through that early game, break down the laning stage, get myself up to 24-2 once again. It very much was a lot of eggs in that Medusa basket. You know, Hand of Midas trying to scale later. Not working out for them.
That was such a nice play by Kiyotaka, going forward when the Meteor Hammer channel came in there, because a lot of Pangos would want to run away. Instead, he just doubled down, went forward. Medusa gets scared, starts running away, and that's when they just pounce, keep running them all down. That was the fight that really just tipped the scales of the entire game. After that, there was no fight that VP dominated, apart from the one fight they pushed out bottom. But yeah, this is the fight that works out for them, but it's not really a fantastic fight. It's more that 9Pandas kind of just felt stronger than they were.
Yeah, like defender's advantage, double buybacks, you're fighting into Radiant base, fighting into Avalanche toss.
It's like they're so far ahead that they fell on their own, you know, their own sword, kind of. They just thought they were able to end the game right there.
Overzealous. Feeling far too powerful. Yeah, good solid victory for 9Pandas. Much more like what we expected from them in this series. Looking pretty solid with that Ramses Juggernaut. I think Chen now, he's been picked quite a lot, but I'm not sure about his win rate going forward. We've seen a couple of losses here today.
Maybe now it's not looking so good. At the start of today, it was looking very good though. I think it was one of the stronger win rates. But yeah, it's just pairings and how you want to play it. I think the lane isn't weak that they ran, but the overall game, they didn't have that much to do with the Tiny. You know, we saw Squadix absolutely dominate before, but now who could he go with? The game just looked so difficult from his perspective even.
Yeah, it's real rough, but there we go. Tied up 1-1 in this best of 3, and one game separates one of these teams from getting that slot in the main event for the Riyadh Masters. We'll have a quick break and come back with the final match.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So this is what you want, man. You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take every day, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
Here we go. It's the last game of the last series here. The play-in's coming to a conclusion. It's the last game for 9Pandas and VP to figure out who's going through to that main stage, group stage, and who's going home. Waga, I mean, it's been a close one so far.
Yeah, it's truly going to be the last game for one of these teams, but not for both. Someone will move on and carry the Eastern European torch here, you know, and we'll see who's it going to be. 9Pandas, they had a really impressive comeback, I want to say, after what was a very, very strong first game by VP. VP looked like they were actually just blowing them out of the water, but 9Pandas, solid draft, came back with some very methodical play, and I think VP, they were just holding on in last game as long as possible to try and prepare themselves for this third game, because they could have tapped out earlier. There was no actual way to come back at a certain point, but they didn't call it even as the throne was falling with like 2 heroes dead, no buyback. I think they were just talking about how do we solve game number 3, and I want to see what's going to be their approach here, because I think you got to go back to the draft again and just consider what do you get going for you, how do you set up good success on all lanes that you can actually transition and take over the mid game.
Yeah, and it's also like one of those things, like mentality-wise as well, right? If you've been training and boot camping and figuring out your play style and how you want to approach things, if you've kind of trained your team and your squad to go to the bitter end, to find any options, any solutions you possibly can, even in a super hardcore losing game, you want to keep that going. You don't just want to be like, you know, rage quitting, tapping out 17 minutes in, saying, it's over. Give it that little, you know, one extra shot, even if it's a 1% play.
Yeah, you don't want to give up at minute 8, that's for sure. No, you keep going. We'll see exactly what they bring to the table here in the next game. The Snapfire banned out in first phase by 9Pandas as they have the first pick. And VP, I think you got to ban out the Broodmother if you don't have first pick. Has Broodmother been banned in all our games, or did we see one Brood game? It's been banned a lot for us. I think every single game banned, yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't remember seeing Brood in our games at the Raid Masters. I think you're right, yeah.
I was just looking over to another stream and saw, you know, Brood being played, and I thought, wait a minute. No, she's actually getting banned again here, first phase banned, and I'm all for it, man. The hero is extremely strong, and I think it's changing, you know, the way you need to approach the game in a very annoying way. So they get rid of it on the side of VP. Good respect given over to that hero. It's not even respect towards specific teams, I want to say. It's just that hero is very strong. And Ramses, for instance, is the type of player who could take it and even play it as a carry. He is one of the strongest Brood players out there while being a carry player. So he would very happily snag that up as well.
They've played it mid as well. I think back at the Lima Major, they played it in the group stage mid for Kiyotaka once.
Kiyotaka also plays Brood? Oh god, yeah. Ban it before it lays eggs, dude.
Burn it with fire. Yeah, it's one of those heroes that, like, no matter what you change or buff or nerf, just having free pathing on webs, just, it feels incredible.
Yeah, her laning stage is real strong right now as well, in a different way. I like it though, I must say. Final touch on Brood here. I do like that she doesn't have the summons immediately, and if you don't have AoE, you just lose. Now at least everyone loses. You know, it's not just if you have an AoE or not. It's just she out-sustains you in lane.
Yeah. Well, Rubik going to join the Snap and the Brood. And VP with that one final first phase ban. What did they get rid of in the previous series? Enigma? No, that was 9Pandas. It was Rubik Brood from them. Enigma Snap. In game 1.
Yeah, I can't remember what they banned in the previous game, but...
Clinks.
Oh yeah, there's the Clinks ban. Yes, that's why I can't remember. I was like, wait, which hero? But I don't know if they will ban out the Clinks in the first phase again, or do they really believe that it's gonna come out? The Antares Clinks. I don't know. I don't really see Clinks being that problematic of a hero to deal with, because his laning stage, while some people find that it's strong, I actually am completely of the other opinion. I think he's so weak in laning stage, absolutely abusable if you compare it to a lot of other lane winning supports. He does have a very strong... Yeah, he has a very strong transition where he gets level 6 and just starts running around and doing things. But until level 6, he's an awful lane support, in my opinion, to have whenever I play offlane. Find that the hero doesn't do much.
He's a hindrance.
Yeah, they ban out the Pango though, and Enigma is going to be left. You mentioned this hero is, obviously one of the first phase pick materials. We see it played post 5, we see it played post 3. Definitely very useful. So they leave the Undying.
Yeah, they do. The Undying TB. VP going to bring out the good old-fashioned Eastern European stuff.
Yeah.
Give Kiritich that Terror Blade, FNG Undying, so that's your safe lane. Pretty much locked, sorted.
It's a very, very annoying lane because how do you shut down TB when you have an Undying in your face? Undying can basically 1v2 zone, and that just generates a lot of space for TB to get control. This lane didn't used to be that strong, and then Blood Grenade was added to the game, and that changed everything. Suddenly, Tombstone, Blood Grenade is almost always a kill in lane, and with a Reflection on top of that, you're basically standing still. So Undying's laning stage just became that much stronger. Wind Ranger picked up here by 9Pandas. Pretty early pick of the Wind Ranger, but could go on any position pretty much. It's very, very flexible.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back, and I'm not sure I saw Kiyotaka play much of it. I'm sure he can, but it was primarily a Ramses hero, so a reaction straight up to the 1v1 carry matchup?
Yeah, it's a good 1v1 carry matchup. Once you get Aghanims on Wind Ranger as well, you can hunt for the TB a bit. Focus Fire is a fantastic continuous damage source against TB to kill him. Even if he has BKB, even if he has Sunder available, you just keep shooting him. He will die eventually. But you could also throw this towards like off lane, just have Enigma plus Wind Ranger lane on the off lane. Or it could be Wind Ranger plus someone else. It's super flexible draft still, as Enigma can be a plus 5 as well, right? So hard to read how they want to lane this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it again. Dire Enigma pos 5. That's the good shit right there. Farm that camp near your tier 1. Get your carry some additional XP. And solo, he's played it a fair number of times. I just like the Riyadh Masters in general. We had the Middle East North African qualifier where Team Secret Middle East Puppy played it like, I don't know, 6 out of the 8 games they played. Looked incredibly good. It's been banned out a fair amount. Solo's pretty solid on it.
Yeah, it's a nice, comfortable way to just get yourself some nice farm. You can back the lane by doing it as well. Keep denying creeps, you know.
So that's the thing, right? Now, you've been talking about how the side lanes have been getting greedier and greedier, and we're basically playing with 2 position 1s in the side lanes. Having Enigma as a pos 5 just removes a lot of that greed.
Yeah. Yeah, it counteracts the enemy greed, and it kind of facilitates your own by getting your pos 5 to be also able to clear creeps, since there's more creeps on the map, and you can use the Eidolons to push lanes and so on. So,
and Medallion!
Nice, yeah, ooh. I mean, Solar Crest Enigma is incredibly strong. That is also why the hero is good. Solar Crests is very, very powerful. I will say that when reading the patch notes initially, I completely underestimated how much stronger Solar Crest would be, because I looked at it first and was like, it lost its 100% uptime. That has to be a bad thing, but the strength of it now is just you can't fight into it. It's impossible.
Oh, Ember Spirit gone. I'm sad. We're not going to see Squadix on by leaps and bounds as his best hero.
He plays insanely well on Spirit heroes in general. He is extremely good at Ember. His Void Spirit is super solid. His Storm Spirit is also very good. He just plays these type of flashy playmaker mid heroes, which is also Tiny falls in the same category. He also plays good Queen and Puck, so those are always on the table as well. And honestly, that excites me. This is the type of mid laner that's fun to watch. Squadix is actually very, very entertaining to follow.
Yeah, even whacks out the good old Shadow Fiend and Snapfire, some of these fruitier picks from time to time. See what he gets up to this game. I don't know. I struggle to see him playing a 3rd game of Tiny in a deciding match in a deciding series after stomping one and losing another. Kind of knocks the wind out of your sail a little bit.
Maybe, but they do need a lot of disables here. They don't have any disables from the Undying and Terrorblade, and Tiny does come with a 2-for-1 on the disable part, so it's pretty good. And they need something versus Enigma, and they need something against Wind Ranger too. So I wouldn't be that surprised to see them just take it. But both the other times, it was a reaction to what the enemy picked mid. It was not a pick Tiny and then the enemy picked mid. No, he saw what he was pretty confident was their mid hero, and then he got his Tiny.
Yeah, right. It was first phase Storm, he picked Tiny, 4th pick, and then it was the Pango, then you're right, into the Tiny after. Both
times it was a counter pick into a favorable matchup, so he, or at least a matchup that he's confident with. Storm is not really a Tiny favorite matchup, but it's also not a bad matchup.
Yeah. He's got the option here, the 4th pick.
I love the pickup here of the Skywrath. I think it's great. Partly, it could be a block pick against Antares, who really likes to play Sky as well. But also, it just works great against Enigma, great against Wind Ranger, and it pairs up nicely here. You get some nice mix into your support.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes that's like good against TB. Like, please pick this guy so they don't have it.
Yeah, they take the Doom, so doubling down on the good disables here against Terrorblade. If this game goes late game, it could already look to be very annoying. Doom, Black Hole. But they add Pugna.
So, yeah, I was going to ask, where's Techie's been? Then I started thinking about Pugna. Where's Pugna been? These two heroes are like Antara specials that have been off the map for a while.
Well, Pugna has been away because his sucking got nerfed. He doesn't give mana nearly as well. They cut his mana giving in half, so the Storm Pugna combo completely died because of that. It's still playable, but it's nowhere as broken as it used to be. But this Pugna pick surprises me a lot. It's obviously not bad against Skywrath. The Netherward can destroy him, and Decrepify can protect people against Terrorblade, can kite them a little bit. But I did not expect to see a Pugna pick here.
That's an interesting one. Mars comes out, so we've got this Mars Skywrath Mage dual lane now. So that's going to be going up against potentially, well, probably the Wind Ranger Enigma. A way to kill off some Eidolons. A lot of magic damage to pump into the Wind Ranger as well.
Yeah, and more disable, notably, and teamfight control. So gives them pretty much what they needed here. I don't know if that lane is necessarily going to be good still. Sky Mars versus Enigma Wind. Sounds like Enigma Wind should still be able to come out on top there with a lot of, using pull camps and farming jungle and so on. And just by nature of being double range, Wind is a pretty strong laner too. And we're not going to have a 3-peat here. Tiny is removed. 9Pandas, they're saying, you know what, Squadix? Enough. Stop it.
No more nonsense. Get out of here. What are we left with for 9Pandas? Mid lane heroes for Kiyotaka, potentially? Well, it looks like Virtus Pro are thinking about this swap up of the Wind Ranger mid and a different carry for Ramses. I guess Naga against TB. Feels good to ban her out, get that out of the loop.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing about Wind. It can be played on the mid lane. You can do Wind support. Like their lineup is honestly one of the most flexible lineups I've ever seen right now on 9Pandas. There's so many heroes you can flex. We saw Doom flexed earlier to support today. We have seen Enigma played in many different roles. Wind Ranger can go anywhere from carry to offlane to +4, +5 even. And Pugna as well could also theoretically be a core, but most likely a support here. So very tough call, but I think you just get rid of Naga whenever you play Terrorblade. And they're probably going to ban out the PL as well. I don't think you play against PL here. You have Undying, you have TB, you have Skywrath. All these heroes suck against PL. Yeah, just ban PL.
just get rid of it.
I don't know if they're debating whether they want to ban something else, but I think PL is the ban here.
That's difficult. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they did it the other way around though. See, I mentioned last time how ban the Naga first, because if you pick TB, we all know you're gonna ban Naga, and now they did it. They're listening, Gareth. They know. They're listening.
Developing.
To me. Check their PC. They got the streams open. I can smell it.
It was Ramses in the first game. It was 9Pandas of the TV that did it the first game.
All right, yeah.
So VP have seen it and listened and be like, we're not going to make the same mistakes as them.
That's true. Yeah, it's a minor detail, but I don't think there's any real difference ultimately. Yeah. It's just Naga is the more obvious one. PL still also should go. What?
Ooh, who's he?
I haven't seen this hero in forever.
Golden green.
What does he do?
He makes trillions.
Wow.
That's a Ramsey special. Third game of a best of 3. And then the Void Spirit to top it all off for Squadix.
Squadix, one of the best damn Void Spirits out there, in my opinion. He gets a hero that he definitely enjoys to play, but this is interesting. So we got Void Spirit versus Wind mid, which is not a bad matchup for Void Spirit. His damage is very good. Wind also has good damage, but being that long-range melee mid-hero Void Spirit does pretty well. But Ramses Nature's Prophet here, that is a curveball for sure. They do have great push. They have the trees, they have the Eidolons, they have the blasts from Pugna. They have pretty high tempo here against this Terrorblade matchup, so they don't need to take it ultra late. But even if it does go late, Doom and Black Hole are pretty big threats. 9Pandas, if it wasn't for Nature's Prophet being a garbage hero overall in the current patch, I would be all aboard. But I hope that they can prove me wrong that, Nature's Prophet can work even in this patch here.
Well, I've missed a trick on this one. They have played it a couple of times in the last month. 3 times at the Bali Major. They pulled out this Nature's Prophet. 2 wins and a loss. But yeah, this was something they were hammering, you know, a day in, day out. This was bread and butter for Ramses and ex-Hellraisers for ages. You know, think back to like Arlington Major. He was just spamming Hand of Midas, Nature's Prophet every single bloody game.
Okay,
Bringing it back here now.
But listen, Arlington Major, you know which ability was nerfed since then? Nature's Prophet Q, and also W, and also E, and also his R. So, you know, only his 4 abilities got nerfed. But other than that...
Is his base attack time still the same? Is it still the buffed up numbers?
He still does have the 1.5, yeah. He's got the crazy BAT. But other than that, I mean, you're gonna get so much going from auto attacks when you play this hero. So we'll see if you can pop that out and if you can make a lot happen here, Ramses.
Well, I've got to look at these Prophet talents. I've forgotten what they all bloody do now. They used to have like sprout misses and stuff like that. They still got a 20 with the leash talent.
You have the sprout misses and the sprout leash. You can pick whichever on the level 20, so you can choose there. But he has the teleportation stacks talent on level 15, which we'll see if he opts to go for. I still find them to be a little bit strange. Haven't seen too much gameplay of Furion with the teleport.
Teleportation overall, max stacks. What does that mean?
He gets stacks of armor and damage. It's yeah, we just don't see this man anymore. The cooldown nerf is so big, dude.
Oh my goodness.
It's 30-second cooldown now instead of 20, and it's 80 mana cost instead of 50.
After teleporting, Nature's Prophet gains stacks of bonus attack damage. Every attack consumes a stack of bonus damage to increase Nature's Prophet's armor.
Educational
stream. Hell yeah. Reading tooltips is fun.
Thank you for tuning in to the beginner stream. This is Waga and Koiko. We're here to bring you through it.
Hey, if I'm Koiko, who's your celebrity double?
I'm Coldplay singer, apparently.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Martin.
On a really bad day. If he's like hungover or something, that's... Yeah.
Chris like Martin on meth.
Whoa. I'll take it, man. I mean, you're a millionaire. So it's fine. It's fine. all good fun. Let's see how they play it out here. Last game, time to get serious. This is for elimination, so very much on the line here in the biggest tournament outside of TI.
Super important one. I want to get yourself to that main stage, that main group stage. Kiyotaka mid against Squadix, Wind Ranger versus Void Spirit. Super curious to see how this one goes, how we get these runes controlled, what kind of rotations we see. It's a pretty good active lineup from 9Pandas, being able to TP and maneuver around the map pretty quickly, and paired with some good team fight alongside the Doom and Enigma.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eyes fixed on this mid lane because both these players want to push the limits as hard as they can here, and we'll see if either can get ahead a little bit. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, looks like we're going to see shenanigans as the Doom is already going away. Actually, he's just looking for a good creep first and get a Devour. He'll take the mana burn creep and get the mana regen aura. So 1.75, very nice. Enigma will be happy about that.
Yeah. Squad X just getting clicked every time he comes close to creep wave.
Yeah, this
joys of melee into ranged.
This is very clean by Kiyotaka, the way he's harassing here. He's traded a lot of HP down as well, of course, taking a lot of attacks from the creeps. Squadix hasn't really touched Kiyotaka, but he's losing all his HP just to the creeps.
Still controlling through it all. And what about these side lanes then? TV looks like 8 and 4. Nature's Prophet 7 and 3. Pretty close between the two position ones.
Yeah.
TB Undying against this Enigma Doom. So they're wave dragging back. They're pulling across. Undying. And does he struggle to stick on these guys when they're manipulating the creep wave so often?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard. So he takes his chance here because he gets close enough on Antares. They're going to use the combo we talked about during the drafts. The triple
blood grenade. Oh, but the turnaround from Miero. Gets the kill on TB and FNG. He's under a tower. Another blood grenade. The blood grenade. FNG. Haha. A 2-for-2 trade in that bottom lane. It all kicks off.
And top lane as well. Solo gets a little bit too close there, trying to be aggressive under the ward, but can get slowed up by the concussive and brought down. Interestingly, the Bulwark Mars managing to get this kill. Didn't skill Spear Mars because he wants to deal with the annoying Treants here.
Yeah.
And Windrunner gonna get the double hydration rune. She's gonna be super hydrated, and Squadix, he's just in a desert now. There's no water, no oasis.
No, it's just a mirage. Nothing there for him. Yeah, Bulwark Mars. I guess he's Treants plus double ranged heroes. That's quite a bit of value. Squadix still doing pretty well on the CS chart, even despite taking all this chip damage and harassment. Probably going to have to walk back to base after this wave, though.
Yeah, he's doing the best he can, but he does need to make one quick trip to base possibly here. He's buying tangles, so indicating that he doesn't want to do that. That puts him in a dangerous spot, though. Going up and contesting this creep wave is not easy. This bottom lane, we see things kind of stabilizing here, but you're not getting value for this Undying pick that much, I say. Obviously, he did get the double kill before, which was big, but he can't continuously bully the lane of Doom and Enigma. So he has to go for these big kills when he sees a chance. He bought 2 more blood grenades. He wants to go for it.
I mean, Squadix, he gets his tangos delivered and then Star Wars back and walking back to Fountain.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a sad time. Look at the manipulation on mid 2. Kiyotaka pulled the creeps to the side. That puts the creeps under the tower. He's got to lose those creeps before he comes mid. So Seiyu is here to pick up the experience of that. Nice little detail that sadly is going to put Squadix in an even worse spot as mid lane is pretty heavily going the way of the Windrunner for now.
Yeah, getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, it's a curious lane down bottom. It's Undying, trying to play the right side of the lane while Antras holds left. Then you've got to bypass all these Eidolons. So every time you go up for 1 decay, you're getting clicked down by all the little babies. TB, feeling it as well. Malefice into a couple of hits, always under pressure. Not a comfortable time.
It's getting destroyed right now by the mana burn. It's 86 mana burn when Antares uses his mana burn on this Undying. Just takes all the mana away. Absolutely zeroed out here. He uses a mango and immediately presses Q for the 100 mana. But this is tough, man. He's got a hard job trying to secure this lane.
Yeah, this wave is just coming further and further back. Miero's holding it right in front of the little pool of water there. Goes under his tier 1. That's a solid time for 9Pandas down south. Up at top, noticed 17-6. Nature's Prophet 20-7. So Ramsey's free farming, all happy up there.
Always awkward to run away as Mars trying to run away from being harassed. You turn around to block the attack, but then you turn around so you get attacked again. Then you turn around again. You keep taking more attacks.
They're doing pirouettes.
Yeah, you're not sure if it's actually efficient or not. Should you just keep running or should you turn?
Oh yeah, you never guess what Ramses has queued up.
A Midas.
Yep.
Yeah, he went for early power treads and then straight Midas. I mean, at least on Nature's Prophet, it makes a lot of sense.
Good TP from Miero, back to his tier 1. So he can still stick around and play in the lane.
Wisely TPs to the lane as well, not TPing all the way back. So sticking around here. Solo is behind bottom lane as he realizes he can't really do too much top and they want to get an early Nature's Prophet ulti. They want a tombstone.
They can kill a tombstone, hell yeah.
That's a successful gank right there.
Gank the buildings. TP's mid, because they have moved in onto the Wind Ranger, but they've healed her back up. Focus fire, the blood grenade, Squadix still level 5. The damage from Kiyotaka is substantial. Blood grenade just being chucked around by everyone. FNG, Antares, Solo, just spilling blood on the floor to get a double kill for Kiyotaka as both 9Panda supports rotate in.
And look at that rune too. Gets the DD rune on Wind Ranger now as well. That is spelling a pretty damn good start. If Squadix had a fantastic game earlier, Kiyotaka might just have the same thing here on his Wind Ranger.
He's trying with his catapult wave to trying to alleviate the pressure from himself by being aggressive on Miero. Can't really get the job done. Now trialing up top from VP. FNG's come up here with Seush. Nature's Prophet. He's going to stick around and see the Undying come in. That'll be the signal for Ramses to leave.
They don't really have the tools to lock him in place for Mars to get up there. And they kind of need level 6 Mars before they can kill the Nature's Prophet like that. Nature's Prophet, meanwhile, though, just going to back up, farm a little bit in jungle. He's happy. He's completely fine. The Wisdom Rune spawn, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 split. Antares gets one and Seiyu gets the other. Kiyotaka mid gets jumped.
Yeah, the first astral step with Squadix. Oh, the Remnant catches him, supports rotate, and Squadix has baited Kiyotaka into his own death.
He was so aggressive there, going under tower with low HP already. Easy TP for Skywrath and punishes that. That was a very important takedown. In fact, they didn't get any value out of this DD rune now.
A pretty big swing. It felt like the flow of this game has been going 9Panda's way the first 8 minutes. Little victories here and there from VP, thanks to FNG. His captaincy, his movements on the map, this Undying starting to bully people a little better.
Yeah, they're running at the Terrorblade, chasing him, blood grenading him. Just harassing. This is some annoying play, but actually maybe TPing over with Furin.
Yeah, they will come down here. Hey, he's dead to Antares' Scorched Earth. Didn't even need the Nature's Prophet. Mid lane, Squadix, he's gone back in with his 2 supports yet again, but a great shackle shot. That repositioning from Kiyotaka. Superb movement. Quick on his feet. They thought about the TP in from Prophet again as Solo moves aggressively, but they'll just close the book.
That was nice. And the rune control being, you know, very important in this game as well. So that's why you see the Pugna moving over there, taking that. I like the way that 9Pandas is playing the map right now. Using everything as much as they can. And that Fury and ulti already contributing to a kill. It's good stuff for them.
Gonna be a little afraid here. Yeah, exactly. As this TB, you're looking at a Doom and a Black Hole straight onto your Terror Blade. No fear to use those big ultis to kill him. They do come down with an Arena and a Tombstone, though, so at least looking to trade out for Antares and Miero. They'll lose their lives. Is that worth it, Waga? I'm not sure.
Not really, no. Definitely not. Double kill again for FNG.
Maybe now. Yutaka's joined in. You can't finish off the Skywrath.
Could be dangerous. If he gets caught by a spear in any way, then Void Spirit could get on him.
There it is. Astral Step 1 and 2. Aether Remnant not going to connect, but they've got enough magic damage.
Triple.
Yes, FNG with a killing spree.
He didn't get the triple kill. It took too long. That was a triple kill team fight for FNG, getting rich in this fight. It's not common to see an climbing the ladder getting farmed.
Is it Shard Rush time again? He's got 1,000 gold saved.
You can buy something before Shard. It's still 5 minutes, or you know, 5.5 minutes until Shard. It's got 1,100 gold. Notice though, in trouble bottom again.
Oh yeah, caught out. Ramsey's getting involved finally, using his TP to actually join a fight before it ends.
This is what we're used to seeing from Nature's Prophets, right? Always these TPs to the enemy safe lane, early rotations, and kind of crushing down on the tower. So they're definitely playing the same style that we have seen before.
Yeah, so what's next on the Prophet after this Midas? Is it still...
Yeah, I think you just rush Maelstrom, maybe a Shadow Blade after that. You could go Maelstrom into like BKB or Manta. Get either of those. Get some Dispel. Get some way to deal with the Skywrath here as well.
Thanks for a few kind of interesting builds from this guy. You know, we had the like Assault Cuirass build, Daedalus Satanic. He really can scale up into a hardcore carry right clicker.
I mean, if he really wants to, he could even go for the Orchid build. He is playing against heroes that get punished by silence. If you're against Void Spirit and Void Spirit is nowhere close to having his Manta style, then it can be good.
That's a good shout. Wrath of Nature bouncing about. Virtus Pro going to bring their numbers up top. Squad X and the squad. Going to try and push down this tier 1 with the Metamorphosis out of TV. And Solo wants nothing to do with this. Tries to drag the wave as far as possible. There's no way he's stopping it.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a successful push, and Kyochik is going to get this tower, and with that, going to get himself his Midas for Terrorblade. I know where this game is going, dude. I'm calling it. I'm not a believer in the Midas Terrorblade.
Oh, so it's going in the bin. I think it's going late. We're going to go 60, 70 minutes?
Yeah, well, yeah, this is probably going to go late, possibly. If he's lucky, it's going to go late, but there's a Pugna, Enigma, and a Fury, and I think it could be a tempo game as well coming out from 9Pandas here. If this Wind Ranger gets going hard enough, then I don't know. It could be hard to defend high grounds.
Yeah, they could very quickly pick up the pace. Sayosh, he's hit level 6 already. Looking for someone to play with. Mars, Void Spirit, both very good candidates to smoke up and play aggressively with that Mystic Flare. Love to see him get into the thick of things, get some action going. TB just going to inhabit this top part of the map, clear out some jungle camps, dip back into his own triangle and Ancients, accelerate his farm. Key item timings start to come up after that Hand of Midas. And both teams kind of posturing around this tier 1 area. Undying, gonna get doomed up. Antares charges straight in towards him. Shackle shot won't latch really, but the Wrath of Nature. And he's given the vision there by the Doom.
That's a lot of hate for a little Undying. Just popping the Wrath of Nature, the power shots, the shackle shots, the Doom, you know. He gets brought down, but immediately smoke out here, realizing that this could be a good timing to take a fight. So they go and play around this. Mars doesn't have Blink, but he has the little Pepper Hop. He has the Tumbler's toy.
There we go. A hop, a pop, and a kill on the Doom. Didn't even need to expand the Mystic Flare.
Honestly, that neutral item feels so amazing on Mars. On a lot of initiation heroes, tiny Mars.
Yeah, it was like the talk of the town. Like the Arlington Major's like tiny Tumbler's toy. He was the big boy just bouncing around everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it gives you mana pool and gives you that initiation is very neat.
That's massive. Well, TB, 6k net worth. Nature's Prophet about 600 ahead of him. So Ramsey's still sitting pretty right at the top as Maelstrom is 300 gold away now. Yeah, it's just such a fearful spot to be in when you know that Doom and Black Hole are going to be coming back up. I guess they just used the Doom, but Black Hole is back up now, so this team fight capability for 9Pandas is there. Pick off from Wind Ranger and Nature's Prophet is there. Being out on the map is kind of spooky.
Yeah, it is. At the same time, I feel like they're playing a pretty split game here of just farming. You know, the Enigma is not going for a Blink Rush or anything, just going Helm of Dominator, going straight Helm of Overlord. So he wants to farm Nature's Prophet, got his Midas Power Treads, and full Maelstrom completed. He wants to farm and Wind Ranger mid. Well, she also is not... it's not the same as playing, you know, a Squadix type hero who just non-stop fights. Wind is a little bit more greedy. She's going to join up for a smoke here, but in general, she'll be working more on items. That's the entire Rod of Aethys now, though, so she's well ahead of the Void Spirit.
That's a great way to catch on to Squadix as well. The smoke, they reveal the Wind Ranger with the root. Any chain stuns with the Shackle Shot, and the Antares Doom trying to War Stomp and Infernal Blade, but Mystic Flare in the play. The turnaround is there. VP, they react with 5 heroes in that mid lane to defend Squadix.
That was a team effort, keeping him alive, dropping the Tombstone, coming in with a Flesh Golem, dropping the very important Arena there. The Arena just absolutely saving the day. Also comes back to the same thing, like Wind Ranger not that good at like quickly getting in and out, bursting a hero. If that was a Tiny with a Blink, you know, it looks a bit different, but Wind Ranger is a bit greedier, a bit farmier.
Yeah. Well, they've got a Rod of Aethys themselves. Gareth Mage has picked his up.
Enigma.
Answer potentially to this attacker Wind Ranger. So Rod of Aethys onto the sky. Rod of Aethys back again. Bounces it across, but this time 9Pandas, they secure their man, kill the sky, and then the tier 1 to follow.
I like Miero hopping over the tree line there, the tree line that cuts on the lane, just using his own Tumbler's Toy. Very, very nice. And now he's not too far away, 1,000 gold away from having the Helm of the Overlord. Very, very nice timing for this Enigma here.
It's going to be a pretty big struggle to kill off this Ancient Creep when he starts pushing tier 2s. Could absolutely see 9Pandas go for this big 5-man death ball soon.
Kiyotaka was spotted going past the sentry towards top, so they're trying to punish him now. TPing in, they have sentries, and Rod of Aethys on Sky is really good.
I've caught out Solo. Pretty easy pick there onto the Pugna. Let's see if they can find the Wind Ranger on the left-hand side now. They're under dire vision.
Yeah, the fact that she sees them. Oh, the smoke is spotted as well. Smoke break by Antares. Gonna drop a ward. He's smoke breaking, but he's still in a dangerous spot. He's gonna be fine though.
Yeah, places a ward down, hides in the trees. And is Wind Ranger farming Ancients? What's she up to? Kiyotaka just lurking on the left.
Nah, he's just chilling. He was waiting for maybe a possible Terrorblade. Terrorblade still only has 900 HP, so it dies pretty fast.
I'll find FNG quite easily here. Oh, big damage from that Wrath of Nature. Clears out the Undying, while down at bottom lane, notice, drop the Arena. Being chased by Miero.
Yeah.
TP down from Nature's Prophet. Thinking about it, Ramses. Considering his option here to play aggressively into the bottom jungle. This could be dangerous, though, with Mystic Flare and a Spear. The Black Hole onto the Mars. Nature's Prophet standing, still surviving. And there's a bit of heal for him as well. Up at top, the TB doomed and Shackle shotted. Oh, that nice Centaur Stomp will hold him in place to allow Kiyotaka to rip through the Terrorblade. One little hit after another. Come on, finish him off.
He tries to deny himself. That's why he waited.
Illusion?
Yeah, he didn't want to give the deny to the Illusion.
Well, now Squadix has gone very aggressively here. He's got the backup of FNG with the Undying Tombstone. The Shackle shot from Kiyotaka holds him in place for a second, but Doom still dies.
Losing Doom, Arcane on the Void Spirit, very nice for coming in for this gank, but at the same time, you lost your Terrorblade, and you also lost your Mars bottom, so right now VP are bleeding important kills on the side lanes, and overall, still farming a lot is the side of 9Panda here.
Very solo, very forward. Pops his Pavis, but he's in no man's land down here.
He's just
Turns
a
into
pig.
a piggy.
Don't kill him.
Little piggy. Down he goes. In the meantime, Kiyotaka trying to play with Squadix. Not really a game that FNG and Squadix are wanting to be involved in right now.
Yeah, Kiyotaka is gonna go for Gleipnir build, of course, on Wind Ranger, and Furion is close to... Nope, never mind, scratch that. Used ulti, has the entire BKB. He is absolutely monstrous. 11,000 net worth. This is what we're used to seeing, the Furions with the absurd net worth numbers. And that's going to be a straight Roche.
Yeah, so that's pretty nutty stuff. I'm trying to think back Back where it was like 6 months ago, the pro player saying, yeah, 20 minutes in, 13k net worth, 14k net worth, that's like prime time, that's what you're aiming for. Yep. Ramsey is like looking to outstrip this. Yeah, he might actually. Just means he's having a good game on top of it. But yeah, usually Nature's Prophets, they get really farmed, and he didn't really get ganked this game. He's been pretty free. Focus has been elsewhere. He's looking for the James Bond scoreline. 2 more. 2 more assists, all he wants. Oh, Squadix is eyeing up Antares. Yeah, Rod of Atos into the Mystic Flare. Scarth Mage sets it all up. Seosh with a good move forward there. Wind has Aegis. She wants to hunt this. I think she wants to fight. Not gonna go in? Okay. Thinks better of it. Well, they might just loop in around solo here. There's a bit of vision all around that top jungle. Double Radiant Observer wards, 1 Dire that Antares placed a little earlier on. Notice coming back in towards mid. They've seen Solo on his migration mission swinging across through that mid lane. He's just running. He's a fast little boy. Very hard to catch this Pugna, especially when he uses Pig Pole as well. 450 movement speed. A speedy skeleton. They're going to have double Gleipnir power spike, by the way, on 9Pandas. It's a big power spike to talk about because you have these heroes that require some mobility. Mars wants to get in there and use his arena. You have Void Spirit, who obviously doesn't want to get locked down. And if the Gleipnir start hitting before Void Spirit has Manta, it can become disastrous for him. He's just not going to be able to move around the way he wants. And it looks like it's already going to be tough. Like Wind has her entire Gleipnir completed, and Furion, we know how fast he farms. Yeah. Even as like a defensive tool, like Kiritich, this is big. He gets out the Manta stall, Sprouts there, focus fire in. He's lost all of his mana, his HP is gone. I think he got doomed up in the end as well, just to make sure he's out of this game. Yeah, the Shackle didn't connect despite the Sprouts. It didn't really have an angle for the Shackle, so they just said better safe than sorry. Yeah, burst out the Doom because you don't want him to use a Sunder there. Yeah, even Gleipnir's is like a defensive or kiting tool, right? You know how important this Metamorphosis is. If you can just hold the TV back, delay the fight for 10, 15 seconds, reset. Yeah, definitely. It's even AoE magic damage, right? Both in the active and the passive of the Maelstrom itself. So TB's illusions, his Manta style, they can struggle. And it's going to take a while before TB is really fight ready. Again, coming back to, he went Midas first. It does slow down your early timings. Yes, the Midas, Manta style, but his Eye of Skadi is very far away, does not have a Dragonlance, so we'll see how his first join on team fights will go. I mean, until that point, would you like to see this Mars Scarth Mage maybe chain smoke a few more times? Oh wait, hang on a second. Kiritaka has a DD rune. Squad X up to the high ground. The Wind Ranger still chasing. He jumps to the right. No way he's escaped from that. They can't see the Void Spirit. The Courier will see him. The Courier will see him. Seyosh with the Mystic Flare. The Courier over the top sees the Void Spirit. They killed off Seyosh, and the Gleipnir is there from the Wind Ranger. Just a couple of hits, but he's got an Astral Step and a bit to play with. No! What? Dude, if the Courier didn't come in that exact line, it was right over him. Didn't even micro the Courier to scout there. It was just sending out an item. Unfortunate. Blind luck. Yeah. I mean, he didn't have a TP. I don't know if he had TP cooldown still from his previous usage, but if he had TP ready and just didn't have one in the inventory, then that is a very sad way to die. Yeah, would you like to see this Mars and Sky, I don't know, smoke up, be a bit more active, or are you just waiting for this TB? They're trying, but they also want the BKB on Mars, and now it's going to be delayed even more as he gets caught out here. He had 400 gold to go. Never mind that. Now you have 600 gold to go, and you're also dead. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough to say that he should be more aggressive when he's that close to BKB. I think he needs it at the same time. You just don't have any activity on the map right now. You're not doing anything because Void Spirit got handle on mid lane. Look at the net worth. Void Spirit is 4th from the bottom. He is absolutely out of this game right now. Antares has overtaken him, and Antares isn't even that farmed for a +4 Doom. He's got some items, sure, but he's not ridiculously farmed. God, careful with those tormentors, boys. FNG and Saber's dropping very low as Kiyotaka comes back in. This mid lane battle between Void Spirit and Wind Ranger, not a fair one when Doom and Nature's Prophet are brought into the mix. I'm telling you, man, these Gleipnirs, it's unplayable. I actually think the game might already be getting close to decided here because Void Spirit can't show, and the BKB is still delayed on notice. How do you even show on the map now when all these ganks are happening? 9Pandas are playing beautifully. They're controlling the field. They have great wards. The Doom has a BKB. The Enigma has Blink. Helm of the Overlord. They're pushing high ground, chipping away at tier 3.
And Shard. Don't forget the Shard. He bought that too. To get the extra stun duration and get the extra Eidolons.
Let's smoke out from VP. What, 4 heroes, no Void Spirit. Kiyotaka. He's waiting. Smoke breaks. Sees the TB, but he's... Oh, dodges the spear. Kiyotaka, you're right. Aegis is gone. Mystic Flare dropped down, but Kiyotaka, he's dead. Kiyotaka might fall here, but it looks like 9Pandas going to sweep the rest of Virtus Pro. Ramsey struggling to battle through the arena walls, but he's going to pick up a double kill. Look for the Void Spirit. Kill them all off. Antares picks up 2. The Tombstone's the cherry on top, and my VP looking real rough for them now.
I find it so funny that you called it before the series started. That VP, they usually win the first game in these matchups, but then they lose the next 2. And then we have, I mean, it's funny to say, but it's sad for VP as they're struggling hard here. This is starting to look all but over. A 16,000 net worth lead, 24 minutes in, and 9Pandas are just playing beautiful Dota right now. They got all the tools they need. The itemizations are on point. Their wards are perfect. And what can you do? He's been at the same net worth now in Mars for the last 6 minutes or something, right away from BKB completing.
Yeah.
I don't know. He has a backpacked bracer. I feel like you almost sell something here to try and get this BKB, because if you had it, at least you would have some item, you know?
FNG's not even being allowed to de-ward. Solo's decrepping him, full stamping away. Come back here, you little green skelly bastard. Come on, run away, Atos. Ether Remnant. They'll kill off Solo eventually. Pesky devil.
That was the most positive thing. Oh my god. Do you see how much gold they got for killing Solo? Ooh, 900 gold for killing Solo. And then they got the courier too. So that was a 1400 gold for the courier and him. That's a lot of money.
It's massive. Well, hello. Can they catch him? Oh, they caught the Skyarts mage. They caught him for sure. Well, I wasn't certain whose Gleipnir that was. It's the Nature's Prophets onto the Void Spirit. If it was the wind range of the Chakra shot follow-up, Squadix probably dead there.
Yeah. It's so dangerous to show even for a split second at this point. Showing on the lanes is just definitely leading to danger. By the way, I didn't really call it, but he did go for teleportation max stacks. So if you want to play some carry Nature's Prophet, you know, this is the certified approved build by the one player who's brave enough to play it in this patch, I feel. I don't know, maybe there's another team that's also onto this. I haven't really watched all the games, but definitely not common.
Yeah, definitely a Ramsey special. I've not seen Nature's Prophet in several months. But yeah, I guess the leash talent against the Void Spirit makes a lot of sense. But I don't know. For some reason, I thought he would have gone the missed chance against the TB.
Yeah, you could do that. But TB can also quite easily reposition sometimes. He has a Quelling Blade still in his inventory against this Sprout. And he has Manta Style to get out. So it's just a safer one. You know, you get a Sprout on Void Spirit, and that's just guaranteeing death right now. So that's pretty powerful. There's absolutely nothing you can do. If you Sprout him, he is dead. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it's Prophet. What do you own? Oh, Squadix?
Squadix was just toying with death a bit there, going aggressive on mid. Might find yourself getting TP'd on behind, but I think they're playing a little bit chill right now on the side of 9Pandas because they know Roche is about to spawn soon. They don't want to throw this game. This is a very, very decisive game. Tournament life at stake here.
Now 1 minute till Roche. Nature's Prophet. AC. 2,000 gold saved up.
Look at this smoke reveal positioning by Kiyotaka. He's just sitting here. He's not really just looking for a pickoff. He's also just preventing moves.
I can maybe just go in for a kill. The Shackle shot. Latches on the Mars behind. I think he was intending to catch the TB, but he blinks over the arena. Miero's in, thinking about the black hole, but doesn't even bloody need it. They've slain everybody, not spilling a drop of blood, and 9Pandas just a step closer to securing victory and securing their spot at the Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, he waved his hands around a little bit on Enigma, and honestly, Miero had the most chill game of any player this game.
There it is.
Yeah,
black hole for Squadix.
I think they know it. They know that it's been done. Some voice chats coming out for the team here. 9Pandas feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, looks like Sage has gone AFK.
He's baiting. He's 4-staff baiting. He's 4-staff baiting.
Okay.
He's like, go on me, go on me. See? Little mini steps here. Go, go.
Stuttering forward. I mean, Mars was microing his courier, trying to do something while he's dead. 7 seconds for Mars, 20 for the Void Spirit. They'll have 4 heroes alive before their throne falls. I think tier 4s are crumbling, but 9Pandas not going too hard on this. Just disciplined, stepping back, going to tier 2. Noticed has TP'd up here, and he's scanned out as well. Like you said, Roshan, he's on the docket. Top left corner of the map, he's set up there.
Yeah, they're not messing around. 9Pandas are taking this very seriously. They want to win, and they respect VP enough that they're not going to throw against them in a tournament live game like this. So they're backing out, saying, you come to us, take the fight that we know you can force you. Look at Entara's positioning,
nice.
Smoke breaks, blinks out. It's so clean, man. These guys are playing really good Dota this game.
And Furion tipping up top to hold hands with Solo. Let's see what they do next, because they're not in the pit. They're not in the vicinity. They are eyeing up the Terrorblade. Good man to dodge, but the Doom is out, and the Terrorblade completely isolated. Oh, man, it's just so perfect, isn't it? They break the smoke, they move back, hold the right-hand side, hugging that tree line. They see the TB alone. They know the VP have all swung to Roche.
Yeah, and VP, they want to fight this somehow. They buy back and try and do it. TP's bottom and gonna portal top. TB is en route.
Let's see if he can deliver himself into a proper team fight up here. Miero has already spent his BKB. Good shackle shot there on the Mars. Noticed BKB and Bulwark up. Nature's Prophet sprouting himself. Trying to hold back against this TB, but the Infernal Blade and the wall stopped. Doing some sick work. Antares just keeping them at bay. Solo not even going to die to the Mystic Flare. And Kiritach's Terrorblade Sunder. It's bought him a bit of time, but Kiyotaka's on his tail. Chasing forward, looking for Sayosh instead, in fact, wanting the easier target as 9Pandas. They might lose their Wind Ranger here, but it's going to secure them the game. The GGs are called, VP tap out, and they know their Eastern European rivals in 9Pandas are just too damn strong.
Yeah, 9Pandas are going to be the ones claiming this one with a beautiful Game 3 performance here. VP, they put the first game, they absolutely dominated. It was one of the performances of the tournament so far from Squadix. His game was absolutely flawless there. But Game 2 and Game 3, 9Pandas just feel like they got their number, you know. They adapt correctly. They change a little bit things here and there, fix their grab.
Mystic Flare onto... Oh, this was the courier, right? Flies over the top of Squadix, spots him.
That was just unlucky. nothing more than unlucky, but game was already tough then. And look at the damage. TB just disappears.
Kiyotaka just fearless in this game. Had a good lane, transitioned out of it nicely with his item timings.
It was the Furin ulti that came in at the end there. He couldn't get a Sunder out. Furin ulti and some right clicks from Wind. That's why TB got bursted there.
There's so many answers. Like, how many times we had these fights where Nature's Prophet wanted a TP, but he was too late because everyone was dead already. Enigma wanted a black hole, but it was too late. Everyone's dead already.
Yeah. Honestly, Miero, I don't want to say that he did something wrong, but he didn't really do much to this game, you know? Like, he mostly just chilled on Enigma, and the game kind of played itself.
Yeah. He's a passenger.
In a luxury cruise ship that is 9Pandas in this game, they absolutely just did whatever they wanted.
Yeah. Upgraded from Economy Plus straight up to First Class.
Oh, feels good.
Right into the Riyadh Masters. Beautiful stuff. 9Pandas, they take the series, they take the win, the deciding match here as we close out the play-ins for the Riyadh Masters. Wondrous stuff from the Eastern European squad. Yes, always a little sad when two teams from the same region meet in a decisive elimination match, but yeah, someone's got to win, someone's got to go home, sadly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they put on a good performance here. They didn't go out, you know, just completely misplaying or completely missing the draft. I think they had a good idea. I think they did really well. But 9Pandas, they're a strong team and ultimately have always been a hard team for VP, I feel, in this rival matchup.
Yeah, I think we've got some highlights coming up as well. We've got plays of the day, saves of the day, all sorts of good stuff. And we can take a peek at. Here's the play of the day presented by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. As we see here, the Beastcoast up against TSM series, which we had the pleasure of casting earlier on today.
Yeah, this game was where Tomato actually just went crazy on his Slark, got so damn strong. This is his building up to his rampage here, you know, spoilers, but this Slark gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, and here he could maybe have kept running here on Chen, but he thought that there was going to be one more pounce. In fact, it was on cooldown, so maybe he could have kept running up the high ground at first, but that wouldn't have led to this, getting the ultra kill.
Yeah, now the Colonel's Choice, of course, presented by KFC. Beautiful stuff. But yeah, that Slark, yeah, he had a quiet game until he popped off with that rampage. And here we've got Beastcoast going up against Quest. Noob on his tiny, godlike, and dominating. picking up a beautiful number of kills.
Yeah, another really strong Tiny performance here, I see. So Tiny has been absolutely owning, and Omar enjoying his Rubik as well.
Right.
He's been shining on.
He absolutely has. And the save of the day by our favorite, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, as the nice relocate jump out, saving the Underlord. We had plenty of them.
Stun. There was 2 epic saves of the day in one clip there. Absolutely amazing, actually. Yeah. That was clutch. I actually thought he was going to go down like, oh, Storm commits, he got him. And then that split earth on time. Nice reaction time by Brow. But yeah, we had some interesting stuff happen today, Gareth. I hope tomorrow will be just as exciting.
Yeah, they bloody well better be. You know, this was the amuse-bouche. This was the entree towards the main meal, right? This was the play-ins heading into that main stage. We've got group stage and then playoffs to come. Pretty long extended format to get plenty of games packed in here with all these top teams for a top tier tournament and prize pool as well. But yeah, that rounds out day 2 of the Riyadh Masters. Make sure, of course, you're checking out all the streams. There's been like 6 simultaneous streams, tons of games. Go back and watch the VODs, and of course, make sure you tune in tomorrow as well, and be kicking off with plenty of group stage action. But for today, Margaret, that's it for us. We'll see you all tomorrow.